High in the snowy mountains, howling winds carried falling snow, chilling the air to a biting frost. A man's voice echoed from a small cave. Fool, think you can escape this trap? Where's the artifact? A disheveled, panting man groaned in pain. Raising defiant eyes, he sneered. Idiot, would you confess if you were me? Despite heavy injuries, he refused to yield. His left arm, severed in two, dangled. Facing his arrogance, the hooded leader gnashed his teeth. Tisich, tough guy, huh? Arrogant bastard. A subordinate intervened. Enough. Contact the main team first. He pulled out a communication spirit stone. We've captured the Northern Phantom. Please confirm our coordinates. The other end replied. Coordinates locked. We're coming. After reporting, he turned to the Northern Phantom. Not bad. Holding out with a severed arm? But why do both you and the Emperor target the same artifact? Another chimed. Why else? To mess with us. We've been restless chasing him. Before the main team arrives, let's make him feel our pain. Eh? The Northern Phantom's eyes sharpened, as if plotting. The captors grinned. Get ready, Phantom. We won't stop until you beg for death. Who goes first? We're short on time. They decided with a coin toss. The hooded leader smirked. Heads, I start. But they never imagined that, as they focused on the coin, the Phantom gritted his teeth, biting his severed hand and reattaching it to his stump. He thought, no way I'll lie down and die. The first failed awakener of the Draker family, Tarek Draker, born to a great dragon-slaying clan, couldn't use aura. Unable to awaken, I lost my chance to be a knight. Treated like trash, I was exiled. So, I did everything to grow stronger and survive. Someone said obsessing over strength leads nowhere, but that damn philosophy. The coin landed. The hooded leader shouted, Sweet heads. But before he could celebrate, his head flew. Death came swiftly. Only the strong have a voice. The Northern Phantom struck, beheading one with a chilling gaze. The weak are crushed by the strong, stripped of everything. That's this world's truth. Panting, blood oozing from his arm, he stood, danger still lurking. After dispatching the two lackeys, their reinforcements arrived. A crowd faced the Northern Phantom. Escape seemed impossible. Murmurs arose. He reattached his severed arm? Freak. Gross. Just chop his head, he'll die. Unfazed, he glared, sneering. Let's see who dies. The mob attacked relentlessly, cornering the wounded Phantom. Time blurred as he felled countless foes. Exhausted and gravely injured, swords pierced his back, the air thick with blood stench. He cursed weakly. Damn it. Last stand, and I'm spitting blood. Looking at his bloodied hand, he mused. Guess I'm done. No revenge, but I stole the artifact the Emperor wanted. That's something. He pulled out a glowing statue. Sorry, Alicia. By chance, his desperate blood awakened the artifact, its light intensifying. A system voice rang. Your fierce will has awakened an ancient power. The ancient dragon's soul will bind to the resolute. Emergency protocol activated, Zeke Draker. Do you accept? Stunned, he thought. Hearing nonsense before I die, the voice persisted. Do you accept? Order received. Consent confirmed. An irreversible, promising power is activating. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He awoke in a familiar place, in a small body, bewildered. If given a second chance, I'd never let this tragedy happen. This is Zeke Draker, the failure of the Draker family, descendant of the slayer Tarek Draker. All who bear Draker blood are gifted with the talent to wield aura. They can easily awaken high-grade aura and become knights. Yet, one unfortunate soul couldn't awaken aura, becoming a useless failure, Zeke Draker. But the heavens don't take everything from anyone. In his darkest moment, Zeke's fierce will awakened an ancient power, sending him back 10 years to start anew. This time, Zeke Draker vows to become the continent's strongest. Without further ado, let's dive into this gripping tale. High in the snowy mountains, howling winds carried falling snow, chilling the air to a biting frost. A man's voice echoed from a small cave. Fool, think you can escape this trap? Where's the artifact? A disheveled, panting man groaned in pain. Raising defiant eyes, he sneered. Idiot, would you confess if you were me? Despite heavy injuries, he refused to yield. His left arm, severed in two, dangled. Facing his arrogance, the hooded leader gnashed his teeth. Tisich, Tough guy, huh? Arrogant bastard. A subordinate intervened. Enough. Contact the main team first. He pulled out a communication spirit stone. We've captured the Northern Phantom. Please confirm our coordinates. The other end replied. Coordinates locked. We're coming. After reporting, he turned to the Northern Phantom. Not bad. Holding out with a severed arm? But why do both you and the Emperor target the same artifact? Another chimed. Why else? To mess with us. We've been restless chasing him. Before the main team arrives, let's make him feel our pain. Eh? The Northern Phantom's eyes sharpened, as if plotting. The captors grinned. Get ready, Phantom. We won't stop until you beg for death. Who goes first? We're short on time. They decided with a coin toss. The hooded leader smirked. Heads, I start. But they never imagined that, as they focused on the coin, the Phantom gritted his teeth, biting his severed hand and reattaching it to his stump. He thought, no way I'll lie down and die. The first failed awakener of the Draker family, Tarek Draker, born to a great dragon-slaying clan, couldn't use aura. Unable to awaken, I lost my chance to be a knight. Treated like trash, I was exiled. So, I did everything to grow stronger and survive. Someone said obsessing over strength leads nowhere, but that damn philosophy. The coin landed. The hooded leader shouted, Sweet heads. But before he could celebrate, his head flew. Death came swiftly. Only the strong have a voice. The Northern Phantom struck, beheading one with a chilling gaze. The weak are crushed by the strong, stripped of everything. That's this world's truth. Panting, blood oozing from his arm, he stood, danger still lurking. After dispatching the two lackeys, their reinforcements arrived. A crowd faced the Northern Phantom. Escape seemed impossible. Murmurs arose. He reattached his severed arm? Freak. Gross. Just chop his head, he'll die. Unfazed, he glared, sneering. Let's see who dies. The mob attacked relentlessly, cornering the wounded Phantom. Time blurred as he felled countless foes. Exhausted and gravely injured, swords pierced his back, the air thick with blood stench. He cursed weakly. Damn it. Last stand, and I'm spitting blood. Looking at his bloodied hand, he mused. Guess I'm done. No revenge, but I stole the artifact the Emperor wanted. That's something. He pulled out a glowing statue. Sorry, Alicia. By chance, his desperate blood awakened the artifact, its light intensifying. A system voice rang. Your fierce will has awakened an ancient power. The ancient dragon's soul will bind to the resolute. Emergency protocol activated, Zeke Draker. Do you accept? All Drakers must undergo the cradle, a rigorous training system starting at age 7. For the first 5 years, they endure strict basic training. Each year, instructors evaluate students through swordsmanship and no-rules combat tournaments. In these contests, opponents are usually assigned, but students can choose if both agree. With no rules, matches often end in severe injuries or death. Yet, this tournament determines the classes students will join at the academy, leaving the children no choice but to fight with all they have. The scene shifts to a vast arena, encircled by towering walls, with packed stands. At the center, a man stands. He booms. As you all know, today is the Pancration tournament. I trust you understand this is the final evaluation, correct? Yes, the students below shout in unison. The tall, lean man, with a handsome face and neatly combed brown hair, crosses his arms behind his back. Good. Your spirits are high. Let's begin. Be ready. He's Pan Mark, the head instructor. Below, students with determined eyes chant. Yes. Among them, a boy notices Zeke, whispering to a distracted friend. That loser's back. After last year's humiliation, how's he here? If it were me, I'd have vanished. How's he direct bloodline? Pathetic. Zeke overhears, but remains unfazed. They'd never guessed the pathetic boy from last year has changed. Just wait, he thinks. Pan Mark's voice rings. Gotta, step up. 2 students enter the arena, taking stances. Pan Mark, at the center, raises a hand. Ready, begin. They clash swiftly. A punch, then a kick. The match ends instantly. One didn't guard properly. Over in under a minute, dull. Zeke, watching, yawns, bored. The instructor announces, Gotta can't continue. Aaron wins. In the stands, Zeke yawns again, propping his chin, indifferent. As a kid, I was terrified of them, but these guys are nothing now. Yawning, He misses a student across the stands glaring at him maliciously. After a wait, Zeke's match arrives. His opponent, Leon, has been eyeing him intensely. While Zeke looks tired and uninterested, Leon is eager, itching to crush him. The instructor shouts, "Zeke, Leon, are you ready?" Both reply, "Yes." Zeke rubs his eyes. Leon. "Huh?" Leon smirks provocatively. "Look at you, back again? Didn't I teach you enough last year?" Zeke recalls the pain. Whatever. Last year, he lost miserably, begging Leon for mercy like a parasite. Leon always belittled and bullied him. Asterisk, he's my opponent every year. Probably spread nonsense behind my back, like only surviving dirty trials makes a true dragon slayer. Why's this trash my cousin? Asterisk, Zeke smirks disdainfully. Asterisk, why's this monkey my kin? In my past life, I never met my 4 direct blood siblings. But I had dozens of cousins eager to torment me. Asterisk, Leon taunts. Gotta hand it to you. Zeke Draker, brave to return after being pummeled. Or too dumb to learn. Zeke, calm, thinks, it's been ages since I heard this idiot's stupid insults. He retorts, keep barking, and I won't be nice. Leon, enraged, grabs Zeke's hair. What'll you do? You lowly mutt. Wham! A powerful strike sends Leon reeling. The system activates Critical Strike D, dealing critical damage, though mistiming risks a counter. Leon clutches his face. Ugh, my face. Zeke, surprised, thinks, asterisk, I just meant to knock him out, but the skill triggered. I can't control this power. Asterisk, feeling the strength surging, he hears, Zeke attacked before I said start. Leon scrambles up, blood dripping, eyes furious. The judges murmur, stunned, while Zeke coolly says, who says ready? Start on a battlefield? First strike wins. His bloodthirsty gaze shocks Panmark. Leon, trembling, insists, I'm fine, sir. Panmark, seeing Leon's fear but bravado, says, begin the match. Leon, eyes blazing, roars, I'll kill this lowly dog. Zeke, unfazed, mocks. I think you're the idiot who can't learn. The match starts. Leon charges like a gale, while Zeke calmly defends. Zeke's earlier punch spooked Leon, but he regains composure, staying cautious. Asterisk, I felt fear from that punch, but it didn't hurt much. If I guard, he's no threat. Watch his left counter. It's predictable. Asterisk, as Zeke swings as expected, Leon ducks, grabbing Zeke's leg and wrenching to topple him. Die, beast, Leon yells. But shockingly, Leon's the one floored. Panmark, stunned, thinks, asterisk, what just happened? A 12-year-old's combat sense. When Leon dodged and tried to down Zeke, I thought he'd win. But Zeke struck Leon's chin, breaking free. Leon's mistake was letting his guard down, thinking he had control. Yet Zeke stayed calm despite his failed counter. That focus and precision. Is this really Zeke Draker? Asterisk, Leon, sprawled, feels the vast gap, not just in strength, but in Zeke's cold strategy. I need distance. But Zeke kicks Leon's leg hard. Leon collapses, cursing. Damn it. How's this scrawny kid so strong? Furious. You inferior brat. How dare you? Zeke, now controlling his power, feels confident. The system activates keen senses, heightening perception. Leon's punch seems slow motion. Zeke dodges easily, thrilled. I'm used to controlling ether now. Grabbing Leon's arm, he yanks it back. Time to end this. Boom. A loud explosion, dust swirling. No one knows what's happening. As the dust clears, spectators gape in horror. Zeke's precise stab skill activates, targeting weaknesses for critical damage. He charges, grabs Leon's neck, slams him down with terrifying force, finishing with a critical blow. Fighting fiercely, Zeke shouts, even an idiot like you should learn from this, right? Students stare, terrified. Match over. Zeke stands, warning, try anything stupid, you'll see. Brushing back his hair, he says, my head's clearer after sweating. Now I recognize these people. Scanning the crowd, he waves challengingly. What are you staring at? Got a problem? Come down here. I'll take you all. Responding to Zeke's taunt, a boy with reddish-brown hair arrogantly declared, Zeke Draker, I choose you as my opponent. You said I've got a problem? I do. Zeke glanced at him, recognizing Jake and Vardek, another cousin. Smirking, Zeke casually accepted. Fine. But just you? Boring. Liam Stone, join in. He stared at the burly boy behind Jakin, his attendant. That'll make it fair, Zeke said, flashing a scornful grin that made Jakin grind his teeth. You dare insult me? Jakin snapped. Zeke's face turned mockingly cute. Duh, dummy. He chirped playfully. This only enraged Jakin further, who fumed. I'll kill you. Zeke Draker both stepped into the arena. Before the match, head instructor Pan Mark warned, Zeke, no moves until I signal. Got it? Yes, Zeke nodded, eyeing the hulking figure opposite. Asterisk interesting to meet him here. Liam, future mercenary king. Even in my past life, as Jakin's attendant, he joined the Cradle Academy. Distant kin, neglected in training, he begged to study at Valhalla Academy but ended up a knight in Tiny Baron. After Baron's fall, he became a mercenary in the Chaos Era. People flocked to his strength, and he rose as a top knight, founding the Stone Mercenaries. Uniting 3 major mercenary guilds, he earned the title Mercenary King. His Stone Mercenaries fought for the Empire in the Continental War. I faced him as an enemy alongside the Northerners, but this time, things might differ. Asterisk Zeke mused, unaware the organizers had signaled both sides to prepare. As the signal dropped, Jakin Vardek launched a lightning-fast attack. His punch boomed through the air, but it wasn't enough to faze Zeke, who caught it effortlessly. I said come at me together, Zeke said coldly, exuding a dangerous aura. Jakin, sweating, snarled. Think I'm waiting for your tricks? He swung a high kick at Zeke's head, but pain shot through him. His kick had slammed into Zeke's elbow. Pay attention before you kick, Zeke taunted, raising his elbow. Jakin, momentarily stunned, couldn't attack. Seizing the chance, Zeke lunged. Were you looking? He balled his fist, feinting a punch. Jakin raised his arms to block, but it was a ruse. You're too scared to spot a fake, Zeke sneered, kicking Jakin's knee, making him stumble. Spinning, Zeke landed a punch to Jakin's ribs, causing him to vomit blood. Mocking, haha, you alone? No chance. Jakin, realizing his weakness, yelled, Liam, kill this bastard. Facing the future mercenary king, Zeke dropped his cockiness. Asterisk he's just 12 like us. His range is the problem. If he strikes first, I'm done. I need the initiative. Asterisk as Liam raised his arm, Zeke darted forward, landing a punch to halt Liam's attack. Activating /D, a skill unleashing rapid strikes to obscure vision, Zeke's body split into countless purple afterimages, attacking Liam from all angles. Liam could only hunker down and endure. Spectators' faces shifted. What the hell's that? They gasped. Only Pan Mark recognized it, asterisk northern fist techniques from the Midlands. In a sword-dominated place like this, how does Zeke know it? Asterisk. Zeke, straining from the onslaught, cursed his weak body, asterisk damn, this trash body. Already aching. But Liam's monstrous physique is the real issue. He's not countering or dodging, just tanking everything tougher than his mercenary king days. My body's nearing its limit. His strength is unreal. Still, I'll break his guard and take him down. Asterisk inhaling deeply, Zeke focused power into his right fist. Liam's eyes narrowed, sensing the shift, and heightened his focus. Without warning, Zeke flashed forward, throwing a punch. With terrifying reflexes, Liam tilted his head, slapping Zeke's arm to redirect the blow. The miss stung Zeke. Asterisk ether's invisible. Everyone here has insane senses. Asterisk as Zeke pondered, Liam grabbed his wrist with his left hand, hurling Zeke like a chair with monstrous strength. But Zeke wasn't outdone. Mid-air, he coiled his legs, using the throw's momentum to knee Liam's head. Activating keen senses to boost perception, Zeke clamped both legs around Liam's neck. No matter how strong, without oxygen, you're done, he thought, tightening his grip. Liam fought back, pummeling Zeke's ribs with his left arm, forcing Zeke to spit blood. You maniac! Zeke gritted, enduring. Fine, let's see who lasts. They clashed in a test of endurance, blows echoing. Zeke choked Liam, whose face reddened from oxygen loss. The tension gripped the crowd, eyes sweating with fear. Finally, Liam collapsed, unconscious from asphyxiation. From the stands, another boy watched Zeke's victory, grinning. Nice, Zeke. That's more like it. Now you're worth crushing, Zeke Draker. The next day, as Zeke recovered from his injuries, Decker visited his room to check on him. I heard you were injured in the Pancratian match. Are you all right, young master? If it's not too bold, may I check your pulse? Zeke thought. He wants to see if I've awakened my aura? Buttoning his shirt, he replied. One moment. After fastening the last button, he offered his wrist. Decker thanked him politely. Thank you, young master. Placing 2 fingers on Zeke's wrist, Decker channeled a subtle power. Zeke recognized it as the technique of a blue knight, used to detect awakening. Normally, checking the dantian sufficed, but Decker was thorough. Channeling aura into another's body was already difficult, yet he controlled it with precision. He's definitely a blue knight, Zeke mused. Not all knights are equal. They're ranked by martial prowess and aura control. White swordsman, basic level, most unblessed children. Yellow swordsman, awakened aura and open dantian, all cradle students post-blessing. Mastering aura control earns the knight title. Purple knight can reinforce swords with aura. Blue knight can form aura blades, surpassing human limits. The mercenary King Liam and I, before regression, reached red knight. Black knights exist, but they're rare monsters on the continent. As Decker probed, Zeke wondered, how's a commander like him my caretaker? No matter. He can't detect my ether. Only 2 people in the world can use it. Finishing, Decker said calmly, young master, are you hiding something? Zeke replied cautiously, why? Are you hiding something from me? They locked eyes in silence. Zeke waved it off, heading out. Just kidding. He paused at Decker's question, why the sudden change, young master? Zeke's voice turned cold. Wrong question. Ask why it took me this long to change. Turning with a menacing look, he added, things will shift now. Everything will fall into place. Just follow me. Decker bowed deeply, hand on chest. Understood, young master. He continued, I've prepared the training room as requested. Good. I like your efficiency. See you tomorrow. Zeke smiled. Rest well? He stepped out. Walking the corridor, Zeke thought, I need Decker by my side. If he's spying for information, who sent him? My siblings? Entering the lavish training room Decker prepared, Zeke marveled. TCH, this family lives up to its name. Checking his system, he noted his /skill had reached proficiency, improving with use. Sitting, he pondered, my skills activate naturally based on actions, so I had them before. If I learn something new, will it join the system? What's the difference between skills and class skills? Are they triggered the same way? A new skill, Dragon Human Art, appeared, locked, requiring 10 karma points. He had none. Karma? You earn points by killing monsters, abundant in the Abyss dungeon. But I need Purple Knight level to get there. Curious about his regression and the system's link to the artifact that sent him back, Zeke wondered, why, and what is this system? Gripping a heavy sword, hands trembling, he sighed, as long as it makes me stronger, I'll use it, whatever it is. As a Draker, 2 powers rule the world, Knight's aura and Mage's mana. Knights cultivate aura in their dantian, Mages channel mana through magic circles. These powers are polar opposites, one awakening precludes the other. But Zeke was unlucky, unable to awaken either dantian or magic circle, leading to his rejection by the family and years of wandering. During that time, he met his master, who taught him much. The most valuable lesson was healing with ether, a natural energy his master developed. Zeke became one of the few who could wield it. Training furiously, Zeke recalled those grueling days. My master and I are the only ether users in the world. After an exhausting sword session, Zeke collapsed, leaning on his sword, 2 hours, and I'm half dead. Safe here, right? His healing skill auto-activated, rapidly restoring vitality, erasing training scratches. Healing was rare. Zeke didn't know it existed until meeting his master. Using it publicly would brand him a freak, why he avoided it against Liam. After recovering in private, he grabbed his sword, training until dusk. Sweating, he looked skyward, panting, dinner time. What to tell Decker? He glanced at the training floor, scarred with deep sword marks. A week later, at the Cradle's dining hall, lavish dishes filled the air with aroma. Diners buzzed. Heard about Zeke? He's a different person now. That failure? Maybe he's into dark magic. Nonsense. I hope he's stronger so I can fight him. At a grand table laden with gourmet food, Reina Turuin, the only girl among 3 boys and herself, savored a steak. Each had a personal attendant. One spoke, you may not be hungry, but eat. You need energy for swordplay. Cutting his meat slowly, it was Owen Simon. Opposite, a brash boy with bandaged face, Jakin, snapped. You mocking me? Owen, chewing calmly, just being friendly. Didn't expect your inferiority complex to be that bad. Jakin slammed the table, standing. What? The jolt knocked Reina's meat off her plate, her brow furrowing in annoyance as she glared. Before she spoke, someone asked, so, what's the plan? All thought of Zeke Draker. One said, the Pancration was brutal but impressive. He'll flop in swordsmanship. What can he do if he can't lift a sword? Another added, right? He's so weak he needs custom swords. Regular ones are too heavy. Laughter erupted. A strong, resolute voice cut through. We can't lose to that lowlife. How could he win? You saw it. His pancration victory was luck. Reyna stood. I see. Luck? If you believe that, you don't deserve to be Draker Knights. Reyna grabbed her sword and left. Sword duels, unlike pancration, used real blades, causing most cradle accidents and highlighting skill gaps. A month after this exam, the blessing ceremony would awaken the Draker's aura. At the arena, the head instructor called, Zeke, step up. Zeke advanced, wielding an absurdly long sword, drawing curious glances. What's with that oversized sword? Thinks a bigger blade makes him stronger. Murmurs rose from the stands. Opposite, Reyna approached, declaring, Zeke Draker, I choose you. Her fighting spirit blazed. Fearless, Zeke agreed. Sounds good. I accept. He pointed his sword at her face. Reyna calmly drew her blade. Assessing, he wields that two-handed sword effortlessly. Facing him now, this isn't the Zeke I knew, barely able to lift a sword. Has he grown? His aura. Her thoughts stirred unease. Clenching her jaw, she scolded herself. What am I saying? I can't let him intimidate me. She confidently reaffirmed her challenge, though inwardly less certain. I must fight with all my pride. Zeke mused, as always, but facing the Lightning Knight will be intense. Known as the Lightning Knight, she earned fame in the Continental War, one of the strongest of Draker's next generation. Having awakened aura years before the blessing, she likely did so by now, but avoids using it in the cradle to hone her basics. As both steadied, the instructor shouted, Begin. Reyna flashed like lightning, thrusting her sword at Zeke. He deflected it with his blade. She retreated to maintain distance, then used her speed to circle behind, launching a powerful stab. Zeke raised his sword to block, but the force nearly flung him off the arena. She's better than I expected, he thought. Reyna gave no pause, attacking relentlessly. From the stands, Leon shouted, Stop toying with him, Reyna. Finish him. Reyna pushed harder. Jakin, beside Leon, snapped, Idiot. Does it look like she's toying? From Reyna's perspective, as she pinned Zeke with strikes, she sought a breach. There's a narrow gap, but she was stunned. No matter how fast she exploited it, Zeke's sword met hers, as if mocking her efforts. Another gap appeared. It's like a training duel meant to teach me. Doubting herself, after another clash, Reyna was pushed back, and both paused. Sweat drenched her face from constant attacks, while Zeke, not even sweating, seemed bored. So this is how the Lightning Knight fights in the cradle. Her sword plays honest, as expected from someone obsessed with basics. But that's her limitation. Let's help her break through. Lowering his stance like a stalking panther, Zeke alarmed Reyna. An ultra-low attack stance. He's closing the gap in one move. My speed's not ordinary. As Zeke charged, flashing before her, she thought, he's fast. But with distance, I can counter. She dodged his swing, but Zeke's next move surprised her. He slashed diagonally, scraping the floor, sending stone shards flying into her face, bloodying it. With no time to react, Reyna regained her stance, but Zeke seized her imbalance, swinging at her throat. I'm done, she thought. Miraculously, her speed and strength surged, deflecting Zeke's sword, which lodged in the floor. The crowd roared. Zeke lost. Reyna's unstoppable. As usual, she didn't use aura, but the instructor saw differently wrong. The students didn't notice, but as Zeke's strike neared, Reyna used the tiniest aura, nearly undetectable. Reyna, who swore never to use aura until the academy, was forced to buy that boy. Reyna, dazed, blamed herself, unable to believe she'd used aura. A voice snapped. What are you doing? Seizing her distraction, Zeke charged without hesitation. The fight's not over. He aimed a fist at her throat, drawing blood, forcing her to kneel. The stands erupted. This is a sword duel. We won't tolerate such dirty attacks. Right. A knight abandoning his sword? Reyna won. You've no honor to be a knight. Shameful. Insults rained, but Zeke ignored them. Winning mattered. Reyna, after a brief pause, struggled up. Zeke asked, Want to continue? She fumed, I haven't lost. He hit me because I dropped my guard. Realizing, if that was a dagger, I'd be dead, she reluctantly admitted, I lose. The stands fell silent. Zeke Draker, recently called human scum, had defeated one of Draker's finest. Pan Mark, as referee, could hardly believe it, announcing, the winner is Zeke Draker. Both turned and left in silence. The scene shifts to a dilapidated castle, strewn with countless soldier corpses, evidence of a recent monster attack. As others clean up, two men sit drinking tea in a room. The dark-haired man, face etched with distress, glares at his companion. Aben, how can you sip tea in this mess? They say that bastard Zeke beat Reyna. He glances at a letter on the table. Aben shakes his head lightly. TCH, always so serious. How long until the blessing ceremony? We've got until the next full moon. Seems like a good time to visit home. Standing, he heads for the door, startling his companion. What? You're going yourself? Yeah, he's piqued my curiosity. I want to know what awakening my little brother's gone through. Aben's cold gaze drifts to the window. Back to Zeke. Though his victory shocked the cradle, he simply returned to base and resumed training. Time flew. A month later, on the blessing ceremony day, Zeke was deep in practice. The more he trained, the more puzzled he grew. How did I, with this body, become a red knight in my past life? Opening his status window, he muttered. The screen appeared, showing significant progress after a month of relentless training. Precise stab reached proficiency, critical strike hit veteran level, and agile footwork reached veteran. Scanning the descriptions, Zeke nodded, as expected. One skill's proficiency surpassed mastery. It ranked up, resetting proficiency. I even boosted agile footwork, gained during combat. A knock interrupted. Without turning, he knew. Decker, what is it? Decker reminded him, we leave in 2 hours. All right, I'll join soon. Prepare everything, Zeke nodded. After readying himself, he boarded a carriage to the main estate for the ceremony. Staring ahead, he mused, it's been ages since I was at the main estate. It's the Draker families, in Duke Troy's territory. Though the main house is at the Four Seasons Fortress in the Midlands, the blessing must happen at the estate, the origin of the Dragon Slayer legend. Arriving, Zeke stepped down. Before him loomed the Draker estate, the Dragon's Lair. In the grand hall, children of age gathered for the ritual. Amid their solemn stance, Zeke scanned the room. Asterisk I never noticed before, but these guests are big names I've only read about in continental papers. The family must have sent spies to watch me. Whatever their motives, once they see my awakening fail, asterisk he thought, they'll ignore me. A piercing gaze caught his attention. Turning, his face twisted with rage. Why's that bastard here? Across the hall, two men shook hands. Been a while, huh, one said. Ha. Indeed, Aben replied. Curious, the other asked, so, why were you at the blessing? Someone in this batch catch your eye? Aben waved it off. Nah, other reasons. Just happens my adorable little brother's here. He glanced at Zeke. This was Aben Draker, second son, known as the Sword Lion. Furious but restrained, Zeke reminded himself, asterisk calmed down. I can't do anything now. In my past life, Aben never attended my blessing. Have my actions changed the future? If so, this could be my chance. Asterisk his hand clenched, trembling. Unaware of Zeke's thoughts, the ceremony host announced, let's begin the blessing. Aaron, step forward. Yes, sir, Aaron replied, approaching a massive knight statue wielding a great sword, before which sat a large chalice of water. Knowing the drill, Aaron rolled up his sleeve, dipping his arm into the chalice. Blood dripped from his palm, and the water glowed, light tracing up his arm, unlocking his dantian. Through the blessing, all Drakers awakened their sealed aura upon cradle graduation at 12, far faster than typical knights at 20. Rare cases awaken a Dragon Slayer trait, aura suppression, guaranteeing at least yellow swordsman rank, with some rivaling red or black knights via true blood awakening. Next was Reyna. Her statue emitted red light, delighting Panmark. He ordered a soldier, fetch special gloves for Reyna. Aura suppression required custom family gloves to live normally. True blood heirs receive the Draker name, immense family support, and vast privileges. One by one, children awakened their aura until Zeke's turn. As a direct heir, expectations were high. Finally, the main event, someone murmured. While he awakened, another added, true blood, obviously. He beat Reyna. Zeke heard the chatter, smirking inwardly, asterisk never thought I'd face this damn statue again. Last time was awful. The blessing was my only drive through the cradle, but it branded me with shame. This time's different. I can heal, use ether, and I never gave up. I stood by my will. So, help me, you damn statue. Asterisk he plunged his hand into the cold water. The statue trembled violently. Zeke grinned triumphantly. But seconds later, it stopped abruptly. Spectators gaped. It stopped? That's never happened. Aben stared at Zeke, bewildered. Though expecting this, Zeke's face burned with anger. Asterisk knew it. Shouldn't have hoped for change. That bastard made me so confident. He withdrew his hand. Doubting glances followed. What? He failed? Is that possible? Why? A sneer rang. Guess the patriarch's blood can't overcome the cursed line. Another snapped. Quiet. How'd he beat Reyna then? Must have used tricks. A disgrace. Zeke, used to such scorn, thought, these people never change. No matter. There are other ways to grow strong. Suddenly, the system flooded with notifications, apologies, Zeke Draker. An error hit a message. Zeke stared, confused, as it continued, critical data missing from identifier. Class data inputted via system admin rights. Class input complete. User talent identified as healing sorcerer. Class unlocked. Rare class. Stunned, Zeke thought, missing data? Impossible. He glanced at the statue, now glowing red, like Reyna's awakening. Spectators gasped. Red. True blood awakening. He started with red. Ignoring them, the system added, connection established. Ancient Dragon's blessing, sealed in user's soul, activated. Aben's eyes widened at the anomaly, warrior bloodline talent awakened. Your awakened talents combined, creating a unique class, immortal. The statue's red glow shifted to golden light, bewildering the onlookers. Golden light. What the hell? Is it true blood or not? It was red before, right? Someone stammered. Zeke, hearing the murmurs, wasn't shocked. Their doubts natural, but speaking up now would ruin me. The crowd buzzed. No mana signs. Is the sword statue faulty? Without aura suppression, it can't be true blood. Abruptly, Aben, feigning kindness, clapped to draw attention. Why so serious? 2 true blood awakenings in one batch. Isn't that worth celebrating? The hall exchanged glances, catching his drift. A Draker failing to awaken aura would shame the family. In this ambiguous moment, to save face, they'd treat Zeke's awakening as a true blood success. The guests clapped, right? 2 true bloods. A blessing, they cheered. Aben nodded, satisfied, turning to the head instructor. What are you waiting for? Get gloves for our newest member. Yes, sir. Panmark bowed, signaling for a pair of gloves to be tossed to Zeke. Examining them, Zeke muttered, bit heavy. He stepped aside for others to awaken, but Aben's help only fueled his irritation. His intentions are obvious. Accepting his aid feels like stepping in filth. I can't stand him. Time passed swiftly. After all the children completed the ritual, Panmark announced, the blessing ceremony concludes. A celebratory feast awaits. It's for everyone, so enjoy. The kids, thrilled at the prospect of a break from the cradle's hardships, cheered. Only Zeke, indifferent, left the hall. A stupid feast? There's got to be a training room somewhere. Before he could take a few steps, Aben's voice rang. Hey. Zeke hadn't expected him to approach. The feast's just starting. Where are you off to? Aben asked with a disarmingly gentle smile, but Zeke felt like a venomous snake was eyeing him. He's initiating contact? Aben, playing the ideal brother, extended a hand. Congrats on awakening true blood. Zeke forced a smile, shaking hands to avoid showing hostility. But as their hands neared, Zeke froze, a painful past memory surfacing, chilling the air. Aben noticed Zeke retract his hand, leaving his own hanging. He laughed awkwardly. Haha, this is awkward, Zeke. Zeke gritted his teeth. Even for appearances, I can't shake this scum's hand. Aben, seemingly oblivious to Zeke's anger, waved. Oh well, I'm just glad to see you. Catch you later, Zeke. He patted Zeke's shoulder and left. Zeke waited, then furiously wiped his shoulder, as if Aben's touch dirted it. Fine, see you, he thought, seething. At the feast, chatter about Zeke persisted. 2 true bloods. Yeah, Zeke's golden light was a shock. First time, right? I thought he failed at first. Where is he? Meanwhile, Zeke, in his room, shed his formal attire. Phew, I thought I'd suffocate in there. Dismissing it, he wondered, why am I fine? True bloods have aura suppression, proving they're dragon foes, the source of mana. Since most machines run on mana, true bloods need family gloves. If I were true blood, removing these should have caused issues. Checking his status window, he saw stark changes. His class shifted from healing sorcerer to immortal. New skills appeared. Mana reversal, Rookie A, Master's Domain, Rookie A, and 100 karma points. Curious, Zeke mused. Asterisk, this is different. Not aura suppression, but mana reversal. Need to read more. Asterisk, focusing on mana reversal, the system explained, mana reversal creates a distortion field to neutralize nearby mana. Zeke's eyes lit up. Asterisk, so it's a special skill, not passive, so mana's unaffected. Before the ceremony, I was a rare healing sorcerer, now a unique immortal. Wait, all graduates awaken standard blue aura. Only Reyna got red true blood. Mine started red, then turned golden. The system said the identifier lost critical data. The identifier's that statue? When the system input data, the statue stalled and glowed red. Damn, that's it. The statue doesn't just confirm awakening. It identifies user traits and classes. Red means rare class. Golden means unique. It's an ancient artifact, predating Turkan, Draker's founder. Back then, classes weren't defined, so it only verified awakening. They mistook red, rare class, as true blood. No patriarch noticed. I got karma points then. Let's try. Curious, Zeke confirmed using points for dragon art. His karma dropped from 100 to 90, and notifications flooded. Dragon art unlocked. Accessing dragon art. Level 1. Dragon Eye, detailed info on observed targets. Locked, 20 points. Dragon Aura, subdues enemies with aura. Locked, 30 points. Dragon Devour, consume and digest vast amounts. Locked, 50 points. Zeke muttered. Let's see. I can unlock Dragon Eye and Aura, but consume and digest vast amounts needs 50? Better pick the safer ones. He unlocked Dragon Eye and Dragon Aura, leaving Dragon Devour for later. Let's test Dragon Eye. Activating it. One eye turned golden, like a dragon's. Ugh, expected more. It says detailed info, but nothing's changed, Zeke grumbled, stepping onto the balcony. The view stunned him. Haha, this is insane. The garden statue looks like it's right here. This could be useful. The system prompted, view detailed info on detected object? Curious, Zeke agreed. Data flooded. Oliver Wood tables, an MC Empire crafted drawer. Before he could explore, the glow in his eye faded, and dizziness hit. What? My body. Are all dragon arts like this? Can't use them much. Exhausted, he slumped into a chair, but his healing and vitality restoration auto-activated, easing his fatigue. Zeke's eyes widened. What? I didn't trigger healing. Wait. All class skills turned passive, and their ranks rose. The system read, class skill, auto-healing, body self-repairs, passive. Grinning, Zeke exclaimed, this is nuts. Healing's strong but limited and can't be spammed. Auto-healing's infinite. Gotta test it. Grabbing a nearby dagger, Zeke slashed his arm decisively. Blood poured. Auto-healing kicked in, wounds vanishing without a scar. Stunned, Zeke laughed. No way. 5 years to graduate the academy? Nah, I'll do it in 2. Heh. Draker Academy, the continent's greatest knight academy, draws aspiring knights willing to pay a steep price for admission. The Duchy of Troy, its home, buzzes with life each spring as new semesters begin. Zeke's group, having awakened their aura, enrolled here. Strolling, Zeke observed his peers. Senior students, honed to perfection, resembled adults, though slightly inferior to cradle graduates. Still, they hailed from prominent families. Glancing at cliques forming, Zeke shook his head. They've already staked their territories. This family's rotten to the core. Among the many branch families supporting the supreme Draker clan, 3 held the most sway, dubbed the 3 great families. Turuan for strength, Jim for wisdom, Vardek for wealth. Even their kids mirrored this division. Zeke shrugged, whatever, none of my business, and headed to his dormitory. His dorm, the elite Platinum Tower, boasted training halls, a library, and top-tier facilities, reserved for senior students. Even cradle graduates struggled to gain entry. True blood awakeners, however, received the floor master privilege, ownership of an entire floor, the platinum floor. Upon entering, a maid greeted him. Welcome, Zeke Draker. We've been expecting you. We'll escort you to your designated floor. 2 rows of servants bowed. Welcome, young master. Zeke, flustered by the reception, thought, this is a bit much, even for a true blood. In his past life, he'd never dreamed of such treatment. Isn't this overkill? He chuckled awkwardly. An elderly servant noted, Lord Decker awaits in your room. Zeke hurried to his quarters, asking, "Old man Decker, what's up?" Decker replied, "I have something for you." He presented a luxurious box containing high-grade gloves tailored for true bloods, unlike the temporary pair from the ceremony. Trying them on, Zeke nodded. "These are on another level." "Glad you like them," Decker smiled. Zeke added, "Since I've got new gloves, I want a new sword. What do you think?" Decker agreed. "An excellent choice. Troy's near the Great Mountains, rich in high-quality iron and master smiths. Many say a graduate's first weapon is a lifelong masterpiece." He offered to find a skilled smith, but Zeke declined. "No need. I've chosen someone. I'll go myself. Arrange a meeting." He scribbled a name on paper and handed it to Decker. Reading Garan Handback, Decker's eyes gleamed curiously. "Never heard of them. I'll contact them. Also, classes start tomorrow, so review the materials." Always nagging. "Got it," Zeke grumbled. While Decker arranged the meeting, Zeke skimmed the documents, thinking, "The Platinum Floor's isolation gives me freedom to develop dragon arts." A knock interrupted. "Come in," Zeke called. A maid entered. "Young master, Florena sent a dinner invitation." Curious but unsure why, Zeke nodded. "All right, lead the way." At the rooftop, a garden-like tea party setup awaited. Zeke smirked. "Interesting. Like a Southern gang meetup." Reyna, spotting him, nodded. "Welcome, Zeke Draker. My family's a bit unconventional, sorry." She snapped, dismissing her entourage. Zeke, unfazed, said, "Thanks for the invite. Let's eat, then talk." As Reyna ordered, Zeke studied her, Lightning Knight. She's optimizing her Danteon for aura control, aiming for Purple Knight. So why's her swordplay stalled? Such wasted potential. They dined calmly. Noticing Reyna's stack of plates triple his, Zeke marveled. "I eat a lot, but her appetite's unreal." Reyna, unbothered by his stare, wiped her mouth and cut to the chase. "Zeke, accept the Turin family's support." Zeke's expression hardened. "Seems you forgot. We're both true bloods." Reyna nearly laughed at his naivety. "You misunderstand true blood status. Sure, we get perks. This platinum floor proves it, but we get no developmental aid. Centuries of academic and practical knowledge. Personal instructors for efficient growth. Without these, no matter your wealth, you'll lag. That's why family support matters." Pausing, she cited, "Even Aben Draker, a true blood like us, youngest white knight and now black knight, relied on his mother's gym family. Though my Turin patriarch didn't say why, he said you won't get support from your mother's side." She pressed, "I'll say it again. Accept Turin's support, Draker." Despite her compelling case, Zeke waved it off. No, Reyna's face froze. Curious, she asked, "Why?" "Turin's support isn't a drawback." Standing, Zeke replied softly, "It's not that. I don't need more than what I've got as a true blood. It's not much, but it's enough. For this meal, I'll offer advice. Your sword carries too much force. You're fixated on someone. Listen, Reyna, your greatest strength is flexibility from a nimble body. Don't meet attacks head-on to crush foes. Deflect their strikes and deliver precise, elegant blows. Do that, and you'll grow far beyond now." As he spoke, Zeke flicked his hand, swirling nearby leaves around him like a whirlwind. Reyna's eyes widened in shock. With that, Zeke waved. "Thanks for the meal." Reyna, reflecting on his words, clenched her fist. "Turin stands for strength. I'm just following tradition, not obsessing over others." But he's right. My fixation on proving my Turin worth seeped into my swordplay. He saw through it. As a child, everyone called me a genius, but no one gave real advice. Zeke Draker's different. Who is he? Back at Zeke's position, he wandered the campus, musing, all my class skills have changed. Their efficiency is insane. How am I fine after training all night? This was thanks to this class skill, infinite vitality, which rapidly offset fatigue with boundless energy, a step above robust vitality. In my past life, this place was hell, but as a true awakener now, it's paradise. Money and power aren't everything, but nothing beats this. A voice called from behind. Zeke Draker. "So you're in the special class too?" Turning, Zeke recognized Owen Simon, third son of the Jim family, one of the three great families. Known for their cunning, Owen often manipulated others to bully Zeke while maintaining a perfect image. Why's he acting friendly now? Owen, playing the good guy, said, "I invited you to dinner, but you didn't reply." "Didn't get my letter?" Zeke smirked. recalling the letter in his room. Oh, that thing on my desk? Seeing Zeke's recognition, Owen pressed. Why didn't you respond? Zeke chuckled, his face cold. You're hilarious. Why should I? Owen's attitude shifted, but before he could signal, a lackey stepped forward. How rude. Despite the young master's kindness, Zeke Draker. The speaker was a hulking figure with an arrogant face, but Zeke didn't recognize him. Who's this? The brute laughed maniacally. Haha, you don't know me? Seems cradle kids are worthless. Zeke grasped the lackey's intent, but had no time for games. Turning to leave, he said, I get you're showing off for your master, but know who you're talking to. The brute, done talking, ambushed Zeke with a thunder fist. Zeke's reflexes saved him, merely pushed back unharmed. Assessing the strike, senior students can manipulate basic aura. The attacker, seeing Zeke unscathed, boasted, I'm Durbin Roswell. They call me Durbin the Mighty. For young Master Owen, I'll teach you a lesson. Unaware of the danger, he bragged. Durbin the Mighty? A non-knight with a nickname? Laughable, Zeke mocked, charging. He vanished, reappearing before Durbin, landing a mountain crusher punch to his gut. Blood sprayed from Durbin's nose and mouth as he flew back like a cannonball. To deter further pests, Zeke scanned Owen's lackeys. Durbin the Mighty's down. Who's next? Pick fast. Owen, as cunning as Zeke predicted, showed no anger at his lackey's defeat. Instead, he led his entourage past Zeke. You love basking in glory, huh? Pathetic. As they left, Zeke muttered, Draker Academy splits into two classes. The regular class teaches that without talent, effort prevails with strict dawn-to-dusk regiments. The special class lets you pick electives beyond basics, gathering the greatest elites. Eager for the special class, Zeke entered, scanning the room, but most here are just Cradle alumni. Special class? More like Cradle class. He scoffed, recognizing familiar faces he was sick of. As the class chattered, the professor's voice boomed. To inspire our special class freshmen, we have a distinguished guest. Not only the commander in the Eastern Empire War 20 years ago, but a hero who halted the Empire's invasion with sheer cunning. Please welcome General Howard Draker. A portly old man waddled in, waving. Great to meet you all. Howard Draker, the Academy's headmaster and war hero, was revered as a strategic genius. In truth, he leaked intel to enemies for self-preservation, accidentally causing their chaos. Howard's a lucky traitor, not a hero. That rat framed me, got me expelled, and left me homeless, wandering Troy until slavers sold me to Cato's south. Zeke vowed revenge. After brief chatter, Howard left. The teacher resumed, I trust you've noted the headmaster's words. Now, we begin basic lessons. Grab your swords and head to the arena. The students roared, Yes, sir. At the special class's indoor arena, vast despite being enclosed, Zeke frowned at the lesson. Even the special class drills dragon-slaying basics. In my past life, unable to use aura, I wasted 2 years on what should have taken 3 months. Sighing, please be easy. A young knight spoke. Welcome, students. I'm Andre Draker, teaching you dragon-slaying basics. This was the Rose Knight, Andre Draker. Too young for fame, students didn't recognize him. Who's he? So young, some whispered, that's the Draker uniform. Only Zeke knew him. Not a pure awakener, Andre graduated Valhalla as valedictorian, a once-in-a-century genius, earning the Draker name. Even special class teachers, back at Zeke's position, he wandered the campus, musing, all my class skills have changed. Their efficiency is insane. How am I fine after training all night? This was thanks to this class skill, infinite vitality, which rapidly offset fatigue with boundless energy, a step above robust vitality. In my past life, this place was hell. But as a true awakener now, it's paradise. Money and power aren't everything, but nothing beats this. A voice called from behind. Zeke Draker. So you're in the special class too? Turning, Zeke recognized Owen Simon, third son of the Jim family, one of the 3 great families. Known for their cunning, Owen often manipulated others to bully Zeke while maintaining a perfect image. Why is he acting friendly now? Owen, playing the good guy, said, I invited you to dinner, but you didn't reply. Didn't get my letter? Zeke smirked, recalling the letter in his room. Oh, that thing. Andre's eyes blazed with challenge. Don't worry, I won't use aura on a student. His words thrilled Zeke, exempt from class? Sweet. I can beat Andre. I know his weakness. But with Aben watching, drawing too much attention's risky. I'll just graze his clothes and lose. Gripping his sword, Zeke agreed. All right. He shot forward like lightning, swinging with full force at Andre's throat. the slash whistling through the air. Andre effortlessly parried, knocking Zeke's sword aside. Unfazed, Zeke thought, as expected of a blue knight. This won't be easy. He circled, attacking from all angles, but couldn't breach the Rose Knight's defense. 30 minutes passed, and the students below marveled. 30 minutes, and he hasn't even grazed Andre's clothes. Too strong. Unbeknownst to them, Andre was trembling with fatigue. He eyed Zeke, puzzled. What stamina? Even suppressing my aura, I'm losing to a student. The thought stung. Zeke, noticing Andre's labored breathing, smirked inwardly. Haha, his stamina's still weak. Suppressing aura's a bad move. Draker's aura training is unique. Activate it during practice, daily tasks, even eating and sleeping, like breathing. Andre's fighting without his swordplay's ease, burning stamina faster. Despite failing to land a hit, Zeke analyzed. Losing like this feels off. No choice. I'll force him to use aura. A safe scenario won't cut it. I need an extreme situation to make him use it instinctively. Activating agile footwork, Zeke moved like lightning, flickering around Andre, who struggled to track him. Impossible. How's a student using agile footwork? As Andre faltered, Zeke appeared behind, triggering critical strike. Sensing danger, Andre spun, left with no choice but to use aura. Retreating, he raised his sword overhead. Dragon Slaying Art, Chapter 1, Verse 1, Skyrend. His earth-shaking slash aimed at Zeke, who swiftly raised his sword to block. A deafening clash echoed, stunning onlookers. Zeke's sword cracked, and he sustained heavy injuries. His eyes bloodshot. Damn, that hurts. Activating auto-healing, he thought, now I can pass out. Dropping his sword, he collapsed dramatically, a master actor. Andre sheathed his blade, reluctantly admitting, the student's exempt from remedial classes. Scanning the crowd, he shouted, anyone else want exemption? Silence. No one dared. Feigning anger, Andre barked, then you're all stuck. Raise your swords. You'll drill now. Time flew. At the infirmary, Zeke lounged while others trained, exhausted. Though he didn't graze Andre, forcing him to use aura against his word proved Zeke's prowess. We both won, Zeke mused. Andre's final strike, the basic Sky Rend, lacked impact from a blue knight, but Zeke's stamina and infinite healing could have clinched victory. Still not enough for true freedom to live unbound. I need unstoppable power to never yield to anyone. A pungent whiskey stench hit him. A voice slurred. So, you're Ather's youngest? Startled, Zeke's eyes widened. Who the hell? He eyed the drunken man warily. Amused, the man chuckled. You've got the same eyes as that drunk bastard Ather. Zeke thought. I didn't sense him despite that reek. And calling the Draker patriarch a drunk bastard? Aloud, he asked, who are you? Ignoring the question, the red-haired man countered. What did you do earlier, kid? Gulping whiskey, he baffled Zeke. He's reckless. Zeke pressed. What do you mean? The man set his bottle aside, his gaze sharp. Playing dumb? You were injured, but how'd you heal so fast? Panic surged. He noticed my healing? I can't be exposed. No one here knows. Clenching his fist, Zeke feigned ignorance. No idea what you're talking about. Unsurprised, the man mused. So that's how it'll go? Without warning, he slashed at Zeke's neck. Zeke, vigilant, dodged, or he'd be cleaved like the pillow behind him. Grabbing a blanket, he threw it at the man's face to obscure his view. Instinct screamed, kill him, or he'll kill me. Unleashing skills, agile footwork activated. Precise stab activated. Critical strike activated. Zeke's sword gleamed with lethal intent. He lunged, but the man, sensing the killing aura, effortlessly caught the blade. Zeke froze. The man sneered, your adaptability's impressive. Like a mercenary. The protagonist, Zeke, seethed with confusion and frustration, thinking, who the hell is this guy? Seeing his sword caught, Zeke released it and stepped back to maintain a safe distance. His wary eyes locked onto the opponent, questioning inwardly, who is he? A mercenary? Does he know about my past life? Meanwhile, the red-haired man, Dexter, toyed with Zeke's sword, chuckling. A Draker abandoning his sword and retreating? You'd make a better mercenary than a knight. He flicked the sword back to Zeke, who caught it deftly but kept his guard up. What's he getting at? I haven't felt this powerless since meeting Master. After that clash, it's clear the gap between us is massive. He could kill me effortlessly if he wanted. He's at least a Crimson Knight. No, maybe even stronger. Realizing this, Zeke slightly lowered his defenses, knowing he had no chance against such power. Ahead, unaware of Zeke's thoughts, Dexter asked, That two-handed sword. It's a basic cradle weapon, right? You've got talent, so why use something so mediocre? Before Zeke could respond, the door swung open, and a figure entered, saying, "So you're here." It was Rose Knight Andre. Recognizing the red-haired man, Andre declared, "Gardner Dexter." Zeke, stunned, thought, "Did I hear that right? Gardner? With that strength, he's just a gardener?" Dexter, annoyed, scratched his ear. "You persistent leech, how'd you know I was here, Andre?" Andre replied coolly, "You were at the training hall earlier. You're annoyingly sharp." Dexter sighed boredly. As Andre passed Zeke, he shot him a cold glance. "You can scram. If you're healed, go back, student." Though Andre's tone grated, Zeke had no desire to linger with the monstrous redhead. "Yes, sir," he replied, ready to bolt. But before he could leave, Dexter called out, "Hey kid, if you've got time, visit the West Greenhouse. I'll teach you some useful stuff." Zeke paused, mulling it over, then shook his head. "Nah, I'll pass." He strode out without hesitation, leaving Dexter shouting, "Look at that attitude. Just like that damn Ather." Closing the door, Zeke thought, "Gardner Dexter? Fooling who? If he's strong enough to casually name house head Ather Draker, his power's terrifying. And he likely only took one disciple, Andre, in his lifetime. Dexter Draker, the Whirlwind Knight, a legendary black knight with strength to face a kingdom alone. He was a hot topic when he vanished. Who'd guess he's hiding in this academy? Is that why Andre's here? Dexter was known for his resolute, fearsome demeanor. Rumors even claimed he earned Black Knight for liking black. Zeke dismissed it, probably just nonsense. Dexter's keen interest in him was clear, but training based on mere whim wasn't appealing. If I'm to learn, I'll master his supreme techniques. I'll turn his interest into resolve, Zeke schemed, a calculating smile forming. He began plotting to seize this opportunity. Time passed swiftly, and the scene shifted to a magic theory class. Professor Fan Nong struggled to engage. In this case, what happens? Below, students slumped, dozing, uninterested. Fan Nong answered himself, "Haha, no one knows. When forming an aura formula, resistance can cause real injury." Before he finished, a student raised a hand. "Teacher, I don't get the aura energy flow law you mentioned." Fan Nong's eyes widened. Thrilled someone listened. His face lit up, and Zeke had to prompt, "Teacher?" Snapping back, Fan Nong regained composure, barely hiding his joy. "Sorry, first time I've gotten a question." Smiling, he explained the aura flow thoroughly for Zeke. Class ended, and students griped. "Why learn magic theory at a night academy? It's just nap time," one said. "Yeah, this subject's so dull," another laughed. Unlike the slackers, Zeke found Fan Nong's lecture clear, thinking, he's no ordinary professor. As Zeke packed up, Fan Nong called, "Wait, Zeke." Turning, Zeke asked, "Yes, Professor?" Fan Nong, sheepish, said, "Nothing big, just, it's been ages since I felt I taught a proper class, thanks to you. If you have questions, visit my research lab anytime." Smiling, he added, "I'm a scholarship alum of Diorpha Magic University, so I know a lot." Zeke's estimation of him rose. I knew he wasn't average, but a Diorpha alum, the cradle of magic? Impressive. With such an offer, Zeke wouldn't refuse. "Got it, Professor." Smiling, he thought befriending a mage was never bad. Mages excel at math and quick thinking, better allies than knights. How useful will Fan Nong be? Zeke pondered. As he mused, Dexter appeared on a chair, as if waiting. Less patient than I thought. Just a week, Zeke shrugged mentally. Spotting Zeke in the courtyard, Dexter asked, "Done, kid? Why haven't you come to the West Greenhouse? You know what I meant by useful stuff." Zeke sighed, bluffing. "I told you, I'm not interested." Facing Dexter, a Black Knight repeatedly rejected, he snapped, "What? Why not?" Zeke made excuses. "I know you're great, but I'm busy with personal training." Dexter smirked. "Oh, personal training can't be neglected. Think I'd buy that." Instantly, Dexter loomed behind Zeke. Startled, Zeke's eyes widened. Before he could react, Dexter's hand struck his neck, knocking him out cold. Time passed, and Zeke awoke in the West Greenhouse, where Dexter tended flowers. Rubbing his sore neck, he muttered, "Didn't expect him to hit me." A week was too long for him. Surveying the place, he asked, "So this is the West Greenhouse?" Dexter, pausing his watering, took a swig of liquor. Up, kid? Zeke asked coldly. You kidnapped me? Dexter admitted casually. Yup, kidnapped you. I'm interested in you, kid. Zeke thought, not even hiding it. He's impatient. Activating agile footwork, he aimed to dash forward like a breeze, thinking, not yet, old man. But how can my speed match Dexter's? In a blink, Dexter blocked him, forcing Zeke back. Yet Dexter was already beside him. No matter how Zeke tried to escape, he couldn't outrun Dexter's freakish speed. He's still toying with me, Zeke thought helplessly. Time to spark something. Testing, he asked. What's so interesting about me? Dexter countered. How do you heal internal injuries so fast? Zeke froze for seconds, but regained composure, smirking. So that's what bugs him. Sensing a way to hook Dexter, he said coolly, if you're that curious, make me answer. Dexter's face grew pensive, as if weighing something. Then he vanished. Zeke, startled, thought he's gone. Where? Scanning around, he missed a spinning sword hurtling from afar. At the last moment, Zeke sensed it, dodging and grabbing it, shouting, Dexter, what are you doing? Dexter grinned. You said make you answer, but that's too easy. Let's bet. He continued. If you can touch my clothes even once, I'll grant you a wish. But if you give up in this fight, you'll spill everything you're hiding. Dexter's face twisted into a maniacal grin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Like it or not, you're in this now. Zeke, reluctantly dragged into the challenge, had no choice but to agree. The duel began, and time flew until late afternoon. The greenhouse was a dust-choked mess from their clash. Dexter thought, what's this kid made of? 3 hours, and not only does he have insane stamina and endurance, but his wounds heal without limit. Meanwhile, Zeke climbed from the rubble, struggling to stand. Dexter's gaze fixed on him, astonished, as Zeke's self-healing and endless stamina skills activated. Zeke mused, I could go all day, but I can't win this bet. Dragon Might, it's risky, I've never used it. But against a Black Knight, it's no issue. Zeke's aura surged, his eyes turning cold, reminiscent of his past life. Let's keep going. Dexter, delighted, nodded. That look, perfect. Zeke readied himself, exuding a powerful presence. Agile footwork activated. He attacked, slashing relentlessly. Dexter dodged, thinking, he's repeating attacks. He's fast, but compared to that leech or the Turuan girl, he's nothing. Yet his malice outshines his persistence. I love it. Time for some light aura. Dexter slipped a hand into his pocket. Then, Zeke activated Dragon Might. His eyes blazed. Dexter blocked a strike barehanded, shattering Zeke's sword into fragments. Dexter analyzed. Did he just obscure my vision? Still, he'll struggle to track me. Dust clouded their sight, obscuring directions. Zeke emerged behind Dexter, eyes glowing, dragon sight activated. Zeke swung horizontally at Dexter, but something fell off. Tracks remained on the ground, but Dexter was gone. Zeke realized, that's his signature move, a simple high-speed dash creating a gust. No wonder he's the Whirlwind Knight. Suddenly, Dexter appeared behind him. Caught off guard, Zeke heard, call it a draw, kid. A powerful punch sent Zeke spitting blood, followed by a mirror blade strike that hurled him like an explosion. A system warning blared. Your exhaustion exceeds safe limits. For your safety, consciousness will be forcibly shut down. Zeke thought. Like teacher, like student. Damn it. His vision faded, and he passed out. Hours later, Zeke awoke, scanning his surroundings. My room? Dexter brought me back. Sighing, he reflected. Almost had him. Worthy of a Black Knight. I did everything possible, and it was useless. I lulled Dexter with repetitive attacks 100 times. At the critical moment, I used Dragon Might to create an opening, paired with Dragon Sight to strike, and it still wasn't enough. That final move was surely his secret technique. Absurdly fast movement, honed to physical perfection. It's what let Andre, with weaker stamina, reach Crimson Knight. Shame I missed learning it, but it was worth it. Dragon Might's pressure even made a Black Knight hesitate. Most small fries would collapse instantly. A system prompt appeared. You have one unread message. Notifications flooded. D-rank skill agile footwork upgraded to C-rank high-speed movement. Your soul has grown due to your strong willpower. Soul growth has unlocked new system functions. Unlock further functions with causality points. Zeke read, stunned. Available functions. Minimap. Displays terrain via map interface. Locked. 20 points. Storage. Stores items within capacity. Locked. 20 points. Beginner quest book. Includes guides and tasks for low-level admin growth. Locked. 45 points. Current causality points. 40. Scanning. He muttered. So much at once. Besides storage, let's check that first. System. Select desired items to store in storage. Retrieve by using them normally. Item name, appearance, and storage space depend on size and weight. Expand storage with causality points. Zeke considered, grabbing his shattered sword. I activate skills by thinking. Storing should work the same. Focusing. Store, store, store. The sword vanished. The system showed. Two-handed sword stored, occupying 28 storage slots. So that's what it means by space depending on size and weight. To retrieve, think of its name or shape. Visualizing the sword, it reappeared in his hand. Grinning, he said, I thought of subspace storage. This is better than expected. Recalling his past life, such treasures were pricey and rare, tough to find containers for. I can even upgrade storage with points. This function's overpowered. Mid-thought, the system displayed low-level admin status window. Name, Zeke Draker. Class, Immortal Singular. Title, Blessed by Ancient Dragon. Reading, he mused, low-level admin functions? What happens at higher levels? If these points are so valuable, I can't use them recklessly. Time to rethink my future plans. A voice called, May I enter, young master? Zeke replied, Come in. The butler, Decker, entered. Zeke asked, What's up? Decker said, A message for you. The sender said you'd know it's from the gardener Dexter. Handing over a handwritten letter, Zeke smirked. Not a total loss. The note read, Kid, challenge me again anytime. Zeke recalled Dexter's words, call it a draw. So that's what he meant by a draw? The chance was still there. The butler bowed, adding, One more thing. I found the blacksmith you mentioned. Zeke perked up, Really? When's the meeting? Decker hesitated. There's the problem. The blacksmith declined. Zeke frowned. What? What? Decker showed an image of a drunken man sprawled among swords. He no longer forges weapons. The next morning, Zeke visited the blacksmith's home. He thought, It's been a while. Papney's Breath is a prestigious name for a forge. Stepping into the large house, he called, Anyone home? Inside, swords littered the floor and hung on walls, with beer cans scattered everywhere. Amid the chaos, a sword glowed brilliantly, Ganon's masterpiece. The blacksmith had said it was the price for saving his life, earning him the title Soul Forger. Known for reading souls before crafting, he forged a sword that could substitute light aura with energy, meeting any wielder's needs. The greatest blacksmith on the continent. Zeke spotted a man chugging liquor. Thinking, What's with his state? The man finally noticed Zeke, grumbling, Hey kid, what's this? This ain't a place for brats. Scram. Before Zeke stood Ganon Ham, the Soul Forger. Though emotional, he wasn't usually this extreme. What happened to him before we met? Zeke grabbed a bucket of water and, without hesitation, doused Ganon, stunning him. Tossing the bucket aside, Zeke approached with a friendly smile. Awake now? I want to know why you rejected my request. Ganon glared but froze upon seeing the emblem on Zeke's glove. Stammering, Draker, he bowed frantically. I apologize for my disrespect. A useless man like me can't craft what others want when I can't even make what I need. Zeke, puzzled, watched Ganon tremble, thinking, even Ganon went through this phase. Back then, he was already the continent's greatest blacksmith. He never shared his past. Maybe he wanted to hide this. Zeke couldn't wait a decade for Ganon to recover. Ganon clutched his head, muttering, Why am I so useless? Can I even craft weapons anymore? What's a blacksmith who can't forge? Zeke shouted, Ganon Ham. Ganon apologized. Please forgive my rudeness, sir. Zeke shook his head. Don't worry. I want to see your failed works. Ganon perked up. Let me show you the back. Zeke thought. No choice. I'll guide him back myself. In the backyard, Ganon scratched his head. Sorry, sir, for the mess. Zeke waved it off. It's fine. Before them, swords were stabbed into the ground. Zeke marveled. They're captivating. Ganon, shy, said, Thank you. As Zeke stepped forward, Ganon warned. Sir, be careful. Even failures, they're sharp. Zeke examined them. These and this one. They're not failures. Their quality rivals those from his peak as the continent's greatest. Activating Dragon's Sight, Zeke confirmed, as I thought. He asked, your furnace has issues, right? Ganon, shocked, how'd you know? Zeke continued, you've optimized your unique smithing style, mixing metals for lighter, finer materials. He swung a sword, which shattered. But durability's poor. The issue is impurities not properly removed during heat treatment. Ganon, astonished, thought. He instantly recognized my method, pinpointed the flaw, and its cause. Clenching his fists, he said, Sir, this is sudden, but I have a request. Zeke replied, What? Inside, Ganon revealed a detailed blueprint. Can you look at this? Zeke studied it, thinking, Ganon's secret, the magic furnace design he revealed years later. He recalled Ganon saying, Why hide it from my savior? A furnace with magic-adjusted heat is my secret. Back to now, Zeke said. With this, your smithing will work perfectly. Ganon grinned mischievously. I knew you'd see it. Zeke asked, You have the full design. Why not build it? Ganon's face fell. The key part is the aura energy law. Building it via a magic tower costs 10,000 gold. Zeke, stunned, thought, a family of 4 lives on 10 gold monthly. That's 1,000 times more. No wonder it took him a decade. He muttered, That's absurd. Ganon pleaded, I need your help. As a Draker and true blood awakened, if you fund this furnace, I'll fulfill any request, free, unconditionally, until my last breath. Zeke thought, this is tough but doable. As a true blood house guardian, I could secure 10,000 gold, but I can't abandon the radiant sword. Then, realizing, his biggest issue is the aura energy law. Wait, grabbing the blueprint, he said, All right, I'll do it. Ganon, grateful. Really, sir? Zeke turned to leave. I know a mage who can help. If I get answers, I'll let you know. Oh, and stop drinking. Ganon, tears streaming. Thank you. Truly thank you. I'll serve you forever. His sobbing was a mess. Thank you, my savior. Zeke, exasperated. All right, I get it. Stop. I'll update you when it's done. Later, at Draker Academy's research building, Zeke mused, why do those magic tower bastards charge so much? The design looks simple. Fan Nong specializes in aura energy law design. His lab might have answers. Pausing, his eyes narrowed at an alley. Old memories surged. In that alley, cadets bullied Zeke. He'd sobbed, clinging to their legs. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Please spare me. The leader snarled, What? Zeke knelt, tears flowing. I apologize, Sir Conrad. I dared touch your noble body. Conrad shoved Zeke's head down. Good words, Zeke. As a reward, clean the dirt you stained. Zeke meekly bowed. Thank you, Sir Conrad. Now, Zeke seethed, those bastards. Those memories still burn. Their curses echo. Trash like you only hinders others' existence. Conrad had beaten Zeke's face bloody, with onlookers cheering. Conrad raged. That damn Zeke too. An unprecedented golden light reaction. A true blood awakened above all. Losing to that lowlife scum was inevitable due to his sneak attack before the match. But how did that lucky trash beat me to become a true blood? From afar, Zeke approached, taunting, Wow, so quick. Already found my replacement. His face cold, eyes murderous. You've got 3 seconds. Get on the ground, or you're dead. The scene was intense, but the thugs showed no fear. One pointed at Zeke, taunting, Your arrogance has gone through the roof since you awakened true blood, Zeke Draker. Are you sure you're really awakened? Furious, Zeke jabbed a finger at him. Shut it. Get down, or don't blame me. A terrifying pressure radiated from Zeke. Across from him, Lion, sweating, thought, What's this pressure? Just months ago, he was a nobody before me. Now I'm scared of him. Anger surged, fueling his resolve. Lion roared. How dare you talk to me like that, you lowlife? Get him. He ordered his lackeys. The loyal goons charged, grinning, thinking Zeke was an easy target. Zeke sighed. I warned you, don't cry later. Dodging the first punch, Zeke smashed a fist into the attacker's face, blood spraying as he collapsed. Instantly, he hooked another's chin, sending him sprawling. A third swung from above, but Zeke caught his arm, twisting and hurling him into another. A knee strike to the face knocked out the next, eyes rolling back. Lion's crew was mercilessly thrashed, each felled with a single blow. Lion watched, dumbfounded. Impossible. Is this really the Zeke Draker I know? After dispatching the rabble, Zeke turned to Lion, voice icy. No need to fear me. Trust me, it'll only hurt for a moment. Panicked, Lion drew his sword, trembling. Stay back. Come closer, and I'll cut you. His bravado betrayed by shaking hands. Zeke's eyes grew colder at the drawn sword. You drew a blade outside the training grounds? You know what that means, right? His voice dripped with killing intent. To counter Lion's murderous intent, drawing a sword outside the sacred training grounds. I, a Draker, respond with my honor. The duel ahead ends when one of us dies. This is our sole duty, free of responsibility for the outcome. Liam Stone, you're the witness. Let's proceed. Zeke's tone held a thrill. The foolish Lion had handed him a chance to end this for good. But before Zeke could act, Lion, terrified, wet himself. Dropping his sword, he begged. I'm sorry, Lord Zeke Draker. Please let me live. Spare me. Seeing Lion's pathetic state, memories of Zeke's own past humiliation flooded back, beaten, begging for mercy, cursing inwardly. Damn this idiot. Zeke had no interest in killing him. With a swift slash, he sliced off Lion's left ear. Lion screamed, clutching the wound. Sheathing his sword, Zeke grabbed Lion's hair, warning, I'll take your ear as payment. Lion sobbed, my ear. Zeke pressed his hand on Lion's head. If your ear's reattached by our next meeting, I'll take your head instead. He slammed Lion's face into the dirt, forcing him to taste the humiliation Zeke once endured. Done, Zeke exhaled, shrugging as if nothing happened, and walked off. Turning to Liam Stone, who struggled to stand, he asked, Why'd you help me? Zeke smiled faintly, Don't overthink it. I wasn't helping you, just myself. A whisper to his past, weak self. Leaving the alley, Zeke scratched his head. Damn, Ganon's rubbing off on me. Almost said something cringy. Time passed, and the scene shifted to Fan Nong's lab. Zeke presented the blacksmith's blueprint, asking, Is it feasible, Professor? Fan Nong studied it, replying, Straight up, it's feasible. Zeke's eyes lit up, really? Will you take it on? But things were never that simple. Fan Nong cautioned, Hold on, hear me out. The overall structure's simple, but the core, responsible for energy output, is the heart of it. Pointing at the blueprint, he explained, The circuits have tricky limitations. Minor issues, but they demand sufficient energy and instant output adjustment. That's unprecedented. Zeke's smile faded. Probing, but it's doable, right? Yes, Fan Nong confirmed. 2 options for the core. I could tweak the design myself, but that'd take a decade, maybe 15 years. 15 years? Zeke yelped. Yup, it's time-intensive, Fan Nong said calmly. Option 2, skip core tweaks and use equivalent materials. Saves time, but you'd need high-grade compressed aura stone. Zeke bolted upright. What? Isn't that an ancient artifact, impossible to make now? Fan Nong nodded. Exactly. Ancient artifacts are rare, and finding one in ruins is harder. A suitable aura stone could cost over 3,000 gold. Summing up, want it fast? Money. Zeke's energy drained. He muttered, I'd be expelled if anyone found out I can't use light aura. 15 years is too long, and 3,000 gold is insane. Damn, I can't give up Ganon's radiant sword. Most thought Zeke used light aura due to his blessing ceremony, but it was just his healing skill and energy mimicking it. I still can't use light aura, he admitted. Zeke's power is hard for humans to control. Besides Master's spirit sense skill, I can't use sword techniques with light aura. It only enhances my body, far inferior to versatile, easy-to-use light aura. That's why I need Ganon's radiant sword. How do I find a high-grade compressed aura stone? The future looked bleak. Despite Zeke's distress, Fan Nong, engrossed in the blueprint, didn't notice, praising. By the way, the designer's extraordinary. Even with a complex core, it's a superior design, tough to craft even in the Golden Era. Zeke's body jolted, eyes blazing. Golden Era artifacts. Why didn't I think of that? Grinning confidently, he stood. Professor, please hold on to this until I return. Fan Nong eyed him like a fool. What? You want me to spend 15 years perfecting it? Zeke laughed. Haha, no way. I'll bring one back. What I mean is a highly compressed spirit stone. The Golden Age was a historical period marked by the War of Liberation, where humanity rose up against the dominion of dragons. This era ended with the defeat of the evil dragon Bahamut, vanquished by Turkin Drakkar, the first head of the Drakkar family. Thanks to this victory, humanity enjoyed a century of peace. During that time, many ancient artifacts were discovered in dragon caves. These were relics from the era of the Hero King, the pinnacle of magic. These artifacts, with techniques and magic far surpassing modern standards, included the highly compressed spirit stone, capable of supplying spiritual energy to an entire village, a treasure from the Hero King's era. The scene shifts to the central library of Drakkar Academy. Though rarely visited, it is maintained as a legacy. The library is said to have been established by Turkin himself during the Academy's expansion. The library's archive room holds records related to artifacts from the Golden Age. During those days of excavation, countless artifacts were unearthed, sparking a frenzy across the continent. However, their true significance remains unrecognized today. Zeke wanders through the archive room, searching for clues, but after a while, he sighs. I could rummage around all day and still find nothing. Out of options, he activates his Dragon's Eye skill. Immediately after, Zeke notices something unusual, a wall tile emitting a strange red glow. Without hesitation, he rushes over and taps on it. The protagonist examines the tile he's just discovered. When he taps it, a hollow sound echoes, confirming his suspicion. This is it, Zeke thinks to himself. Wasting no time, he uses the spirit sense power of his origin spirit, a technique he learned from his master. This skill allows Zeke to materialize his will, applying attributes like cutting and manipulation in various situations. However, it has a major drawback. It consumes a significant amount of energy for any action. Zeke's energy blade easily slices through the tile, but the effort leaves him drenched in sweat, exhausted. Looks like using this skill is still too much for me, he mutters. He carefully removes the tile, slips through the opening, and places it back to conceal the entrance. Inside, Zeke finds himself in a dark underground palace. He has to use a torch to light his way. As he moves forward, he mumbles, "The reports didn't mention it was this deep." Just then, he hears footsteps, startling him. He quickly extinguishes the torch and listens carefully. The sound grows closer, making Zeke suspicious. It should be at least a decade before anyone discovers these ruins. Could someone have found them before me? Thinking this, he cautiously peeks out. Before him are two skeletons, one wielding a spear, the other a shovel. Zeke frowns. Skeletons, huh? All right, this shouldn't be too tough. He swiftly draws his sword from his inventory and activates his critical strike skill. In an instant, he beheads the spear-wielding skeleton. Then, with a powerful swing, he cleaves the shovel-wielding one in half. As both are defeated, a notification appears before Zeke. You have defeated two skeletons. Gain 2 karma points. Current karma points, 22. Seeing this, Zeke feels like he's stumbled upon a new treasure. Oh, right. I can earn points by defeating monsters. Isn't this the best way to farm points? I completely forgot about this while focusing on the artifacts. Excited, Zeke grips his sword and sets off to find more lovable skeletons to send to their next life. I'm coming for you, my precious points. He realizes these monsters are weak, harmless, and provide karma points. As he casually collects points, Zeke begins to strategize. This is too easy. The beginner quest book requires 45 karma points. The minimap only needs 20, and skills like Dragon's Eye, Devour, and second-tier skills require 50. With my current points, I can only unlock the minimap. With that, Zeke activates the minimap function. A holographic interface appears, displaying the surrounding area. Looking at the red dot marking his position, Zeke quickly grasps the situation. The protagonist gazes at the 3D map in amazement. He notices a distinct area in the corner of the map and wonders, what's this? He touches the area, and the system instantly switches the map from 2D to 3D for better visualization. Impressed by this flexibility, Zeke can't help but exclaim, "Amazing! This is exactly what I need." The protagonist's excitement grows as his eyes fixate on a room glowing red. He wonders, why is only that room a different color? He taps it, and the system displays a prompt. Would you like to navigate to the selected location, storage room? Options: yes or no. Seeing this, Zeke is astonished. Storage room? In the past, the exploration team took days to find this place, and I found it this easily. Without hesitation, he confirms. The system responds immediately. We will provide the fastest route to your designated location. The 3D map automatically traces a path to the room. Seeing this, Zeke can't help but laugh. Haha, unbelievable. With this, how could I ever get lost? Following the map's guidance, Zeke arrives at a massive door. He pauses and mutters, "This must be it. But how do I get in?" He touches the door. Instantly, a protective spell activates, repelling his hand. Zeke frowns at the door. A safeguard charm. Good thing I'm wearing gloves, or I might have lost my hand. I can't break through this spell. Frustrated, Zeke asks the system, "System, can't you open it for me?" Surprisingly, the system responds, "We have received the administrator's request. Connecting to the security device. Safeguard charm has been disabled." Zeke is stunned. Huh? You're responding to what I said. The system replies, "Correct, Administrator Zeke Draker. Do you have any further requests?" The protagonist is momentarily shocked. He didn't expect to be able to interact with the system. Regaining his composure, he asks, "If that's the case, why was I forced to reincarnate?" The system responds, "I cannot answer that question." Zeke presses, "Then what is this administrator system?" "I cannot answer that question." "Who created you?" "I cannot answer that question." "Do you have any further requests, Administrator Zeke Draker?" Zeke sighs in frustration. "Damn it, I didn't get any answers." He commands, "Open the door." The system confirms, "Administrator's request confirmed. Tomb of the Dragon Slayer, storage room has been unlocked." The massive door rumbles and slowly opens. Behind the door lies a vast room filled with neatly arranged wooden chests. Zeke's eyes light up. Treasure chests? As the name suggests, they're filled with valuable artifacts and treasures. Finding even one would be a miracle. He approaches and opens the nearest chest. Inside are dazzling jewels and gems radiating brilliant light. Zeke is nearly blinded by the glow. "Ha! There are hundreds of chests like this?" Thrilled, Zeke begins opening all the chests to reveal their precious contents. Finally, he finds 4 supreme spirit stones. Zeke is overjoyed. Even better, for highly compressed spirit stones. I'll use points to expand my inventory, but it still won't be enough space. Looks like I'll have to keep coming back until I graduate. After stowing the artifacts, Zeke prepares to leave. But suddenly, he senses an unusual aura. He turns back, a chilling sensation washing over him. What's this aura? Why does it feel so eerie? Zeke touches the wall to investigate. Suddenly, a complex magic circle appears beneath his feet and activates instantly. Stunned by the strange formation enveloping him, Zeke is teleported away in an instant. Next, waiting until he reappeared once more, Zeke found himself inside some sort of warehouse. Realizing he had been abruptly teleported, Zeke became highly alert, scanning his surroundings and asking the system, "System, where is this?" In response, the system promptly answered, "The administrator is currently inside the sanctuary of the Dragon Slayers." Returning to Zeke, as the room seemed to pose no immediate danger, he lowered his guard slightly. Zeke began to recall knowledge from his previous life. The sanctuary of the Dragon Slayers? Huh? In my past life, the news never mentioned a room filled with chests. With that, he opened his mini-map to check his location and silently calculated. As expected, it's not too far from my previous position, but there's no path leading to the sanctuary of the Dragon Slayers. If that's the case, this must be an undiscovered location from my past life. I can't let this opportunity slip. Zeke thought excitedly. Next, he pushed aside the lid of a stone coffin in the room, revealing a full suit of armor inside. At the same time, the system issued a notification. Exclusive Dragon Slayer equipment has been discovered. Looking at the notification, Zeke curiously lifted the armor and inspected it from all angles to see what made it special. Exclusive Dragon Slayer equipment? It definitely doesn't look like the armors from the Golden Age that I know, he muttered, before noticing a slot at the back of the armor's neck, seemingly designed to hold something. Then, a spark of realization flashed in Zeke's mind. He took out a high-grade compressed spirit stone from his inventory. Wait a minute, could it be? But I can't just leave it like this, can I? Zeke speculated aloud and tried inserting the stone into the slot. As expected, his intuition was spot on. The stone began to emit intense energy, activating the armor. Spirit energy has been installed into the exclusive Dragon Slayer equipment. Activating equipment. Following the notification, the armor's eyes suddenly lit up. The protagonist grinned with excitement. Just a second later, the armor's body sprang to life, much to Zeke's astonishment. To stay safe, he stepped back a few paces. Then, out of nowhere, the armor suddenly exploded. Equipment malfunction due to overload. Activation failed. A small explosion is expected shortly. Please evacuate immediately. The system frantically warned. However, before the notification could even finish, the armor had already blown up. Zeke, bruised and battered, grumbled, "Damn it, it already exploded." The system sheepishly responded, "Apologies." Putting the incident aside, Zeke couldn't help but marvel at the armor, exclaiming, "So, a high-grade compressed spirit stone was just the power source for this armor? What kind of functions does it have that require such a tremendous amount of energy? I'll have to ask Fan Known later." Zeke wondered, but decided to explore the place first. With that, Zeke began moving around, inspecting the warehouse. However, he found nothing. The other rooms were completely empty. "This is the last room," Zeke muttered. His gaze fell upon a spacious room with a glass case placed at its center. He thought to himself, the entire room has just this one glass case. Compared to that treasure vault earlier, this room is practically fit for a beggar. That was what Zeke thought until the system issued another notification. "You have discovered the legacy of Tarek Draker, the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut." Looking at the notification, with no other signs of danger, sweat began to pour down Zeke's face from tension. Tarek Draker, that man was truly insane. Leaving behind the heart of the dragon he defeated as a legacy. Zeke sighed, then thought, so that eerie feeling I sensed in the storage earlier was this. But now, it feels entirely different. Zeke let out a groan, unaware that the strange aura he was sensing was growing increasingly potent. It began to affect him. The cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut has reacted to the administrator. Returning to Zeke, the aura of the black dragon started to warp his thoughts. "All right, I hear you. Looks like there's no other choice. Fine, I'll slaughter them all." A strange thought began to creep into Zeke's mind. But at that moment, the system activated the unyielding mental defense skill for him. Zeke's eyes snapped back to clarity, and he immediately noticed a malevolent black aura enveloping him. "What the hell is this? What's going on?" he shouted, still unsure of what was happening before him. For the first time, the system assigned him a task, sudden quest. Tarek Draker's trial. Overcome the powerful curse inscribed on the heart of Bahamut. Quest reward. Ownership of Tarakin's legacy. The protagonist, still stunned, read the notification. But at that moment, one of his eyes had already been tainted black by the influence of the evil dragon. Even though the system tried to activate the unyielding mental defense skill again, it failed. Now, Zeke had to battle the influence of the aura alone. His mind was filled with countless bizarre voices, urging him to destroy and ravage everything around him. The voices caused his head to throb as if it were splitting in two. To stop this, Zeke slammed his head hard against the glass case in front of him. The action caused the case to shatter into pieces. Endless nonsense, so annoying. Talking about freedom? Freedom is something you seize, you fool. The protagonist sneered, his face covered in blood. This action stopped the strange aura from bothering him further. The system announced, "You have overcome the curse of the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. Sudden quest completed. Quest reward. Ownership of Tarakin's legacy has been obtained." The glass case crumbled into pieces. Before Zeke stood a heart engulfed in flames. With no time to focus on it, Zeke collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. "Damn it. I was this close to being done for. I can't believe my skill failed to activate. What was that just now?" Zeke wondered to himself. While he was lost in thought, the system automatically performed several actions. Self-healing class skill activated. Endless stamina class skill activated. Beginning absorption of the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. The protagonist, exhausted with wounds on his body and a blood-streaked face, stood before the heart of the evil dragon, which suddenly pulsed and emitted a beam of light. The light shot straight into Zeke's chest, causing him to endure pain as if his body were being torn apart. What is this? Zeke screamed in agony. Condensed divine spirit energy is rushing into my body, but I don't have a spirit vortex to contain it. This vast amount of spirit energy with nowhere to go is destroying my body. What do I do? Around him, the spirit energy grew increasingly intense, illuminating a large area in red. Something, Zeke reminded himself. Then, gritting his teeth to endure the pain, he tackled the issue. Full-body absolute seal technique. Encase the spirit energy in ether and seal it within the ether chamber. Zeke thought through clenched teeth, channeling all the ether in his body to seal the immense spirit energy. Then, a massive explosion occurred where he stood, sending up clouds of smoke and dust. Moments later, as the dust settled, Zeke's body remained unscathed within the haze. However, the violent energy continued to ravage his body. A few seconds later, the ferocious energy finally subsided. Only then could the protagonist let out a sigh of relief. So, I survived, huh? With that, he surveyed the devastated surroundings and mused, the heart is gone. So that spirit energy belonged to Bahamut. The protagonist concluded. At that moment, his eyes lit up with curiosity. From the faint reflection of a broken glass shard, Zeke saw a tattoo of the evil dragon on his chest. Unable to resist, he touched the tattoo and muttered, "Is this because I sealed Bahamut's spirit energy?" As soon as he spoke, a flood of system notifications appeared before him. Absorbed spirit energy has refined the administrator's body. The administrator's physique has transformed into the heavenly bone body. Detected administrator's power cannot be processed, compressing and sealing 95% of the power. As the heir, you gain access to Terrakin Draker's secure archive, activating beginner-level quest, providing guidance for low-level administrators. Returning to Zeke, the influx of new information overwhelmed him. Heavenly Bone Body, Terrakin Draker's secure archive, quest guidance. Another pile of bizarre stuff. As usual, Zeke waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I'll deal with it later. Clear it for now." But at that moment, another screen suddenly appeared. His expression shifted. "Hold on. Wait a second. Go back to that. My ancestor was truly generous." He stroked his chin with a sly grin. The screen displayed a notification. "Would you like to unlock another legacy of Terrakin Draker?" After Zeke confirmed his agreement, the system immediately announced, "The administrator's request has been confirmed. Unlocking the second legacy of Terrakin Draker." Instantly, the second legacy appeared before Zeke's eyes. Though its nature was not yet revealed, Zeke's eyes lit up with surprise. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to Zeke's private room in the Platinum Tower. After carefully storing some valuable jewelry in his personal cabinet, Zeke finally had some free time to review his own status. "Looks like the cleanup is almost done. Let's take a closer look," he said cheerfully, swiftly opening his status window. He noticed that his personal information had undergone some changes. Under his title, a new description had been added: Heir of Terrakin Draker, Sovereign Authority over Dragonkind. Physique, Heavenly Bone Body. Techniques, Dragonkin Technique. Word Spirit, infusing power into words. Locked, will unlock upon meeting conditions. Looking at these status lines, Zeke nodded and remarked, "Quite a few expansions here. Let's see what else there is." With that, he began clicking on each new description to check them. The system promptly provided an explanation. Sovereign Authority over Dragonkind. Allows summoning and commanding subdued Dragonkind. Heavenly Bone Body. Optimizes physical capabilities, accelerates martial arts learning, and enhances energy conduction. Reading these descriptions, Zeke's eyes narrowed slightly. Just descriptions don't tell me much. And earlier, I caught a glimpse that it's not just the second legacy of Terrakin, but also a system window related to Terrakin. "System, show me all notifications related to Terrakin," he said softly. In response, the system immediately issued a notification. To access Terrakin's secure archive, data synchronization is required. Please move to a synchronization point. Would you like the synchronization coordinates displayed on the mini-map? Terrakin's secure archive? What's that? So I have to go to a designated location to access it. Zeke grumbled. "Show me the location." Instantly, the mini-map appeared before him. The designated location left Zeke unable to hide his astonishment. This is Valhalla, the premier knight training academy. No one except authorized individuals can even approach, let alone enter. Even for me, sneaking into Valhalla is impossible. Entering Valhalla wasn't part of my plan, but if something like Tarakan's legacy is there, it's worth revising my plans. Looks like I'll have to stay with this cursed family longer than expected. With that thought, he clicked on another description to check. This time, it was about the beginner-level quest. Beginner-level quest. Initiate guidance for low-level administrators. After the guidance, quests will become available to support the administrator's development. Completing quests will grant additional rewards. Reading the system's explanation, Zeke nodded. Even a complete idiot could understand this. So I'll take on quests and get rewards upon completion, like an adventurer's guild or mercenary missions. But what does this guidance mean? He wondered to himself. As if to answer him, the system automatically activated the guidance, initiating guidance for low-level administrators. As soon as the notification appeared, the space around Zeke suddenly changed, transforming into a simulated environment like those in video games. The sudden change piqued Zeke's curiosity, and he looked around. What's this? Where am I? Was I teleported again like last time? No, this feels different, like the entire space has shifted. Zeke speculated nervously. Then, from behind him, the ferocious growls of some kind of monster echoed. Hearing the sound, Zeke quickly turned to look and saw a group of large, ferocious orcs slowly being generated by the system. Accompanying this, a guidance notification appeared. Guidance quest. Defeat the monsters that appear within the time limit. Use at least 2 skills. Reward, system shop access points. Time limit, 60 minutes. Seeing the notification, Zeke's mind immediately pieced together its purpose. Orcs suddenly appearing in a prearranged quest, paired with this guidance, means it's creating situations where I can actively use the system. This should have been provided earlier. He grumbled. But while he was still lost in thought, the orcs surrounded him and swung their massive spiked clubs straight at him. The blow was so powerful it caused an explosion on the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Fortunately, despite thinking about the system quest, Zeke hadn't lowered his guard, knowing he was surrounded by monsters. As they attacked, he simultaneously activated his high-speed movement and chain-slash skills to dodge and counterattack. Zeke's sword moved like a flash of lightning, cutting the orcs into countless pieces before they could even react. His ability to do this so effortlessly was partly due to the heavenly bone body, which optimized his physical capabilities, accelerated martial arts learning, and enhanced energy conduction. Zeke thought to himself in surprise, wow, the sword in my hand feels as light as a feather. So this is the effect of the heavenly bone body. At this level, I could easily take down a commander-level enemy. After finishing off the orcs, the system announced, guidance quest completed. Following that, the simulated space around him gradually dissipated as if it had never existed. Oh, I'm back. So it was all just an illusion? The realism is no joke, Zeke nodded, sheathing his sword into his inventory. Then, the system issued the rewards for completing the quest. Bonus reward. Critical hit added to rewards. Bonus reward. Time added to rewards. Quest reward, 40 points. Shop category unlocked. Reading this, Zeke eagerly checked his new functions. I can buy items through the system? What is this? So convenient. This is awesome. Following Zeke's gaze, as soon as he opened the shop, he saw several highly useful items. Giant skin, 10 points. An elixir resembling the tough hide of a giant, temporarily increasing defense when used. Breath of the fire giant, 2 points. An elixir containing the unique breath of a fire giant, releasing unextinguishable flames. Low-grade speed rune stone, 7 points. A magic stone engraved with ancient runes, slightly increasing movement speed. Wings of the sky, 5 points. An elixir made from bird feathers, temporarily boosting agility. Looking at these items, Zeke's hands itched with excitement. These are all rare treasures worth hundreds of gold coins. Just selling the items in this shop could make me a fortune. Meanwhile, the system issued a reminder. Please place the item you wish to sell in the designated window. Items stored in your inventory can also be sold. Training dual-handed sword. This item cannot be sold. Elf's dagger. Would you like to sell this item? Sale price, for points. Returning to Zeke, the low price for the dagger made him pause. Selling seems to apply only to ancient treasures. For points for this dagger? I could get at least 100 gold coins for it at an auction. Selling items isn't worth it unless I desperately need points. With that, he swiped away the screen in front of him. Then, Zeke stretched tiredly. Phew, what an exhausting day. I'm definitely sleeping in tonight. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the researchers' building the next morning. Zeke sought out Professor Farron to hand over the spirit stone. When he presented it, the young professor couldn't hide his astonishment. You really brought back a high-grade compressed spirit stone in just one day? How did you manage that? In response, Zeke obviously couldn't mention the dungeon incident, so he brushed it off. It's complicated. So, when will the new equipment be ready? It's already finished, Farron replied calmly. Finished already? You're incredible, Professor. Zeke praised. In return, the professor complimented him. Your bringing this here is even more incredible. While sipping tea, Zeke glanced at the professor and silently assessed him. Suspicious. Whenever a high-grade compressed spirit stone is discovered, major continental factions register various ancient symbols as serial numbers to manage ownership of valuable spirit stones. By checking the serial number, you can determine the excavation time, location, and current owner. But the ones I brought would never be registered in that book. They're entirely my own discovery. Suspicion aside, he does have good appraisal skills and talent. Returning to Professor Farron, after completing some final checks, he spoke up. I've verified the serial number. Shall we begin? Next, the two headed to their friend Ganon's forge to finish assembling the furnace. With the energy source now in place, the furnace began emitting a powerful energy. Seeing his furnace operational, Ganon couldn't contain his joy. Meanwhile, Zeke and Farron, standing behind him, were happy for him. Once everything was running smoothly, Professor Farron bid them farewell to teach his class. I have to go teach. Thank you. Goodbye, Professor, Zeke quickly replied. As for Ganon, he hadn't stopped smiling. I never imagined I'd see a fully functional magic furnace in my lifetime. Thank you so much. Hearing this, Zeke shook his head lightly. It's just a deal, no need to go that far. You haven't forgotten the terms we agreed on, right? Of course. Please state your request, Ganon replied eagerly. Zeke then pulled an item from his backpack and requested, Make me a sword with this. Ganon's eyes lit up with a mix of shock. Sir, this is... What Zeke had taken out was the hardest fang of the evil dragon behemoth. With the eyes of an experienced blacksmith, Ganon immediately recognized the material. Wow, a dragon's fang? With this size and condition, I've never seen anything like it. Where did you find this? To Zeke, this was the second legacy of Terrakin Draker, from the heavenly dragon to this fang. He felt like a tomb raider. It's complicated to explain, Zeke said lightly. Then he noticed Ganon trembling uncontrollably, as if struck by a fever. You not only gave me a magic furnace, but also the chance to forge a dragon's fang. I'll repay your trust. I, Ganon Ham, will pour my life into this sword. As he spoke, Ganon radiated an aura so bright it nearly blinded Zeke. His words stirred a memory in Zeke. In his past life, Ganon had said something similar. He's truly resolute, Zeke thought to himself, deciding to leave everything to Ganon. I trust you. Let's see what kind of sword you'll create. I'm looking forward to it. The scene shifts to Zeke's bedroom, where he's still buzzing with excitement, eagerly anticipating the sword that the genius blacksmith will craft for him. Making a sword, so thrilling, Zeke said, both nervous and delighted. Then he recalled the message from Uncle Duck. It's been a week since I got that note telling me to come back after the bet with Duck was settled. Looks like it's time for something to happen, Zeke muttered to himself. Sure enough, at that moment, Uncle Duck's figure suddenly appeared outside on the balcony, glaring at him with eyes full of rage. Why didn't you show up this time, kid? Answer honestly. Seeing the red-haired man's furious face, Zeke's entire body trembled uncontrollably. He looks like he wants to kill me, he thought, trying to regain his composure before replying. Well, you said to come back if I wanted a challenge. Naturally, since I had no intention of going, I didn't show up. In front of him, Duck seemed unable to accept this answer. He charged forward, grabbed Zeke by the collar, and demanded, I told you to be honest. With that, Duck gripped Zeke's collar tightly, giving him no chance to react, and threw him straight out the window. Zeke's face froze in shock. It's too high. At this height, I'll die instantly without a chance to heal. Thinking quickly to save his life, he twisted midair and reached out to grab the balcony railing. But before his hand could grasp it, Duke's arm shot out, seizing Zeke by the throat and speaking coldly. You don't want to challenge me again? I don't think you're foolish enough to misunderstand my intentions. But it's the opposite. You didn't show up after losing, didn't even go to the infirmary, as if you were deliberately trying to provoke me. I'll give you 5 seconds. This time, answer honestly. His words dripped with killing intent, making Zeke realize he'd pushed things too far. What? He knew but still egged me on. Thinking this, Zeke looked at him with a teasing glint in his eyes. That's absurd. You didn't even reveal your true identity. Am I wrong, Gardner Dexter? Hearing Zeke's words, Uncle Duke suddenly broke into a smile and promptly tossed Zeke back inside like a chair, causing the room's furniture to shatter under the impact. All right, you're right, kid. I was once a Black Knight of the Draker family. My name is Duke Draker, he said, extending a hand toward Zeke. Now that Duke had revealed his identity, Zeke placed a hand on his chest and greeted him. Esteemed elder of the family and former member of the Black Knights Order, I sincerely apologize for the disrespect I've shown. He spoke calmly, like a true knight. His unsurprised expression made Duke slightly suspicious. Is that the face of someone who already knew? Hearing this, Zeke quickly shifted to a goofy expression. Nothing like that. He let out an awkward laugh before turning curious about Duke's earlier statement. But Duke, what did you mean when you said you were once a Black Knight? In response, Duke shrugged. Simple. I used to be a Black Knight, but now I'm a Red Knight. Behind him, Zeke's mind reeled in confusion. How does that even happen? A knight's rank can go up, but I've never heard of it dropping. Returning to Duke, as if unwilling to dwell on the topic, he quickly cut the conversation short. Kid, let's not talk about that. As he spoke, his hands trembled uncontrollably, as if he were suppressing something. Seeing this, Zeke realized this might be a taboo subject for Duke and wisely chose not to press further. All right, since you've been honest with me, Duke, I'll be honest in return. Zeke then explained his purpose in deliberately avoiding Duke. After hearing him out, Duke's eyes grew even more intrigued. So, from the start, you guessed my identity and provoked me on purpose to become my official disciple? You've got some guts, kid. Fine, I'll take you as my disciple, Duke said, slapping his thigh with a loud smack, leaving Zeke wide-eyed. Huh? That's it. I need to act before he changes his mind, Zeke thought. He immediately dropped to one knee before Duke and rattled off like a machine gun. I, Zeke Draker, offer the oath of discipleship to the great Duke Draker, Knight among Knights. I swear to follow my master's teachings with dedication, cultivating virtues, learning, and striving to uphold and elevate my master's honor. His rapid speech left Duke slightly exasperated by his quick change of face. You even know the oath of discipleship? That's rarely used these days, Duke said, astonished. Zeke calmly replied, cultural knowledge is a knight's virtue, isn't it? You sly little colt. I'll take that as a compliment, Zeke said smugly, then recalled something and turned to ask. But master, may I ask one question? Across from him, Duke sighed. Calling me master already, huh? All right, ask away. Seizing the chance, Zeke quickly posed his question. What about me caught your eye to make you decide to take me as a disciple? As he asked, Zeke recalled memories of Duke from his past life. Duke was notorious for not taking disciples. Even the century's prodigy, Andre, had to beg for years to become his only student. So why did he accept me so easily? I have a guess. He must have seen my potential during the bet, something surpassing even Andre's talent. He's clearly got a sharp eye, Zeke thought, a smile creeping onto his face. Meanwhile, Duke didn't answer immediately but countered. Why do you think? Guess, disciple. In response, Zeke spoke frankly. Obviously because I'm an unparalleled prodigy, right? Hearing this, Duke burst into laughter, his whole body shaking. Your confidence is truly admirable. Haha, if that were the reason, I'd have taken Jenna as a disciple already. It's because you have determination. Not every so-called prodigy can reach the level of a red or black knight. Those who grow up without obstacles often crumble at the smallest challenge. Hearing this, Zeke fully agreed with his master's words. He's right. Many prodigies expected to reach at least Red Knight level end up stuck at purple or blue. Returning to Duke, after explaining to his disciple, he grew eager to start training him. Enough chit-chat. Follow me. Your first lesson begins now. Yes, master. Zeke's eyes lit up, enthusiastically replying. He seemed eager for Duke to pass down his secret techniques. The two quickly headed to the training grounds in the western greenhouse. Looking at the spacious training area, Zeke was slightly surprised. Who'd have thought there'd be a place like this under the greenhouse? What's he going to make me do? He told me to run, so I ran. But it's been 3 hours, Zeke thought, frowning. At that moment, Duke's face turned pensive, and he suddenly told Zeke to stop. Hearing this, Zeke jogged in place and asked, "So I can stop running now?" "Yes, but I want to ask something," Duke nodded. "Yes, master, what do you want to know?" Zeke replied. "Nothing much," Duke said, his body suddenly appearing behind Zeke. Then, he reached out to grab Zeke's hand. As if by instinct, Zeke immediately swung his arm, knocking Duke's hand aside and stepping back to maintain distance. Looking at his slightly reddened palm, Duke sighed. "Checking your energy flow, not so easy, huh?" Zeke remained silent, saying nothing. "All right, something's been off from the start. At the infirmary, during the test, at the greenhouse during the bet, and just now, after 500 meters of laps around the training grounds, I couldn't sense any aura from you. When I tried to check your pulse, you dodged. Kid, don't tell me you can't use aura." Being called out, Zeke's heart seemed to skip a beat. Without waiting for Zeke to react or explain, Duke continued. "The bronze statue reacted, didn't it? An unprecedented golden light caused a stir and brought you here. So why are you stopping me from checking your pulse?" As he spoke, he looked at Zeke's face with keen interest. Meanwhile, Zeke hesitated, avoiding direct eye contact. After a few seconds, he calmed down slightly and glanced at his master's expression. It's curiosity, not suspicion. A Draker unable to use aura is a serious matter, but it seems his interest outweighs everything else. Luckily, I'm dealing with Duke. Once I have the sword, I won't be suspected of lacking aura anymore. Until then, I need to be cautious and careful. No need for a long, convoluted lie like in my past life, when I was the family's first failed awakener. With this thought, Zeke made his decision. He slowly removed his gloves, simultaneously activating his reverse spirit energy skill, causing red lightning to crackle in the surrounding space. This truth will tightly conceal my deception. A fitting reason for this situation, Zeke thought, beginning his explanation. As you said, Master, I even have the ability to influence spirit energy, a hallmark of true blood. But for some reason, I can't use aura. This truth will shield my deception. I'm sorry for panicking earlier. If it got out that a Draker couldn't use aura, I'd be exiled. As he spoke, his eyes welled up with tears. His pitiful expression could be considered a fitting rationale for the situation. However, Duke wasn't so easily convinced. He began channeling his own aura into Zeke's body to check his condition. Finding nothing, he withdrew his hand. Seeing this, Zeke quickly asked, "So what do you think, Master?" Instead of answering, Duke's brows furrowed tightly. "Humph, a kid with such determination at this age, but why can't I sense any aura, even after his awakening?" Duke stroked his chin, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Zeke's heart raced with anxiety. Even if he checks my pulse, he won't be certain. The blessing ceremony is paramount to the Draker family. Even if I truly couldn't awaken aura, he'd likely find a reason to explain it himself. Zeke speculated silently, and as expected, Duke concluded that Zeke was an anomaly. Hearing this, Zeke wasn't too surprised, thinking, "An anomaly, huh? Of course, that's where this is headed." If he doesn't understand the concept of karma, that conclusion makes perfect sense. To complete his act, Zeke asked, "What's an anomaly, Master?" In response, Duke began to enlighten him. An anomaly refers to those with unusual abilities, like someone who can use both aura and spirit energy, or someone who can see the future, things that defy the norm. Because of this, anomalies are often treated poorly. So don't go blabbing that you might be one. "Then why do you think I'm an anomaly, Master?" Zeke pressed. Duke explained, "Because of your abnormal stamina and recovery. No matter how minor, internal injuries take time to heal, but you recover instantly. Duk is certain a massive amount of energy was consumed. He then asked Zeke, "What do you think that energy is?" "Aura." Zeke probed cautiously. "Is it aura?" Duk nodded in agreement. "Exactly. My theory is that any aura you generate is immediately consumed by your stamina and recovery, leaving no trace for you to sense." Behind him, if Zeke didn't already know a bit about his own karma, he might have believed it. "Oh, I see. That's pretty convincing." He continued. "So does that mean I'll never be able to use aura, Master?" Duk burst into laughter. "Haha, no need to worry. The whirlwind technique doesn't require aura. It's a special technique. Special techniques are unique skills developed by high-level knights, often related to using or enhancing dragon-slaying techniques that require aura. But my whirlwind technique relies entirely on physical training. I'll demonstrate once, so watch closely." As he spoke, he tapped the tip of his foot on the ground. A deafening explosion followed, and Duk's figure instantly vanished from Zeke's sight. Then came a series of rapid, successive sounds. Zeke couldn't even track where Duk was. After a few seconds, Duk returned to his starting position and asked, "Did you see it?" Zeke countered, "I just need to follow your footsteps, right?" "TCH, if that's all you think, I don't need to explain further." "You've seen enough," Duk said. Zeke nodded confidently, prompting a look of anticipation from Duk. "Your confidence rivals a Black Knight's." "Excellent. Show me what you can do." Returning to Zeke, he crouched slightly, assuming a ready stance, his eyes sharp and determined. He channeled force into his feet and began mimicking Duk's earlier movements, stepping along the marks left on the tiles. The previously invisible paths now became clear. Each step was deliberate, whether for attacking, dodging, closing distance, or creating space. Not a single step was wasted. Zeke thought to himself. Meanwhile, Duk, watching from the side, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Unbelievable. Just 1 week, and he has that talent? But this level, what happened in a single week? This is a true, perfect prodigy. Duk's face broke into a sweat as he thought. Seeing Duk's expression, Zeke flashed a smug grin. "I'm worthy of a Black Knight's confidence, aren't I?" He didn't forget to thank his heavenly bone body. Thanks to it, his martial arts learning ability had reached new heights, which was why Duk was so astonished. Returning to Duk, seeing Zeke's self-satisfied expression, veins popped on his forehead as he muttered to himself. If only this kid could ditch that insufferable attitude, he'd be perfect. With that thought, he lunged forward, putting Zeke in a headlock. "You little brat, crying 1 minute and acting cocky the next? I'm not raising you to show off." Zeke nervously replied. "That depends on my attitude, sharp disciple." Duk shot back, giving Zeke a headache. "What kind of former Black Knight is this indiscreet?" he grumbled inwardly. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the Academy's dining hall. While eating, Zeke reflected on the past. "It's been a month since I started training under Duk. My food portions keep increasing." Before he could finish, Andre's voice suddenly interrupted. "Can you spare a moment?" Hearing this, though curious why the genius was seeking him, Zeke shrugged. "If it's here, sure, because I'm busy." Andre nodded and got straight to the point. "Fine. How did you convince Dexter?" "Straight to the point, huh? He must be rattled that I became a disciple. Though I'm not officially one yet," Zeke thought, then said, "No convincing needed. Dexter chose me himself." His response sparked anger in Andre's eyes. He snapped, "So it's because you're true blood." Across from him, Zeke paused his eating, glaring at the Rose Knight. "What? You're that insecure?" Andre's face darkened. "Is that all you have to say?" Unfazed, Zeke continued. "No, that's only half. Even if he was initially drawn to my lineage, do you think someone like Dexter would take a disciple for such a simple reason? The reason I became his disciple is that I sparked his interest. That's thanks to my talent. So instead of wasting time on petty jealousy to boost your confidence, why not work to become someone worthy of being chosen?" Zeke's lecture left Andre's face twisted, unable to retort. The scene shifts to the greenhouse training grounds, where Zeke, watching the knight running frantically, turned to the red-haired Duk. "What's going on, master?" Hearing the question, even Duk was puzzled. "I'm wondering the same. What's wrong with that kid?" He begged to stay close, even offered to handle logistics if needed. "I told him to run 300 laps without aura if he wanted to stay, and now he's doing it." "That guy's a certified lunatic," Duk sighed. Meanwhile, Zeke reassessed Andre with a new perspective. 300 laps without aura? I thought he was just arrogant, but he's got some determination. The scene shifts to the outside of the academy's gates, where a large crowd is gathered in solemn formation. Whispers and murmurs ripple through the onlookers. What's going on? Why are all the students suddenly called out here? In response, another person marvels at the questioner's ignorance. You idiot! Have you forgotten what day it is? The family head is visiting today. As the crowd waits in anticipation, a carriage bearing the Draker family crest soon arrives. Upon seeing it, a young knight loudly announces, "The head of the Draker family is arriving." Hearing this, the portly Howard Draker strokes his beard and says, "Everyone, prepare yourselves." "Yes, Principal," the group responds in unison. The carriage comes to a stop, and a man with silver hair steps out, nodding in greeting. "It's been a while, Howard." At these words, the stout old man hurriedly bows. "I respectfully greet the master of the Draker family." As his voice rings out, the surrounding crowd shouts in unison, "We respectfully greet the master of the Draker family." Time passes, and it's now 12 o'clock noon. A hand reaches out, and the platinum-haired man steps forward, patting Howard Draker on the shoulder and saying, "You've been through a lot. I can imagine." In response, the portly man shakes his head. "My efforts are nothing compared to yours, family head." "Then I'll continue to rely on you." This handsome man is Arthur Draker, the head of the Draker family, one of the 3 great dragon-slaying clans. Turning to Howard, after the greetings conclude, he suggests, "Arthur, let's head inside. It's scorching today." However, before he can finish, Arthur raises a hand to stop him. He then steps onto a raised platform where all the students can see him, spreads his arms wide, and declares, "Young dragon slayers, you are the future and hope of the Draker family. Train diligently. Your growth is the growth of Draker." Hearing the family head's words, the students erupt with fervor, shouting back, "We will engrave your words in our hearts, family head." Satisfied, Arthur turns to leave. "All right, let's go." "Yes, family head." "Yes, master." Time passes quickly, and the scene shifts to Arthur's private room. For some reason, Zeke has been summoned to meet him. Upon entering, Zeke bows deeply and says, "To the master of all knights and the guardian of the Dragon Slayer's honor, Arthur Draker, I, Zeke Draker, a member of this family, offer my respect and greetings." Across from him, Uncle Arthur chuckles at his son's formality. "Huh. Even those at the Four Seasons Fortress don't greet like that anymore. Skip the formalities and sit down. I heard you like tea, so I brought something exquisite. I hope it suits your taste." He hands Zeke a cup of freshly poured tea. This gesture makes Zeke pause and think. Even my taste in tea was reported to the family? There's a saying, the Emperor may not know, but the Drakers know everything. Now I feel it. Opposite him, Arthur continues, "The reason I summoned you is that I heard surprising news. Duke has taken a disciple." Hearing this, Zeke smirks, thinking, straight to the point, no beating around the bush? Aloud, he says, "Sir Duke simply showed me generosity." Arthur, knowing full well it's not that simple, doesn't press further. "Is that so? If you say so, then it must be true. I don't know what your goals are, but as long as you follow Duke's teachings." Before he can finish, Zeke interrupts, proclaiming, "I will become the strongest on the continent." At these words, a subtle shift occurs in the family head's eyes. Ignoring this, Zeke continues sharing his dream. "Stronger than anyone, so I can live freer than anyone. That's my goal." As his words end, Arthur sets his teacup on the table and says coldly, "Then that includes surpassing me, doesn't it?" With his words, a terrifying pressure emanates from him, causing Zeke's biological alarm to blare incessantly. Sweat pours from Zeke's body, and a sense of impending doom engulfs his mind. Within this range, the life and death of all beings are controlled. The heavenly sword body, the pinnacle of aura manipulation, can only be achieved by Black Knights. Though terrified to the point of trembling, Zeke grits his teeth and says, "Of course." Seeing his stubborn expression, for some reason, Arthur flashes a faint smile and gradually releases his pressure. He then says, "Of all the things I've heard recently, that's the most intriguing. I came to the academy to encourage you, but seeing you now, Encouragement alone isn't enough. With that, he reaches into his coat pocket, as if to retrieve something. Zeke, sweating profusely, thinks, I thought Duke's level was absurd, but this is on a whole different plane. At that moment, Ather places a black card on the table and says, as a gift for becoming Duke's disciple. Zeke stares at the card, shocked, and blurts out, a black card? Holy, you're really giving this to me. Ather replies casually, judging by your reaction, you know what it is. Holding it, Zeke can hardly believe it, thinking, a card issued to only a select few. It's said to grant incredible benefits and unlimited spending. I never thought I'd see the legendary card in person. Ather adds cheerfully, I'll add you as a co-user. Use it freely. Zeke bows respectfully. Thank you, Father. I'll use it wisely. But inwardly, he's filled with questions. His words are kind, but his intentions are clear. Since the card tracks transactions, it makes my actions easier to trace. Still, using such a subtle method instead of forceful control means he's not too concerned about me yet. While Zeke's mind swirls with thoughts, Ather's voice cuts through. I won't waste more of your precious time. Zeke, you will become the strongest. You may leave now. Zeke responds, understood, master, and quickly exits. Within minutes of Zeke leaving, his master, Uncle Duke, appears. He steps in, looks around, and sighs, what a detestable guy. Hearing Duke's familiar voice, Ather responds calmly. Why so agitated, Duke? Duke raises an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You have to ask? The kid you left in the cradle back then, and now you're playing the caring father? Ather, unfazed and accustomed to his old friend's demeanor, replies coolly. As family head, I have no other choice. You know that. But what you just said slanders the family head. Hearing this, Duke slumps into a chair, waving dismissively. Fine, arrest me then. His carefree attitude makes Ather laugh. Haha, this is why you're the only one I can talk to comfortably. He pulls out a bottle of fine liquor. The label makes Duke's eyes gleam. Let's drink and talk. Oh, Red Dragon's breath. You sure know how to pick him. As they raise their glasses, the conversation turns serious. Ather lowers his voice. Have you heard about the strange state of the continent lately? Duke smirks. I'm stuck in the academy all day. How would I know? Ather doesn't buy it. Your infamous ears across the continent are still active, aren't they? Duke sighs, as if expecting the question. You already know everything. Why ask, you old fox? Ather nods, his expression tinged with concern. The Emperor, obsessed with immortality, is scouring the continent. Do you think it's possible? Duke replies firmly, of course not. Eternal youth might be feasible, but absolute immortality? No way. Ather agrees, unless it's true. What if it involves an ancient dragon artifact? Duke, sobered by the words, shouted. What? Unbeknownst to both, Zeke was hiding in the adjacent room, eavesdropping on their entire conversation. As I said, magic can make you look younger, but immortality is impossible. Unless what? Zeke used his skill to clearly hear a segment of their dialogue. The artifact he's searching for is related to an ancient dragon? It's possible, Duke said. Could he have already found its location? Ather continued. That's also possible. The Black Knights reported a high likelihood it's in the northern continent. Hearing this, Duke fell into thought. The northern continent? Is this information the Empire still hasn't obtained? Exactly. However, it's only a matter of time before they discover it. It reminds me of the past. That mad emperor, right after ascending the throne, started a war to unify the continent. Only after seizing half the central continent did the war stop. I thought he'd abandoned that insane dream, but I guess not, Duke said. If an artifact that grants immortality truly exists, Ather added, then the continent will once again be engulfed in flames. Given the gravity of this issue, I've agreed to personally head to the north. Duke, shocked, exclaimed, What? You're going to face him yourself? Even knowing that bastard emperor will go berserk. Ather smirked slyly, replying, That's why I asked you to meet me. You're as cunning as a fox. They clinked glasses, sharing a silent understanding. You're the best. You always pick the most annoying tasks for me, Duke said. Hearing this, Zeke collapsed from exhaustion, drenched in sweat, his face pale. He thought wearily, I've used the mysterious soul too long. Even after absorbing Bahamut's heart, I can't counteract its side effects. Zeke organized his thoughts. Ancient dragon. That's right. The statue I took before regressing must be an ancient dragon artifact. The voice I heard just before I died, and the system message I saw before regressing. It's all clear now. I stole the artifact the Emperor used to fulfill his dream. He even sent his hunting dogs after me. Back then, I didn't even care what it was. But I found a clue. The administrator system that sent me back in time is a function of the ancient dragon artifact. But who created it and why? Now I have more questions. Inside, Duke and Ather's conversation had ended. Duke left quickly, waving goodbye. I'll get moving. Ather, I'm counting on you. With that, they parted ways. But Ather suddenly sensed something off. He paused before a nearby room, his gaze drawn to it, suspicion stirring in his mind. Inside, Zeke was still deep in thought. If this is the artifact the Emperor is after, how does rebirth relate to eternal life? Suddenly, Zeke felt danger approaching. At that moment, Ather flung open the door, scanning the room with a probing gaze. But he found nothing unusual, just an empty room with no one inside. He muttered, "Was I mistaken?" Thanks to his quick instincts, Zeke had escaped through the window, avoiding detection. Back in his room, Zeke vented his emotions through training. Suddenly, a knock came from the door. Annoyed, Zeke snapped. "Didn't I say not to disturb me in the training room?" The elderly attendant replied, "My apologies, young master. A classmate is here to see you. Shall I send them away?" Hearing this, Zeke frowned, wondering, a classmate? I don't have any friends at the academy. Is it Dina? Curiosity got the better of him, and he agreed. Fine, let them in. But the visitor's appearance surprised him even more. Rubbing his head, Zeke said, puzzled, "Of all people, Liam Stone?" "Yeah, why would I be your friend?" Seeing Zeke's silence, Liam bowed sincerely and pleaded, "Please, accept me." Zeke sighed helplessly. "I should have left back then to avoid this hassle." He asked, "Accept you? What do you mean?" "Like a subordinate." Liam replied, "Yes, master. I swear my loyalty to you." "What about Jakin?" Liam clenched his fists, cracking the ground, and answered firmly, "I've abandoned him. I need to get into Valhalla." Zeke looked at him, at a loss for words. It was the same in his past life. Why is he so obsessed with Valhalla? Liam continued, "Please, accept me." Exasperated, Zeke said, "Are you an idiot? You should have chosen Simin or Turuin. I have no family backing, so I'm useless in helping you get into Valhalla. And why should I trust you? Frankly, you could be a spy sent by Jakin." At this, sweat poured down Liam's face. He reached behind, drew the sword from his back, raised it high, and without hesitation sliced off one of his ears. Blood splattered around as he said weakly, in pain, "Of course you doubt me. I'll prove it by any means. If you ask me to silence myself, I'll cut my tongue. If you ask me to cripple myself, I'll cut my heel. I'll give my life to you, master." Zeke glanced back, memories of his frail past life self flashing through his mind. He, too, had lost an ear. "Your worthless life has no value, but I'll take your ear instead." Liam's voice echoed, "Please, accept me." In his past life, that weak Zeke had met the master of his life. "I want to be stronger than anyone. Please teach me, master." Now, seeing Liam's pathetic state as he begged relentlessly, Zeke raised his sword high and stepped behind him. "One strike. If you can withstand one strike from me, I'll accept you." Liam gave a strained smile. "Thank you. You've been treated right." "Yes, I've." Liam stood, feeling the oppressive aura radiating from Zeke. He thought, "I thought taking one strike wouldn't be too hard. After all, I'm a Draker aura user. But is this really someone my age?" Liam began to tremble, his face paling with anxiety. Standing before Zeke, even breathing felt laborious. A second later, both swung their swords and charged. Zeke unleashed a powerful strike, the air trembling with its shocking force. Their blades clashed, sparking brightly. A series of cracking sounds rang out. Instantly, Liam's sword was knocked skyward, flying far away. Seeing this, Liam felt as if the sky had collapsed, overwhelmed with fear. Zeke looked at him with slight disappointment and said, "Is that all you've got? Pathetic. You may have great determination, but if it's Valhalla, you'd better give up," Zeke said flatly, turning to leave. Liam, left stunned, hurriedly called out, "Lord Zeke." Meanwhile, Zeke thought to himself, It seems Jaken really did abandon him. If he wasn't Jaken's subordinate, he wouldn't have been able to enter a place meant for those of low-born lineage, an academy where even someone of legitimate lineage like me was once expelled. It wouldn't be surprising if Liam got kicked out now. His anxiety is understandable. Suddenly, as he walked, Zeke froze when Liam rushed forward, grabbing his leg in earnest. Zeke thought inwardly, is it worth him clinging to this extent? In his past life, Liam was expelled from the academy, and his Knight Legion collapsed. Yet, he still reached Red Knight status and was dubbed the Mercenary King. Now, with tears streaming down his face, Liam pleaded, please give me one more chance, Lord Duke. Zeke was taken aback, so he has no intention of giving up. Moved by his sincerity, Zeke finally relented. All right, I'll give you one more chance. But on one condition. If I want you to become mute, you'll cut out your tongue. If I want you crippled, you'll chop off your leg, got it? Pausing for a beat, Zeke placed a hand on Liam's shoulder and said icily, then, cut off your right arm. Hearing this, Liam's face turned pale with fear. He hadn't expected Zeke to be so ruthless. Sweat poured down like rain. Seeing Liam hesitate, Zeke continued, what? Having second thoughts. Zeke knew this demand would force Liam to abandon his life as a swordsman. For an ordinary person, it would be unthinkable. When Liam showed no movement, Zeke turned away, saying coldly, I have tons of training to do. If you can't do it, get lost and clear the air. With that, Zeke resumed his practice. Time waited for no one, and he had no intention of wasting another second. Though his words were harsh, deep down Zeke thought, I don't know why you're so desperate, but don't lose heart, Liam. Even if you don't make it to Valhalla, you can still reach the Red Realm. But what Zeke didn't expect was that Liam didn't leave. Instead, he stepped forward, gripped his sword tightly, and without hesitation raised it to sever his right arm. Zeke barely had time to curse inwardly, this lunatic, before darting forward to stop him. With a single slash, Zeke knocked the sword from Liam's hand before he could carry out his insane act. The blade flew far away, leaving Liam bewildered, unable to process what had just happened. He stared at his intact hand, scarcely believing his eyes. At that moment, Zeke stormed over, grabbed Liam by the collar, and growled through gritted teeth. Hey, you maniac. What if I changed my mind? You just swing your sword like that. Liam, dazed and teary-eyed, stammered, that, because there's something more precious than my arm that I can't lose. Exasperated, Zeke said, if you pull stupid stunts like that again, no matter how loyal you are, I'll kick you out. Remember that. Hearing this, Liam's eyes lit up. Lord Zeke, does that mean cutting him off? Zeke snapped. Hurry up, Liam. If my subordinate only has one ear, what will people think of me? Overjoyed, Liam replied. Yes, I understand, my lord. Later, in the main hall of the Platinum Tower, Zeke and Liam sat at a table, talking. Liam still couldn't believe the reality. He touched his newly healed ear, stunned. Can I really use such high-quality medicine? Zeke replied casually. This is an investment in your value, so don't worry. Sipping his steaming tea, Zeke set the cup down and leaned forward. Curious, he asked, so what is it? The thing more important than your right arm? No, more important than your life. Choking up, Liam answered, my mother. A few days after Jaken abandoned me, I got word that she collapsed from a high fever. Fortunately, the fever subsided quickly, but her body was covered in red spots like roses, and her health is deteriorating. The village healers don't even know the name of the disease. Hearing this, Zeke asked, so that's why you want to go to Valhalla? Yes, because the medical benefits for students and their families at Valhalla are the best on the continent. At this, Zeke picked up a quill, scribbled something on paper, and muttered, red spots like roses, periodic high fevers, and rose-shaped red marks on the body. These are symptoms of a disease that will sweep Middle-earth in 5 years. Rose disease, with a high infection rate and massive mortality. It claimed countless lives, but a timely cure was developed and stopped it. Finishing, Zeke folded the paper and handed it to Liam, saying, this is the recipe for the medicine to cure your mother's illness. It's not too complex, so the village healers can make it easily. Though skeptical, Liam took it and said, thank you, my lord. How do you know the cure for a disease even the healers can't name? Zeke replied nonchalantly. The genius alchemist brothers, and Jeff, invented the cure to save a decaying Middle-earth. But the greedy alchemist guild exploited desperate lives for profit. When the brothers learned the truth, they publicized the recipe to the world, so even mercenaries like me knew it, and it spread across the continent. Just say you know an alchemist. Now that you have the cure, you don't need to go to Valhalla or stay under my command. Hearing this, Liam hurriedly replied, No way. I swore to dedicate my life to you, Lord Zeke. He knelt, clenching his fists. I swear lifelong loyalty to my master. Zeke smiled. The oath of loyalty, huh? Knowing the mercenary from my past life is my subordinate feels reassuring. If you fall behind, I'll abandon you. So follow me well. Liam beamed. Yes, I understand, master. Time passed swiftly, and the scene shifted to the academy. A voice echoed in a room. What's the matter, student Owen? Owen placed a hand on his chest, respectfully replying. Yes, principal, I have a proposal. Could we increase the difficulty of this semester's exam? The principal, surprised, asked, Oh, why's that? You may think me arrogant, but this year's first-year students are exceptionally skilled. Noble's heirs are present, along with 2 true-blood awakeners. If the exam follows last year's difficulty, it won't distinguish their abilities. The principal found Owen's reasoning sound, as expected of a seaman descendant. I'll consider it positively. Owen replied. Thank you, principal. After presenting his request, Owen left, leaving the principal alone. Pleased, he thought. Bloodlines truly don't lie. I hadn't expected to share his thinking. Considering future troubles, it's best to nip the buds early. The scene shifts to another location on the day of the semester evaluation test, the dungeon exploration, a unique assessment method at Draker Academy. In this test, students must escape a dungeon within a time limit in pairs. The distinctive feature is that each dungeon's difficulty is tailored specifically for each pair, with every dungeon presenting a completely different challenge. This is the core aspect of the test. On this side, Zeke and Liam stand ready, awaiting their turn. Noticing his companion's nervous demeanor, Zeke quietly asks, Are you scared, Liam? Caught off guard, Liam stammers. Yes, I'm a bit tense. Zeke chuckles. Fair enough. Too much worry leads to mistakes. Too little leads to arrogance. But the right amount keeps you clear of both. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Zeke Draker, Liam Stone. Brimming with confidence, Zeke strides toward the dungeon with Liam in tow. Let's go. Yes, master. With that, the two begin their descent into the dungeon. But Zeke abruptly raises a hand to halt. Hold on. Liam looks at him, puzzled. A figure ahead speaks up. You're going that way. A dark doorway materializes before them. This sparks suspicion in Zeke, though he remains silent. The figure continues. What are you standing there for? Go, student Zeke. Zeke lets out a long sigh before stepping toward the dungeon with Liam. Yes, we'll follow orders. Thus begins the dungeon exploration. Each dungeon varies in difficulty, but since these are Draker-controlled test dungeons, there's no significant danger. The goal is to escape within the time limit. Each pair's timer starts upon entry, with exactly 96 hours allotted. As basic combat skills are part of the evaluation, bringing back the head of a slain monster earns bonus points. However, the most critical objective is escaping the dungeon. Failing to exit within the time limit results in a failing grade, meaning an automatic test failure. After a long day of searching and slaying monsters, Zeke says casually, We're tired. Let's eat something. Liam, still anxious, replies, You've handled everything from setting up camp to preparing food. You should rest first, my lord. Zeke smiles lightly. I can work 4 days without sleep, don't worry. Liam nods. Then I'll rest first, if you don't mind. All right, I'll wake you if anything happens. That night, Zeke sits alone by the campfire, its faint glow flickering in the dark dungeon. He glances at the watch in his hand, thinking, It's been 16 hours since the test began. I stayed up 3 nights preparing for this. Including now, I've been awake for about 90 hours. Endless stamina only recovers physical fatigue, not mental exhaustion. In a dungeon, anything can happen. Minimizing risks is always the best approach. Once Liam wakes, I'll switch shifts with him. With that thought, Zeke drifts into an exhausted sleep. In his dream, Zeke sees a bell ringing amidst a blizzard. He shuts his eyes tightly. The wind chimes sound echoes endlessly in the blinding snow. Atop a city wall, a red flag embroidered with a golden lion flutters in the icy snow. A figure appears, bloodstains pooling across the ground. Perhaps she's ascended to heaven to meet her ancestors. Zeke jolts awake, haunted by the images. Looking around, he's alone with the fire. Rubbing his eyes wearily, he mutters, "Damn it, that dream again. Wait, what's that sound?" A faint ringing reaches his ears. He instantly recognizes it as the bells he set as traps at the entrance. Zeke douses the fire and urgently shouts, "Wake up, Liam. We've got company. I'll scout ahead. Do not light the fire." Liam scrambles out of the tent, swiftly obeying his master's command. Zeke cautiously moves to investigate, pressing himself against a wall. Observing, he thinks, using dragon eyes in a 4-day exam is too risky. Instead, I'll let my eyes adjust to the dark. Suddenly, he catches a whiff of something. That's sulfur. Could it be? No way. Creatures with a sulfur smell that hunt in packs. Are these hellhounds, third-tier dangerous monsters? In my past life, Jenna hunted an orc during the test, but I didn't expect hellhounds to show up here. Outside, a loud thud echoes. Zeke senses something off. Even the alpha of a hellhound pack wouldn't weigh hundreds of kilos. He tightens his grip on his sword, slowly drawing it. The blade reflects faint light from outside. Peering at the reflection, he thinks, on the other side of the wall, with that kind of noise, it must weigh dozens of tons. A mutant. Before he can react, a deafening boom erupts as a massive strike comes from behind. Zeke instinctively leaps aside, and the ground cracks in a long fissure. Liam rushes over, panicked. "Are you all right, Master?" Zeke looks ahead, finally seeing what they're up against. He curses inwardly. What are those Simon bastards plotting behind my back now? A wolf's head drops to the ground, its eyes still blazing, but a colossal hand appears, gripping it. Blood drips from the severed head. A gigantic monster with sharp, bared teeth roars. Liam quickly identifies it, exclaiming, "It's not an orc. It's a chow chow, a first-tier dangerous monster. It can easily devour hellhounds, even orcs. Plus, chow blood is the main ingredient for recovery elixirs, so their regeneration is absurdly unbelievable." Suddenly, a figure darts forward, Liam. He positions himself in front of Zeke, raising his sword, and declares, "Master, I'll act as bait. Please escape while you can." Zeke merely smiles, placing a hand lightly on Liam's shoulder. "Don't say such defeatist things. What kind of master abandons their subordinate? Don't worry about me. I believe in your efforts, Liam. You're not weak." Liam freezes. Zeke continues confidently, "I'll provide support. Do what you want." Encouraged, Liam grins, regaining his composure, and replies, "Thank you, Master." Without hesitation, the two charge at the chow like twin arrows. The battle truly begins. Slashes appear across the monster's body. Zeke marvels inwardly. Not bad. Inflicting wounds on the chow's thick hide is already commendable, but targeting the joints is even more impressive. Did he study monsters in his spare time? But then, boom, boom. A massive arm swings down, aiming straight for Liam. Instantly, Zeke springs into action. In a flash, he appears behind Liam. With a swift slash, he severs the chow's arm, disarming it. Liam, still trembling, says, I'm sorry, Master." Zeke shakes his head, reassuring him, "It's fine. For your first battle, that was decent. Targeting the joints was a good choice, but you underestimated the chow's recovery. Minor scratches heal instantly. Direct attacks can't keep up with its regeneration." Suddenly, the chow raises both arms skyward, seemingly preparing its ultimate move. Seeing this, Zeke resolves, "I have to end this now." Zeke didn't hesitate any longer, thrusting a powerful sword strike into the monster's body. Red blood sprayed out, instantly finishing off the dangerous mutant troll in a single moment. The battle was over. The system's voice chimed, "You have slain a mutant troll. You have received 30 karma points." Ignoring the notification, Zeke patted the monster's corpse and said, "This should earn us quite a few bonus points. Liam, hurry and collect the loot." "Yes, Master." Liam began gathering the spoils. Meanwhile, Zeke opened the notification panel to check. Sudden quest. 2 birds, 1 stone. Hunt 100 monsters, including at least 10 different species. Time limit, 7 days. Reward, double karma points and a random reward. Zeke smirked with excitement. Hot damn, double karma points? Time remaining, 71 hours, 59 minutes, 52 seconds. The test ends in 79 hours. Hunting 100 monsters isn't an issue, but getting 10 different species is tough. No matter how big the dungeon is, a normal test would only have 3 or 4 types at most. But if this is a trap set by Jaken's crew, searching thoroughly might yield 10 types. Completing the quest and escaping the dungeon will be tight. Just then, Liam reported, "Master, I'm done." Zeke inspected the loot Liam collected, fully satisfied. This is the head collection pouch, issued with the countdown timer. It's far less efficient than a spatial bag, but it's enough to carry the loot back. Good job. Let's move, Liam. No time to waste. Liam responded clearly, with resolve. Understood. Let's go. In the following time, the two relentlessly hunted monsters. Big or small, none escaped. Time waited for no one. Facing colossal beasts like the troll, those prolonged battles left even an immortal like Zeke feeling fatigued. Liam stood guard as Zeke rested. Suddenly, Zeke asked, "How are you holding up? We've hunted quite a few monsters. Are you getting used to real combat yet?" Liam replied uncertainly, "I'm not sure." Zeke said in a low voice, "No worries. It takes time to adjust. Taking longer is normal." He then fell into deep thought. Moments later, when the system panel appeared, he realized only 50 minutes remained. Yet, he was still one monster short. "I've even hunted vampire spiders the size of a finger, but it's still only 9 species. There's nowhere else to look." Those Simon bastards could have prepared one more type. Suddenly, a loud noise startled him, his eyes widening. The sound was so massive it caused a tremor, making the stones beneath his feet jump. The ground abruptly split open. Zeke lunged toward his subordinate, shouting, "Liam, drop the bag." On Liam's side, he stood dazed, unsure of what was happening. Then a slash came down. It was Zeke, acting to save his subordinate. Monster blood splattered across his face, but Zeke couldn't avoid injury. This terrified Liam. "Master's left arm was injured because of me. It can't even move." Liam wanted to ask, but Zeke cut him off. "Don't worry, it's just monster blood." Perhaps it was a lie to reassure his subordinate, but it left a big question mark in Liam's mind. Zeke continued, "This time, stand back and watch, Liam. Keep your eyes on the monster, it won't notice you. That's a dungeon ruin, a highly dangerous monster designed to eliminate purple rank targets." Those bastards. Before Zeke could finish cursing, the ruin charged straight at him. "Those bastards are really going all out against me. Fine, I'll go all in with them today. Let's see who comes out on top." The ruin's attack sent dust flying everywhere. Liam, watching from the sidelines, was gripped by fear, sweating profusely, his face drained of color. Suddenly, a crazy idea struck Liam. He turned, looked at something, then crouched to rummage through the bag. Back to the immortal Zeke, he was parrying the ruin's sharp teeth with his sword. After dodging, he swiftly left a tattoo on the monster's body. He thought, even a blue knight would hesitate facing a dungeon ruin in a place like this. Its ability to burrow underground during movement drags out the fight. Suddenly, a section of the wall behind him cracked. The ruin's attention shifted, and it lunged at Zeke. The ruin opened its massive XXXL mouth to intimidate, but, "You're not on my level, kid." Zeke dodged the attack, assuming a combat stance despite the bleeding wound on his arm. His eyes blazed with determination. Bracing himself, he unleashed a critical slash. Zeke ran a long path along the creature's body, making it roar in agony. "If that's how it is, I'll split you in half." He stomped the ground, cracking it open, then used the momentum to leap high and strike the massive ruin. His sword pierced the monster's body, but the attack backfired as Zeke realized he was surrounded. The ruin coiled tightly around him, causing him to spit blood in pain. A barrage of attacks followed. At the critical moment, a sword pierced the monster's body. It was none other than Liam's strike. Mustering all his courage, he carved a long gash near Zeke, instantly relieving the pressure on his master. Zeke sprang free from the ruin's grasp. Liam shouted in panic, "Master, are you okay?" Zeke, surprised, replied, "What did you do, Liam?" "I coated the sword with anesthetic, Liam said, holding up the vial. This stunned Zeke. I see. The main ingredient in that anesthetic is belladonna. For most creatures, it's just a mild numbing agent, but for ruins, it's a deadly poison. To think, in this dire situation, you remembered belladonna as toxic to ruins and used the anesthetic as a substitute. That's incredibly quick thinking. Your adaptability and fast judgment are truly worthy. Snapping out of his thoughts, Zeke ordered his subordinate, Liam, when I signal, strike again with your sword. He knew accepting Liam was the right choice. Zeke then darted onto the ruin's body. His swift, graceful movements, tinged with purple, allowed him to quickly reach an attack position. Arriving at the ruin's head, Zeke shouted, signaling Liam. Liam immediately thrust his sword into the ruin's body, causing it to roar in pain once more. But the creature sensed the real danger. A surge of purple aura erupted, and the protagonist's dazzling glow enveloped Zeke and his sword. The ultimate move, Soul Body Severing Slash, was activated. With a single, sweeping slash across the ruin, it was cleaved in two. Zeke struck a heroic pose for all to admire. The system notifications rang out continuously. You have completed the sudden quest. Karma points earned through the quest have been doubled. 2 random gift boxes have been awarded as quest rewards. Current karma points, 780. The scene shifts to outside the dungeon, where a large crowd of students who have completed the test have gathered to receive their scores. A voice rings out. Students who have escaped, come here to receive your scores. Those who have finished may leave. We'll now begin grading. 2 members of Riena's team respond clearly. Yes. Examining the pile of monster heads they brought back, the examiner analyzes. Base completion score, 30 points. Goblins, 20. High Goblins, 2. Orc, 1. Total score, 180. At this, whispers and chatter erupt around them. Wow, that's insane. So close to the record high of 200 points set by Sir Aben. True Bloods really are on another level. As expected of Turuin, exceeding the standard by 130 points. Riina replies politely, you're too kind. All right, I'll start grading the next group. Total score, 120, exceeding the standard by 70 points. Excellent. Owen, seething, thinks to himself. Riina Turuin, you can't always be so smug. Whatever, if something happens, I'll just deal with it like I did with Zeke. At that moment, a very familiar voice calls out. Man, how long has it been since I've seen sunlight? Owen startles, turning to look behind him. The voice is unmistakably familiar. Following his gaze, he sees Zeke and Liam striding confidently out of the dungeon, carrying the massive head of a monster. Owen fumes inwardly. Damn it! How did that guy survive and come back? Screw this. The surrounding students buzz with chatter. No way. Is that a dungeon ruin? Wasn't an orc the highest scoring monster? What's that thing? Did those 2 really hunt a dungeon ruin? Meanwhile, Liam tosses the trophy head onto the ground with a loud thud. Zeke smirks at Owen, taunting. You look pretty shocked, Owen. Happy to see me like this. Owen, though burning with rage, can do nothing but curse inwardly. Damn it, that sharp-tongued bastard. The protagonist, ever the master, leans in to provoke further. Where's that cold, stoic face you always have? Heh, this look suits you better. Frustrated and disappointed, Owen storms off. Zeke eggs him on. Leaving so soon, piggy? Owen's anger blazes like a fire, scorching every nerve. His breathing grows heavy, as if it could tear his chest apart. His teeth grind so hard they might crack. Veins bulge across his forehead, and his temples throb, as if his blood is boiling beneath his skin. He curses silently. Damn those true bloods. You'll all pay for looking down on me. As Owen and his crew leave without a word, Zeke watches, shouting, Bit tense, huh? Suddenly, a gust of wind pulls Zeke back to the evaluation. The competition's over, right, student Zeke? Zeke replies casually, Oh yeah, long time no see, Professor Andre. But Andre barely pays attention, eyes on his notebook, scribbling as he says, I'll start grading now. Zeke adds, This is all we've got. Need to grade it separately. Andre quips, slipping on gloves. I'm the examiner, so don't expect me to let you off easy. Noticing fragments of the head collection pouch stuck in the monster's teeth, Andre asks, Didn't the head collection pouch get swallowed? Zeke answers nonchalantly, "Yep." Andre then focuses, analyzing and inspecting. Zeke smiles inwardly. Lucky me. The damn dungeon ruins attack destroyed all the heads I collected over 3 days. I couldn't afford to fail, so I grabbed the ruin's head instead. But who else besides Andre would be meticulous enough to check the flesh stuck between its teeth? After a thorough inspection, the professor removes his blood-stained gloves and announces, confirmed monsters include gremlin, goblin, high goblin, hill goblin, orc, and finally, troll. At this, the surrounding students gasp, faces turning ashen. Whispers erupt. Troll? They got a troll too. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, the professor continues. Based on the blood volume, it seems there were dozens of monsters, but crediting them all would be unfair to others. So, I'll count one of each type. Additionally, while trolls and dungeon ruins aren't on the scoring list, their strength is equivalent to a group of 3 orcs and 6 orcs, respectively, so they'll be scored at 90 points and 180 points. Total score, 368. Holy, even the other professors are stunned, murmuring to each other. Back when we were students, what were our scores? Another replies, our era didn't even include heavyweights. 368 points? Impossible. An unconvinced student shouts angrily, cheating. There's only the ruin's corpse here. Another frowns, retorting, hey, the dungeon ruin alone is worth 180 points. But what does that matter? Think about it. Whether it's a ruin or a troll, could any of you face them and come back alive? Is Zeke Draker really that strong? Zeke, basking in the thrill, thinks, so noisy. This feels totally different from the days they mocked me, doesn't it? Not bad, but I've gone and done something flashy again. Seaman deliberately rigged the test dungeon to eliminate me. Was this really just Owen's unilateral move? No, even he wouldn't dare meddle with the Academy's exam. The issue likely lies with Seaman itself. I'm being watched more closely than I thought. Hiding my strength too blatantly would backfire. For now, I'll keep it moderate and observe the situation. With that, he saunters off. Suddenly, someone calls out, Zeke Draker. Turning, Zeke sees it's Jenna. She glares, annoyed, and says, you won this time. Without waiting for a reply, Jenna and her entourage leave immediately. Zeke chuckles awkwardly. I won? What the heck? A moment later, Zeke returns home and dives into his training room, exclaiming joyfully, all right, time to get started. The system displays a notification, Dragon Skill Level 1, Gluttony. Eat a lot and digest quickly. Requires 50 points to unlock. Current karma points, 780. Reading it, he muses, a useless skill I ignored before, but now I can casually invest 50 points. Would you like to activate Dragon Skill Gluttony? Without hesitation, Zeke replies, yes. Instantly, the surrounding space seems to shift, leaving him stunned. He mutters, the skill description changed? Dragon Skill Level 1, Gluttony. In Gluttony state, you can digest anything and convert it into energy. Moreover, if you digest a monster with bloodline skills, you can absorb their abilities. Absorb monster abilities? I should have activated this before the exam. Energy conversion? Gotta test it. With that, he grabs a small piece of dried meat and activates Gluttony. A second later, a strange aura emanates from the meat, swirling outward, leaving Zeke frozen for a moment. It doesn't stop there. A faint wisp of aura invades the space behind him. Confused, he thinks, what the hell? It's like being sucked into a swamp. The dried meat gradually vanishes into the darkness, its energy absorbed, restoring a portion of Zeke's depleted stamina, as if he'd taken a short nap. His headache eases. Though slight, the mental fatigue in his brain diminishes. Not only that, his entire body feels revitalized. Mental exhaustion and even endurance recover. Though only a little, recovery is certain. Spending 50 points on Gluttony was worth it. I can mitigate the risks of my current skills. Mental fatigue can be handled with Gluttony, while endless stamina covers physical exhaustion. I can go 24 hours without eating or sleeping and still focus on training. Let's start now. But as he buzzes with excitement, a knock interrupts. Annoyed, Zeke snaps, for crying out loud. I told you not to disturb me in the training room unless it's absolutely necessary. The flustered butler replies, my apologies, young master. But there's urgent news that must be reported immediately. Zeke, surprised, exclaims, urgent news? Without keeping him waiting, the butler continues. Your sword has been completed. Zeke flashes a triumphant grin. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He immediately heads to the blacksmith's, asking, Ganon, the sword's done, right? Yes. Please wait a moment. In his past life, Ganon forged him a sword made of mithril and pure steel, the sun-piercing sword Graham. Anyone could tell it was a magnificent weapon. This time, even with dragon fangs as material, Zeke expects it to be like Graham. But what's brought before him isn't the gleaming masterpiece he imagined. What the hell is this? Zeke quickly picked up the sword to inspect it, thinking, it looks like an ordinary sword on the outside. After a moment of observation, he asked, puzzled, did you intentionally leave the blade unsharpened? The blacksmith, slightly taken aback, stammered, well, that's just how this sword is. Zeke glanced at the blacksmith's reaction, then placed the sword back in its box, adding, so, this is the form you thought was most suitable for me? Ganon smiled, thinking, exactly. Most people would find it confusing, but he's seen through my intentions. If it's him, with that thought, Ganon spoke up. Actually, this sword doesn't have a name yet. I tried naming it, but couldn't come up with anything. Could you name it, my lord? Zeke, surprised, pointed at himself. Me? Memories of his past life surfaced. The sun-piercing sword Graham was named by Ganon himself. Yet now Ganon can't name a sword? I thought this was still Graham, just altered in appearance since it's made from dragon fangs. But it seems this is an entirely different sword from Graham. Thinking aloud, Zeke said, its name, while pulling out a dagger to sharpen it. This action left the blacksmith wide-eyed with shock. He shouted anxiously, what are you doing, my lord? Uncertain of Zeke's intentions, Ganon watched as Zeke deliberately cut his hand, blood flowing freely. Panicked, Ganon yelled, quick, blood. We need to stop the bleeding. But Zeke, the one injured, remained eerily calm, staring at his hand and musing. Even with my healing factor always active, I'm sure I can control the skill I'm using. The system's voice chimed. Administrator request confirmed. Temporarily disable continuous activation of the occupational skill healing factor. With the skill deactivated, the wound on his hand didn't heal instantly. Satisfied, Zeke said, just as I predicted. All right, let's get started. Closing his eyes tightly, he let the wound bleed freely, droplets falling onto the sword. Ganon watched with suspicion, seemingly able to guess Zeke's intent just by observing. He thought, is this the sword-naming ritual? The sword-naming ritual, a traditional dwarven ceremony where the owner drips their blood, infused with energies like aura or mana, onto the sword to activate the ritual. During the process, the participant enters a deep subconscious state, wandering endlessly until they find the sword's name. Due to its danger, the ritual has been nearly forgotten. He knows about the ancient dwarven ritual? How did he learn of it? Meanwhile, Zeke was lost in his own whirlwind of thoughts. Among countless names flooding his mind, he had to choose one to carry forward with him. A new name for a new sword. As countless names blended and faded in his mind, only one remained. Black Sword Bahamut. The system automatically updated. Black Sword Bahamut has been registered as equipment. Zeke's eyes slowly opened. Before him, a radiant light merged with the sword. He smiled. The name I chose is that of the evil dragon? Is my subconscious okay? Hearing the name Zeke chose, the blacksmith gasped in awe. You're truly extraordinary. Even among dwarves, few know of the sword-naming ritual. Zeke gave an awkward laugh, replying, I just happened to learn about it while studying dwarven history. Looking at his carefully bandaged arm, he smiled, thinking, it's been a while since I had to bandage like this. Ganon, excited, added, would you like to rest a bit? I have something I must give you. Zeke responded, all right, take your time finding it. Thank you, my lord. After Ganon left to search for the item, Zeke sat alone in the room. He glanced at his bandaged arm, reflecting on recent events. Administrator request confirmed. Temporarily disable continuous activation of the occupational skill healing factor. He thought, being able to control it even when it's always active is huge. Like with Duke, I could hide my abilities without revealing everything. Sorry, Ganon, but I'll remove the bandage once I'm back. For now, more importantly, his gaze shifted to the sword. It's time to check this out. The system displayed the information panel. Black Sword Behemoth. Forged by a master blacksmith with heavenly eyes using blue flame mana. Crafted from the hardest fang of the cursed light dragon behemoth. Unique skills. Indestructible. Aura conversion. Note. Currently sealed. Will be unsealed based on the user's growth. Unsealed based on the user's growth? Never heard of a sword like this. Plus, the indestructible trait. Even made from dragon fangs. This is absurd. But most crucially, aura conversion. I worked to understand power to create a mana battery for Ganon and had him forge this sword partly due to his exceptional talent and the core function of Gram. Aura conversion. This special ability allows the conversion of mana, stamina, or any energy into aura. It's what enabled me, someone innately unable to use aura, to reach the Red Knight realm. After searching, Ganon returned, scratching his head sheepishly. Finally found it. Sorry, my lord. I kept you waiting, didn't I? But he froze, eyes widening in shock. The sword he forged was enveloped in a powerful surge of aura radiating outward. Stunned for a moment, Ganon thought joyfully. A sharp aura surrounding the sword. Has he already surpassed the Purple Knight boundary? Zeke, thrilled, exclaimed, truly an extraordinary sword. You worked hard, Ganon. The blacksmith replied. Compared to the forge, this is nothing. But, my lord, could you take a look at this? Seeing the gift Ganon presented, Zeke recognized it as a scabbard. Ganon continued. This scabbard was crafted by my master. Zeke, skeptical, thought. I never heard about Ganon's master in my past life. But upon seeing the name engraved on the scabbard, he jolted. What the? Golden Robert? The Golden Robert, hailed as the greatest blacksmith? Golden Robert, an exceptional dwarven blacksmith, known as the greatest on the continent. His works are flawless, with unique properties. To collectors, they're worth tens of thousands of gold. Unable to hide his shock, Zeke blurted, I can't believe you're Golden's disciple. Ganon, even more surprised, said, as expected, you can even read dwarven script. If it's golden, this can't be an ordinary scabbard. Of course not. If you turn the dial near the scabbard's mouth, it transforms into a shield like this. Made from mithril and wyvern frost, it's impervious to any attack. Turn the dial on the shield's handle downward, and it reverts to a scabbard. Compared to the favor you've shown me, this gift is still lacking. But please accept it. Zeke, still reeling, took the gift. If you sold this, you could build a forge. Ganon laughed. I can't just sell my master's work to anyone. Zeke gave an awkward smile. It's worth tens of thousands of gold, Ganon. Ganon jumped, incredulous. What? Are you serious? Well, I'll take it then. Thanks. Holding it, Zeke analyzed. The scabbard seems a bit small compared to the sword. But if it's Golden Robert's work, it's bound to be extraordinary. As expected, though the scabbard appeared smaller, it perfectly melded with the sword when inserted. Admiring the craftsmanship, Zeke grinned triumphantly. It's beyond my wildest imagination. He then said, I've received an incredibly valuable gift. Thank you, Ganon. I'm glad you like it. Elated, Zeke returned home with the sword. Upon checking the system's equipment details, he was even more stunned. Cloud iron equipment? That's an extremely rare material. Scabbard details, forged from cloud iron, both sturdy and lightweight. Special ability, none. Feature, when equipped with a full cloud iron set, a special ability will activate. Zeke thought. The random gift box from the sudden quest reward. I thought it was like a treasure chest, but it contains items far more valuable. Looking at the remaining box, he said, All right, let's check the second box. A faint glow emerged. Seeing the gift, Zeke froze, dumbfounded. Holy, what is this? Zeke held the object in his hands, stunned. A map. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed. You have found a map containing traces of the great sword Saint Kaiser. Zeke, bewildered, thought. If it's Kaiser, it can't be that hero King Kaiser, right? The Hero King and the Knights of the Clock Tower? That's the most famous book on the continent, chronicling Kaiser and his knights' journey since founding the Kronos Kingdom, a once glorious civilization. But because its content is so fantastical and lacks any verifiable evidence, it's considered mere fiction. His hands trembled, unable to believe his eyes. Did the hero King Kaiser actually exist? As if answering his question, the system continued, restoring and decoding the damaged portion of the item. Decoding complete. The identified location has been marked on the mini-map. A holographic screen instantly appeared before Zeke. He gasped, "Whoa, this is the giant mountain range, territory of the barbarian tribes. This might be easier than I thought. The guidance will end based on the user's level." Suddenly, another notification popped up. You have found an item linkable to a quest. Achievement quest, Kaiser's Vision. Seek Kaiser's Vision at the ruins bearing his traces. Time limit, none. Quest reward, System Administrator Privilege upgrade from Junior Administrator to Intermediate Administrator. Reading this, Zeke pieced it together. I see. The guidance is just a system to elevate me to a certain level. It starts with guidance for low-level administrators, and once completed, administrator-specific quests begin. He grinned, satisfied. This is just the beginning, meaning the real game starts now. The rewards are on a completely different level from the guidance phase. Nice, so that's how it is. Confidently, he declared, I'll sweep through everything, leaving nothing behind. First, let's use the accumulated points. The system updated continuously. You have used 50 points to unlock Dragon Skill Level 2. You can check information about Dragon Skill Level 2. He opened it. Dragon Skill Level 2. Dragon Scale Armor. Crystallized dragon scales form a sturdy armor, greatly enhancing magic resistance. Unlock, 78 points. Dragon Skill Level 2. Dragon Claw. Summon powerful dragon claws to annihilate enemies with a single swipe. Unlock, 80 points. After reading, Zeke pondered. I still have plenty of points, but I don't know when I'll get another chance to earn this many. It's a pity, but for now, I'll just invest in a few potions and these two skills. I'll save 400 points for emergencies. With that, he raised his hand. Activate. You have activated the first dragon skill. Using Dragon Claw, his hand blazed with power. Without hesitation, Zeke hurled the fiery energy forward. The surrounding earth and stone cracked under its overwhelming pressure. Looking at the aftermath, a long gouge in the ground, he laughed heartily. Haha, this skill is badass. Alright, next step. Let's try Dragon Scale Armor. Suddenly, his sword was knocked far away. He thought, even without aura, my slash could tear through anything. Yet the blade was repelled? Though it's just my bare body, it feels like I'm wearing full heavy armor. Dragon Claw for offense, Dragon Scale Armor for defense. Simple, but insanely effective. My body's warmed up enough. Let's keep going. The scene shifts to the central arena of Draker Academy, where an instructor's voice booms. Semester evaluation exam. Before we begin, I'll briefly review the rules. See those dummies behind me? They're specially crafted. Ordinary strength can barely scratch them. But infusing aura into your strike can easily destroy them. However, if you can't even leave a scratch, you'll be eliminated immediately. All prior evaluations will be voided, and you'll have to start over. At this, murmurs ripple through the crowd below. Start over? So we won't advance. Just then, the instructor shouts, silence. Those called, step forward. The next name, Aaron, called out. He didn't dare delay, stepping up immediately. Owen, observing from behind, thought, it's normal for first-timers to be nervous, but for me, this training is no different from my family's aura forging system. The Academy's aura training system was established by the Seaman family. Whether it's low-tier awakeners or true bloods, no one can match me in aura control. Huh. Owen brimmed with confidence in his talent. Finally called, he smirked and strode toward the dummies. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward, unleashing a stunning slash. A powerful, abundant aura enveloped him. The students below gaped, awestruck by his sheer coolness. Someone shouted, Sword Resonance. It's Sword Resonance. That's insane. Even the grading professor was surprised by Owen's performance, exclaiming, only 13 years old and already performing Sword Resonance? Truly extraordinary. Another agreed. Indeed, a family lineage makes all the difference. But for Owen, this wasn't enough. He immediately gained momentum and charged forward, unleashing razor-sharp slashes. Wherever he went, the dummies buckled. Each one was carved up by his blade, sliced in every conceivable way, not a single strike missing. The students below watched, utterly shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Owen had swept through, sparing no dummy. He stood smugly, basking in the admiring gazes of the weaker students. An instructor approached to inspect, exclaiming, "Remarkable, worthy of seamen." At this rate, surpassing Sir Aben is only a matter of time. But being compared to Aben suddenly made Owen feel overshadowed. Angrily, he brushed off the instructor's hand, his face darkening with frustration. He stormed off, fuming. An instructor sighed. That insolent brat. The exam continued smoothly. One after another, students stepped up to test their skills. Many struggled to even scratch the dummies. Two instructors exchanged comments. "Looks like everyone's working like oxen and struggling hard." Another added, "Owen's dominance has shaken their morale." He thought, "Still, no one's failed yet. Even if it's just a tiny amount, every student has managed to infuse aura into their sword. This is indeed a special class. But even in a place full of geniuses, the inferior will still be weeded out." Suddenly, Jinnah spoke politely. "Excuse me, instructor, I have a request." "Speak." "I'd like to be evaluated using dragon-slaying technique." This was a standard for advanced students, yet Rena said calmly, "Yes, I understand." Owen, observing from below, thought, "Became a true blood awakener, and now you're arrogant to the skies?" Infusing aura into a sword and performing dragon-slaying technique are entirely different levels. Just maintaining aura on a weapon requires intense focus, but dragon-slaying technique is another beast. Besides controlling aura, you need to regulate its consumption with each movement. At best, you'll swing a few times before your aura dissipates. Your pride has dug your own grave, Jinnah Turuin. The instructor asked, "If you choose dragon-slaying technique, the failure criteria will be much stricter." "Are you sure?" Jinnah replied firmly. "I'm certain." "Haha. All right, do as you wish." Rena bowed respectfully, placing a hand on her chest. "Thank you, sir." She then raised her sword high, slowly channeling energy into it. Below, countless tense eyes followed her performance, eagerly anticipating a stellar display from a true blood awakener. Unfazed by her surroundings, Rena focused solely on controlling her sword. The blade sliced through the air, carrying a chilling aura. In a flash, it swung with lightning speed, leaving a brilliant silver streak. The steel met the dummies without resistance. Everything shattered as the blade passed through. Fragments spun in the air, as if torn apart by a storm. Her slashes were precise. The sword stopped in a perfect stance, while the dummies were history, reduced to debris from her relentless strikes. The arena fell into a terrifying silence, the ground littered with dummy fragments, a silent battlefield, echoing the power that had just erupted. The students below watched, utterly floored. Whispers erupted. "Whoa, there's no competing with that. I thought Owen's control was unmatched. Turns out, it's not even close." So freaking cool. The protagonist, being compared, seethed with rage, his heart nearly bursting. Fury blazed in his chest, incinerating every thought. The helplessness amid his anger formed a choking sensation in his throat, maddening enough to make him want to scream. Each praise from the crowd stabbed his pride like a dagger. The more Rena shone, the more he felt swallowed by darkness. He gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn it." Though panting from her performance, Rena still raised her sword forward. Owen flinched, thinking it was aimed at him, muttering, "What the hell? Is she mocking me?" But a second later, he realized her gaze wasn't for him. Sensing this, he turned. No, she didn't even care about me from the start. It was none other than a challenge directed at Zeke. The protagonist could only flash a bright smile, accepting it. The protagonist stepped forward, scratching his head awkwardly, thinking, "This is tough. With everyone staring like this, I can't just brush it off. Guess I'll meet their expectations a bit." With that, Zeke raised his hand and said, "Instructor, I'd also like to be evaluated using the dragon-slaying technique." Someone gasped, their face contorting in shock. The instructor, incredulous, approached Zeke and said, "You're Zeke, right? Seeing student Jinnah perform the dragon-slaying technique so easily, you think it's trivial?" Student Jinnah is a true blood awakener. But before he could finish, another instructor waved him off, interjecting, "Same conditions as student Jinnah. No problem with that, right?" Zeke flashed a confident, angelic smile. Of course. He then strode to the center to prepare his dazzling performance. despite the relentless whispers around him. Why did you agree, instructor? Even though his name's on the roster, I've never seen him attend a single class. The instructor replied calmly. That's the result of a bet between him and instructor Andre. TSK, you're new, so it's understandable you wouldn't know. A golden true blood awakener with no precedent. A freshman who broke Sir Aben's record in the dungeon exploration exam. That's Zeke Draker. Meanwhile, Zeke closed his eyes, focusing on the powerful aura emanating from his body. The system's voice rang out. Black Sword Bahamut has sensed it. Activating unique ability. Aura conversion of Black Sword Bahamut. Conversion detected, transformed into aura. Instantly, the aura enveloped the sword. Even Zeke was stunned by the sword in his hand. TCH, holding back power is harder than unleashing it all. All right, this should be enough, right? He raised the sword high, gripping it tightly. Rena, watching the scene, couldn't believe her eyes, her jaw dropping. That's the first move of the dragon-slaying technique. Heavenly Slash's opening stance. Compared to me, no, even compared to Instructor Andre, it's not inferior. At the same time, Zeke's blade cleaved the dummy before him in a single stroke. Not stopping there, he danced with his sword as if in a world of his own. He thought, I practiced the dragon-slaying technique relentlessly for 2 years before regressing. The sword's trajectory, foot placement, even the flow of aura, my body reacts instinctively, even without conscious intent. A sword art that once bored me to death, but revisiting the basics isn't so bad. After his performance, Zeke paused to observe, thinking, this should be enough to rile up Rena, right? But the crowd began buzzing. Did he really envelop the sword in aura just now? Yeah, I saw it. The entire greatsword. Does that mean Zeke's reached the Purple Night realm? Overhearing this, Zeke flinched. He'd been deliberately hiding his true strength, but it seemed he'd let a flaw slip. Panicked, he thought. I must have been too focused, letting aura leak unconsciously. I only meant to adjust my power to match Rena's level. Damn it. I've gone and made myself stand out again. Even the instructors were shaken by Zeke's display. They couldn't fathom a first-year male student reaching the Purple Night realm. How could something so absurd actually happen? This also inadvertently dealt a heavy blow to someone's psyche. Owen was seething but powerless. Shame surged within him, his confidence crumbling into dust. In stark contrast, Rena was utterly intrigued by Zeke. As expected, I didn't misjudge him. The scene shifts to later, in the principal's office. He reached for his teacup and said, I heard about your performance in the semester evaluation. Truly astonishing results. Zeke, present, replied casually, just luck, sir. The principal continued, reaching the Purple Night realm at 13 and calling it luck? So, Zeke, what do you think about participating in the grade skipping exam? Zeke, surprised, asked, grade skipping exam? You mean jumping a year ahead? The principal explained, correct, or possibly more. This is a system for exceptional students like you. Zeke stayed silent, thinking, faster than I expected, huh? Well, makes sense. I've done too much to stand out. Smiling confidently, he declared, I'll participate. He then promptly left, gently closing the door behind him. Zeke mused, seems like he's plotting something. With a sly grin, he thought, fine, I'm game. Inside, the principal sat, still dazed. He reached into his pocket, searching for something, muttering, Rena Draker and Zeke Draker. Both true blood awakeners will join the exam. A voice responded, understood, sir. I'll proceed as instructed. This is getting more interesting. The scene shifts to the Aura training room for advanced students at Draker Academy. Rena and Zeke were both present, the atmosphere inexplicably tense and stifling. Rena, blushing furiously, thought, at least pretend to glance at me. Suddenly, the door slowly opened, and a voice rang out. So, you've been waiting here, huh? The figure entered, continuing, this is today's overseer for the grade skipping exam. High Knight of the family, Sir Reeser. He was a strikingly handsome young man with an irresistible cold charm. Seeing him, Zeke couldn't believe his eyes, his heart trembling. Is that the nameless sword? Memories of the past flooded back. It was a gloomy day, heavy as the hearts of men. He cradled someone who seemed long dead, his steps heavy with sorrow. Zeke was there too. Seeing the scene, he exclaimed in shock. Draker, that damned imperial dog is here. But as Zeke looked closer at the face of the deceased, he was taken aback. The man said nothing, silently digging the earth. Sensing something, Zeke stood quietly without a word. Numerous gravestones surrounded them. Suddenly, Zeke grabbed a shovel, startling the man. He said, "Need a hand?" Without waiting for a reply, Zeke began digging, adding, "Even if you refuse, I'll help anyway." Zeke Merida of the Northern Alliance. You're a Draker, right? The man replied numbly. No, I've abandoned the Draker name. Zeke felt a kinship. Oh, so we're alike, huh? What should I call you then? Hesitating, the man said, just call me Nameless Sword. Back in the present, hearing the somewhat unfamiliar name, Zeke was stunned. Mock? A name that perfectly suits the cold vibe of Nameless Sword? Hold on, a high knight overseeing a first-year grade skipping exam. Both quickly bowed respectfully, saying in unison, Greetings, Sir Ulriser Draker, High Knight. The true pillar upholding the Draker family, a title reserved for those with exceptional strength, prestige, and experience. It was a noble rank. The instructor spoke up. The sword combat format is familiar to anyone from the cradle. As long as you're not unconscious or surrender, you can continue challenging. Give it everything you've got. Rena stepped forward confidently. Then I'll start first. But he replied arrogantly, No need to split up. Come at me together. Pretty cool, but playing like this is just asking for an early grave, huh? Faced with the challenge, Rena was ready to charge forward, but Zeke quickly raised his hand to stop her. Don't be so hasty. You know the gap in skill, don't you? Besides, the test started long ago. If you'd let your emotions take over and rushed in earlier, we'd probably have lost points already. Hearing this, Rena glanced at the overseer behind them. He was scribbling something, then let out a long sigh. Though reluctant to admit it, Rena finally lowered herself and asked, So what should I do? Zeke Draker. The protagonist turned with a smile, thinking, as expected of Rena, hailed as a genius. Her judgment is sharp. He replied, I have the perfect plan for this situation. Come on, let's give him a real critical hit. After agreeing on the strategy, the match officially began. Observing the High Knight's sword, Zeke analyzed silently. A strange sword with a blade on only one side, an Eastern Empire's crescent blade. He's always used it. Rena seems to see this as a matter of honor. But what's honor or pride to the weak? Forget personal grudges. Focus on the plan. A second later, both swung their swords in unison, charging forward. The clash of metal rang out sharply. Their blades formed two crisscrossing arcs from opposite directions, but the High Knight merely tilted his body slightly. His blade slipped through their gap, counterattacking like lightning. In an instant, he swung downward. Rena stepped back just in time, narrowly dodging a slash that grazed her by inches. Zeke, still exhilarated, pressed forward. They continued their assault, but it didn't faze High Knight Ulriser. The clanging of swords echoed, filling the space. Moments later, the High Knight forced both Rena and Zeke back. Rena glanced at Zeke, thinking, is this the power of a High Knight? Even following Zeke's instructions and targeting his blind spots, forget landing a hit. We can't even leave a scratch. Next, Rena unleashed dragon-slaying technique. Chapter 3, First Form. She told herself, I must fight with the intent to kill. With that, she swung her sword fiercely at him. Thinking it would deal damage, she was stunned when, at the critical moment, the High Knight casually dodged with a slight lean. Caught in her momentum, Rena surged forward. But it didn't end there. The High Knight struck her with a powerful blow. She was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, spinning through the air before crashing into a stone wall. Horrifyingly, the wall shattered into a large crater from the impact. A nearby assistant rushed over, asking, Are you okay, Rena Draker? Coughing violently, Rena groaned in pain, blood trickling from her lips. Her legs trembled as she tried to stand, her arms numb and unresponsive, stammering, I'm fine. It's dangerous, get back. Inwardly, she thought. In a split second, my focus was shattered, leaving an opening. With my strength, I don't stand a chance. Can you really pull this off, Zeke Draker? She recalled the moment before the match. Zeke had laid out his strategy. Rena objected vehemently. I can't agree to such a biliar tactic. Are you trying to tarnish an honorable duel, Draker? But Zeke countered, does honor fill your stomach? He explained, this isn't a knight's duel, it's a test. It evaluates your ability to kill the opponent. After some thought, Reyna reluctantly agreed. Fine. I asked for your advice first. But do you really think this tactic will work? We're up against a high knight. While Reyna remained skeptical, Zeke was brimming with confidence. We just need to create a situation where it can work. He added, when we fought at the cradle, why couldn't you dodge that rock? Flustered, Reyna replied. Because I didn't expect you to use such tricks. Zeke said calmly, it's no different with a high knight. Wait for my signal, it'll definitely work. Just a tiny opening is enough. Back in the present, the match raged on. Zeke stood, employing a variation of the dragon-slaying technique. His body split into multiple afterimages, surrounding the high knight from all angles. The sight alone was dizzying, making it impossible to distinguish real from illusion. Then, a never-before-used technique debuted. Gale step, shadowless footwork. The high knight, deeply knowledgeable, quickly recognized it, exclaiming, that's Duke's technique. He scanned side to side. Suddenly, Zeke lunged with a slash, but the high knight blocked it swiftly. Zeke grinned confidently, saying, from now on, you'd better brace yourself. At that moment, the lights went out, plunging the arena into darkness. The high knight, surprised, thought, turning off the lights? Using the mana-disrupting trait of a true blood awakener, huh? He swung his sword, knocking Zeke back, then performed flawlessly in the dark. No matter where Zeke struck, he parried effortlessly, as easy as eating candy. Truly, a high knight's prowess was not to be underestimated. He thought, such a childish idea. Thinking obscuring vision can create an opening against a high knight? But what's this uneasy feeling? In darkness so thick I can barely make out shapes. He moves as if he sees everything clearly. Perfect timing. I want to test a new dragon skill. This is the best opportunity. Owen's not the type to blab anyway. Zeke activated dragon skill, Dragon Claw. Swift as the wind, he toyed with the high knight, making him struggle to keep up. The high knight was stunned. Is this the swordsmanship of a first year? It's not even swordsmanship, it's too unique. Regardless, Zeke Draker has surpassed a student's level. Reyna, too, seemed to navigate the darkness like Zeke. Did he eliminate unnecessary energy sources and place a limiter on me? That tactic only works against opponents of similar strength. As he thought, the high knight chased Zeke, attacking relentlessly in the dark. Only the glint of clashing blades illuminated the scene. The swords collided at speeds too fast for the naked eye, sparks flashing before the sound could register, sharp and cold. Sparks burst like fireworks in the night, then faded, leaving the acrid smell of burning metal. Observing the high knight's reactions, Zeke smiled, thinking, his movements are almost identical to before the lights went out. He adapted to the darkness that quickly. Suddenly, the high knight sensed something off. Instinctively, he swung a powerful slash forward, but it missed. Frowning, he thought irritably, gone? I can only vaguely see shapes. It's like fighting a shadow. He swung blindly into the void, but every strike missed. Zeke seemed to have vanished from his senses. Just then, a light bulb fell from above, landing right in front of the high knight. But that wasn't all. Zeke cut down more bulbs, which rained down like a storm, all part of his plan. The noise completely masked Zeke's aura, and the high knight lost track of him entirely. He looked bewildered. Suddenly, Zeke appeared before him, flashing a bright but cunning smile, shouting, now's the time. Here we go. As the high knight struggled to comprehend, a light bulb plummeted toward him. Zeke recalled Professor Fannin's words. The structure and materials are simple, but as is, it's single use. What kind of magic are you putting in it? Explosive magic. Zeke had smiled casually, replying, no, just flash and bang magic will do. As planned, a massive explosion erupted. This was the perfect moment. Reyna. Zeke stood calmly, covering his ears, awaiting the miracle. The high knight flinched at the blast. The deafening explosion tore through the air, shaking everything around. Reflexively, his body recoiled, crouching, his mind gripped by pressure. Only now did he realize he'd been tricked. He reconsidered. I was wrong to think that was excess energy. Seizing the chance, Reyna and Zeke charged together. Dragon Slaying Technique. Chapter 4, First Form. Full Moon Slash. Two powerful slashes overwhelmed their opponent. Boom, boom, boom. A shock wave exploded, kicking up dust and sending a fierce gust into the faces of those present. The dust cloud gradually cleared. Yet, the High Knight stood there, his face twisted in irritation. He clearly hadn't anticipated Zeke's move. TCH, there's no fool like a bold fool. Afterward, the medical team swiftly arrived at the scene to carry Zeke and Rena away for treatment. The High Knight stood there, utterly unfazed. An instructor approached Ulriser and said, "Thank you for your efforts, sir." Suddenly, an angry voice rang out. "You bastard Ulriser, you've left my disciple in such a mess." Following the voice, Ulriser turned and recognized Duke. He bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Knight of Merit." Duke stepped closer, waving dismissively. "Still as stiff as ever, huh? All right, how's my disciple doing?" He slung an arm around Ulriser's shoulder, grinning excitedly. Ulriser reflected on what had just happened. The moment Zeke Draker's sword connected, he had deliberately dropped his blade and held a defensive stance. Why didn't he counter when he had the chance? Was his goal not victory but advancement? Only revealing the minimum strength needed. With that, Ulriser said, "Zeke Draker has far exceeded my evaluation scope." Later, in the meeting room, a review session for student advancements took place. After hearing everyone's opinions, the academy head concluded, "So, we're all in agreement with this resolution?" Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, sir." With no objections, Zeke and Jenna were promoted to Year 5 and 5A, respectively. Afterward, Zeke tried to live as quietly as possible after inheriting all of Duke's secret techniques and seals. Andre took over Zeke's position, while Zeke maintained a good relationship with Professor Fannin. But their connection gradually faded when Zeke was selected for the Royal Magic Research Institute, passing through and leaving the academy. From then on, Zeke no longer entangled himself with the scions of powerful families. Interestingly, Ulriser visited Zeke every quarter to request sparring sessions. Eventually, as if enlightened, he took a leave of absence and joined a martial dojo for training. Time passed. 2 years later, Zeke graduated from the academy. From within the dormitory, a joyful voice echoed. "Congratulations, young master." The youngest student admitted to Valhalla. Surely the family head will be very proud. By now, Zeke was no longer the 13-year-old boy, but a taller, more handsome 15-year-old Zeke Draker. The academy head had personally written a recommendation letter for his admission, an uncommon and prestigious honor. Zeke thought glumly. But this youngest student title, my 2 years of laying low have gone to waste. He spoke up. "There's about 3 months until the enrollment ceremony, right? Decker, head to Atlas first." Though surprised, Decker reluctantly agreed to Zeke's request. "Yes, sir. But what about you, young master?" Cutting him off, Zeke said, "I'll take a quiet retreat alone. I don't want anyone disturbing me, got it?" Decker didn't dare disobey. "Yes, young master." Zeke then gazed at the map before him, lost in thought. The ruins of Kaiser are in the giant mountain range. Using the excuse of a retreat, I'll go through the Argos Kingdom Adventurers Guild for the expedition. No need to reveal my destination to suspicious folks. Suddenly, a knock came from outside. Zeke quickly said, "Come in." Liam entered, bowing respectfully. "Your servant pays respects to Master Zeke Draker." Zeke turned, saying, "Liam, didn't I tell you that greeting's too much? A simple one's enough." Decker, understanding, said, "Then I'll take my leave, young master." "Yeah, handle the Valhalla enrollment with the black card." After Decker left, Liam asked, "Why did you summon me to the Platinum Estate, sir?" Zeke replied casually, "I heard you've been transferred to the special class, right? As your master, how could I stand by? I've compiled everything you'll need at the academy. Predicted exam questions for the semester evaluation, training manuals, and essentials for the tests." He handed them to Liam. As Liam stood frozen in shock, Zeke continued, "Go to Breath of Papia, show them this list, and they'll provide everything. Also, when you reach Year 4, you'll need a sword suited to you. Get one custom-made at Breath of Fafnir. I've paid in full, so no worries. I trust you won't let me down, Liam." Hearing this, Liam was so moved that tears welled up, threatening to spill. He bowed again, voice trembling with gratitude. I will never betray your expectations, Master. Zeke sighed. I literally just told you a minute ago not to overdo it. Liam gave an awkward smile. I'll correct myself, sir. The Argos Kingdom, located in the far north of the central continent, was one of the 4 central kingdoms alongside Delptb and Alenia. The giant mountain range marked the boundary between beast territories and the continent, hosting countless dungeons of varying sizes, attracting adventurers eager for a life-changing haul. The founding king of Argos, a name now faded in history, linked adventurers with dungeons, making it the kingdom's core industry. With royal support, they divided the giant mountain range into hundreds of zones and established transport routes and transfer points. This was the precursor to the Argos Adventurers Guild, an organization now spanning the continent. At the registration counter, an announcement rang out. Next, number 546. Number 546. No show for 546. Next, number 547. Congratulations, you're now an adventurer, Zeke Murray. Submit these documents to the licensing office to receive your registration card. Zeke, disguised, had transformed into a completely different person. He smiled, thanks, and left. A version of Zeke with a wig and magic glasses. No one could recognize him now, eh? Looking at the documents, he thought, satisfied. To move freely, it's best to have an adventurer's identity. I can't just strut around openly as a Draker. Now let's start the treasure hunt. Soon, carriages carrying adventurers set off one by one. Zeke boarded one, thinking, finding a shared seat during peak season is lucky enough. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey, buddy, you an adventurer too? Zeke slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the guy sitting opposite, and smirked. Looking that nervous, but it's your first time in a dungeon, huh? Another person sidled up to Zeke, eagerly saying, What do you say, buddy? Want to join our team? Don't let looks fool you. We're seasoned pros. Dungeons are dangerous these days. Going solo makes you easy prey for monsters. Zeke stayed silent, thinking, no matter where I go, trash like this always pops up, huh? They didn't give up, continuing to coax. They say the first team you join in a dungeon decides half your fate in the adventuring world. Ever heard that one, buddy? Zeke sighed, exasperated. Classic script of dungeon scammers, luring newbies to use as monster bait or sell to slave traders. What the hell? Though he thought this, he stayed quiet, neither accepting nor refusing. Meanwhile, their eyes were all fixed on him. Fed up, Zeke stood, snapping, Shut your traps. His words stunned them. What? What's that, buddy? Did I say something wrong? But Zeke said nothing more, walking straight ahead. He leaned toward a small window and told the driver, 500 meters to the left rear, there are monsters. Looks like orcs. So this is a monster zone. The driver, shocked, replied, What? What are you talking about? This is a safe route. Laughter erupted around them. Haha, must be newbie nerves, buddy. Don't you know this route's managed by the Kingdom's Adventurers Guild headquarters? Not even wild beasts can get in, let alone monsters. But Zeke's next words sent chills down their spines. Then what's that behind you? The driver's eyes widened, disbelieving. What? In truth, an orc with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs was roaring behind him, drooling as if craving fresh meat. Boom, boom, boom. The carriage was immediately attacked. Life's full of surprises. Anything can happen. It wasn't just one ferocious monster, but a whole horde. Each swung axes relentlessly. The scene descended into chaos. Towering and muscular, with rough, stone-like skin and blood-red eyes gleaming with savage hunger, they raised heavy axes and rusted hammers, smashing the carriage to pieces. The horses neighed in panic, retreating, but it was too late. They managed a few cries before collapsing. Now, only the sounds of splintering wood and clashing weapons filled the forest. The guy who'd been sweet-talking Zeke into joining his team was clueless. He poked his head out of the carriage, unaware an orc had noticed and was approaching. By the time he realized, the massive shadow loomed before him. His face drained of color, bloodless. In his final moments, he hoped it would spare him, begging for mercy. But life ain't a fairy tale. Thwack! One hit, and he was splattered everywhere. Tough luck for the poor sod. Meanwhile, Zeke leaped out, hiding behind a large tree nearby. watching the orcs feast on their freshly harvested spoils. They chomped and gnawed ravenously. Seeing this, Zeke thought, orcs rampaging in a safe zone means the outpost isn't functioning properly. How long has this been going on? After gorging, the monsters quickly left. Zeke stepped out, surveying the scene. Corpses piled like a slaughterhouse. He was likely the only survivor. Standing there, he muttered, as expected, what a chaotic mess beyond imagination. Even Argo's soldiers were taken down. With this force, regular monsters shouldn't have been their match, right? But upon closer inspection, Zeke's eyes narrowed, irritated. A long slash mark marred their bodies, something not caused by monsters alone. His mind conjured a bloody scene that had unfolded earlier. He thought, not monsters. This was done by humans. Lingering here would only complicate things further. Right now, the top priority is finding Kaiser's ruins. With that thought, he continued his journey. After traveling some distance, he reached a place piled high with skulls and crossed bones, like a mountain of death. Observing his surroundings, he thought, markings of barbarian territory. According to the mini-map, I'm almost at Kaiser's ruins. But he noticed he was being followed from behind. Puzzled, he wondered, how the hell are the Empire's hounds here? The Hounds, a unit directly under the Emperor, recruiting only the most elite talents from the Empire's night trainees, specializing in tracking and assassination. At this point, the Hounds were still a mystery, their existence known to few even within the Empire. But soon, when the Empire ignited the Continental War, they would swiftly rise as a key force. I closely monitored their movements via the mini-map on my way here. I can't forget their signature pursuit technique, because before I regressed, these bastards killed me. Plus, Duke said the Emperor, obsessed with immortality, is scouring the continent for something. That's right. Even before my regression, the Emperor was fixated on ancient relics. His ambition to unify the continent was mad enough, yet he greedily chased the pipe dream of immortality. Could it be that the Empire has already found Kaiser's ruins here? I'll have to confirm it myself. With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving the Hounds trailing him bewildered, exchanging confused glances. One of them, with a long scar across his face, sensed something off and reached into his chest pocket, searching for something. He pulled out a gun, but before he could fire, Zeke ambushed him, moving so fast the Hound couldn't react. The gun fired into the air, and one of his hands parted ways with its owner. A clean, precise slash from Zeke. Tracking me, huh? He spoke up. A yellow flare signals an unexpected situation. As expected, you're the team leader. Just 3 of you. So this is an outer patrol unit? Normally, a squad has 12, right? Hearing this, another Hound approached from a distance, shouting, "What the hell? Who are you? Who sent you?" Zeke didn't bother answering, instead sending the team leader to the afterlife, his head severed in a split second. Then he said, "Still don't get it? I'm the one asking questions here. Think carefully, you've got 2 mouths left. If one shuts up for good, the other won't speak for long either. Make a smart choice." In the end, Zeke dealt with them all cleanly. They never saw the sun again. After the satisfying slaughter, Zeke opened his map to study it. This is their temporary base? It's bustling. Did they turn the outpost into that pile of mangled corpses? They dared to touch the kingdom's soldiers? Have they really found the ruins? Guess I'll go in and see. Anyone who dares raise a sword against me won't walk away unscathed. At their once peaceful base, a guard yawned widely. Looking down, he sighed, muttering, "No way. What lunatic would storm barbarian territory and station guards like this?" Another guard nodded. "Yeah, it's weird." But before they could process it, one was suddenly attacked. The other met the same fate. In less than a minute, both guards were gone without a trace. Someone passed by like a gust of wind. Inside, a black-clad man barely noticed something amiss. Another, seeing him frozen, snapped, "Why are you standing there? Get in." He replied, "Wait, didn't you hear something from the gate just now?" The other glanced at the gate, saying, "Didn't hear a thing," unaware their comrades had been attacked. Suddenly, blood sprayed, the noise drawing attention. But he only caught a glimpse, witnessing his allies had cleaved off by a stranger. He was floored. Intruder. Before he could say more, Zeke, fast as lightning, punched him in the face, silencing him. Without hesitation, Zeke sent him to meet his ancestors. In moments, His sword was drenched in blood. He mused. This reminds me of back then, when I got orders from the boss, worn out from a 5-year faction war, to attack Pavila cattle. It felt exactly like this. Now, Zeke was surrounded by them. From above, a leader spoke. Southern assassin dagger techniques? Mecane or Pavila, whichever side you're from. Stepping foot here means you won't leave alive. Surrender now, and I'll kill you gently. Following the voice, Zeke looked up, thinking, he's the commander here? Barely touching Blue Knight level. This cheap trash, compared to the hounds I faced in my past life, you're still green. Unfazed, he retorted sharply. Laughable. Kill me gently? Is that what someone who just slaughtered their comrades says? Shouldn't you tear me apart and wipe out 3 generations to avenge your fallen allies? Is the central continent full of nothing but cowardly weaklings? His taunts enraged them. The commander roared. Damn it. Grant his wish. Tear him apart while he's still breathing. At his command, they launched their attack. Each swung their sword, aiming straight for Zeke. As they slashed predictably, Zeke thought, something's off. Are the hounds really only at this level? Are they too weak, or have I just gotten too strong? No need to observe further. He activated his mana reflex skill. The surrounding light extinguished, plunging the cave into darkness. The commander, perched above, looked baffled, thinking, power outage right now? Could it be mana interference from the dragon-slaying technique? Wait, he's been fighting barehanded from the start, not even using aura. His swordsmanship is Southern style. Definitely an assassin. Just a technical glitch then. After a moment, he shouted to calm his men, don't panic. It'll be back on soon. Just hold a defensive stance until then. But oh boy, shockingly, when the lights returned, a horrific scene unfolded. In mere seconds, Zeke had wiped out all the hounds below. Corpses littered the cold ground. The commander couldn't believe his eyes, sweat pouring like rain, muttering in shock. What the hell is this? Zeke had crept behind him unnoticed, saying, the Emperor's got some guts, targeting the hero King Kaiser's ruins, huh? Trembling, the commander stammered, Kaiser's ruins? What the hell are you talking about? But as he turned, Zeke was gone. Only his eerie voice lingered. Don't worry, even if you don't talk, I'll find out myself. In the darkness, a hand brimming with killing intent pressed a sharp blade to his throat. Realizing death was near, he panicked. Wait, we really don't know anything. Don't know anything, huh? Don't know you still die. Blood sprayed, and the ill-fated commander couldn't escape death. After finishing, Zeke quietly walked toward the cave's exit, where blinding light poured in. He tossed a sword there, thinking, everything here will be framed as Mecane's doing. Mecane, the criminal organization from the southern continent I was part of in my past life. A gang that'll do anything for money. After the southern continent's Cusco kingdom fell to civil war, the lawless wasteland split between Mecane and Pavila. I could have used only dragon skills to hide my identity, but I deliberately used southern swordsmanship and left Mecane's signature warning. Giving a clear target is safer. The Empire will think this was a southern gang's work. Even if the Empire acts on this, it'll just help me eliminate Mecane. That's a win for me. Based on the letter I found, the Emperor is far crazier than I thought. His orders were simply to search for ancient ruins. But the shocking part is the campaign map attached, not just the central continent, but the eastern continent, still under a truce, and even the mysterious Black Sea. He sent hounds to every suspected ruin site. That means their forces are already at the scale of my past life. But it seems they haven't found Kaiser's ruins yet. I'd better act fast. Suddenly, from the hound's den, a red flare shot up. Having already left, Zeke smiled, saying, a red flare? Is that the signal for the heavenly net trap? Zeke bolted like a gust of wind, his feet crushing dry leaves with sharp, rustling sounds. His breaths were ragged, chest heaving as if it might burst, but his legs didn't pause for a second. Hearing noises behind him, he glanced back, thinking, caught up already? The red flare's meaning, 5 branches of the heavenly net trap, he told himself. I have to eliminate this threat at all costs. Centered on the flare, they'd scour the area to locate their target, then tighten the encirclement. The kill order meant all hunters in the region would maintain the trap indefinitely until the issuer recalled it. It was practically a death sentence. In his past life, even when stealing a relic the Emperor coveted in the northern continent, he'd perished under the heavenly net. But now he had the system. As he thought, he monitored the system's display, tracking the hound's positions and numbers. Suddenly, a hound appeared, slashing forward. The steel glinted in the dark as he lunged. The strike was fierce, tearing through the air, aimed at Zeke with enough force to end him in one blow. But with agility, Zeke dodged, the blade grazing him by inches. Before he could counter, heavy footsteps thundered from behind. More hounds emerged, weapons gleaming, their eyes brimming with killing intent. A storm of blades surged like a steel tempest, slicing the air with chilling whistles. They flashed by in an instant, reflecting cold light before descending like the Reaper's scythe. The hounds were trying to overwhelm Zeke, leaving no room to breathe. A single misstep would mean death. He thought, this might be worth a fight. Taking momentum, he leaped backward. The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying amid relentless strikes. The jump saved him, breaking free from the hound's encirclement. Looking ahead, he continued. As expected, these are way tougher than the ones in the cave. Just then, another group of hounds caught up, charging with murderous intent. Now, he was completely surrounded. No escape now. Scratching his head, he sighed. This is getting messy. Checking the map, he thought. If I use my full strength, I could break out. But that'd mean throwing away the mechane disguise I worked so hard to craft. No other way. I didn't plan to use this for this situation. He pulled out a horn from around his neck, hesitating. But with no choice, he used it, the only option left. Standing there, Zeke blew a resounding blast. Small but mighty, the horn's sound tore through the forest's silence, echoing off trees and spreading through the misty haze like a commanding summons. The prolonged echoes mingled with the wind whistling through the leaves, creating a chilling symphony. The hounds, confused, scanned their surroundings. What's that? Reinforcements. But before finishing, one noticed something and frowned. A scream rang out. Smoke grenade. The sound was a decoy. Catch him. Instantly, smoke bombs ripped through the air, exploding into a thick cloud that swallowed the forest in dense fog. Dust swirled, obscuring vision, turning everything hazy and chaotic. In the thick gray smoke, a faint figure emerged, Zeke, standing calmly amid the haze. His lips curled into a playful smirk, eyes glinting with amusement as he watched the hounds flounder in the mist. This wasn't just a fight, it was his game, and he held the reins. But as the smoke cleared, Zeke was gone. The hound's leader, furious, roared, "Don't panic. Once the heavenly net is set, no one escapes. Hold your positions and watch for unusual smoke or shadow movements." But they couldn't have guessed Zeke had vanished without a trace. The leader thought, just obscure our vision and retreat? Or does it tie to that horn? As he suspected, panicked cries erupted behind him. Blood sprayed, and the leader, losing composure, stammered, "What the hell is going on?" His eyes widened, pupils shrinking, reflecting the scene with utter shock. His breath hitched, chest tightening with overwhelming fear. Unable to believe what was happening, terror seeped into every fiber, freezing him. His eyes weren't just wide from shock, but from the dread gnawing at his sanity as the scene surpassed his imagination. Are these lunatics barbarians? What's happening? We haven't done anything to provoke them. A couple of aggressive ones would make sense, but a whole swarm attacking like this. A hound shouted, charging with his sword, "Lowly savages, how dare you?" Mid-sentence, he slashed fiercely at a barbarian. But it didn't flinch. The strike was like scratching an itch. The hound froze, terrified. This is bad. I've never seen them this riled up. While still stunned, a fist swung like a sledgehammer. Bam! The barbarian's punch smashed his face, hard enough to rattle his skull. Blood sprayed, mouth flooding. His body reeled, vision spinning, pain jolting like lightning. One punch sent him to reincarnation. Damn it. Watching from afar, the leader thought, this is bad. I've never seen them this frenzied. With our current forces, this is too dangerous. Without hesitation, he drew a gun, fired a white flare skyward, and shouted, "Recall the heavenly net. Retreat. Retreat now." But the barbarians were still fiercely aggressive. They roared deafeningly, their oppressive aura overwhelming. At the retreat signal, the hounds scattered like panicked beasts, fleeing in all directions. Footsteps thundered through the forest, leaves swept aside, dry branches snapping under the weight of their escape. Faces pale with panic, none dared look back. In moments, the chaotic forest fell empty, leaving only scattered footprints and fading smoke in the wind. From the ground, Zeke crawled up. With no other choice earlier, he'd buried himself under the dirt to hide. Brushing off the soil, he flashed a radiant smile. More effective than I thought. The barbarian horn was crafted to relay commands swiftly on chaotic battlefields, a tactical tool of the tribes. In his past life, he'd forged a friendly bond with the Mohican tribe, learning to craft war horns and their signal system. The signal he'd just sent meant, outsiders have violated the ancestral holy ground. Often seen as crude savages, they actually had a distinct culture and civilization. Tearing off the horn strap, he remarked, "With this shoddy craftsmanship, it's probably one use only, huh?" Back to peace. He resumed his expedition. Time to find the real ruins. Soon, Zeke reached the ruins area. But challenges never ceased. Hiding behind a wall, he observed, thinking, one hurdle after another. His gaze fixed on a massive multi-headed serpent. The system chimed. Detected, fallen dragonkin, corrupted by vile miasma. Reading this, he puzzled. Fallen dragonkin? What's that now? Per the minimap, the door was up there. He asked, System, can you open that door? The system replied, Administrator request confirmed. Connecting to control system. Connected to the management system of Hero King Kaiser's resting place. Opening the gate to Hero King Kaiser's resting place. But as the door cracked open, the serpent sensed something amiss. The multi-headed serpent slithered in the dark, its colossal body coiling into deadly spirals. Each head rose high, gaping maws revealing sharp fangs still reeking of blood. Its eyes blazed like eerie flames, exuding malevolent menace. Each head hissed hot breath, tongues flicking, emitting chilling hisses. The massive body growled, ready to strike, a living nightmare poised to devour any challenger. Seeing this, Zeke smirked. Sneak by quietly? Doesn't seem feasible. He then used a dragon-slaying technique variation, darting like the wind. Approaching, he employed shadowless footwork to blur its vision and rushed toward the entrance. The door grew closer. Zeke marveled. Just a bit more. Suddenly, the serpent roared, lunging like black lightning, its massive maws gaping wide. The air seemed to tear, winds howling as its colossal body twisted, channeling deadly force at its prey. Razor-sharp fangs gleamed in the dim light, ready to sink into anything. Luckily, Zeke escaped in time, the serpent only snagging bits of his clothing. He drew his sword, purple light flashing, dense aura radiating. Without hesitation, Chapter 7, First Form, Dragon-Slaying Technique. Dragon-Slaying strike countered. But his body was badly wounded, blood seeping across it. Standing there, he realized, acidic blood? It's even corroding the wall behind me. As an immortal-type player, he activated his recovery skill. As his body healed, he thought, a nine-headed monster with acidic blood. Even my master in my past life barely defeated it, the nine-headed Hydra. But I'm different. All right, let's give it a shot. Welcome to the sword team, buddy. Here's to a peaceful stay, heh? As the nine-headed serpent opened its grotesque maw, aiming straight for Zeke, he could only grit his teeth and raise his sword to block. Steel clashed against fangs, screeching like a deadly symphony. Not stopping there, another head roared menacingly, its glowing green eyes like twin jade orbs, hissing with murderous intent that thickened the air. But Zeke didn't retreat or flee. Exhausted as he was, he stepped back a few paces, regaining his balance, muttering as if complaining to the heavens, "Damn it! What's so great about this dragon-slaying skill anyway? In an era where dragons are extinct, the closest thing is this dragonkin monster. No matter how I slash, it just regenerates. So annoying." Once again, Zeke had to admit his current strength wasn't enough to finish this beast. And right before him, the gate to the sanctuary was just 30 meters away. Acting on impulse, he commanded, "System, close the gate." The system responded instantly, its robotic voice flat like an office clerk. Administrator request confirmed. Closing the gate to Hero King Kaiser's sanctuary. Boom. The gate began to shut. Behind him, Zeke drove his sword into the ground. The earth cracked, a terrifying force erupting like an earthquake, making the serpent tremble. Zeke roared, secret shock technique, wind slash. Instantly, a blazing slash tore across the ground, charging straight into the cluster of snake heads. Thwack! One head shot into the air like a popped balloon, purple blood spraying like fireworks, its agonized screeches echoing through the space. Seizing the moment, Zeke bolted toward the gate, calculating. All right, while it's reeling from losing a head, I can slip through. Forget killing it. Get to the gate first. But the serpent wasn't a pushover. It quickly caught onto Zeke's plan, its eyes flashing like laser beams from a sci-fi flick. With a lunge, it stretched its necks, each head snapping at Zeke from different angles, trying to crush him into living sushi. Just steps from the gate, thinking he'd make it, boom. A lightning-fast bite from the serpent cleanly took off one of Zeke's arms. Blood gushed like a burst pipe, splattering the closing gate. He staggered, tumbling inside, face contorted in pain, but still hissing through clenched teeth. Damn it, you lousy snake, chasing me this far. As if erupting with emotion, Zeke roared, eyes blazing red, pointing his sword at the serpent. You want my arm that bad? Take it. With that, he leaped high, charging at the nearest head, slashing relentlessly despite the bleeding wounds soaking his clothes. This was Zeke, the immortal with infinite recovery. As he hacked, a new arm began regenerating, fingers forming like a sped-up rebirth. The serpent screeched in fury, not just angry but resorting to dirty tricks. A cloud of toxic green gas spewed forth like a nightmare assault. Zeke frowned. Poison gas. Out of moves, buddy. The system chimed. You've been poisoned by the Hydra Dragon's toxin. Without a second's hesitation, Zeke poured all his strength into a critical strike. His sword blazed, slicing through the air with a radiant arc, cutting across the serpent's body. Another head soared skyward, blood splattering. The serpent's eyes now glared helplessly, gasping, regretting tangling with the wrong foe. Zeke, drenched in sweat, face pale and lips white from the poison, still gripped his sword, eyes burning with unyielding fight. Then, the final head roared in rage, lunging at Zeke. One last snake, one last life, one last chance. It was all or nothing. Zeke couldn't fall, not now, not here. At that critical moment, Zeke activated Dragon Might. A crushing aura, heavy as a meteor, exploded from him, pressing down on the serpent like the sky collapsing. The air quaked, as if an earthquake demanded submission. Zeke's eyes gleamed like concentrated lasers. I'm not joking. His low voice rumbled. Scram, unless you want to be chopped into sausage. The multi-headed, brainless serpent initially growled for show, but a second later, it froze, sweat beads the size of quail eggs pouring from its face, body trembling as if standing in a blizzard in nothing but shorts. It cautiously retreated, eyes panicked, then whoosh, it fled without looking back, running like never before. Zeke exhaled, collapsing to the ground, panting like a retired grandpa. Didn't expect Dragon Might to work on Dragonkin. Should have used it sooner to save the hassle. But before he could celebrate, he frowned. Wait, why am I still exhausted? Infinite stamina, my ass. Is it the poison? The system promptly confirmed his suspicion. You've instilled fear in the fallen Dragonkin, tainted by corrupt energy. Would you like to activate Dragonkin domination to subdue the target? Zeke raised an eyebrow. Instilled fear because of Dragon Might? So I can tame that ridiculous monster? Nice. Excited, he opened the system interface, but upon seeing the notification, he froze. Insufficient administrator privileges to subdue fallen Dragonkin. Failed to subdue target. Zeke choked, exclaiming, Insufficient privileges? Seriously? I thought I'd get a free epic pet. Damn, such a badass skill has limits. Before he could curse more, a sudden headache hit, sharp as a dragon stomping his skull. His face turned purple, clutching his head, body shaking. The system coldly announced, Warning, Hydra Dragon toxin has exceeded critical levels. Zeke hissed, Damn this cursed poison. Recovery's useless? Am I screwed? In his spinning mind, he recalled, Right, Devour. Dragon skill level 1 Devour. In Devour state, anything can be digested and converted into energy. If I consume a creature with special abilities, I can absorb its skills. He thought. A monster with such potent poison must have some antitoxin bloodline ability. Without hesitation, he activated the skill. Activating Dragon's skill, Devour. Instantly, the serpent's corpse began melting, steaming like a hellfire barbecue. The system updated rapidly, consumed severed head of fallen dragonkin, tainted by corrupt energy. Target consumed. Devour skill upgraded from novice to proficient. Energy restored. Absorbed bloodline ability. Incomplete trait. Total poison immunity. Detoxification in progress. In a flash, Zeke felt light as a feather, like bathing in a divine spring. The toxins vanished like a breeze, muscles supple, eyes brighter, skin glowing better than a collagen drink ad. Hydra Dragon toxin detected and fully neutralized. Acquired trait, total poison immunity, resists and neutralizes most poisons. Zeke's status window lit up like a valedictorian's report card. Low-level Administrator Window 1. Name, Zakir. Class, Immortal, Unique Rank. Titles, Blessed by Ancient Dragon, Heir of Terracan. Condition, Heavenly Bone Body, Total Poison Immunity. Privileges, Dragonkin Domination. System functions, Storage, 100 slots. Minimap, Beginner's Quest Book. Class skills, Self-Healing, Strong Mental Defense, Infinite Stamina, Combat Sense. Regular skills, Shock Strike, A rank, Proficient, Aura Rebound, A rank, Novice, Wide Sweep, A rank Novice. Dragon skills level 1, Dragon Eye, Proficient, Dragon Might, Proficient, Devour, Proficient, Dragon Speech, Locked. Dragon skills level 2, Dragon Scale Armor, Proficient, Dragon Claw, Proficient. Dragon skills level 3, Locked, requires 300 points. Karma points, 465. Traits, Total Poison Immunity, resists and neutralizes most poisons. Seeing the updated status, Zeke smirked. From now on, anyone playing poison will just poison themselves. Scanning the info, he frowned. That most part is concerning. But with this, I'm safe from poison. Devour went from novice to proficient. Can't believe my eyes. Leveling up Devour? That's near impossible unless, right. It's because I killed a designated target. Designated targets were monsters marked by the system for elimination, offering extra rewards. Zeke nodded. Oh, this is useful. So killing system-hated enemies yields sweet loot. Without lingering, he stood, flicked his cloak, and strode off cheerfully, as if the Hydra hadn't just pummeled him. That Hydra slowed me down. Gotta move fast. Hero King Kaiser, half human, half elf, a living legend. Well, dead now. Son of the wise sage and the elven king. Like any proper angsty protagonist, his birth wasn't peaceful. A dark witch schemed to separate him from his parents, tossing him into a forest. No joke, chucked like garbage. Luckily, a sacred wolf, probably SS level at least, found the wailing Kaiser and raised him like its own. Thus, Kaiser grew strong, righteous, six-pack abs, and windswept hair. Later, he saved humanity from oppression, founding a human kingdom, Kronos, at the continent's heart. This was a tale anyone on the continent could recite, a fairy tale legend. But today, no records remain, all traces gone, as if Kaiser existed only in moldy old books. Until now, standing before Zeke, Kronos' ruins unfolded, silent yet majestic, whispering its story. He muttered, "Why is it so small? I thought a kingdom would be massive." Unbelievable. Kaiser's ruins were the entire Kronos kingdom. But then, the Dragon Slayer sanctuary he'd passed through had a similar vibe, divine, mysterious, and very main quest-esque. Approaching the ancient gate, the system pinged. Analyzing. Kaiser's mark confirmed. Opening Hero King Kaiser's sanctuary. Without hesitation, Zeke stepped inside. A faint glow reflected off a shimmering green crystal. He approached, touching it lightly, whispering, "Is this the Hero King's vision?" Instantly, the system blared like a burglary alarm. Initiating quest chain. Inheriting the Hero King Kaiser's vision. Zeke jumped. Huh, what? A quest out of nowhere. Did anyone ask if I agreed? Warning. Cannot leave this area until the quest chain is complete. What? Zeke yelped like he'd just failed an exam. Behind him, bam. The gate slammed shut, like a mom catching her kid gaming at 2 a.m. Quest chain. Hero King Kaiser's advancement. Objective. In the ruins bearing Kaiser's traces, Collect his advancements. Time limit. None. Reward. Tears of the Elven King. Zeke frowned, rereading the last line. Tears of the Elven King? He mumbled. This is getting confusing. Kaiser's mother. A being who blessed humanity. And I'll get her tears. Looking at the glowing crystal, like an NPC's eyes before a heavy task, he said, I'm starting to get nervous. Kaiser's mother. An entity said to grant any human wish. And the reward she left is the Elven royalty's tears. Still reeling, Zeke, our protagonist, gaped, muttering, no clue what this does, but it's gotta be an epic treasure. He asked, System, how do I make progress like that? The system pinged, updating coldly like a grumpy AI assistant. Administrator request confirmed. Extracting data from magical recording device. Detected 546 magical videos of Hero King Kaiser. 12 videos match requirements. Playing first video. The screen flickered with magical light, a hazy image appearing, accompanied by an ancient voice in a lost language. The system auto-translated to the central continent's common tongue. Then pop. A figure emerged, exuding godlike handsomeness and stormy power, saying, What's a sword? It's just a sword, duh? Those old-brain geezers babble about swordsmanship philosophy, but can't even swing a decent slash. Utter nonsense. From behind, a shout. Hey, Satan, focus on recording. The screen shook, and Zeke held his breath. No way. That's the legendary Hero King Kaiser. And Satan, his loyal aide from the tales. This isn't fake, it's real footage. Want to master the sword? Nothing fancy. Swing hard, swing often. How much? I'll show you the goal. At that, Kaiser raised his sword in the dark, its blade flashing a chilling light, as if slicing through souls. Just watching, Zeke felt his heart cleaved by an invisible blade. He stumbled back, limbs weak, sweating buckets. One thought remained. That presence, that pressure, just through a screen, and I'm nearly fainting. Is this really the Hero King's advancement? Eyes gleaming like a kid with a new toy, Zeke grinned. I'm hooked. System, replay that video from the start. Administrator request confirmed. Time slipped by. 4 days passed since Zeke was trapped here. A place that looked like a bunker but was actually a training chamber for Kaiser's heir. Before him were 3 doors. The first, a food storage stocked for a month. The second, a 5-star hotel-like rest area. The third, a military archive full of books, weapons, and gear. Zeke spent all his time training, swinging his sword tens of thousands of times. Though he mimicked the moves, he couldn't replicate Kaiser's earth-shattering pressure. Until the system chimed. Learned Hero King Kaiser's progress. Basic elemental sword. Zeke jolted. Elemental sword? A flood of notifications hit like lightning. Basic phase complete. Initiating application phase. Summoning Hero King Kaiser's soul. A magical stone glowed brilliantly, and from ancient memories, a majestic, hazy figure appeared. The man stepped forward. Hero King Kaiser, the immortal king of Kronos, now returned. Zeke's face paled, as if he'd swallowed a ghost pepper. What's that? Don't tell me Hero King Kaiser is standing right in front of me. Before he could recover, Kaiser gripped his sword hilt, eyes icy, as if ready to slice Zeke in half. Not knowing what he'd done wrong, whoosh. Kaiser charged like lightning, swinging. With lightning reflexes, Zeke blocked just in time. Clang. The metal clash shook the space. Zeke gritted his teeth, yelling in panic. What's this? Attacking out of nowhere. What the hell? A second later, boom. Kaiser's overwhelming force sent Zeke flying like a leaf in a storm, tumbling like a fried pancake, sprawled on the ground, scratched up. Panting like a stranded fish, a regal voice came from Kaiser. Get up. You think sword training is a game of tag. Zeke scrambled up, thinking, waking me up by beating me up? Feels like meeting my past life master. Kaiser paced, lecturing like a sage. Back then, I was told to train my sword with my own strength. If the knights of old saw you like this, they'd have heart attacks and rise from their graves. His pressure was crushing, but Zeke was confused. What's he trying to do? Test my strength, or just bully me for fun? No time to think. Kaiser swung again. A fierce slash carved a deep gash in the ground, hurtling towards Zeke. He screamed like a mad bull was chasing him, rolling to dodge. What the hell? He's definitely trying to kill me. Sweating buckets, Zeke panicked. Damn, can I even block this? This guy's a monster in human skin. Kaiser's face now bore a slight smile, eyes perverse, vibe like watching a comedy while flexing Mr. Muscle. Zeke wanted to punch him, but only gulped. Forget it. Just go all in like always. Gripping his legendary sword, aura surged like instant noodles in boiling water. He inhaled. Let's go. Kaiser blinked. Satan's disciple? Finally succeeded. What's that power? Aurora. Zeke ignored him, charging, his blade tearing the air like thunder. But Kaiser casually blocked, like trimming weeds. Tilting his head, he muttered, still not quite right. Zeke pushed harder, face red as a tomato, thinking, this move's exhausting, like lifting boulders. Heavy in both senses. Kaiser smirked, countering lightning fast. Doesn't matter, fighting's fun. Show me how long you can keep up. Boom, bang. They clashed earth-shatteringly. Swords met, light flashing brilliantly in the dark, like New Year's fireworks. But gradually, Zeke tired, sweat dripping, limbs trembling. He knew he'd lose, but not this brutally, flattened like a crepe. This is the Hero King's true power. Raising his head, he grinned. Close, but I'm no pushover. Snap. Zeke activated skills in a flash, the system blaring like an emergency alarm. Activating Dragon Skill, one shot. Activating Dragon Skill, Speed Surge. Activating Dragon Skill, Chain Slash. Activating Dragon Skill, Dragon Claw. Instantly, Zeke transformed into a raging dragon, body cloaked in aura, swordplay ferocious, charging Kaiser. The fight's heat shook the space, like it'd explode. But Kaiser wasn't outdone. He conjured a giant clawed hand, launching a critical strike. Dust flew. Standing amid the haze, Kaiser eyed his move, sighing. Tisish, not a dragonkin yet wielding dragon skills? Intriguing. Unbeknownst to him, Zeke had slipped behind. A glint flashed in Kaiser's eyes as he glanced back, muttering, Humph, elemental force too? Zeke unleashed soul god technique, his body splitting into countless afterimages, moving like a whirlwind toward Kaiser. Boom. Their massive powers collided, unleashing an energy wave that rocked the dark space. Sword aura, killing aura, dragon aura, majesty, gray aura, golden aura, all merged into a cosmic clash symphony. After an epic brawl, Zeke still lost. No comeback, no miracle, just a protagonist flattened like a crepe. Later, Zeke awoke, eyes wide as if they'd pop out, face screaming, Who am I? Where am I? Why am I lying here in this cracked wasteland? Nearby, Hero King Kaiser sat cross-legged, relaxed like sipping tea in a park. Seeing Zeke stir, he smirked. The weakling's finally awake? He continued leisurely, like reading a star student's report. Still, you've got talent. Satan's skill, Dragon Clan power, elemental force. Quite the combo. Zeke lay like a log, mind reeling, unable to process. But Kaiser frowned, as if spotting something juicier. Wait. He leaned closer, staring at Zeke, voice lowering to a whisper. Ew. Your soul's resonating with the spirit realm? Zeke paled. Spirit realm? What's that? Kaiser launched into a lecture. You've crossed the line between life and death, not just once. For a mortal body to do that, wielding elemental force makes sense. Another cryptic logic bomb hit Zeke like a storm. Silent for a moment, he sighed, grimacing. All I've heard is Satan, spirit realm, elemental force, and I don't get any of it. Can you explain clearly? Kaiser smirked, eyes sharp as knives. Playing dumb? He turned, pacing a few steps, hand on his sword hilt, voice low but commanding. Don't you have a purpose beyond petty things? I know better than you what you're truly learning. He paused, turning, eyes blazing. Elemental sword. Elemental force is the purest essence of nature, the foundation of all things in the universe. Water, fire, earth, wind, the four supreme elemental forces. And the elemental sword is the pinnacle crafted from those legendary elements. Without wasting words, Hero King Kaiser lectured while unleashing a ferocious surge of power, like a divine whirlwind, exploding through the space and cracking the ground. This is the storm sword, gale force, the wind element of the four great elements. Kaiser's voice boomed like thunder. To wield the elemental sword, the core is none other than aura, the cosmic energy you've heard of. Zeke, standing behind, paled, thinking, wait, what the hell? The description sounds like magic, but the execution feels like swordsmanship. Giving Zeke no time to ponder, Kaiser spun around. Your turn. The protagonist froze, his mind a chaotic beehive. Aura is the source of elemental force? But I didn't sense any aura from Kaiser. Could the secret lie in the conversion process? Hesitating briefly, he took a deep breath. If so, can you teach me how to convert aura into elemental force? Kaiser raised an eyebrow, scratching his chin. Before he could speak, whoosh. His sword suddenly blazed with radiant flames, red-hot as if it could incinerate the space. Just do it like this. Why over-explain? Zeke stood stunned, eyes blank like a cow wearing a hat. Why are all my potential masters like this? It's not that I can't sense it. It's that I sense too little aura. Now it's so subtle, I need to focus entirely to catch a faint ripple. Knowing this, he didn't back down. All right, I'll try. Kaiser smirked. Bold words. In a corner, Zeke racked his brain. Don't fully trust what you see. If Kaiser calls that skill elemental force, doesn't that mean soul god technique is related? Acting on the thought, he summoned the wind-based soul god technique. But within 3 seconds, bam, a sky-shattering blow landed on his head, nearly exploding his brain. The culprit? None other than Kaiser. Sitting with legs crossed, he glared disapprovingly. I said use elemental force. Who told you to mess with that clumsy dark magic? Zeke clutched his head, eyes teary from pain and confusion. Dark magic? You mean word spirit technique? Kaiser snorted. Exactly. Word spirit technique is a secret art only dragons can use. Humans like you using it just harm yourselves. Each use cracks your soul. You're losing before you're dead. Ridiculous. Who'd dare fake word spirit technique as some parlor trick? All right, you know now, do it again. Zeke recalled seeing word spirit technique when absorbing Bahamut's heart at the Dragon Slayer's resting place. The system had noted, Dragon skill, word spirit technique, words hold power, locked. Administrator's maturity level insufficient. If Soul God technique was built on word spirit technique, once he matured and fully unlocked it, wouldn't he master Soul God technique too? Another reason to grow stronger fast. While Zeke philosophized, Kaiser lost patience, raising his sword skyward, shouting, Need another hit to wake up? Get up. Zeke sprang up like a conditioned reflex. Yes, I'm up. Indeed, applied training was tougher than basics. But with the sacred tower, Kaiser's godly demonstrations, and countless memorable beatings, Zeke gradually grasped the elemental sword's principles. Like magic using a raise to channel mana, the elemental sword used aura as a bridge to summon elemental force, spirit power. Once he understood the mechanics and mastered guiding aura, wielding the elemental sword was no longer an impossible feat after grueling days of sweat, tears, and nosebleeds. Mostly Zeke's. Kaiser finally declared, like a saving bell, You're passable now. But don't get cocky. The advanced phase will make you wish you were licking rocks instead. Rest for today. Yes, master. Zeke saluted like a rookie. Then, as if remembering something, scratched his head and asked, While resting, can I ask a few things? Kaiser nodded slightly. Go ahead. But seeing him float midair like a stress-free deity, Zeke paused. His eyes caught the faint lights dancing around Kaiser, misty specks moving with sentience. So those are elemental force too, he thought, eyes glinting. Without delay, he cut to the chase. When we first met, you saw me use Arama and called me Satan's disciple. What did that mean? Kaiser raised an eyebrow, surprised by the question, then answered slowly, voice heavy with dramatic lore. Arama, that's the name. I called you that because your technique was created by that guy, Satan. He kept saying humans couldn't master the elemental sword, yet he devised a method based on aura. Worse, he ignored my techniques and spread only his own. Kaiser's eyes darkened, voice bitter. That guy, Satan Draker, damn bastard. Zeke jolted, as if electrocuted, his heart taking a Kaiser-sized punch. Wasn't Satan the noble knight, Kaiser's most trusted aide, famed across the continent for founding Orama cultivation? He bore the Draker name? So the Draker family's true ancestor isn't Tarakan, as believed? But an ancient figure named Satan? Why has no one mentioned this? Still reeling, Zeke asked another. What's the spirit realm where spirits reside? I've sensed spirit power, but I can't grasp its true nature. Before finishing, Kaiser snapped his fingers, snap, like a magic trick. Instantly, a roaring whirlwind surged, swirling the air and forming an invisible barrier. Zeke touched it, feeling compressed wind like a wall. Gale force can be used like this, he thought, eyes brightening. Kaiser's voice echoed through the vortex. Precisely, it's complex, but simply put, the spirit realm is the yin, and our world is the yang. When a body leaves this world for the spirit realm, it's like crossing a one-way boundary, no return. Those trapped there can't come back. Zeke was shocked. But didn't you say part of your soul lingers in the spirit realm? How are you standing before me now, in a spirit state? Kaiser relaxed, an invisible force radiating like glowing mist. Stretching casually, he said lazily, well, you're a rare case. But there are ways to bend the spirit realm's rules. He glanced over, lips curling. Take me, for example. Got a dragon's help. Dragon. Zeke's eyes nearly popped. For real. Swallowing hard, he stammered. That, dragons helping humans? You joking? I've never heard of that. Kaiser frowned, glaring as if ready to punch. What are you babbling? Among races, dragons value humans the most. Zeke froze, like a fish out of water, mind in chaos. What the hell? Dragons value humans? Weren't beastly dragons like Bahamut nearly world destroyers? So human-dragon relations in ancient times were totally different? What's going on? Kaiser shrugged, eyes amused but voice cryptic. No need for long explanations. You're living proof. Stepping close, he touched Zeke's chest. This heart, and the tooth used to forge your sword. Weren't they gifted by Bahamut himself? He chuckled, half teasing, half praising. Grumpy as a dog in the sun, but he never refuses a sincere plea. Honestly, kinda endearing. Zeke stayed silent, scratching his head, thinking, seems Kaiser and the evil dragon Bahamut were on good terms. Better keep quiet about that past subjugation. Smiling awkwardly, he replied vaguely, yes, exactly. My family has served Lord Bahamut for generations, rewarded for loyalty. Guess I misunderstood. Kaiser laughed heartily. Haha, still the same, huh? Always looking out for his people. But you must have had a hard time cleaning up the mess from his quirky temper. That fiery attitude even sparked plenty of arguments with Kronos. Zeke raised an eyebrow. Wait, Kronos is a dragon too? He pondered, then asked, I've heard much about Kronos, but as the kingdom, wasn't that a nation? So it was named after Kronos. Kaiser nodded, eyes nostalgic. Yes, I was his contractor. Back then, we were racking our brains for a kingdom name, each suggesting something dumb. He just sat there sipping tea. Annoyed, I named it after him to shut them up. Zeke's face twitched, forcing a smile, but inwardly chuckling. A dragon sipping tea? Don't tell me they shape-shifted like in Legends. Kaiser crossed his arms, eyes closed, as if laughing at himself. Kronos wasn't surprised. He probably saw it coming. I just wanted his name to live on. Thousands of years ago, in Kaiser's era, humans and dragons lived in harmony, like sworn brothers. A golden age now only in legends and ancient stones. But if a dragon with overwhelming power aided humans unconditionally, the world's balance would tip, risking destruction. Thus, the dragons made a fateful choice. Restrain their power, shape-shift into humans, and form contracts with worthy humans. No longer intervening directly, they aided as great shadows behind history. Those chosen to bond with dragons were called contractors. I see. Zeke muttered, eyes thoughtful. No wonder ancient relics are so powerful. Dragons had a hand in them. If true, why did dragon-human relations fracture, from allies to enemies, light fading into vague legends? I need to reread the chronicles, he vowed. Suddenly, a familiar grumble rang out. Hey, I'm getting moldy waiting. Zeke grinned. Chill, master. You waited 2,000 years for an heir. What's a few minutes? Kaiser narrowed his eyes, voice icy. Cheeky disciple, let's see how long you keep that attitude. He inhaled deeply, declaring, the final phase of advanced training is a direct duel with me. The air shifted, an invisible pressure weighing on Zeke's shoulders, like something condensing in the sky. But this alone is no different from before. Kaiser smirked, eyes gleaming. So, I'll add a rule to the training. He raised a finger, like a decree. From now on, no eating, no sleeping. The duel continues non-stop until I say it's over. Zeke gulped, forcing calm. And the next condition? Kaiser tilted his head, eyes sharp as blades. You can only use the same elemental sword system as me. Whoosh. The air erupted, like a spark in oil. In an instant, Kaiser unleashed the fire-based elemental sword, setting the space ablaze. The temperature soared, heat making the ground tremble, like a volcano about to erupt. Before Zeke could react, Kaiser was in his face, eyes piercing his heart. You asked what happens if you break the rules. His voice was low, menacing. If you've got more than one life, go ahead and try. The elemental sword is divided into 4 forces, each corresponding to an element. First is the fire force, based on the fire element, incinerating everything with terrifying heat and flames, wielding overwhelming destructive power. Next is the metal force, rooted in the earth element, specializing in control and obstruction, with the ability to manipulate hardness and mass at will. Based on the wind element, we have the gale force. Though not as powerful as the fire force, it excels in speed-based combat and swift movement, unleashing sharp sword aura. Finally, the water force, derived from the water element, offers comprehensive capabilities in attack, defense, control, and even support. It's a flexible, adaptive power, harmonious and versatile, flowing like water. After enduring a heaven-shaking beating, Zeke gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, what's going on? His power and scale completely outclass mine. Why is the gap this huge? Recalling when he raised his sword, striking a mighty blow forward like a cascading waterfall, Zeke had cheered in excitement. But instantly, Kaiser smacked his head with his sword, making him yelp. Ow! Zeke turned, asking, What now, master? Kaiser replied, You fool, that was the power of a waterfall, not water. Zeke scratched his head, saying, Isn't it enough to just unleash the element's properties? Kaiser calmly responded, For other forces, amplifying the element and swinging hard is enough to generate power. But how many times have I told you? The water force is about softness, overcoming the rigid with the gentle. Don't you get it? Do it again. Zeke clenched his teeth, thinking, Damn it, what's this nonsense about overcoming the rigid with the gentle? He recalled his past life, submitting because he lacked power to resist, losing what he cherished because he couldn't protect it. To survive, to uphold trust, to safeguard what mattered, he'd pursued strength his entire life. Yet, overcoming the rigid with the gentle? How could that convince him? Zeke raised his sword, parrying Kaiser's attack. His expression darkened, thinking, Is the old man sleepwalking mid-duel? Instantly, Kaiser flung him back, sending him skidding across the ground. Zeke thought, Right, after the 15th day, I stopped counting. It's been at least a month since this insane training began. No food, no rest, just endless sword fighting. It's taught me that infinite stamina isn't all-powerful. Against a monster with superior ability. As he thought, Kaiser's eyes suddenly gleamed. He unleashed a powerful slash towards Zeke. Zeke barely blocked the attack, thinking, Damn, my arms have no strength left. The ground's slippery. Then, he stepped back slightly, narrowly dodging Kaiser's next strike. He used the softness of water's surface to evade Kaiser's attacks. Facing Kaiser's cold gaze, Zeke smirked, thinking, Trying to hit hard? I've slipped past. Now I get it. Overcoming the rigid with the gentle is like this. He realized that from the strength to wield a sword to the strength to stand firm. Only by letting go of everything did he understand Kaiser's words. The way he'd learned, controlling the sword's path and coordinating moves, was what bound the sword's freedom. By cutting unnecessary shackles, letting the sword flow downward like water from above, it could find its own path. That's it, Zeke thought. In my past life, I felt this too. The moment the boundary between me and the sword vanished, a sense of unity with all things, sometimes fierce, sometimes soft and fluid. What followed was an intense exchange of blows between Zeke and Kaiser. Both were satisfied smiles. Kaiser swung his sword, slashing at Zeke. Not one to be outdone, Zeke dropped to one knee. channeling energy into his sword. Then, both unleashed the same move, elemental sword, water force, horizon stream. A tremendous shockwave erupted outside the training area. Inside, sunlight poured in. Seeing this, Kaiser nodded slightly. Well done, my heir has carried forward my progress. Zeke Draker. Right after, Zeke snapped out of his daze. Rubbing his forehead, he thought, did I pass out? How many times has this happened? The first was during his duel with Duke, when the system notified. Skill usage exceeded limits, causing fatigue. For user safety, consciousness temporarily disabled. Back then, he'd overused dragon skills, and the system forced him into unconsciousness. But this time, it was his first blackout since regressing, purely due to physical limits. Zeke sat up, still rubbing his head, scanning for Kaiser. After a glance around the eerily calm surroundings, he spoke. Guess he's back to the spirit realm. What about the quest? I think I handled the water's power pretty well, especially at the end. He called the system. Instantly, a flood of notification panels appeared, leaving Zeke stunned. The system announced, linked quest completed. Bonus time added to rewards. Zeke shouted in joy. After that hell, of course I succeeded. The system continued. Quest rewards. Tears of the Elven King. 500 karma points. 3 random skill cards. Achievement quest completed. Bonus time added to rewards. Rewards. System administrator rank upgrade. 500 karma points. 3 random chests. System authority upgraded to mid-level administrator. Unlocking new features. Beginner's quest book upgraded to mid-level quest book. Equipment slot toggle enabled. Minimap teleportation feature activated. Administrator's soul matured, partially unlocking Bahamut's heart. Current seals, 90%. The administrator status window appeared. Name, Zeke Draker. Class, Immortal, Unique. Titles, Blessed by Ancient Dragon, Heir of Terrakin Draker. Privileges, Dragonkin Domination. Condition, Heavenly Bone Body, Total Poison Immunity. System functions, Inventory, 100 slots. Minimap, Teleportation, Mid-level quest book. Class skills, Self-healing, Unyielding mental defense. Infinite stamina, Combat sense. Skills, Shock Strike, A rank, Proficient. Elemental Sword, S rank, Novice. Aura Rebound, A rank, Novice. Dragon skills level 1. Dragon Eye, Proficient. Dragon Might, Proficient. Dragon Speech, Locked, unlocks when conditions met. Devour, Proficient. Dragon skills level 2. Dragon Scale Armor, Proficient. Dragon Claw, Proficient. Dragon skills level 3. Unavailable. Unlocks with 300 points. Current karma points, 1465. Staring at the myriad system panels, Zeke beamed. That's a haul. Just checking them all could be a job. The system added. Soul growth partially unlocked Bahamut's heart. Zeke stroked his chin. First, check the seals. The system reported. Seal level, 90%. Zeke thought. It was 95% after absorbing Bahamut's heart. I tried breaking the seal then, but the system locked it. Of course, I know from experience what power beyond control feels like. Now, I can handle 10%. Even if Dragon Speech can't be unlocked with karma points, and Dragonkin Domination too, they're likely tied to the seal level. Glancing at the panel, Zeke said, I'll keep an eye on it for now. Next, the random chests. The system announced, Administrator rank upgrade quest rewards, 500 karma points, 3 random chests. As the 3 chests opened, it continued. First item, boots crafted from meteoric iron, sturdy yet light. Unique ability, none. Special note, set enhancement, activates when full meteoric iron set is equipped. Second item, greaves crafted from meteoric iron, sturdy yet light. Unique ability, none. Special note, set enhancement, activates when full meteoric iron set is equipped. Third item, delicately carved crystal earrings. Unique ability, increases wearer's aura recovery speed by 15%. Special note, pairs well with a red dress. Holding the earrings, Zeke grinned. These could fetch a fortune from a mage. Plus, I've got boots and greaves to match my gauntlets. Now I've got a full set. Turning back to the system, he muttered. Next, random skill cards. As the name suggests, these should contain skills. The system announced, opening random skill cards. From 3 golden cards, 3 beams of light burst forth. It continued. Static shock. C rank generates electricity to shock touch targets. Flash bomb. C rank launches compressed energy skyward, exploding into blinding light, impairing enemy vision. Sonic break. C rank emits disruptive sound, interrupting opponents' hearing. Looking at the 3 skills, Zeke sighed. All C rank? Well, if they gave high rank skills for free, all my suffering would be pointless. He activated static shock. A current flowed from his hand into a small dagger. Then, a massive electric orb appeared in the air. Seeing this power, Zeke murmured, C rank, huh? Pretty strong for its rank. I can use it in many ways. Combining flash bomb and sonic break, I could get better effects than the artifact I used in the rank up exam. Plus, the authority upgrade unlocked new system features. Scanning the options, Zeke exclaimed, there it is. The system announced, equipment slot toggle, use items and slots as skills. Zeke stroked his chin. Use equipment as skills? This'll be handy in a pinch. With infinite stamina and self-healing, I'll use these slots for things besides elixirs. While browsing the system, Zeke suddenly noticed something, his gaze pausing as he thought, wait a sec. Even perfect skills have weaknesses? There's no guarantee I won't face someone like Kaiser again. Someone even infinite stamina can't handle. I don't know self-healing's true limits either. There's always a what-if scenario. He tapped to purchase an A-rank healing elixir. The system announced, purchased 1 A-rank healing elixir. Current karma points, 1465. Registered high-grade healing elixir to equipment slot. Salvation item, a masterpiece by Jabir ibn Hassan. Instantly heals severe wounds and restores vitality. Special note, due to its exceptional performance, it won't work twice on the same target and has undetermined side effects. Scanning his inventory, Zeke muttered, unplanned expense, but at this level, it's worth it. It can substitute for infinite stamina or self-healing. Now, the most crucial reward. Zeke retrieved an intricately carved vial from the system, Tears of the Elven King. The system announced, Tears of the Elven King, a tear shed when hero King Kaiser fell to an evil sorcerer's scheme. Can summon the Elven King from the spirit realm once by using this tear as a catalyst. Holding the vial, Zeke wondered, summon the Elven King? Legends say the Elven King grants wishes to humanity. If Kaiser's myths are true, could I summon the Elven King and get a wish? But with only one shot, I can't use it lightly. After examining it, Zeke stored it in his inventory, muttering, I'll hold on to it for now. There'll be a time I need it. Scene transition. Outside, somewhere, a magical circle appeared on the ground. Zeke teleported here. Scanning his surroundings, he murmured, this is the adventurer's outpost. I actually teleported? The new system feature, teleportation, is insanely convenient. The system announced, would you like to use the system teleportation feature? Please select a destination. Current location, Argo's Kingdom, 8th Adventurer's Outpost. Zeke muttered, just pick a spot on the mini-map, and I'm there. The system continued, Kaiser's Sanctuary, requires 150 points. Argo's Kingdom, 8th Adventurer's Outpost, requires 0 points. Beyond longer distances requiring more points, there are no restrictions. Looking at the mini-map, Zeke stroked his chin. With enough points, I could teleport between continents. It's not just convenient, it'll help shake off pursuers. This'll aid my future plans. Suddenly, Zeke's eyes caught golden flowers blooming on a tree. He murmured, flowers in winter? Then shouted, no way it can't be. Scene transition, Valhalla, the continent's premier night training academy. On campus, countless students milled about. In a room, a voice exclaimed, good heavens. In 10 years as headmaster, I've never seen such a case. It was Headmaster Flaubert, trimming plants as he spoke. A new student showing up a month after the entrance ceremony. Zeke inwardly wailed. I didn't expect to be stuck there for 4 months. The guide who delivered his recommendation letter had warned that missing the entrance ceremony could lead to rejection at the headmaster's discretion. It's already the next year, too late. I need access to Tarek and Draker's secure archives. I must convince the headmaster at all costs. Zeke bowed to the headmaster, saying, Headmaster, I entered a state of transcendence while training to overcome my shortcomings, losing consciousness for an extended period. Hearing this, Flaubert set down his shears, turning to ask, "State of transcendence?" His voice deepened. "Is that the excuse you came up with for missing the entrance ceremony?" About Headmaster Flaubert. He was the longest-serving captain of the Tabia Kingdom's royal guer. A knight revered across the continent. The story of Arthur Draker, the Academy's current head, personally inviting him 3 times to become headmaster was legendary. A man of honor and principles, emotional displays would be off-putting. Zeke bowed lower, continuing, "I have no excuse for missing the ceremony, even with 100 mouths. But it's the truth, headmaster." Flaubert's expression tightened, pondering. He spoke, "Achieving transcendence isn't easy. For another student, I'd accuse them of nonsense. But you're recommended by the Academy head. I'll arrange a spot for you." Zeke started slightly. Flaubert continued, "If I judge your training's value surpasses a month at Valhalla, I'll allow enrollment." Zeke said, "Thank you, headmaster." But thought, "It irks me that jerk Howard paved the way, but now's not the time to be picky." Flaubert rang a bell, and someone entered. He ordered, "Secure an empty training room immediately. Notify department professors to assemble for an additional enrollment evaluation now." The person replied, "Yes, headmaster." Scene transition, Valhalla's private training room. Zeke stood in the arena, sweat beads rolling down his cheek. He frowned slightly, thinking, Valhalla's on another level. Every professor is a renowned knight I've seen at least once in continental papers. Once everyone was present, Flaubert spoke, "We're all here. Show us the results of the training you claim to have undertaken." All eyes locked onto Zeke. Feeling the weight, he drew his sword, thinking, "What should I show them now? I can't just flaunt the elemental sword here." Instantly, he sensed a terrifying pressure. After all, these were professors who trained the continent's mightiest knights. Half-baked techniques won't impress them. In that case, a smirk curled his lips. "Guess I should get serious." Seeing the energy radiating from Zeke, a professor exclaimed, "Impossible. Isn't that sword aura?" Another chimed in. "At just 15, he's reached the Blue Knight realm? Wasn't Sir Abel the youngest record holder at 19? Someone else replied, "Truly a golden age." Suddenly, Zeke frowned, recalling Kaiser's words. "You asked what I think of aura? It's just a trick for the weak." He thought, "After months sparring with Kaiser, I forgot to restrain my aura. Good thing they think I'm only at Blue Knight level. Before meeting Kaiser, my aura was indeed Blue Knight tier. But after mastering the water force and elemental sword, I broke my limits and reached the next realm, Red Knight." The key difference between Blue Knight and Red Knight lies in wielding sword mora, a technique that hones the sword to its sharpest peak with aura, amplifying the power of imagination. While Blue Knights can only maintain a blade's original form, Red Knights excel, freely sustaining and morphing shapes through will and visualization. Zeke thought, "Lucky I stopped at sword aura. Otherwise, this would have been way more troublesome." Then, praise rang out. "Outstanding." Zeke shivered slightly. Flaubert approached, saying, "Compared to a month at Valhalla, this achievement is beyond comparison. Such a valuable epiphany, even if delayed by months, no, years, is worth it." Zeke sheathed his sword, thinking, "It's like I've become a completely different person." He clasped his hands, replying, "Not at all, headmaster. I apologize again for missing the entrance ceremony due to unforeseen family matters." Flaubert laughed heartily. "Ha ha, I said it's fine." He turned to the other professors. "What about you? Any objections to Zeke's enrollment?" The professors thought, "With such exceptional talent, we're always generous." One spoke, "No objections. Such sharp, clear sword aura, rare even among current knights." The bald elder nodded. "Exactly, no further tests needed." Flaubert turned to Zeke. "Then it's settled. Congratulations on your enrollment, Zeke Draker." Scene transition, Midland Atlat, a sprawling metropolis rivaling kingdoms, located at the heart of the Midland continent. It hosts Valhalla, the continent's premier knight training academy, and the four-season citadel of the Draker family. The citadel, home to the family head and key pillars, is the true stronghold of the clan. Zeke arrived at his private estate in Atlat. standing before the grand palace. He marveled. Truly magnificent. Opening the door, he thought, with the black card and now this estate, it's getting a bit extravagant. Inside, past the door, a few people awaited. As Zeke entered, confetti cannons fired, accompanied by cheers. Congratulations on enrolling at Valhalla. Recognizing familiar faces, Zeke said, Master, and High Priest Abdre are here too? Duke approached, patting his shoulder. Disciple, you're truly extraordinary. In all my years, you're the first to dare miss Valhalla's entrance ceremony. He pointed behind. The stars here. Shall we start? Zeke blinked. Huh? Start what? It was a party Duke and Abdre had prepared for him. He muttered. I was wondering why people who should be at the academy are here. Turns out, Duke had been summoned by the family head and returned to the Four Seasons Citadel, casually moving into Zeke's estate over a month ago. Abdre, sheepishly, said, I've decided to join Valhalla as a teaching assistant. Sorry, but I'll be bothering you for a while. Zeke thought. These two must have planned this. Watching them laugh, he frowned, inwardly fuming. This is my house. Who gave you the right to decide? After the party, the table was littered with empty wine bottles and spotless plates. Duke and Abdre slumped over, drunk. Night had fallen. At a tavern, a mysterious man offered a gold coin, saying, 1 black ale. Spotting something familiar, the waiter flinched. The stranger continued, I'd like to see Kay for a bit. At those words, every patron in the tavern shot murderous glares at him. A smile spread across his lips. It was Zeke. He grinned. Come at me if you dare. Recognizing him, whispers erupted. The waiter forced a nervous smile. Sorry, I should have relayed the message. He grabbed a bottle from the shelf, gesturing inward. I'll take you to the branch leader. Following the waiter, Zeke entered a secret hallway. As he walked, he scanned, thinking. A hidden door sealed with layers of magical security. Classic K. Before regressing, when naming the continent's top intelligence organizations, people thought of the Draker's Black Mist Agency and the Rome Empire's Intelligence Bureau. But there was another, lesser-known group, Syndicate. Originally a ragtag smuggling ring, a criminal named K used its smuggling network to build an intelligence empire. Before regressing, after Zeke's expulsion from the academy and descent into the McCain cartel, he clawed his way to assassin status. K, Syndicate's branch leader, approached him, tasking him with clearing vital transport routes. Using those cleared paths, K expanded the network, making Syndicate a rival to Black Mist and the Intelligence Bureau. Through sheer will and talent, he turned Syndicate into his personal powerhouse. When Zeke lost everything to the Empire, during his time travel journey, a stranger approached while he was injured, handing him a letter. This is info on the relic the Emperor's targeting. Be careful, it's not easy. The one who actively aided Zeke's revenge was K, though he claimed it was payment for boosting Syndicate's growth. Without K, Zeke would have never touched the relic or stood here. Information is a weapon, Zeke thought. Like Abel attending the blessing ceremony. No one knows how the future will shift. After the waiter led him to a room and knocked, Zeke stepped inside, thoughts swirling. K's clearly exceptional. If this deal goes smoothly and we maintain a good relationship, he'll be a valuable ally. The spacious room resembled a warehouse. At its center stood a table with 2 chairs, where someone waited. Lighting a match, the figure looked at Zeke. Unfazed, Zeke remarked, That habit never changes, huh? The man lit a cigarette with the match. As the lights flicked on, their faces became clear. Seeing Zeke, K, Syndicate's branch leader, spoke. So, the rising genius of the Draker family. What brings you to me? Around the room, countless armed figures stood encircling, watching Zeke's conversation. Unfazed, he spoke. No need to beat around the bush. Let's get to the point. I want to do business with Syndicate. Hearing this, K paused, then replied. A promising knight pure-blood awakener from the noble Draker family, reaching Blue Knight at just 15. Why deal with criminals like Syndicate? Zeke thought. She's already got wind of what happened at Valhalla today. Her intel gathering is sharp. Calmly, he said. Judging by your pointless banter, you don't seem interested. But at least take a look at the goods. Zeke pulled an item from his coat, placing it on the table. Seeing the earrings, Kay remarked, Earrings? Zeke explained. Not ordinary ones. These are treasures. Try them on, you'll be surprised. Kay picked them up and put them on. Instantly, red aura streams brimming with power swirled around her. After sensing it, she said, boosts mana recovery efficiency? But then, lowering her voice in shock, this cheap-looking thing, something startled her, making her drop her cigarette. She thought, what? What's this? It's not 10%, it's a 15% boost. Current artifacts only manage 1%, 3% at best. This is 5 times that. If such an item existed, why didn't I know? He must have private channels or dug it up himself. Frowning at Zeke, she thought, what the hell is this kid? Seeing Kay's stunned expression, Zeke spoke. Now are you interested in a deal? Just use my personal info to open a new account. I'm already registered as a representative. Pick up the goods at Atlas's Northern Bank. Kay thought, I knew it from those earrings. It's a commission to sell relics of unclear origin. 10% commission per item. If profits exceed 10,000 gold, there's a bonus. Exactly the ceiling I set for deals. And he knows I'm a mage. His intel network is no joke. After reading the contract, Kay said, the deal's set. I'm counting on you, young master. She turned to leave. Zeke raised a finger, saying, you too. Oh, one thing I'm curious about. Your ghost ship's still safe, right? Kay's face darkened. Instantly, countless figures appeared around the room. She hissed, where'd you hear that? Zeke waved dismissively, smiling. Just asking. Why so tense? Then, lowering his voice. Intimidation's nice, but you think it's enough to bring me down? A towering murderous aura erupted from Zeke, making Kay tremble. The aura engulfed the room, unsettling everyone present. Kay broke into a cold sweat, thinking, damn, I miscalculated. Zeke Draker, youngest Blue Knight? No way. Even if Atlas's entire branch, or all of Syndicate, went at him, we couldn't win. Zeke stood, placing a hand on the table, calmly. Can we switch seats, partner? Scene transition. Branch leader's office, Syndicate's Atlas branch. Kay handed Zeke a document, saying, a blood oath? Very mage-like. The blood oath was a contract mages used for security. A drop of blood as ink and a signature sealed it. Simple but immensely powerful. Once activated, the other's signature etched onto your arm. If one harmed the other, both would die. Indirect betrayal, like hiring an assassin, erased the betrayer's signature, triggering a non-lethal curse that left them vulnerable. Kay said, if you understand, good. Sign it. I need assurance too. What if you decide to kill me someday? Without hesitation, Zeke took the pin's other end, a small dagger, and cut his hand, drawing blood. He said, you're right. He signed the blood oath with his blood. A magical circle appeared, confirming the contract's success. Their signatures appeared on each other's arms. Zeke said, to earn your trust, I'd sign as many as you want. Turning away, he continued, I'm officially your partner now. Back to earlier, your ghost ship's transporting McCain's Soma, right? Kay rubbed her head, replying, I don't know how you got info on my ship, but yes. I'm distributing McCain's Soma. Soma, a banned narcotic in most kingdoms, was a massive revenue source in the lawless South Continent, fractured by civil war. Zeke said, because of the recent harsh ban by the Transcendent Ishtar family, right? Kay calmly lit a cigarette, saying, exactly. Even McCain wouldn't dare cross a Transcendent family. The only land route between Central and South continents is the desert under Ishtar's control. But years ago, Ishtar sealed all borders, banning entry and exit, cutting off southern contact. Zeke added, land routes blocked, and the seas are Pavila's domain. So you borrowed Syndicate's transport routes. Kay replied, you're paying a high price anyway. To us, you're a valued client. McCain and Pavila, two major crime syndicates, ruled the lawless South. Divided by Central Continent's jungle, McCain held the north, Pavila the south. McCain used land routes for Soma, but Pavila, monopolizing them, switched to sea. When Ishtar closed borders, McCain lost land access and scrambled for sea routes, only to find Pavila had claimed them. Kay turned, asking, how do you know about our ghost ship? Syndicate's ghost ship, Kay's brainchild, was cloaked in invisibility magic, evading pirates and navies, their key financial asset, so secret it never leaked. Zeke thought, I can't say you told me in my past life. Smiling, he said, an intel broker asking about sources? Now's not the time for that. Shouldn't you focus on Pavila's offer first? Kay started, right. Recently, Pavila approached me, offering double to cut ties with McCain. Higher-ups are still considering. Zeke interrupted, reject it. Syndicate thinks it's just Pavila's ploy to sabotage McCain. If you yield, McCain loses its Soma smuggling route. But what if Pavila is the same pirates the Silver Knights wiped out? Kay shouted, nonsense. Pavila upholds rules. Nothing like those bloodthirsty pirates. Zeke calmly said, that's the facade they show outsiders. Pavila's real goal is to seize the only secret sea route they haven't traced, syndicates. McCain keeps the ship for long-term profit, but if Pavila learns the ghost ship's true identity, they'll pounce immediately. Kay questioned, but Pavila and the Southern Pirates are seen as distinct factions. How do you know? Zeke slammed the table. Listen, Kay. First, pay for the intel I'm giving. My request is simple. Connect me to McCain's boss, Don Juan. Do that, and I'll make you Syndicate's new overlord. Hearing this, Kay's expression grew pensive. Night had fallen. Zeke strolled down a street, thinking, Kay's intel is strong, but not enough. Before regressing, the fastest way to seize Syndicate's network was to conquer the South Continent and absorb its forces. Wait for it, Don Juan. The spark I've lit will soon become an inferno, burning your empire to ashes. At Valhalla's night training facility, the campus buzzed with students gathered in small groups, chatting lively. Zeke, our protagonist, wandered the grounds, scanning his surroundings and muttering, the vibe here's way freer than training camps or academies. Glancing at the classrooms, he thought, the principal said a guide would meet me, but still no one's shown up. A sudden yell, in a hip-hop tone, came from behind. A man approached. You must be Zeke, the one the principal mentioned, right? Hearing his name, Zeke turned. Guess I found the guy. The man extended a hand in a flashy hip-hop greeting, his style striking. Zeke frowned, feigning confusion, making the man awkward. Undeterred, he slung an arm over Zeke's shoulder. Our buddy Zeke's gonna need time to vibe with Valhalla, huh? Annoyed by the instant familiarity, Zeke brushed off the arm. You're the guide the principal sent, right? Mimicking Zeke's tone, you're the guide, right? Then, switching back, yo, why so tense, man? He struck hip-hop poses. Chill out. Don't be a porcupine. Peace, let's roll together. I'm your guy, handpicked by the principal to show you every corner of Valhalla. Yub. Zeke thought, this guy talks nonstop. Where'd he even come from? After the spiel, the man smacked his head. Oh, almost forgot. I'm Diego. Zeke's eyes widened. Diego continued, I'm a preacher of New Age music, blending medieval melodies with Southern rhythms. Sticking out his tongue, posing coolly, that's me, Diego Villa. Looking forward to your help, bro. Zeke turned to leave. Yeah, same. Diego, caught off guard, chased after him. Whoa, vibes getting heavy, Zeke. Zeke kept walking. You're imagining things. Glancing at Diego, Rhythm Knight, Diego New Age. Never thought I'd meet one of the future 5-star knights. The 5-star knights, heroes of the Continental War before Zeke's regression, were Silent Knight Bishop Castique, Arena Knight Jeffrick Salma, Phantom Knight Aster Eladopo, Lightning Knight Reina Draker, and Rhythm Knight Diego Villa. Following Diego, Zeke mused, rumor has it all 5-star knights came from Valhalla. I need to verify that. If things go well, I could build influence fast. Diego slung an arm around Zeke. Walking's making me hungry. Want to try some southern grub, buddy? Zeke shook his head, not fond of it. Diego persisted, you just haven't hit the right spot. Here. They entered the academy's dining hall. Zeke bit into a pastry, flavors exploding. This is actually good. Diego laughed. Haha, told ya, buddy. Shark dragon dish, Valhalla's specialty. Even a southern native like me says it's top tier. Zeke nodded. Yeah, better than native southern food. Diego raised an eyebrow. You've been to the southern continent? Zeke dodged, just saying. They chatted about the academy. Zeke asked, why's a southern guy like you at Valhalla? Diego stared at his tea. Long story. My parents ruled a small southern kingdom. Zeke thought, a rhythm knight from southern royalty? The southern continent's a coalition of kingdoms around Gusco, most migrating to the center after its civil war collapse. Diego smiled. Basically, I'm a noble prince. Zeke frowned. Royalty with no decorum. Diego sighed. But my old man insisted I uphold royal swordsmanship, so a sword prodigy like me got shipped to Valhalla. Thumbs up. Grinning, but I'd rather make music. Zeke thought. What about those banking on him? Diego chirped. Join my New Age Southern Music Club. Zeke turned away, not into that nonsense. At a large lecture hall, Zeke questioned, can we just crash a seniors class? Diego, arm around him. You're green, buddy. Valhalla's free. If it helps learning, anything goes. Pick any class. Plus, today's not ordinary. Something epic's coming. Zeke smirked, nonstop mouth. Whispers caught his ear. Students murmured, that's him, right? Yeah, definitely. A student added, Zeke Draker, youngest Valhalla recruit. Another, he's pure blood, right? Beat a coach, too. Diego turned, what? You're a Draker? Zeke, surprised, what? Showing his gloves clan logo, what did you think this was? Diego blinked, what's that? Zeke snapped, idiot. This is the pure blood glove, symbol of the Draker clan's awakened pure blood. Diego stammered, huh? I thought it was some cool concept. Pure blood glove? Clueless. Zeke thought, at Valhalla, and can't recognize a pure blood glove? Typical reaction to an awakened pure blood. Diego mused, no wonder you were all high and mighty. Zeke waved, speechless, this idiot's clueless. Diego laughed, haha, a Draker should treat me to food, right? Kidding. Zeke gritted his teeth. He's even more hyped now. A professor entered, clapping for order, attention. All eyes turned. Zeke propped his chin, no wonder it's packed. The principal's leading this lecture. The principal said, your turnout shows how anticipated this is. Diego, holding song lyrics, asked, yo, buddy, how's this rhyme? Zeke pushed his hand. If you drag me here, at least act focused. The principal continued, skipping fluff. Our special guest was hard to book. The Draker clan's Black Knight is back. Zeke perked up, back in Four Seasons City. Is he re-emerging? Duke Draker, Zeke's drunkard mentor, stepped in, causing a stir. Storm Knight Duke Draker? The Black Knight who vanished? Rumors of him in Four Seasons City were true. Duke tapped the mic. I've been off the front lines, yet you remember me. An honor. I'll share my journey from an ordinary Valhalla student to a knight. Zeke muttered, normally a mess, but he's polished today. Quite a presence. Duke's tale started strong, but soon bored many. Only Zeke and Diego stayed alert. Zeke grumbled, 2 hours of self-praise. When's he stopping? Duke rambled, I said, rethink it. The principal interrupted, sorry to cut off eager listeners, but time's up. Students thought, thank you, principal. He added, our next speaker needs no introduction. Despite a busy Guardian Knight schedule, they're here. Zeke jolted. Draker Knights rank from novice to intermediate, advanced, and Guardian. Guardian's highest rank match the Elder Council's authority. Fewer than 10 exist. This is big. Excited, he watched as Diego tinkered with lyrics. At 4 o'clock, a woman with platinum hair and white armor strode in. Zeke wondered, platinum hair, white armor. Striking, but who? Students buzzed, lucky to be at Valhalla. Seeing the Silver Knight in person, Zeke muttered, what? It's her. Carly Draker, the Draker clan's eldest daughter, the Silver Knight. Isen Port City, the continent's maritime trade hub, boasts a prime geographic position, controlling commerce not only with the door-to-trade republic, but also the southern and eastern continents. Yet, over a decade ago, the situation was starkly different. Isen was overrun by southern pirates, a lawless land rife with crime. Upon becoming an official Draker clan knight, Carly launched a campaign to eradicate the pirates. By the 5th year, no pirate dared linger in Isen. Under her protection, the city revived, becoming the continent's greatest port. Surviving pirates fled to Dorda's Dead Sea region. For reclaiming Isen, Carly was named the youngest Guardian Knight in clan history. A feat even Abel, who once held everything before his regression, never achieved. Gazing at her on the podium, Zeke thought, I knew she was a big deal, but my eldest sister? And a direct line member clashing with Abel for the inheritance. No wonder I didn't recognize her. Before my regression, Carly Draker was. Carly closed her eyes, tapped the table, and commanded, silence. Her words unleashed a crushing pressure, rattling weaker students. Zeke smirked. They were all excited earlier. A Guardian Knight causing such a ruckus? Where's the decorum? As the hall quieted, Carly spoke. Even with a lecturer present, your attitude remains chaotic. Valhalla, where I graduated, was never this disorderly. If our predecessors saw this, they'd shake their heads. Think peace comes free? No. It's earned through our ancestors' blood and sweat. Understanding alone means nothing. Action gives it value. Hearing his sister preach, Zeke smiled. So that's it. Carly slammed the table. Only through grueling training and discipline do you become a true knight. Zeke thought, she's so dramatic. After the lecture, students spilled onto the campus, buzzing. One said, that was intense. Another replied, makes me miss Duke's talks. Zeke mused. Her advice wasn't bad, but these young students won't hear it. Frowning, where'd Diego run off to? Diego strode ahead, waving, sorry buddy. I've been lost in composing, fueling my artistic soul. I've shown you enough of Valhalla, so I'm off. Zeke walked on, not bad. I'll be busy recruiting talent and adapting here. While I have time, I should check Terrakin's secure archives. Stepping forward, time to find it. A voice called Zeke Draker. Carly approached. Got a moment? They moved to Valhalla's training arena. Carly drew her sword, ready to fight. Zeke thought, that's the mithril sword from the Holy Nation? The Holy Nation, near Ison, suffered from pirates until Carly's campaign freed them. In gratitude, they gifted her a pure mithril sword and armor, earning her the Silver Knight title. Carly eyed Zeke, don't hold back. Zeke stretched, silent. She's heard I reached blue rank via sword aura. Planting his sword in the ground. Show my true strength? Infusing aura, sorry, can't oblige. Many are curious about my power. Why reveal it to her? Draker's rule is the strong devour the weak. Blue rank at 15 is unprecedented. Showing my true red rank would make Siemens, my rival for the inheritance, try to oust me. The clan head would bind me under his control. I'll only reveal my hand after surpassing him. I just need the clan's transcendent heir title, not to be their pawn. They clashed like lightning, sword sparking. Carly shifted her blade, catching Zeke off guard, knocking his sword down. Before he could react, she slashed, grazing his face. A system alert flashed. Administrator request confirmed. Healing factor skill temporarily disabled. Zeke thought, she's a guardian knight. She might detect my healing factor. Recalling Duke's fight, how do you heal so fast? I won't let that happen again. Zeke attacked, trading countless blows. He leaped, slashing down. Carly parried unfazed, their clash kicking up dust. Feeling his sword tremble, red rank indeed. Countering at blue rank's limit is tough. Carly charged, slashing fiercely. Zeke blocked with quick reflexes, their energies colliding in a massive explosion. Amid the dust, their swords clashed. Carly noted, a normal sword would have snapped. Yours is impressive. Zeke ignored her, defending her onslaught. Blood streaked his face. He knocked her sword back, retreating to gain distance, wiping sweat. Risky facing a red rank head-on while capping at blue. Carly taunted, keeping this distance and already relaxing? Zeke realized, I forgot. Beyond Silver Knight, she's known for giant force sword, wielding aura like a titan's blade. Her sword extended over 10 meters, slashing near Zeke's face. The shockwave paled him. Gritting his teeth, spitting blood, he flew back, crashing into a corner. As dust settled, only Zeke's sword remained planted. Carly muttered, overdid it. Her eyes widened as Zeke emerged from the rubble, leaning on a stone. Satisfied yet? Seeing Zeke still standing after her attack, Carly praised, remarkable, Zeke. You blocked that strike? You've exceeded my expectations. Though upright, Zeke trembled from the devastating blow. Carly sighed. Zeke, I need to discuss something. But before she could continue, Zeke collapsed. Alarmed, Carly rushed over, shouting, Zeke, are you okay? Supporting him, severe internal injuries. Overused aura? She pulled a vial from her pouch, pouring it into his mouth. This is the clan's supreme recovery elixir. Drink slowly. The elixir's power spread, healing him. A system alert flashed. Administrator request confirmed. Healing factor skill reactivated permanently. Regaining consciousness, Zeke muttered, this shouldn't be noticed. My pausing and reactivating healing factor was a performance, capping my strength at blue rank. When her greatsword struck, I used minimal defense to take the hit. Oddly, a strange gap appeared before impact, making it smooth. I absorbed Carly's aura, unable to use my own, causing natural internal injuries. She'll believe I used aura and assume the injuries are from overexertion. After minutes unconscious, Zeke stirred, rubbing his aching head. Ugh. Carly asked, feeling better? Smiling, yeah, much better. Thanks, Carly. Relieved, she stood, offering a hand. Call me sister. Relax. It's fine. Zeke was surprised by her warmth. The scene shifted to a secluded alley in a slat's outskirts. On a horse-drawn carriage, Carly set a tea table to help Zeke recover. Holding 2 cups, I heard you like tea, so I prepared some from the eastern continent. Hope it suits you. Zeke replied, Thanks, sister. The clan head said the same. How far has this tea rumor spread? Inside the lavish carriage, Zeke remarked, This is inside a carriage? Hard to imagine from the outside. Carly explained, Disguise magic. A guardian knight's carriage draws attention. She dragged me to the arena. Now takes me out of the city? He asked, something so sensitive it can't be overheard. Carly paused. Slaughter Knight, Abel Draker. Zeke froze. She continued, I need your help to stop him. Surprised, what? Abel, the clan's second prince? Softening, sorry for the abruptness. I'll explain. She went on. Abel's violating the oath of neutrality, a core clan rule against meddling in national conflicts. He's siding with the Rome Empire, interfering in their conflict with Alentia. Sipping exquisite tea, Abel's acting this early? Zeke asked, For Season's city doesn't know? Carly replied calmly, They know but ignore it. The city's in chaos. Some elder council members back the Empire and Abel. Manipulated elders? Yes, though some remain neutral. A conservative council just staying neutral? It's only a matter of time before they're subdued. Carly nodded, Exactly. We're investigating, but we can't wait for proof. If Abel acts unchecked, war's inevitable. Zeke's expression hardened. The prophecy was true. 3 years post-regression. In 7 years, Abel's control over Draker and alliance with Rome will spark a continent-swallowing war. Countless dead, skies scorched, lands stained with blood and ash. Carly declared, I'm resolved to build a force to stop Abel. He's seizing clan leadership, believing control over the top ensures obedience below. But true knights bow only to ideals and justice. Firmly, I'll act on my beliefs, rallying commoner knights, the true core of Four Seasons City, for justice. Looking at Zeke, I won't force you. You're young, a pure blood awakened, with endless paths ahead. Sipping tea, I see Carly's true self. Iron will, yet soft enough to bow for justice. That gap in her greatsword strike was her concern for me. Outwardly tough, inwardly fragile. Carly mused, if this fails, I could be branded a traitor. Think carefully. Zeke set his cup down. Thanks for your concern. Kneeling, though young and flawed, let me stand with your knightly spirit. Surprised, Carly smiled. Thank you, Zeke. Back at Valhalla's research wing, Zeke studied the system panel. In my past life, Carly was my source for clan updates. I didn't know corruption started pre-war. I planned to leave Draker to avoid Abel's control, building my own force. But with an ally like her, there's no need to leave. Staying lets me monitor Abel. Using Carly as a shield deflects suspicion. First, I must become an official knight to sway opinion toward her. Despite being the eldest and a guardian knight, Carly, not a pure-blood or direct-line elite, failed to reform Draker last life. If I, a pure-blood, become a knight and back her, we could shift opinion from Abel. I need to pass that damn knight test. Rubbing his ear in frustration, he checked the system map, almost there. At Valhalla's central Great Library, his goal lay in Terrakin's secure archives. Entering the vast repository, you've reached the secure archives. Scanning shelves, this dump? Just useless old books. I expected something epic like Bahamut's Heart or Dragon Fawn. Finding nothing, what a waste. A system alert, data update point detected. An invisible bookshelf appeared. What's this? Linked and synchronized with another administrator's secure archive, Terrakin Draker. Terrakin used a system like mine? No wonder it's undiscovered. Only system users can access it. Terrakin Draker's secure archive data linked to Zeke Draker's system. Access available anytime. Suggested categories. 1. Organization Operations Manual. 2. Dragon Slaying Guide version 5.21. 3. Reference materials. 4. Growth support maxims. Frowning, these sound mundane. He commanded, System, find the best growth-enhancing text. Request confirmed. Optimal document located. A glowing book caught his eye there. Holding the aged text, Secret Dragon Slaying Technique. Scanning it, never heard of this. The author's name stunned him. Shotun Draker, closest aide to Hero King Kaiser. Zeke froze, shocked by the familiar name. Before passing down the dragon-slaying sword art, I, Shatan Draker, wish to explain why I created this technique. The bond between dragons and humanity originated with the great hero king. Despite our weaknesses, some humans could form contracts with supreme beings, dragons. Yet, dragons aided us not out of nobility but pity, viewing humanity as frail compared to other races. This led to a surge in contractors, fostering an independent civilization across the continent. However, this rapid progress sparked an indescribable unease in me. I feared dragons. If such superior beings helped us out of pity, they could turn and destroy us effortlessly. This dread haunted me, envisioning humanity's extinction overnight, defenseless. Thus, I resolved to find a way to counter dragons. I first considered magic, but it was the dragon's initial gift to humanity. Human hearts cannot naturally produce mana. Dragons etched magic circles into them, enabling our use. Using magic against dragons, fighting them with their own power, was absurd. Next, I thought of the Hero King's elemental sword, a force even dragons feared. But this power was exclusive to those with royal elf blood, an insurmountable barrier. So, I devoted myself to discovering a new, purely human power. I explored everything, pushing human limits, from the primal swordsmanship of the North to the mystical arts of the East. Ironically, my greatest ally was Kronos, the Hero King's contracted dragon. When asked why, he said, for fun. Yet, his cold eyes held profound resolve. Years of research followed. With Kronos, we uncovered a new power, aura. Not elemental or mana, but a force only humans could harness. After this breakthrough, I continued studying aura even after the Hero King's passing. Over time, I systematized aura knowledge, concepts, applications, and sword techniques, compiling it into the secret dragon-slaying art, sent to kingdoms across the continent. Yet, in a world where dragon-given artifacts made power easy, the dragon-slaying sword art, requiring grueling self-training, was ignored. Fortunately, my fear of dragon betrayal has not yet materialized, but I believe this technique will one day be vital. To whoever finds this text, I hope you understand my intent and train diligently to master it. These were Shatan Draker's words in the book Zeke held. Suddenly, he turned, seeing a glowing magical system interface. A mission notification appeared. Achievement, Shatan's successor. Mission, master the dragon-slaying sword art of Sword Saint Shatan Draker. Deadline, 3 months. Reward, coordinates to the Kronos Kingdom's treasure. Zeke's heart raced. It appeared right after I finished reading. Perfect timing. Carefully returning the book, the Kronos Kingdom's treasure. It must hold artifacts beyond anything I've seen. But he paused, frowning. Only 3 months? Is it harder than learning the elemental sword? Stroking his chin, eyes gleaming with resolve. I'll have to pour everything into mastering this. He muttered, self-mocking. The number 3 strikes again. Though unclear how long had passed since the Hero King's era, events seemed to align with Shatan's fears. The Liberation War had swept away the continent's peace. Scanning the dimly lit secret library, magical lamps casting shadows on ancient shelves, Zeke asked, System, any other useful info here? Like Tarakan's diary? The system responded, Administrator request confirmed. Detecting relevant data. Playing magical visual record, Tarakan's diary. The surroundings shifted. Shelves faded, replaced by a vast desert under scorching sunlight. Zeke frowned, heart pounding. Where am I? A system-created space? Like the compliance guide when everything warped. Within seconds, the scene transformed. Alone in the desert, tension gripped him. A golden light flashed behind, reflecting his image on the sand. Sensing danger, Zeke crouched, hand on his sword, ready to fight. The ground shook violently. A colossal dragon erupted from the earth, sand flying, its roar shattering the air. Zeke's eyes widened, heart thumping. A dragon. The system announced, class skill activated, unyielding will. Trembling not from fear, but awe. No wonder dragons are the pinnacle of all species. This feels so real. The dragon's fiery red eyes locked onto him. Voice trembling with excitement. Is this Bahamut? The evil dragon Bahamut. A powerful presence emerged behind. Zeke turned, stunned. A figure approached, exuding terrifying pressure he couldn't sense until they spoke. This guy, a monster in a different league from Bahamut. The figure passed through him. He walked through me? Am I in a recorded memory? He realized this was Tarakan's diary, replaying the legendary battle between Dragon Slayer Tarakan Draker and Bahamut. As Tarakan appeared, Bahamut swung its claws, preparing to strike. Zeke's heart raced. It's starting. The fabled battle, unfolding before me. Bahamut stomped, shaking the ground, debris passing through Tarakan. Its eyes gleamed, voice booming. Why hesitate, Tarakan? Silent, Tarakan stood firm. Bahamut continued, disappointed, a pity, the one I chose as my contractor. Zeke's eyes widened, pupils shrinking. What? Tarakan was Bahamut's contractor? Like Kaiser and Kronos? Then the legend of the Dragon Slayer killing Bahamut. Could it be? The space wavered, distorting. Zeke shouted, frustrated, what's happening? Glancing at Tarakan, fading, speaking to Bahamut too far to hear. Desperate, system, no way to fix this? The system replied, unable to confirm administrator request. Zeke gritted his teeth, anger surging. A thought struck him, recalling Shatten's words, dragons cannot betray humans. If betrayal occurs, it's from the contractor. Staring at Tarakan, suspicion flickered. Could the truth behind this battle differ from the legend? As the scene unfolded, Bahamut's body turned to dust, dissolving under the desert's scorching sun. Zeke's eyes widened, heart pounding, as Tarakan's form also began to fade, swallowed by the distorting space. A glimmering object appeared before Tarakan, sparking Zeke's curiosity. What's that? Squinting, his pulse quickened. It was Bahamut's heart and claws, relics he'd once claimed from the Dragon Slayer's holy land. But when dragons die, they leave only ash. Why are these intact? His mind raced. If pureblood armor is made from dragon hide, Bahamut must be unique. Before he could ponder further, the space above shuddered violently. The desert scene shattered like a torn painting. In seconds, Zeke was yanked back to the secret library, surrounded by the dim glow of magical lamps. Stunned, he muttered, the video ends here? Sinking to the floor, exhausted and disappointed, I don't get what's going on anymore. He sighed, that's enough for today. Reflecting, Zeke recalled visiting Valhalla's research wing, linking his system to Tarakan's secure study, allowing access to its records anywhere. He'd replayed Tarakan's diary, but like before, the ending distorted, obscuring Tarakan and Bahamut's final words. Not much gained, he murmured, eyes tinged with melancholy. Yet, amid the secure study's chaotic data, Zeke uncovered a revelation. The dragon-slaying sword art was the origin of the Dragon Slayer technique. Tarakan simplified it for accessibility, but this reduced its power, rendering it ineffective against dragons. Hardly worthy of the name, Zeke thought, a bitter smile curling his lips. Still, combining it with personal traits for synergy could make it practical. Less potent, but a success in utility. He nodded, a spark of hope in his eyes. What troubled him most was the diary's divergence from the Dragon Slayer legend. The tale claimed Tarakan defeated Bahamut, ushering in an era of peace and prosperity, a classic hero story. Yet, the diary revealed Tarakan as Bahamut's contractor, a detail absent from any record. This isn't an oversight, Zeke muttered, eyes cold. Something's being hidden. Leaving the library, Zeke walked a quiet path, holding a letter from Kay, a former colleague. Long time, old friend. I don't know why you're suddenly into ancient history, but as requested, I investigated Dragon Slayer legends across the continent, including untranslated manuscripts. As expected, no text mentions human-dragon contracts or figures like Kaiser or Tarakan as dragon contractors. Oddly, all sources share a uniform tone, as if curated. When I dug deeper, the Draker clan sent a warning letter. So, our group pulled out. Clashing with the Drakers isn't on our agenda. Zeke burned the letter, flames consuming the words. Striding forward, it's clear now. The Draker clan is censoring Tarakan's info. But why? The clan's prestige was built on exalting Tarakan, elevating him as one of the 8 great transcendents. Yet they suppress details about him and Bahamut? Unease surged. This runs deeper than I thought. With swirling thoughts, Zeke returned to the secret library for clues. Opening the door, he called System, but his eyes narrowed, sensing something off. Scanning the room, he closed the door calmly, It's a rest day. Decker and the staff are absent. Duke and Andre are delayed by missions. Advancing cautiously. Fine. Whoever's here, he muttered, eyes sharp. From a corner, a black-clad figure watched his every move. System, open the mini-map. Administrator request confirmed. The library's map appeared, revealing 2 lurkers, one inside, one at the window. Frowning, 2 targets? Did the great mountain predators track me here? He dismissed it. No, I didn't use my longsword or dragon slayer technique there. Even skilled hunters couldn't trace me. Pondering, it's not about them, it's who sent them. Abruptly, Zeke entered a room, slamming the door. The masked figure flinched. Suddenly, Zeke appeared at the window, cold eyes locking onto him. Abel sent you? The question startled the figure, who spun to face him. Zeke stepped into the hall, mind racing. Did Abel uncover my alliance with Kay? Or a former assassin? It fits. Drawing his sword, no answer? Fine. He lunged, sword flashing like lightning. The assassin parried, eyes panicking. Metal clashed, echoing from the second floor to the stairs and across the first. The assassin wasn't weak, deflecting most strikes. Noticing this, Zeke shifted tactics, leaping back, eyes cold. You can hide your appearance, but not your swordplay. Short, precise strikes, Gorka Kingdom style, using curved kukri daggers. Gorka assassins, the North's elite guards, are hired for high-stakes Central Continent missions. Stroking his chin, if it's a Gorka assassin, Abel didn't hire them. They avoid vendettas. He's too defensive for an assassin. I left openings, but he didn't strike. They're not here to kill. They want me alive. A projectile flew from the window. Zeke recognized it. Sedative. Mandragora's earthy scent, used for sleep. Covering his mouth, he dropped his sword, feigning collapse. The assassin hoisted him over his shoulder, heading to his accomplice at the window. On the assassin's shoulder, Zeke's heart raced. If not Abel, who? Why capture me? The system alerted, Mandragora detected. Activating total poison immunity skill. Smirking inwardly, let's see who wins. Zeke was taken to a room outside the academy, where a man awaited. The scene shifts to the next morning at the Atlas Outskirts farm. Zeke was confined in a cold, dark room, his hands bound by glowing magical chains. He sighed, voice tinged with exhaustion and exasperation. Well, didn't expect you to be the mastermind. Before him stood a blond man with a mysterious black eye patch, Clef Reinhardt, chairman of the Reinhardt Trade Guild. His sharp eyes pierced Zeke, as if probing his soul. Leaning on the table, Clef's calm voice carried authority. If you know who I am, this'll go faster. Zeke met his gaze, brows furrowing. We had a connection in my past life. The Reinhardt Trade Guild, one of 110 major guilds, operated mainly in the Orentia Kingdom. If events followed their current path, the continental war sparked by Abel and the Empire would engulf both the kingdom and the guild. Zeke recalled Clef's fierce resistance against the Empire in his past life, like himself. Yet, after providing critical intelligence to defeat the Empire, Clef returned to the collapsing Orentia, dying in agony despite escaping. Zeke shook his head. Patriotism or something else, it was a foolish choice. Clef's voice softened with regret. Sorry for the rough methods. He signaled his subordinate to unchain Zeke. The magical chains fell, leaving his wrists numb. Clef continued. The guild will formally apologize for this discourtesy. So, let's talk comfortably. Zeke cut him off. Eyes sharp as a blade, save it. Get to the point. What do you want? Clef raised an eyebrow. Young, yet a true Draker. Even seasoned knights would falter in captivity. But Zeke showed no unease, his presence unshakable. After a pause, Clef's tone grew serious. Before my request, can you review this? He slid a stack of documents toward Zeke. Zeke flipped through, eyes focused. Clef explained, this lists those infected by a new disease spreading in the southern continent. Zeke's brows furrowed. Them? Why show me this? At the final page, a name halted his breath. Elena Stone, mother of his first guard, Liam Stone. She'd survived the Crimson Plague with his recipe. Anger surged. Zeke slammed the documents down, voice icy. What's your game? Clef, unfazed, pointed to Elena's name. There, it's called the Crimson Plague, a brutal disease with a 100% mortality rate. Only Elena survived, fully recovered. But the doctors stayed silent. His gaze locked on Zeke. Know anything about this? Zeke smirked coldly. He sensed something off, and is probing. Typical merchant. Was Cleef after the Crimson Plague cure for profit? Its value was immense, but Cleef wasn't blinded by greed. Kidnapping a Draker pureblood for money was too reckless. Taking a gamble, Zeke said confidently, "Of course I know. I provided that formula." Cleef shot up, eyes gleaming. "I'll buy it. Name your price." Zeke raised a hand, smirking smugly, stunning Cleef. "So worked up?" "Not very merchant-like." Cleef's face reddened. His goal isn't money. It's about saving lives. Zeke grinned. "Let's deal like merchants." Cleef calmed. "3 conditions for the formula, right?" Zeke nodded. "Simpler than you think." Cleef pressed. "What are they?" Zeke's tone carried weight. "I'll use them when the time's right. Nothing beyond your guild's reach." Cleef considered, then nodded. "If it's reasonable and mutually agreed, fine." Satisfied, Zeke scribbled the formula and handed it over. "Follow this exactly." Cleef reached for it. Eyes alight. "This is it?" But Zeke pulled back, skeptical. "One question. Who really needs this cure?" Cleef froze, eyes flickering with panic. Stammering, "What?" "The guild's just after a high-value item." Zeke shook his head. "You mobilized northern mercenaries to kidnap a Draker pureblood and lost your cool. That's not the Reinhardt guild I know." Exposed, Cleef leaned on the table, head bowed, then sat, voice low. "The Arentia royal family." Zeke raised a brow. "Who specifically?" Cleef shook his head. "I can't say." Disappointed, Zeke recalled their last meeting in his past life. He warned, "You're planning to return to Arentia, right? Don't. It's fallen, like your guild. Going back means death." Back then, Cleef's tired eyes replied, "Thanks, but I'm done. I'll end my days in Arentia." In the present, Cleef's resolute yet pained gaze met Zeke's. "I can't say more." That look, not the hollow shell from before. Someone vital to him. Despite Arentia's conflict with the Empire and internal strife with the joined tribe, a royal connection could be useful later. Zeke handed over the formula. "Fine, keep your secrets." Cleef clutched it, hands trembling with relief. Zeke interrupted. "Sorry to cut in, but my first condition now." Cleef regained composure. "Of course. Name it, if it's within our power." Zeke grinned confidently. "Let me join your guild." Before this unexpected proposal, Cleef spoke up with curiosity. "A job offer, or are you planning some kind of trade?" Zeke replied, "To be precise, I need a fake identity. Just for temporary use." Cleef continued, "If it's just that, why go through us at all?" Zeke explained, "I plan to use it in the southern continent. That place is full of seasoned criminals. A half-baked disguise won't cut it. But the Reinhardt Trading Company is trusted by the cartel, isn't it?" Hearing this, Cleef nodded in agreement, though not particularly pleased. After a moment of thought, he sighed and said, "Fine, I understand what you're getting at. If that's all, you can use the identity of my cousin. Those guys probably won't suspect a thing." Zeke, seizing the opportunity, pressed further. "Great. Also, I need a regular means of transportation to and from the south, along with a house. The house needs to be spacious enough to store goods. That's my first request. Oh, and since you guys dragged me here, I assume you've already prepared a way to get me back, right?" Zeke's bold demands made Cleef's expression stiffen. He was furious inside but forced a bright smile, thinking to himself, "This brat's got some nerve." Then, with a smile, he said, "All right, I'll contact you when everything's ready. The ranger team will handle getting you back." Zeke agreed immediately but thought to himself, the renowned Reinhardt Trading Company agreeing to a deal this easily? That person must be really important to them. Afterward, the ranger team turned to head toward the door. Seeing Zeke still sitting there, one of them called out, "Hey!" He pointed to the door in front of them, continuing, "This way." Outside, a sturdy-looking horse was waiting. Zeke pointed at the horse, exclaiming, "Whoa, this ant looks pretty solid." Then he stepped past the 2 men, smiling as he said, "I'll make good use of it." As Zeke mounted the horse, the 2 turned to leave. The brown-haired one reminded him, "We're done here. We'll head out first." Zeke spoke up, making them pause. "So, can we consider the deal with Reinhardt finalized?" At this, both turned sharply, staring at him. The brown-haired one asked, "You speak Gorkin? Do Drakers learn that too?" Zeke just smiled and replied, "Let's call it a hobby." Brushing it aside, he continued, "Anyway, back to business. This time, I have a job I'd like to hire you for." After hearing Zeke's words, the brown-haired one asked curiously, Rescuing someone held by McCain? He glanced at his companion. Both fell silent for a moment. Seeing their lack of response, Zeke pressed. What? Is the price I offered not attractive enough? His words startled the brown-haired man. He looked at Zeke and replied, No, the price isn't an issue. In fact, with terms similar to Reinharart's, it's more than profitable. But he continued, The problem is your identity. Our king doesn't like dealing with transcendent families. Zeke furrowed his brow, sighed, and questioned, What? You're hesitating over something so trivial? I already have a fake identity prepared by Reinharart. Just use that to draft a commission letter to Gorka, and it's done. Seeing the logic in Zeke's words, the brown-haired man agreed. All right, as long as it doesn't get found out. Zeke added a reminder. Oh, and by the way, we still have some unfinished business to settle, don't we? The comment puzzled the brown-haired man, unsure of what Zeke meant. Suddenly, with uncanny skill, Zeke pulled out their 2 kukri blades and drove them into the ground. The action darkened both men's expressions. For the rangers of the Gorka kingdom, a kukri wasn't just a weapon. It was a symbol of a true warrior, a cherished companion as vital as their mission. The fact that Zeke took their kukris without them noticing proved he could easily take their lives at any moment. Zeke spoke coldly. Consider this a gift in return for daring to kidnap me. The 2 men's expressions grew highly cautious, realizing the absolute gap in strength. The brown-haired one gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his face, muttering, What kind of monster is this guy? Zeke glanced over, flashing an enigmatic smile, and said, You speak the common continental tongue pretty fluently, huh? Then he continued, Farewell, brothers. See you next time. After meeting with Reinharart, Zeke officially entered the phase of recruiting allies. His targets were the heroes once known as the 5-Star Knights, famed for their brilliant achievements in the Continental War before their reclamation. If he could build rapport and recruit them to his side now, they'd form an incredibly powerful force. Fortunately, with the help of Principal Flaubert, who was always fond of him, Zeke learned that all of them hailed from Valhalla Academy. The issue was timing. Silent Knight Bishop Castique had graduated and was now a member of the Thebia Kingdom's Knight Order. Black Tortoise Knight Jeffrick Salma was in his final year, busy with field training. Aster Eladov was still enrolled, but had dropped out due to severe insomnia. As for Reyna, she wouldn't enroll until next year, but since they shared pure-blood lineage, Zeke would have plenty of chances to approach her later. He clenched his fists, deep in thought. That leaves only Diego. The scene shifts to Diego's club. At this moment, Diego was performing as the lead singer, belting out his song. The other band members played their instruments, and surprisingly, Zeke was there too. His face was filled with boredom, thinking to himself, Wait, what the hell am I doing here? He recalled coming to Diego's clubroom to recruit him to his side. But Diego approached, threw an arm around his shoulder, grinned, and said, Bro, you came at the perfect time. There's an open spot, just for you. Zeke asked, puzzled. What? I'm just. Diego cut him off. Yeah. You just want to play music, right? I get that vibe. Congrats. You're now an official member of the Southern Continent's Fusion New Age Music Research Club. After a moment of exasperation, Zeke decided, screw it. He dove into the lively atmosphere of the music. His whole body let loose with the group, thinking, let's just enjoy this for now. Later, he stumbled out of the club, exhausted, limbs heavy, muttering, Damn it, I got caught up in Diego's rhythm. Upon returning to the training room, the butler greeted him. Zeke rolled his shoulder and said, I'm starting training now. Tell the servants not to disturb me. Looking at the black sword in front of him, Zeke muttered, First, channel aura around the body to open the meridians, then progress from small circulation to great circulation. He diligently studied the book left by Tarakan, reading and muttering, What the hell is this? It's all terms I've never heard of. Reflecting, he began to understand why Shatan adapted this technique into the dragon-slaying method. Every move in the dragon-slaying sword art relied on compressing a massive amount of aura and releasing it, something ordinary techniques couldn't achieve. This swordsmanship wasn't designed to fight humans, but was literally meant to slay dragons. Its power could rival elemental swords. Holding the black sword, Zeke mused. Every move in the dragon-slaying method is exaggerated to the extreme. A single strike is enough to cleave a giant dragon. Compress an enormous amount of aura to its limit, then swing the sword down. He followed his insights. Suddenly, footsteps approached the training room. The butler closely observed Zeke, who was unleashing powerful slashes of the dragon-slaying method. Each strike seemed to tear through space, kicking up clouds of dust. After swinging tirelessly, Zeke chuckled to himself. Haha, this heaven-blessed body is no joke. The system notified. Heaven-blessed physique. Optimizes physical potential, accelerates skill mastery, and enhances ether conduction in the body. Thanks to this ability, Zeke could visualize his movements in advance, like a map unfolding before his eyes, guiding him to perfect his skills. Repeating the motions, he concluded, I can feel it. I'm getting more proficient and faster. Then, he raised his sword high and unleashed a slash that tore through the space in front of him. Zeke's eyes widened in shock. He questioned, What? I just broke through the red wall and stepped into a new realm, and now I'm already touching the black wall. In his mind, he faced a towering, dense black wall. He muttered, They say training too hastily makes the wall to the next realm even higher. Yet, the heart of Bahamut within his ether core resonated fiercely with the dragon-slaying sword art, continuously surging with power. Zeke told himself, Before I lose this feeling, I have to swing my sword one more time. After numerous repetitions, a glowing red magical seal appeared on Zeke's chest. His eyes widened, his face filled with horror. Immediately after, a blazing red aura erupted. His eyes turned pitch black, and blood vessels bulged around them. The system announced, Bahamut's heart is reacting to Shotun Draker's dragon-slaying sword art. Memories etched in Bahamut's heart are being reenacted. Zeke questioned, Bahamut's memories? He was transported to a dark space. Looking around, he muttered, It's too dark. I can't see clearly. Suddenly, he sensed something approaching. A masked figure spoke. Bahamut, sovereign of twilight, I have a favor to ask. Bahamut stared at the man, sighing softly, remaining silent. The man reached into his cloak, pulled out a book, and said, I wish to entrust the dragon-slaying sword art, my ultimate technique, to you for safekeeping. Bahamut stared directly at Shotun and spoke. I knew you were a despicable man, but I didn't expect you to be this insane, Shotun Draker. Witnessing the conversation before him, Zeke, observing from above, muttered softly. As expected, that's Shotun. Bahamut continued to glare at him, saying, Are you seriously entrusting a dragon-slaying technique to a dragon? Shotun replied, Exactly. Even Kronos has agreed. You, of all beings, should know why, Bahamut. As soon as Shotun finished speaking, Bahamut stomped heavily on the ground, causing it to tremble violently. A towering wave of killing intent radiated from its body. Staring straight at Shotun, it roared. Kronos has been seduced by humans and lost the qualifications to be a mediator. Around Bahamut, countless magical spears materialized, poised to attack. In response, Shotun gripped his sword tightly, preparing for battle. Bahamut bellowed, I don't believe in the nonsense prophecies of someone like that. With a deafening roar, the air around them seemed to solidify. The magical spears all aimed at Shotun, hurtling toward him at terrifying speed. Faced with this scene, Shotun drew his sword and swung it to deflect the massive spears. After parrying one, countless others surged forward at blinding speed. Shotun poured all his strength into powerful slashes, shattering the incoming spears. But in a moment of distraction, one spear shot forward, stopping mere feet from his face. It triggered a massive explosion, shaking the ground violently. Immediately after, more spears plunged into the explosion's epicenter, making the scene even more terrifying. Zeke, watching from above, shuddered in fear, muttering, Is this the ultimate magic of dragons? Truly the pinnacle of all species. Such unbelievable power. If it were me, I'd probably only block 1 or 2 strikes. Yet Shotun deflected them all. Shotun stood tall on the ground, successfully fending off every attack from Bahamut. Zeke thought to himself, that human is a monster, surpassing all normal limits. Seeing its attacks so easily blocked by Shotun, Bahamut roared in fury. Get out of my territory, Shotun Draker. If not, the next spear will target Kronos' kingdom. In response to the threat, Shotun calmly asked, Are you sure that's wise? Doing so would bring the punishment of karma upon you. Bahamut smirked and replied, The punishment of karma? How laughable. What do you humans know to speak so recklessly? Even if I slaughter your swarming vermin, there's no reason for me to be punished. With that, it summoned a massive magical orb, preparing to strike Shatan. Shatan, in turn, drove his sword into the ground and said, In the end, everything is unfolding as Kronos' prophecy foretold. He pulled out an item, causing Bahamut's eyes to widen. Instantly, it summoned a giant magical sword and aimed it at Shatan, shouting, Do you think you can control me with Kronos' power? With that, Bahamut swung the giant sword, causing the surrounding space to freeze. Shatan opened the watch in his hand. As the clock struck 12, a golden magical circle appeared beneath his feet. Zeke, witnessing this, widened his eyes. The giant sword, just before reaching Shatan, suddenly halted. Zeke thought to himself, Bahamut attacked, and then what? But he quickly dismissed the thought. No, this is... Bahamut was restrained by Shatan's magical circle, its entire body immobilized, unable to attack. Observing this, Zeke narrowed his eyes, thinking, This extraordinary magic must come from that watch. Earlier, Bahamut said, Do you think Kronos' power can do anything to me? That watch must be an artifact containing Kronos' power. The magical space around Bahamut trembled violently, its residual energy creating immense pressure. Zeke grimaced, clenching his teeth and covering his ears, cursing silently. The magic is breaking, and now what? He peeked at Bahamut. It stomped heavily on the ground, forcing Shatan to strengthen the restraining circle. Bahamut's body slammed into the ground, as if crushed by an invisible, colossal force. It clawed fiercely, creating deep cracks in the earth, then glared at Shatan with rage and said, Shatan Draker, that illusion just now, could it be? Shatan replied, Exactly. That was Kronos' prophecy. Now you understand why I entrusted the dragon-slaying sword art to you, don't you? Bahamut cursed furiously. Damn it. Dragons making contracts with humans was a mistake from the start. Fine, I agree. Humans should stand on their own strength. Then, softening its tone, it continued. All right, hand it over. Let me see this so-called dragon-slaying sword art. Your way of killing dragons. After reviewing the dragon-slaying sword art, Bahamut growled and said, You dare create something like this? Shatan calmly responded, It's to protect this world. Bahamut frowned and said, Nonsense. Not the world, but you humans. Regardless, I'll keep it, but unless the prophecy comes true, this technique will never see the light of day. Shatan replied instantly, That's fine. Then he turned to leave, adding, Even without the dragon-slaying sword art, humans will awaken aura eventually. The dragon watched Shatan's departing figure, growling. When that time comes, I'll personally wipe out all you humans. That power belongs to lowly creatures who don't deserve to wield it. Hearing this, Shatan smiled, thinking to himself, I don't know why I, a man who created the dragon-slaying sword art out of fear, trust you and Kronos more than anyone else. Turning back, he said to Bahamut, Kronos once said, as a casual remark, that one day you two will find a contractor who can share your heart. After Shatan left, Bahamut returned to its solitary state in the cold cave. Its thoughts lingered. Find a contractor to share my heart? That's absurd. It'll never happen. At this point, Zeke was ejected from Bahamut's memories. Looking up at the ceiling, he muttered, From start to finish, it's all so confusing, but one thing's certain. Because of Bahamut's deep distrust of humans, when I absorbed its heart, I felt some of those emotions. But that makes it even harder to understand why it formed a contract with Tarakan. After witnessing Bahamut's memories, Zeke began investigating to resolve his questions. But all records about Tarakan had been falsified by the Drakers. In this era, Bahamut, who had contracted with Shatan, was known as the Evil Dragon, and no valuable records remained. While continuing to train in the dragon-slaying sword art and search for new clues, Zeke received a message from Reinhardt that his first request had been prepared. Holding a golden card in his hand, after examining it for a moment, he muttered, Deputy Branch Leader of the Reinhardt Trading Company's Southern Continent Branch? Isn't that a bit over the top? Suddenly, he sensed something outside. Looking over, a messenger pigeon was perched at the window. Staring at it, Zeke muttered, Looks like Kay has finally made a decision. The scene shifts to the secret garden under the management of the Atlas branch of the Syndicate organization. After passing through a golden door, Zeke stepped into a VIP room at the bar within the secret garden of the hotel. Kay was already waiting, and upon seeing him, she greeted warmly. "Welcome, partner." Zeke raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "You're really calling me a partner now? That's a new feeling." He glanced at the scenery outside, lost in thought for a moment. Seeing him silent, Kay felt an indescribable sensation. Before Zeke, the city sparkled with grandeur. He remarked, "Even though I've been in Atlas for a while, seeing it like this still feels surreal. Makes sense, though. I'm more used to scenes of devastation from the Continental War, so this feels strange." After a moment of reflection, he turned back, exclaiming, "I didn't expect Atlas to have a place like this." Kay, pouring a drink, asked, captivated by the view. She continued, "It's majestic, isn't it? This hotel is one of the Syndicate-side businesses. Those of us in the underworld always need discreet places to talk." Zeke looked directly at her, awkwardly saying, "Well, hold on, I'll pass on the alcohol. Tea would be better next time." Kay chuckled, teasing, "What? Don't tell me you're refusing because you're underage? Didn't expect you to be this cute." Zeke, embarrassed, gritted his teeth and replied, "It's just that drinking doesn't feel special, so I'd rather not." He recalled the last time, during a celebration for becoming a new student, when he got caught up in the atmosphere and drank a bit. As expected, his 100 poisons immunity skill treated alcohol as poison and neutralized it. He thought to himself, "Before my regression, I used to drink to get drunk. Now I can't even get tipsy, so I'd rather have tea I enjoy." As he drank, the system promptly notified, "Alcohol detected. Activating 100 poisons immunity. Detected toxins will be expelled." Kay responded cheerfully, all right, so you don't like alcohol, got it? Anyway, enough small talk. I've got something to show you." With that, she turned to the side, searching for something. Zeke watched her, muttering to himself, "She really doesn't listen, does she?" Moments later, Kay produced several drafts and photos, explaining, "That guy you're backing, Pavila, turns out he was a pirate. I looked into it, and the evidence is overwhelming. Strangely, no one's noticed until now. More importantly, the timing of the Silver Knight's crackdown on pirates, when they vanished, perfectly aligns with Pavila's rapid rise. And that's not all. I uncovered something even more unexpected." Zeke's eyes narrowed, focusing intently. Kay pointed to a photo and said, "Joaquin Fernandez, alias El Mencho. He's a Draker operative in the McCain organization, yet he's secretly dealing with Pavila, his rival. This is pretty shocking, so I haven't reported it to my superiors yet. It'd cause chaos within the syndicate. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss." She continued, "Oh, and about that artifact you asked me to sell." But as she spoke, Kay's face suddenly filled with fear. Zeke interjected, "You've done a great job, Kay. From now on, I'll explain the plan to make you the new leader of the syndicate." The scene shifts to a train station where heavy rain pours down. Zeke walked through the rain, eyeing a notification board that read, "Activating teleportation gate at the designated location." Looking at the system panel before him, Zeke remarked, "Good, preparations are complete. Using the teleportation gate on the mini-map will cost a fair bit of karma points, but it ensures I avoid even the slightest suspicion." Among the 3 transcendent magical families, those capable of teleportation magic were exceedingly rare. Teleporting between cities typically required large-scale teleportation devices in magic towers. In other words, this plan was perfectly disguised as an ordinary accident. Zeke thought to himself, "Imagining that old bastard's face makes me laugh. Tonight's going to be a fiery one, Don Juan." The scene shifts to nighttime, the atmosphere heating up as a massive fire breaks out. People shouted, "Fire! Call the fire mages. If this spreads, it'll take the neighboring building too. Have we contacted the building's owner yet? When are the fire mages arriving?" Zeke blended into the crowd, silently observing the situation. The scene shifts to Kay, lighting a cigarette, thinking to herself, "That guy, he's every bit a Draker. A bold kid, not to be underestimated. Not just bold, he's completely insane." Recalling Zeke's words, Kay slammed the table in anger, shouting, "What? You're planning to burn down all of McCain's Soma warehouses in the central continent?" Zeke nodded calmly, replying, "Exactly. So tell me the locations of those warehouses." Kay protested. "That's top secret information. Only McCain, the syndicate's top executives, and I know it. Doing this would get us caught immediately." Zeke, unfazed, smiled and said, "Even better. I wasn't planning to hide it. I'll pin it all on El Mencho. The fewer people suspected, the easier it is to handle. Besides, the syndicate still doesn't know Pavila's a pirate, right?" Kay nodded, agreeing. "Right, because I haven't reported it." Then she startled, exclaiming, "Wait, you don't mean..." As if reading her mind, Zeke smiled. "Knew you'd catch on quick." He knocked over all the glasses of alcohol on the table, grinning. "Exactly. We don't need to do much ourselves." Zeke's expression turned wild as he continued. "Just drag all the syndicate executives, those wavering between McCain and Pavila, into this game. Then report everything to Don Juan." "Done." Hearing this, Kay froze. She trembled slightly at Zeke's audacious plan, biting her lip, stammering, "Do you realize what you're saying?" Zeke replied, "Of course I do." Kay, still trembling, continued, "This is an insane plan. You know what happens to traitors in the organization." Zeke clenched his fist, slamming it on the table, and shouted, "When all the executives get swept away, who'll be left to distinguish traitor from loyalist? Are you content being the organization's lackey forever? Didn't you already agree to my proposal to make you the leader? From now on, there's no folding, only call or raise. Your choice." Faced with these words, Kay fell into deep thought, muttering to herself, "He's right." She clenched her fist, thinking, "I didn't join the organization to stay a pawn forever." Zeke Draker, with his extraordinary intelligence, had uncovered Pavila's true identity as a pirate without anyone noticing. Not only that, he discovered unpublicized ancient relics and perfectly secured a large number of high-quality artifacts. Witnessing these absurd abilities, Kay decided to join forces with Zeke. She reached out, grabbing the bottle of alcohol from Zeke's hand. Her entire body shook violently. Yanking the bottle, she thought to herself, "After hearing this plan, how can I back down now?" Resolute, Kay raised the bottle, took a big gulp, and, under Zeke's astonished gaze, slammed it down on the table, shouting, "Is that all? If we fail, we're dead anyway. This is the biggest gamble of my life." Wiping the alcohol from the corner of her mouth, she locked eyes with Zeke, declaring, "All in." Seeing her all-in attitude, Zeke grinned excitedly, saying, "Now you're getting fired up. I'll make sure you don't regret this bet." Back to the present, Kay gripped her cigarette tightly, her hand trembling violently. She clutched it with her other hand to stop the shaking, muttering, "Zeke Draker, I'm betting everything on you." On the table, a local newspaper read, "Series of fires erupt in Central Continent. Mere coincidence or deliberate crime?" Last night, multiple fires broke out simultaneously across various locations in the Central Continent. Local investigators agreed that, due to the geographical distance, it's unlikely to be a planned crime. The buildings were completely incinerated, leaving no traces. The incidents were ultimately concluded as accidents caused by human negligence. The scene shifts to Don Juan's mansion. He sat in his study, staring at the night sky, muttering, "I don't know who that bastard is, but I swear, I won't let you die peacefully." The scene shifts to the academy, at Zeke's dormitory. He sat in his room, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, betraying a hint of anxiety. Propping his chin on one hand, he spoke. "Another semester is almost over, and it's been half a year since everyone learned about my blue realm. I've been thinking it's time to leave, but now that I've actually received an invitation to the promotion celebration, I'm feeling oddly nervous." The promotion celebration was a ceremony honoring young members of the Draker family who had surpassed the Golden Swordsman realm and entered the Night realm. Even for Drakers, reaching the Blue Knight or Purple realm typically happened around age 20, so this event was known as the Draker family's pride ceremony. Zeke closed his eyes, sinking into thought. "It's been nearly 3 years since I last saw the family head. I hope nothing goes wrong." The scene shifts to the banquet hall in the central spring garden of the Four Seasons city. Arthur was cheerfully conversing with other nobles, holding a glass of wine. From a distance, someone approached and respectfully said, "Greetings to the head of the Draker family." Arthur looked at the person and responded, "Oh, you're here, Abel?" Abel smiled and replied, How has your grace been faring lately? He continued. By the way, this is the first time I've seen a promotion banquet with so many important figures in attendance. Arthur nodded, saying, Indeed, indeed. His eyes reddened as he gazed at the lively scene before him, a faint smile forming as he spoke. Well, he is the youngest Blue Knight on the continent, so it's only natural that all eyes are on him. Hearing this, Abel forced a smile, but a surge of indescribable anger welled up inside him. He thought to himself, even though they know I was the youngest Blue Knight before Zeke, they still bring it up like this. Arthur turned to him, interrupting his thoughts. Well, it seems Zeke is about to arrive. I need to prepare for the ceremony. It's been a while, and we haven't had much time to talk. Abel immediately bowed respectfully. Please don't trouble yourself, Your Grace. Arthur walked away, smiling, and added, Make sure to enjoy this precious banquet, young man. Abel responded promptly. I understand, sir. Watching Arthur's retreating figure, a terrifying glint of killing intent flashed across Abel's face. The scene shifts to Zeke, adjusting his collar and muttering, This is so stuffy. He turned to Duke, asking, It's been hard to catch up with Master lately, hasn't it? Duke replied, exasperated, Don't get me started. I'm retired, and they drag me back to work like a beast of burden. I can't even go home. And now I'm stuck running around for that damn Arthur. To top it off, today he's got me playing guide for you. He even said it's only natural for a master to guide his disciple. That shameless blockhead. Hearing the complaints, Zeke raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, No wonder his face looks so worn out. He's been overworked. He asked, So, we're heading to the spring garden, right? Duke nodded and replied, Yes, in the Four Seasons city. That's the only place outsiders are allowed to enter. Zeke followed behind, thinking, The main facilities of the Four Seasons city are divided into 4 areas. According to Duke, the spring garden is the only place open to outsiders, so most events are held there. Summer Rock handles all matters related to the Draker family and houses the family head's office. Autumn Fell is for internal ceremonies, like the induction into the family's night order. Finally, Winterhold stores the rare artifacts the family has collected over thousands of years. I've only heard about it before. This is my first time actually setting foot here. Before my regression, I'd already been expelled from the academy by this point. After some time, they arrived at a massive door. Duke sighed and said, We're here. He turned to Zeke, continuing, From here, you'll have to go in alone. This door is reserved solely for the star of this banquet. Duke placed a hand on Zeke's shoulder and added, I have other duties, so I can't attend the banquet. Don't lose heart. Just go in with confidence. At these encouraging words, Zeke gave a small smile, thinking, Having someone worry about me doesn't feel bad at all. He responded, Master really does think of everything, doesn't he? Duke burst into laughter. Haha, just don't cause any trouble, and that's enough for me. As Zeke stepped inside, the sound of trumpets and drums blared in welcome. The announcer declared, The star of the banquet, Sir Zeke Draker, has arrived. Under Abel's gaze, Zeke strode in confidently, drawing gasps of awe from the crowd. The onlookers began to murmur, Oh, that's Sir Zeke? Reaching Blue Knight at just 15. Truly worthy of the golden pureblood awakening. But I didn't expect him to break Sir Abel's record as the youngest Blue Knight. Another person chimed in. Haven't you heard? Sir Zeke has surpassed all of Sir Abel's academy achievements. The person beside them gasped in amazement. At this moment, Zeke stood before Arthur. He knelt on one knee, paying his respects. The announcer continued. Arthur Draker, leader of all dragon slayers, hereby declares that Zeke Draker will take his first steps on the path to becoming a knight. Arthur placed his sword on Zeke's back, proclaiming loudly, In the name of Draker, I bless the radiant future of Zeke Draker, who will walk the glorious path of a knight. He continued, And Zeke Draker shall be officially knighted as a knight of the Draker family. The announcement stunned the guests. One stammered, What? A full knight of Draker at just 15? Even as the youngest Blue Knight, isn't this decision too hasty? Zeke, too, was taken aback by the proclamation. He thought to himself, Becoming an official knight of the Draker family isn't just about achievements. The Drakers are blessed with aura, so awakening early or reaching the self-awakening or blue realm is almost expected. That's why, instead of judging based on aura realms, They value accomplishments above all. Even Abel, the previous record holder for youngest Blue Knight, needed at least 3 months of accumulated achievements to be knighted. That alone shows how crucial accomplishments are to the Draker family. Yet Arthur's announcement defied prior conventions. Though the family head's knighting authority was unquestionable, Zeke found it perplexing. I wonder what he's planning. Arthur extended his hand, addressing the crowd. Today, I am honored to introduce my son to you all. Not only is he the first to achieve the unprecedented Golden Awakening, but he's also the youngest to reach the Blue Knight realm. I believe he will one day become a knight surpassing even me. Holding his wine glass, he continued, I don't wish to be an overly boastful father, so I'll stop bragging here. Let us conclude this ceremony with a toast. Here's to the bright future of this talented young man, and to peace and prosperity for the continent. He raised his glass high, proclaiming, For Draker. The crowd echoed enthusiastically. For Draker! For Draker! With that, Arthur and the guests sipped their wine, toasting Zeke's success. Zeke glanced at him, thinking, back when Howard expelled me from the family, he stayed silent and didn't react. Yet now he's playing the proud father of a talented son. Arthur called out, startling Zeke. He quickly bowed and responded, Yes, Your Grace. Arthur said, Let's move elsewhere. I'd like a private talk, just between father and son. As the guests began enjoying the banquet, a young man with glasses turned and said, Hey, Abel, don't you think you should control your expression a bit? Abel's face radiated intense killing intent, unnerving those around him. The young man continued, That's not the face an older brother should have when celebrating his younger sibling. At this, Abel quickly regained his composure. The crowd started murmuring, Where's the prince? He said he'd arrive right after this boring ceremony ends. He must be almost here. Abel turned and said, Then let's make the most of it. The blond young man nodded, replying, I was thinking the same. The scene shifts back to Zeke. After their conversation, he left the family head's room, stepping outside with a badge bearing the family crest in his hand. He thought to himself, a token that can be exchanged for one of the family's treasures? Why would the family head give this to me? Countless thoughts left him puzzled. Scratching his head, he muttered, It's not a bad thing, so it should be fine, right? Damn, I just don't get it. But a bigger issue loomed. This banquet isn't just one day, it goes on for days. How am I supposed to endure this? How do they keep the same expression, attending day after day? Living in high society isn't for everyone. A voice called from behind. Sir Zeke Draker. The voice caught his attention. Zeke turned to see a girl approaching, who bowed and said, This is my first time meeting you in person. I am Melissa Alencia, the first princess of the Alencia Kingdom. Looking at Melissa, Zeke slightly furrowed his brow, a sharp glint in his eyes as he silently assessed. Isn't she the leading candidate to succeed the throne of the Alencia Kingdom? Currently, she's standing in for the ailing, incompetent king, implementing bold policies aimed at the common people. Because of this, she's earned overwhelming support from the masses, their hearts drawn to her like a warm flame in the cold night. But for the same reason, she's constantly at odds with Alencia's nobles, who are desperate to protect their privileges. Zeke fell into deep thought, memories from before his regression flooding back. If Melissa officially ascends the throne, sooner or later those nobles will try to curry favor with her, despite their current fierce opposition. But in his previous life, this promising princess, during escalating tensions with the Rome Empire, abruptly ceased all foreign activities and vanished mysteriously. Rumors spread across the continent that she was assassinated by the Empire, but after Alencia's fall in the war, the truth was buried forever in the dust of history. Zeke pursed his lips, cautiously glancing at her, as if scrutinizing every delicate feature of her refined face. In this life, though Melissa has been relatively quiet, her presence at a formal event like his promotion banquet suggests things are still on track. For now, he thought. Zeke's eyes flickered, narrowing slightly as if he'd realized something. Wait a minute. He recalled a private conversation with Cleve. The royal family of Alencia, huh? Zeke looked at Melissa, the green-haired girl smiling warmly before him. Without hesitation, he placed a hand on his chest and bowed courteously. It's an honor to meet you, Princess Melissa. Smiling, he stepped forward, extending his hand in greeting. I've long heard of your reputation. It's a privilege to have you attend my promotion banquet. Melissa, surprised, let out a soft, "Oh," her eyes sparkling. "You know of me?" Zeke responded warmly, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Of course, I've been following your pro-commoner policies for some time." His calm voice cut through the lively atmosphere of the banquet, where distinguished guests continued their animated chatter. Many might think those policies are just for show, merely handing out what's available. Zeke tilted his head, offering a professional. Looking at Melissa, Zeke slightly furrowed his brow, a sharp glint in his eyes as he silently assessed. Isn't she the leading candidate to succeed the throne of the Alencia kingdom? Currently, she's standing in for the ailing, incompetent king, implementing bold policies aimed at the common people. Because of this, she's earned overwhelming support from the masses, their hearts drawn to her like a warm flame in the cold night. But for the same reason, she's constantly at odds with Alencia's nobles, who are desperate to protect their privileges. Zeke fell into deep thought, memories from before his regression flooding back. If Melissa officially ascends the throne, sooner or later those nobles will try to curry favor with her, despite their current fierce opposition. But in his previous life, this promising princess, during escalating tensions with the Rome Empire, abruptly ceased all foreign activities and vanished mysteriously. Rumors spread across the continent that she was assassinated by the empire, but after Alencia's fall in the war, the truth was buried forever in the dust of history. Zeke pursed his lips, cautiously glancing at her, as if scrutinizing every delicate feature of her refined face. In this life, though Melissa has been relatively quiet, her presence at a formal event like his promotion banquet suggests things are still on track. For now, he thought. Zeke's eyes flickered, narrowing slightly as if he'd realized something. Wait a minute. He recalled a private conversation with Cleve. The royal family of Alencia, huh? Zeke looked at Melissa, the green-haired girl smiling warmly before him. Without hesitation, he placed a hand on his chest and bowed courteously. "It's an honor to meet you, Princess Melissa." Smiling, he stepped forward, extending his hand in greeting. "I've long heard of your reputation. It's a privilege to have you attend my promotion banquet." Melissa, surprised, let out a soft, "Oh," her eyes sparkling. "You know of me?" Zeke responded warmly, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Of course, I've been following your pro-commoner policies for some time." His calm voice cut through the lively atmosphere of the banquet, where distinguished guests continued their animated chatter. Many might think those policies are just for show, merely handing out what's available. Zeke tilted his head, offering a professional yet empathetic smile. But in reality, everything from the budget to the smallest details requires meticulous planning, doesn't it? His sharp words left Melissa stunned, her eyes widening as she struggled to respond. Covering her mouth, she smiled, thinking to herself, as the rumors say, he truly is different from other knights. Seeing her silence, Zeke grew slightly anxious and quickly clarified. "Have I been rude to the princess?" Melissa laughed, her eyes radiant. "Not at all. I'm just surprised someone understands my struggles. Honestly, I'm a bit touched." She then bowed politely. "I'll take my leave now. It was a pleasure to meet you." Zeke, caught off guard, blurted, "What? You're leaving so soon?" The green-haired girl smiled gracefully. "I'd love to talk more with you, Zeke, but I can't monopolize the star of the banquet." Zeke frowned slightly, glancing around. Though no one spoke up, curious and even strange gazes followed them. Melissa clearly sensed the awkwardness of those looks. Her voice was gentle but laced with meaning. Still, no need to feel too regretful. Covering her mouth, she gave a playful smile. "There'll surely be better chances to meet again." As Zeke politely saw off the final guest, he sighed in relief, watching the crowd disperse. That's the greetings mostly done with. Finally, a moment to breathe. Though he maintained a serious, proper demeanor outwardly, inside he was exhausted. These kinds of banquets really aren't for me. I'd rather be training with Kaija. Heavy footsteps clinked, accompanied by the clatter of armor, snapping Zeke to alertness. He glanced toward the crowd, thinking, who wears armor to a banquet like this? A boisterous voice rang out, joined by a fluttering red cloak. "Ah, there you are, finally found you." A man appeared, his gleaming armor and long sword at his hip exuding an imposing aura. "You're the star of this banquet, right?" Kairos, the fourth prince of the Rome Empire, who, alongside Aben, had sparked a continent-wide war in Zeke's previous life, approached with commanding presence. He grinned and said loudly, "Zeke, the youngest Blue Knight, correct?" Karos extended his hand, his tone friendly but tinged with arrogance. "I am Karos Nova Constantinus, fourth prince of the Rome Empire." Instead of shaking hands, Zeke bowed, placing one hand on his chest and the other behind his back, responding with respect. "It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness Karos. Thank you for attending my promotion banquet." Karos froze, clearly not expecting the subtle rejection. His face darkened briefly, but then his lips curled into a smile. Nonchalantly, he slung an arm around Zeke's neck, pulling him close like an old friend. "Come on, no need for formalities. Let's share a drink." Zeke stared at the arm around his neck with a deadpan expression, momentarily speechless. Karos, brimming with excitement, ordered, "Hey, someone bring the wine. The finest kind, worthy of this historic meeting between Karos, the most dashing man on the continent, and Zeke, the future's strongest knight." Red wine was poured into glasses, some spilling over the rim. Karos raised his glass, his voice bold. "Here, a gift from the Empire. Don't waste a drop. Drink it all." The onlookers watched Zeke take the glass decisively, whispering with concern. Accepting the fourth prince's invitation so easily? Even as a brilliant Blue Knight, he's still too young. Karos, thrilled, shouted, "Oh, that's the spirit." The crowd murmured, "This prince is so reckless. Given the Draker family's influence, he should be more cautious with such brash behavior." Karos laughed heartily, his voice full of enthusiasm. "Well done. Excellent. I like you. Tonight, let's drink until we can't stand." Suddenly, a voice interrupted the mood. "Your Highness." Aben, who had appeared unnoticed, placed a hand on his chest and bowed. "Congratulations, the rising sun of the Empire." Karos slapped Aben's shoulder, laughing. "Oh, Aben, you joining us for a drink?" Aben replied respectfully, "I'm honored by the invitation, but I have urgent matters to discuss privately with Your Highness." Karos' smile faded, replaced by a frown. "Matters to discuss? Speak." UR is on Aben's side to avoid any losses. Glancing at the family head, he took another sip of tea and replied softly, "Yes, father." Arthur smirked. "Father, huh? Sounds nice. All right, I'll give you a gift to encourage your pursuit of your goal." He placed an item on the table, sliding it toward Zeke. Looking at the solitary badge, he continued, "This is a token exchangeable for a treasure in Winterhold." Zeke picked it up, unable to suppress a smile, thinking, Winterhold, famous across the continent for its rarest artifacts. Arthur raised a hand in reminder. "But remember, in there, alongside priceless treasures, there's also plenty of glamorous junk that's only shiny on the outside." Zeke nodded. "I'll keep that in mind, father." Zeke's steps halted in a dimly lit room. Clutching the token, his eyes gleamed with excitement. "I don't know what he's scheming by giving me this, but a treasure from the Winterhold of Four Seasons City." He grinned triumphantly. "Whatever I can exploit, I'll exploit to the fullest." As Zeke stepped into the area, an elegant receptionist approached, her gentle yet authoritative voice ringing out. "I've been expecting you, Zeke. Before you enter, allow me to briefly explain this archive. Please follow me this way." She led the way with confidence, her sharp gaze suggesting she knew every corner of the place intimately. According to the Draker report, this archive housed approximately 17,000 rare artifacts, unique treasures that could be exchanged based on quantity. "There's no time limit for your selection," the receptionist said, her tone lowering in warning. "But once you leave, you cannot return. Please keep that in mind." Zeke scanned his surroundings, the vast space eerily silent. Not a soul in sight. He frowned, his voice laced with suspicion. A place holding such precious artifacts, and there's no one guarding it? The receptionist gave a faint smile, her eyes gleaming with confidence. "Because it's unnecessary." She explained calmly but persuasively. "The security magic here is as robust as the family head's office. Moreover, all artifacts are meticulously inventoried and managed by magic. Stealing an artifact is virtually impossible." Zeke nodded slightly, thinking to himself, never judge a book by its cover. The receptionist led him to an ancient box, its metallic surface glimmering under the dim light. Please insert the token you were given here, she said, her tone gentle yet urging. Zeke complied, placing the token into the lock. Instantly, the surrounding space trembled violently, as if the room itself were coming alive. The massive door before him slowly creaked open, dust and ancient air spilling out, carrying the aura of a place long untouched. Zeke stood frozen, eyes wide, heart pounding as he took in the sight. A breathtakingly vast space unfolded, with towering shelves brimming with countless priceless Draker family treasures. Stepping inside, his eyes darted from item to item, and he muttered in awe, "It's even grander than I imagined. Truly worthy of the Draker name." The receptionist stood behind him, her voice soft. "I'll take my leave now." Zeke nodded, turning back with a light smile. Just checking the functions of all these artifacts would probably take a lifetime. He looked up, his voice brimming with determination. "System, can I categorize the artifacts here based on my desired criteria?" Immediately, a notification appeared, confirmed administrator request. Activating Dragon's Eye linkage. Please use Dragon's Eye to record items for categorization. Zeke frowned, muttering, "Record with Dragon's Eye?" Realizing its meaning, a smirk curled his lips. "Got it." He stretched, his joints cracking, and said with excitement, "Let's get to work." The system continued. Dragon's Eye enables detailed observation and analysis of targets. It can display information on detected objects based on the administrator's requirements. Zeke stomped the ground, activating wind/technique, shadowless step to boost his speed. He zipped through the shelves like a gust of wind, his sharp eyes scanning each item, categorizing them at an astonishing pace. After circling the room, he stopped, exhaling heavily, muttering, "That should be enough." The system promptly responded, displaying all recorded items on the mini-map. Number of recorded items, 17,138. Seeing the number, Zeke frowned. "Way more than I expected." He commanded, "Eliminate common items and single-use items that aren't artifacts." The system quickly complied, categorizing detected items per administrator's request. Remaining items, 9,832. Zeke sighed, shaking his head, "Still too many." He continued, "Filter out all swords with performance lower than the black sword." A new notification appeared, with countless items removed. Zeke looked at the result, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. All swords eliminated. So, among tens of thousands of artifacts here, the black sword is the strongest. But then, an unexpected item caught his eye. He let out a cold hum, pointing at the screen. "What's this? Why isn't there any information on it?" Following the coordinates on the mini-map, Zeke quickly located the item. Before him was a simple jade-green bracelet, so plain it bordered on ordinary. He frowned, muttering, "A bracelet? It looks like this and has no information." As he touched it, the system suddenly displayed a new notification, making Zeke's eyes widen in shock. This item reacts to the title heir of Terrican Draker. Staring at the bracelet, a slow smile spread across his face. Reacts to the heir title? So this is Terrican's artifact. He examined the bracelet closely, but no further information appeared. Suddenly, another notification popped up. Guardian Holy Stone. A bracelet embedded with a guardian stone, capable of summoning a spirit beast. Inherent ability. Summons a spirit beast compatible with the user's soul. Special note. The guardian stone contains the blessing of the Fairy King. The system continued. The guardian holy stone has been bound to the administrator. You may use it to summon a guardian beast compatible with your soul. As the notification faded, the bracelet on Zeke's hand began dissolving into thin air. He jolted, shouting, "Hey, wait. What's this binding nonsense? Who authorized this? Can it be unbound?" The system replied coldly, "Confirmed administrator request. This item is bound to the title Heir of Terrican Draker and cannot be unbound." Zeke trembled, cursing under his breath. "Damn it. I haven't even checked all the artifacts yet, and now my plan's gone down the drain." But he took a deep breath, reassuring himself. Think positive. If it's Terrican's artifact, it's probably stronger than most others. He twirled the bracelet, turning to the system. Activate its inherent ability. The system responded, "Confirmed administrator request. Activating Guardian Holy Stone to search for a guardian beast compatible with the user's soul." The bracelet on Zeke's wrist suddenly glowed brilliantly, pulling him into another space. A massive magical circle appeared before him, radiating powerful energy. The system announced, "Thanks to the Fairy King's blessing, the search range has been expanded to a higher level. The guardian beast is a spirit beast." Zeke's eyes widened, his heart pounding with astonishment. The system continued, "Found a spirit beast compatible with the user's soul. Summoning spirit beast." At that moment, a colossal surge of energy crashed down from above, enveloping the space in thick dust. Zeke stepped back, trying to stay calm. The energy persisted, and from the light, two legs emerged, followed by a majestic horse's head. When the summoning completed, a magnificent creature stood before Zeke, a dazzling unicorn. The system announced, "Spirit Beast Longma summoned." Zeke stared at the horse, muttering, his heart trembling with awe. This is a spirit beast? The power it exudes is terrifying. He glanced at the bracelet, his voice brimming with excitement. Bahamut's heart and Fong, and now an artifact that summons a spirit beast. Just how many insane things have I gotten my hands on? The llama lowered its head, nuzzling close, startling Zeke. He reached out, stroking its face, a strange sense of familiarity welling up. It's like meeting an old friend, he thought. Leaning closer to the horse's head, he smiled. "All right, I like you too." After a few moments of playful interaction, Zeke glanced at the system panel. Naming the spirit beast allows you to summon it anytime via the Guardian Holy Stone. Looking at the horse, he muttered, "A name? How about Bucephalus?" The horse neighed joyfully, as if approving. Zeke grinned, satisfied. "Good, it likes the name." The system announced, "Bucephalus, Longma imbued with auspicious spiritual energy. Inherent ability, unleashes lightning power from its twin manes. Note, Supreme Spirit Beast, King of Longma." Zeke mused, "King of Longma sounds impressive, but this is my first time seeing one in person. How do I gauge its strength?" Suddenly, Bucephalus playfully nibbled at Zeke's cloak, pulling him closer. Zeke startled. "Hey, Bucephalus, what's that about?" The horse abruptly tossed him onto its back. Settling in, Zeke muttered, "You want me to ride you?" He stroked its mane, thinking, a supreme spirit beast, indeed. It reads my thoughts, knowing I want to test its abilities. Gripping the mane tightly, he shouted, "All right, Bucephalus, run at full speed." Like a gust of wind, Bucephalus shot forward, its speed breathtaking yet silent. Zeke laughed with delight. This fast, and not a sound. Just how absurd is this creature I've tamed? Suddenly, he noticed magical circles appearing beneath the horse's steps, radiating vibrant energy. "Void steps." Zeke laughed loudly, thrilled to the core. "Huh? Absolutely insane." The scene shifts outside, where a carriage moved steadily along the road. Zeke sat inside, his eyes gleaming as he recalled the receptionist's skeptical look. "Are you sure you want to choose this?" He smirked, thinking of her lackluster reaction when he picked the bracelet. Arthur said this archive holds countless priceless treasures, but also plenty of glamorous junk that's only shiny on the surface. This bracelet must have been seen as worthless. Before reacting to the heir title, even the system couldn't display its information. It's no wonder no one recognized its true value. Zeke's lips curled. "I thought Terrakin's artifacts could only be found at system-designated ruins. Who knew I'd stumble on such a steal so easily? The ancestors must be watching over me." He leaned back in the seat, relaxing, and muttered, "Either way, this is a massive haul. After the tense battle at today's banquet, I'm going to rest properly." But contrary to his hopes, as soon as he stepped into his room, a voice rang out. "Congratulations on officially becoming a Draker Knight, Sir Zeke." He turned, eyeing the mysterious man before him, frowning. "Why the sudden formality? It doesn't sound genuine at all, Cleef." Cleef smiled, his eyes glinting. "You've become an official Draker Knight, so it's only natural I adjust my address." Zeke rubbed his head, sitting down, his voice slightly annoyed. "Fine, but don't just pop up like that anymore. If someone discovers our connection, all our future plans could collapse." Cleef nodded, looking slightly embarrassed. "My apologies for that. But someone insisted on meeting you no matter what, so I had no choice." He gestured toward a cloaked figure seated across the room. The figure slowly removed their hood, revealing shimmering blue-green hair. She placed a hand on her chest, smiling with regal grace. Allow me to greet you once more. I am the head of the Re-in-Her-Art Trading Company, Melissa. The system added, Melissa Alencia, first princess of the Alencia Kingdom. Looking at Melissa, Zeke's expression grew more serious. He repeated, his voice lowering with caution, the first princess of the Alencia Kingdom, Melissa Alencia. So, the true master of the Re-in-Her-Art Trading Company is indeed the princess. Melissa covered her mouth, chuckling softly, her eyes twinkling as if she'd caught a secret. You already knew that, didn't you? She tilted her head, her tone playful yet sharp. Recently, Princess Melissa had rarely appeared in public, yet she chose to re-emerge at Zeke's promotion banquet. Coincidentally, this was also when patients injected with the cure for the crimson flower disease, provided by Zeke, recovered instantly. Anyone with half a brain would figure it out, she said, her eyes flashing with a hint of challenge. Zeke fell into thought, his gaze sweeping the room as if piecing together a puzzle in his mind. Finally, he nodded, his voice calm. Yeah, you're right. Melissa smiled, gesturing confidently. Then I'll skip the introductions and get straight to the point. The reason I urgently sought you out, Zeke, is because I need your help. Zeke looked at the map she placed before him, frowning. Help? With what exactly? Melissa responded immediately, her voice resolute. First, could you take a look at these documents? She pushed a stack of papers toward him, explaining. This is information on recent Crimson Aldo cases, mainly at the Alencia border, along with the Nirvana family's analysis of the crimson flower disease. Zeke picked up the documents, scanning each line. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if struck by a shock. He turned to Melissa, his voice full of doubt. Is everything written here true? His tone grew heavier. The crimson flower is a disease created by magic? Melissa nodded, handing him another stack of papers. This is the analysis from the top supernatural family, the Nirvana Triad. It can't be wrong. Zeke gripped the papers tightly, his jaw clenching as he cursed inwardly. The crimson flower is a man-made disease? Its spread is faster than any rare plague before. Could my regression have caused this change? Melissa continued, her voice weightier. There's more. As you can see in the documents, the crimson flower first broke out in villages along the border between the Rome Empire and Alencia. But it didn't spread toward the empire. It only spread into Alencia. Zeke cut in. Hold on, are you saying? Melissa nodded, her expression grave. Exactly. Zeke, I share your suspicion. It's highly likely the Rome Empire created the crimson flower and deliberately spread it into Alencia. Zeke's lips twitched, and he cursed silently. This is really serious now. He recalled that, before his regression, Alencia's collapse against the Rome Empire was largely due to the crimson flower. So this is why the princess needs me. Zeke set the documents down, his voice calm but icy. What the princess wants is likely the rights to mass-produce and distribute the crimson flower cure, correct? Melissa didn't deny it, nodding immediately. That's right. In our previous contract, my trading company only had the formula. To distribute the cure nationwide, we need a new, expanded contract. Zeke smirked, adding, and you've included a very intriguing clause. Melissa smiled, her eyes sharp. Still, I have no intention of breaching the contract. As a merchant, revealing your intentions first puts you at a disadvantage. But working with you, Zeke, I don't see it as a loss. Zeke gave a faint smile, thinking, truly the master of the Re-in-Her-Art Trading Company. It's no fluke that Re-in-Her-Art became one of the most powerful trading houses. She continued, the cure will be distributed to the public as relief supplies, so there's no need to worry about the formula leaking. And of course, we'll compensate you handsomely. She made an offer, her voice brimming with confidence. I'll give you 20% of Re-in-Her-Art's shares. Zeke started, frowning, thinking, Re-in-Her-Art is among the top 10 most reputable trading houses. If it doesn't collapse with Alencia like in my previous life, 20% of its shares could be worth millions of gold, tens of millions if the war is prevented. He looked at Melissa, his voice low. That's a tempting offer. But first, I have a few questions. What if I were working for the Rome Empire? Your willingness to share this information and offer 20% just for relief supplies is puzzling. Melissa smiled, her eyes gleaming with confidence. I'll answer one by one. First, I'm certain you're not with the Rome Empire. Beyond my title as princess, my strength lies in the keen intuition honed through countless betrayals. After the banquet, I didn't leave immediately, but observed you from afar. Though subtle, you treated those connected to the Rome Empire coldly, especially when you refused to shake hands with the fourth prince, Carus. Others might think you were just being polite with a different greeting, but to me, it was instinctive resistance, a disgust, as if you wanted to avoid contact. Zeke's eyes flickered, thinking, her observational skills are godlike. She continued, her tone gentle but firm. Second, about the 20% shares. If it saves my people, it's absolutely a profitable deal. Zeke fell silent, memories from before his regression flooding back. A pained voice echoed in his mind. Alicia, please stop. We have to retreat. Even if we stop the Empire now, what's the point if the king dies? In his memory, Alicia looked at him, her voice resolute. Zeke, if my life buys time for the people to escape, that's a profitable deal. Back in the present, Zeke propped his chin, his eyes tinged with sadness. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, I tried to prevent this, and yet Melissa's words are exactly like Alicia's back then. After a mental struggle, he sighed. All right, we have a deal. Melissa's face lit up, and she clapped excitedly. Really? A wise decision, Zeke added, his tone stern. But be careful not to reveal my identity. She nodded, her eyes sparkling. Rest assured, I'll guarantee that. 2 weeks later, in the basement training room of the mansion, Zeke relentlessly practiced with the black sword. His slashes were swift as the wind, precise to the millimeter, shattering the ground with each strike. Gripping the sword tightly, he channeled a massive amount of mana into the blade, unleashing a powerful slash forward. A whirlwind swirled around him, creating a scene of immense power. As the dust settled, Zeke exhaled, resting the sword on the ground, his eyes scanning the system panel. A notification appeared, successfully mastered dragon-slaying sword art, rank S beginner level. He muttered, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Finally done. Took a whole month. The system continued, achievement condition met. Inheritor of Shatten's legacy. Completion time added to rewards. Mission rewards. Coordinates to the Chronos Kingdom's treasure vault. Title Sword Art Successor. 500 karma points, and 2 random gift boxes. His personal information panel appeared, detailing everything about Zeke. He let out a soft, oh, 2 random gift boxes? That nearly makes up for the karma points I spent burning McCain's warehouses. Picking up the sword, he muttered, all right, let's check this first. A small compass appeared in his hand. He looked at it, whispering, these are the coordinates to the Chronos Kingdom's treasure vault? The system confirmed, administrator request verified. But a red alert suddenly flashed, coordinates currently unreadable. Zeke startled, questioning, why is that? The system continued, a seal is required to activate the coordinates. Collect and reassemble the scattered seal fragments to unlock the coordinates. Fragment locations have been linked and displayed on the mini-map. Zeke looked at the map, muttering, 2 fragments in the central region, 1 in the south, and 1 in the north. Quite a distance. It'll take some time to gather them all. Staring at the system screen, a smug smile curled his lips. No wonder it never showed up. The system sent a final notification, linked mission, treasure vault of the legendary kingdom. Find and restore the scattered seal fragments of the Chronos Kingdom. Time limit, none. Mission reward, title heir of the Chronos Kingdom. Zeke stared at the system panel before him, pondering for a moment before voicing his confusion. What's this? The reward is just a title. The system issued another mission notification. Link the treasure of the legendary kingdom. Find the scattered seal fragments of the Chronos Kingdom and restore them to their original state. Time limit, none. Mission reward, title of heir to the Chronos Kingdom. Looking at it, Zeke wondered again. Does restoring the seal and finding the treasure mentioned count as part of the reward? Or is it like before, when the artifact reacted directly to the title? Does this title have some special function too? Glancing at the map in his hand, he took a deep breath and tucked it away, saying, let's leave it for now. There's no time limit. I'll deal with urgent matters first and figure this out later. Fortunately, he'd just received a message from Kay. His expression turned eager. It's been a while since I've dealt with those shady merchants in the south, hasn't it? Scene shifts to Galpa, a port village in the southern continent. Zeke had arrived, disguised as the vice leader of the merchant guild. As he walked, he sensed the salty sea air mixed with the stench of blood. The South's atmosphere is as wretched as ever, he thought. Noticing his arrival, the group ahead bowed respectfully, saying in unison, "We're honored to serve you," vice leader of the Reinhardt Guild's southern branch. At their warm reception, he gave a slight smile, responding, "You've worked hard." The group continued, "We look forward to seeing you return as vice leader." Their overly enthusiastic praise made him frown inwardly. Tone it down, it's getting excessive. Though before his regression, not everything seemed to have changed. At least one thing remained the same. "I need to stay focused," he told himself. From a distance, someone waved, calling out, "Murray." Recognizing them, Zeke thought, perfect timing for the mission. Two familiar figures approached. He mused, the Northern Rangers. Noticing their attire, he remarked, "They look pretty good dressed as merchants." They thanked him as he approached, asking, "Have you fully grasped the plan outlined in the mission letter?" Scar replied, "Of course. On the day of action, we'll use the chaos to rescue the girl held by McCain." Zeke patted his chest lightly, saying, "Good, you've got it down. But the mission also includes protecting and escorting the target to safety, so don't let your guard down until the end." Scar nodded. "Got it, but I have one question." "Go ahead, what's on your mind?" Zeke prompted. Scar answered, "Maybe to prevent leaks, but the letter didn't explain the chaos planned for the day of action. Is it a special event, like a Southern festival?" Zeke smiled, replying, "Not a festival. It'll be far more chaotic. That's the day McCain disappears." His bold declaration darkened Scar expression. Countless questions swirled in his mind, but he didn't dare voice them. From a distance, someone approached, saying, "So you're here, vice leader." Seeing them talking, he bowed slightly, saying awkwardly, "Oh, I'll come back later." Zeke called out, "You're the guild's guide, right? No worries, we're done. Lead the way." The guide turned, saying, "Understood. I'll lead you with the prepared carriage." As Zeke walked away, the two rangers whispered, "Is he planning to take on McCain?" Zeke paused for a moment, raised his hand, and continued walking, saying, "No way. Just kidding. Don't mind me." Skeptical, they muttered, "That didn't sound like a joke at all." The other nodded in agreement. After a few minutes, they were on the carriage. Zeke looked at the two mercenaries, asking, "Have you checked the place I prepared?" One replied, "Yes. The exterior looks run down, but the furnishings and interior are managed by us. 5-star hotel quality." Zeke sighed in relief. "That's good to hear." Returning to the main topic, he said, "Just to recap the plan briefly. Today is Don Juan's birthday. It's a celebration, but also a meeting for all leaders to discuss upcoming deals." Kay chimed in. "So, Kay, the key figure in the deal, and her assistant, Zeke Murray, are attending, right?" Zeke nodded. "Exactly. How many times have we gone over this?" 5, I think. I could recite it word for word by now." Annoyed at his grumbling, Kay snapped, "What else can I do? I'm not as bold as you. Worrying is normal. Are you saying you dragged me into this and won't even let me vent?" Zeke was lost in thought. Something feels off compared to usual, and it's because of this. Kay clutched her head, trembling with fear, muttering, "What if they find out we burned the Soma warehouse? I heard McCain paralyzes traders and feeds them to shark dragons." Her face darkened as she cried, I can't sleep now. We used such a perfect smokescreen. No one should have noticed, right?" Seeing her growing panic, Zeke couldn't resist teasing her more. He turned, saying, "Kay, you're a mage, so they'd handle you differently. No need to worry too much." She asked, "Differently how?" He grinned. "In the South, they say a mage's body can ward off curses. No one wastes them as bait. They'd probably dissolve your limbs and sell them as trinkets." Her panic surged as she screamed. "So the rings McCain members wear aren't models, but real fingers?" She wailed, "What'll they do with my fingers?" Looking at him, she pleaded, "Partner, collect my body and bury it somewhere sunny." Then she questioned, "How do you know this?" Zeke's gaze turned distant, thinking, "How could I not? I know the southern continent better than anyone." I'm the one who led McCain's rise and fall as a mercenary. Before regression, it started when he was expelled from the academy and captured by slave traders, then sold to McCain's Soma plantation. There, he not only cultivated Soma as ordered, but was sometimes used as cannon fodder in faction wars. He survived multiple times, initially feeling only relief without questioning why. Looking back, his survival instinct likely triggered his healing skill unconsciously. After surviving 5 or 6 such missions, Don Juan began training him as a hired assassin. And Don Juan's keen eye was spot on. Assassination suited Zeke's abilities. Luring enemies into dropping their guard made even a purple knight an easy target. Blue knights were different, though. Despite stealth, they'd miraculously sense him. Even poisoned, they could burn or expel the toxin with aura control. But blue knights were still human. Zeke learned to exploit human weaknesses with precision, eventually taking them down. When the number of blue knights he'd killed reached double digits, he solidified his position as McCain's top assassin. His reputation grew through major battles and the destruction of the Pavila organization. Eventually, Don Juan adopted him, promising him as the official heir. But on the night all high-ranking leaders gathered to announce the successor, Zeke killed everyone present, including Don Juan, and left McCain. Enough, no need to dwell on the past, he told himself. Meanwhile, Kay kept grumbling. Noticing his distraction, she pointed angrily. Hey, partner, you've been dodging my questions. Are you a McCain spy? Planning to use me to topple the Reinhardt Guild? He glanced at her briefly before looking away, leaving her stunned. She pressed, am I wrong? His silence only fueled her anger, and she shouted, say something, partner. Zeke chuckled inwardly. Kay's different from before regression, still a bit naive. Teasing her is fun, haha. After some travel, they arrived at Don Juan's mansion, where a lively party was underway. They soon entered Don Juan's room. Someone introduced, this is Kay, the operative I mentioned. Hearing her name, she bowed formally. It's an honor to meet you, Don Juan. Zeke scanned the room, thinking, truly wealthy. Not just McCain assassins, but lawless accountants, mercenaries, even rangers. Well prepared indeed. They were now in a secret meeting room behind the mansion's hall, where all the notorious trade figures had gathered. Their eyes turned to the newcomers. Don Juan, seated in the center, smiled and said, pleased to meet you, Kay. I heard you're a mage, but I didn't expect a lady. You're more precious than gems. His tone shifted. I look forward to your wise words. Let's begin. Feeling the heavy pressure of Don Juan's words, Kay sighed and spoke. A few months ago, do you remember the Soma warehouse fire? Her words sparked anger across the room, all eyes on her. Don Juan, still calm, stubbed out his cigarette, saying, of course. How could I forget? Why bring it up now? The mounting pressure made Kay's voice falter. She stammered, because there might be a traitor here who worked with Pavila to burn the Soma warehouse. As soon as Kay's words fell, the crowd erupted in anger, shouting, what did that crazy woman just say? Drag her out. Amid the chaos in the room, Don Juan remained seated, maintaining his calm demeanor. He slammed his hand on the table, the loud thud drawing everyone's attention. His eyes turned icy as he spoke. Do you stand by what you just said? His stern words made Kay hesitate for a moment. He continued, all right, then let's hear it. Tell me who dares betray McCain. Everyone in the room felt a shiver of fear, as many had their own shady dealings with the organization in the past. Suddenly, Zeke grabbed a man, pressing a sharp dagger to his throat, and said, it's an honor to meet you, Don Juan. I'm Zeke Murray. Regarding what you just mentioned, I think I can help. Looking at him, Don Juan replied, the honor's mine. Still composed, he cut a cigar and continued, it's my birthday, and you bring a dagger instead of a gift? Zeke responded, the gift is right here. Don Juan raised an eyebrow. You mean my dear brother Joaquin is the traitor? Zeke shot a meaningful glance at Joaquin, saying, hey, Joaquin, or should I say El Mencho, don't you know best? Why not confess yourself? Joaquin's eyes darted to Zeke, thinking, how does this guy know something even the boss hasn't uncovered? He then shouted at the guards nearby, you useless fools, what are you standing there for? After all I've paid you, do something useful. One guard replied, even if you say that, we can't do anything. This guy's a pro, no openings to exploit. If we attack from a distance, he'll use you as a shield. He might be a spy sent by Pavila. Zeke's cold voice cut through. Not bad for McCain's right-hand man. Trusted so much, huh? Yet you're the real Pavila spy, and you dare accuse me? Despite his fear, Joaquin tried to stay calm, retorting, caught red-handed. So now you're spouting nonsense? Zeke replied confidently, pretty bold. You think I'd do this without evidence? He glanced at Kay, signaling her. Understanding, she raised her hand, and a glowing red magic circle appeared in her palm. From it, a stack of documents materialized in front of Don Juan, surprising him. Don Juan picked up the documents and examined them. His eyes narrowed as he spoke. You've brought something interesting, Zeke Murray. Not only is Joaquin colluding with the syndicate to betray us, but it turns out those Pavila bastards are pirates too. The word pirates shifted the room's atmosphere, igniting fury in everyone. Zeke smirked inwardly. As expected, mentioning pirates changes everything. No one likes them, especially Southerners, who hate them most. Being near their base, they've suffered more than any other continent. And above all, Don Juan lost his family to pirates. His grudge is unforgivable. Even he won't let a pirate connection slide. Don Juan spoke. So what do you plan to do now? Joaquin, staring at the documents, cursed to himself. Damn it. Where did he get that photo? And that report? It details my smuggling with Pavila and links it to the Somo warehouse fire months ago. That alone is enough to make me a suspect. After reviewing the documents, Don Juan threw them onto the table with a heavy thud, saying, I've looked it over, Zeke Murray. But do you think I'd doubt Joaquin, my own brother, based on this flimsy evidence? Reading Don Juan's gaze, Zeke thought, looks like this isn't enough. I didn't want to resort to this, but I have no choice. His voice lowered as he called, El Mencho. He muttered something, making Joaquin's eyes widen in shock. Don Juan turned to him, saying, If that's all you've got, slandering my brother is unforgivable. But Joaquin interrupted. Boss, Zeke Murray's words are true. I'm the one who secretly worked with Pavila. His confession plunged the room into an eerie silence. Don Juan lowered his head, sighing. So that's how it is. I never thought you'd betray me. What a disgrace. He stepped forward, continuing. Since you've confessed, you must face punishment fitting your crime, right? Joaquin's eyes widened at the scene. Don Juan, holding an axe, approached and swung it into Joaquin's face, blood spraying everywhere. Joaquin's body flew back several meters, collapsing to the ground. Zeke thought, the mighty right-hand man of McCain, reduced to such a pathetic end? Southerners are strange. He recalled what he'd whispered to Joaquin. Admit you're the traitor. If you do as I say, I swear before God I won't touch your hidden family. Wiping blood from his face with a cloth, Zeke continued thinking. A vow before God is absolutely trustworthy. Truthfully, I never intended to harm his family. As expected of a crime syndicate boss, Don Juan doesn't fully believe El Mencho is a traitor but acted because circumstances demanded it. The Somo warehouse fire months ago, which cost McCain dearly, was caused by someone colluding with Pavila. When Kay claimed the traitor and arsonist were the same, Zeke took extreme measures, directly accusing El Mencho, prompting his confession. The bombshell that Pavila were pirates further fueled the chaos. Don Juan maintained his usual calm, analyzing coldly. But his subordinates didn't. In the midst of the chaos, Joaquin confessed. Even if he wasn't truly a traitor, ignoring it would undermine the organization's discipline. As expected, Don Juan remained ruthlessly rational. He stepped forward, yanking the axe from Joaquin's head, holding it as his cold gaze fixed on it. His killing intent filled the room. He spoke, if Kay's report is true and Joaquin is a traitor, then those working for my dear Reinhardt must also be traitors. His words startled everyone. He lightly tapped the axe on the documents, continuing. The report clearly states the Somo warehouse fire was a stepping stone for you to defect to Pavila with Joaquin. If you confess now like my brother Joaquin, I'll send you off painlessly. One man protested. This is slander. We never planned such a thing. It's that damned mage's dirty trick. If you interrogate her. But before he could finish, Zeke swung his dagger at the man's head, killing him instantly. Blood splattered on Kay's face, her eyes wide with fear, her body trembling at the sight. Zeke's action puzzled Don Juan, who asked, What are you doing? Zeke remained calm, explaining. Just helping you deal with a criminal. Joaquin confessed, and you handled him. The Reinhardt lot colluded with him. Isn't that enough justification to kill them? Don Juan's cold gaze fixed on Zeke, thinking, I wondered what this kid was up to. So his goal was to use me to eliminate Reinhardt. Lowering his head, he said, Justification? Sounds nice. But Zeke Murray, are you a divine envoy here to help me, or a demon's lackey here to destroy me? Zeke gave a faint smile, replying, I'm neither a divine envoy nor a demon's lackey. I'm just a business partner, here to offer a deal. Don Juan looked at Zeke, puzzled. A business partner? Zeke nodded, replying, Exactly, boss. You and I think alike. You want to clean up the organization's hierarchy and restore order, don't you? However, with Ishtar's expulsion order and Pavila controlling the sea routes, McCain's only Soma distribution channel is through the syndicate. You're sharp enough to see this clearly, boss. That's why you hesitated to punish them despite knowing their betrayal. Hearing this, Don Juan's gaze softened slightly, thinking, he speaks as if he's known me for years. Zeke continued, no need to worry. As of now, the syndicate's Soma distribution is fully handled by K. At this, K, still trembling from the earlier scene, froze. Zeke patted his chest confidently, saying, from now on, K and I will take over from the syndicate and manage McCain's Soma distribution ourselves. Don Juan calmly sat back, looking at him, and said, that's a fine proposal, Zeke Murray, if what you say is true. Deals are built on trust. But without trust, how can I hand over distribution to you when we've only just met? Zeke stepped forward, nodding. You're absolutely right. How about this? He grabbed the axe, tossing it aside coldly. He swept the documents off the table, spun his dagger, and stabbed it into the table, uttering a name that startled Don Juan. Paulo Santos. I'll take out the territory run by that coward. Paulo Santos, known as Paulo the Coward, earned his nickname for prioritizing safety above all. Despite being an enforcer, his reputation in the organization was low. Hearing the name, Don Juan grew pensive, thinking, he even knows details like Paulo's existence and nickname. Well, as long as it benefits me, I don't care much. Standing up, he said, all right, that could earn my trust. I'm impressed by your boldness and courage, but that place is too dangerous to ambush alone. I'll send McCain's elite assassination team to support you. Zeke cursed inwardly. Support my ass. They're just here to watch me. Don Juan continued. While you prove your bravery, I'll take precautions. He approached Kay, saying coldly, this lady will be under my protection. Glancing at him icily, Zeke thought, that's just a fancy way of saying she's a hostage. But he nodded, agreeing, understood. Please take good care of Kay, boss. Scene shifts to Pabella Cartel, Soma. They were now in a forest near the port. Zeke raised his hand, commanding, everyone stop. Despite being the team leader, Manuel halted at Zeke's order without realizing it. Manuel, head of the assassination team, looked at Zeke, thinking, after seeing his skills, only a fool would ignore his orders. He's got more stamina than us assassins, moves faster, and has uncanny precision. It's like he knows this northern forest by heart. Above all, he's a master in combat, even against powerful beasts. He could easily take down the priciest mercenaries of the wolf tribe. He's a monster. In the quiet atmosphere, Zeke suddenly spoke, cutting through. All of you wait here. Surprised, Manuel said. But we're here to supervise, not assist directly. Zeke turned, replying coldly. This is the only spot with a clear view of the factory. Don't say things you don't mean. Focus on supervising. With that, he vanished in a flash. Watching his retreating figure, Manuel's expression grew heavy, countless thoughts racing through his mind. A subordinate asked, what do we do, leader? He replied, we do as he says, keep supervising from here. Like he said, we're only here to observe, not fight. From now on, stay alert and ensure our camouflage is tight to avoid detection. Looking down at the factory, a massive fire erupted at its center. Manuel remarked, he's already stormed in. Inside, flames engulfed everything, bodies strewn across the ground. A survivor shouted, there's a mage among the attackers. We can't handle this alone. Request backup from the magic weapon unit now. Unfazed, Zeke said calmly. That's the expected reaction when they first see elemental swordsmanship. a man yelled. The intruder's been spotted. Zeke took a deep breath, continuing, but for an organization opposing McCain in the north, I anticipated this. Their response is quick. As he spoke, over a dozen bandits surrounded him from all sides. Undaunted, he swung his sword, conjuring sparks from his elemental blade. The sparks latched onto their heads, igniting instantly. After the attack, he landed lightly, sneering at them. This isn't even a warm-up. His gaze shifted to one side, saying coldly, "Look at that coward Paolo. He's a mad bastard." At Paolo's command, Zeke was surrounded by numerous modern tanks. He muttered, "He's even tapping a mana pool? How much money's been wasted here? Hiring mages would have been cheaper." The tanks aimed their barrels at him, firing relentlessly. Unfazed, Zeke swung his sword, effortlessly deflecting the attacks. He redirected a shell, causing a massive explosion behind him. Smirking, he whispered, "Well, unless you're a criminal, you wouldn't accept such a trade deal." Using his elemental sword, he unleashed whirlwinds that swept the tanks away in an instant. He smiled inwardly. Before regression, I might have fled at the sight of that mana pool. But now, it's a different story. In an underground bunker, bodies littered the corridors. The last survivor fled, but Zeke appeared behind him, delivering a swift killing blow. After dealing with all this, it's about time he shows up, he thought. From behind, an arrow flew toward his head. With sharp reflexes, he caught it, crushing it, releasing toxic gas. The system announced, "Black Mamba venom detected. Immunity to all poisons negates its effect." As the system finished, he tossed the arrow aside. It continued, "Administrator's command confirmed. Continuous skill activation has temporarily suspended recovery modifiers." Looking toward the arrow's source, he muttered, "Finally showing yourself, Paulo Santos." Paulo emerged from the shadows, crossbow in hand, saying coldly, "What the hell is the underground army doing, letting an intruder get this far?" He stepped out and continued, "What you just inhaled is a poisonous gas. Even if you use aura, you won't be able to do anything against this kind of lethal toxin." Then he made an offer. "I'll give you a chance. Trade information about the companions who came with you in exchange for the antidote." Holding the vial of antidote in his hand, he continued, "It seems this was a decoy, but seeing the ground so quiet like that, perhaps your companions have all been subdued? Why not accept the deal before it's too late?" Hearing this, Zeke narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, "You expect me to trade for something that doesn't even exist? Do you think I'm that easy to fool?" For people in the South, the fact that Black Mamba poison has no antidote is basic knowledge. An ordinary person struck by it would die within minutes. Even the Blue Knights struggle to remove the toxin, often leaving sequelae. It truly is a deadly poison. But with my invulnerable to 100 poisons, it has no effect at all. While thinking this, he casually picked up a small stone and shot it straight ahead, causing the vial in the man's hand to shatter instantly. This made Paolo even angrier. He shouted, "You madman! How dare you destroy the antidote? Do you really want to die?" Then suddenly his eyes widened in fear. Zeke's expression grew terrifying. He spoke coldly, "Rest assured, with my constitution, I'm immune to poisons. And another thing, the reason the ground is so quiet is because I've taken care of all your companions." These words hit Paolo like a thunderclap. He stammered, "W what?" Then he shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. They're Pavila's elite soldiers, even equipped with demonic war supplies. How could that be?" Zeke didn't want to explain and said, "If you're curious, go check for yourself. Of course, that is if you can't." Provoked by these defiant words, Paolo angrily shouted, "Who are you? Who sent you to do this?" Zeke replied indifferently, "Surely you've figured out a bit already, haven't you?" He pondered for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth. Could it be McCain? At this quick reaction, Zeke let out an "Oh, you're pretty sharp, aren't you?" Paolo continued, "Because the only one who could stir Pavila up this much would be McCain. But I thought the two sides respected each other's boundaries. Why do this all of a sudden?" To that smooth talk, Zeke said, "Truly shameless." Pavila's so-called respect was nothing but secretly infiltrating the opponent's distribution lines, waiting for an opportunity to smuggle goods out, wasn't it? This remark made Paolo flinch, taking a few seconds. Zeke continued, "Pavila has crossed the line. That alone is reason enough to declare war. The boss declared he won't stop until Pavila is reduced to ashes. He even swore to wipe those filthy pirates off the southern continent. He even knows that you all originate as pirates. As soon as Zeke finished speaking, Paolo immediately threw the crossbow to the ground, turned, and ran, cursing under his breath. Damn it! Seeing him turn and flee, Zeke chased after him and said calmly, "Do you think you can escape from here?" After a while of pursuit, Zeke lost track of Paolo. Searching through a very large chamber, he thought to himself as he walked, "This chase should end here. Where's this place? It's completely different from the dungeon mine from earlier. Moreover, there were countless traps along the way to get here. I had to pretend to be caught in the traps to avoid suspicion. What a hassle. Those traps weren't originals of the ruins. They looked like someone had placed them here recently." He swore, "Bastard Pavila, what the hell are they doing?" While Zeke was still searching for Paolo, a figure behind him was watching his every move. Seeing an opening, he lunged forward, tightening the sword in his hand and bringing it down straight towards Zeke's crown. But clearly, Zeke had already detected his presence. With just a spin of his foot, he smoothly sidestepped and evaded the previous slash. Then he stepped closer and asked, "What kind of freak are you anyway?" He didn't answer, instead swinging his sword at Zeke once more to attack. This time, Zeke decided not to defend. He tightened the small dagger in his hand. A fierce whirlwind formed, spiraling around the blade. With a single, effortless swing, he sent the attacker flying, leaving hundreds of slashes across his body. The strike was so powerful the assassin died without closing his eyes, only managing a pained scream. Stepping over the body, Zeke advanced a few paces and ran into another group of men. This annoyed him. He thought to himself, "Why do I keep running into these bastards everywhere I go?" A scar-faced man, leading the group, approached Zeke and said, "That's why I don't want to cooperate with those southern bastards. They should have handled things within their own borders. Bringing all these rats here, what do they think they're doing? Anyway, since you've come all this way, don't expect to leave alive." Looking at the scar-faced man, Zeke thought, "On the operation map from the hunters I met in the giant range, ruins on the southern continent were clearly marked. Could this place be one of the material-lacking relics the Emperor is searching for?" The scar-faced man turned his gaze to the dagger in Zeke's hand, then looked to one of his subordinates and said, "That dagger looks ordinary from the outside, but plainly a gust of wind formed around it before it was swung. Treat it like an artifact and handle it with caution." The subordinate beside him nodded in confirmation. His eyes never left Zeke's position. Then he noticed a roll of magic reel in Zeke's hand. He spun around and shouted, "That's a magic reel. Take your positions." Seeing them complicate matters, Zeke reassured them, "There's no need to be so afraid. It's a soundproofing and barrier-creating spell. It does no damage. Simply put, for the next 30 minutes, whatever happens in here won't get out. No need to worry about being discovered. Besides, opportunities to test new techniques don't come often, so enjoy it while you can." As he spoke, Zeke retrieved his sword from the pocket dimension. He raised the sword high. His eyes flashed, and he said coldly, "Isn't that right?" Watching Zeke draw the sword, the scar-faced man thought, "A pocket dimension? No, something's off. It doesn't look like a medium connecting to another space, but rather like it was formed directly out of nothingness. The strange weapon from before is the same. Clearly a mage, but able to wield a sword." Seeing a flash of light erupt from Zeke's arm, the scar-faced man widened his eyes. He sensed something very familiar. Sword aura. He thought, could that guy actually be a Blue Knight? Before he could react, Zeke lunged forward and unleashed a sharp slash. He used the technique Dragon-Slaying Sword Decision. Chapter 1. First Form. Heaven's Cleave. As soon as the words left his mouth, a single slash made the surrounding space seem to shatter into pieces. They were all blown away by the force of the technique. The scar-faced man also took a horizontal slash across the shoulder, his eyes rolling white. Outside, the soundproofing magic layer could be seen vibrating violently. After a while, the soundproofing layer gradually dissipated into the air. Inside, Zeke was tidying up the battlefield neatly. He gathered all the bodies and burned them at once. He muttered, "If the bodies are burned, it'll be very hard to find traces. Besides, it will make people think McCain hired not only knights, but also mages for this raid. That could intensify the conflict between McCain and Pavila. Speaking of which, why are Pavila and the Roman Empire both here? If I had to guess, it's surely a cooperation to search for ancient relics in the south. Before my regression, when I first came here, there were no signs of that. Well, that was about 3 years later than now. So perhaps they found the artifact and withdrew. Anyway, as long as the outcome is good. Even though I only interfere by chance, I still ruined that bastard the Emperor's plan. After finishing, Zeke turned to leave. I should probably head back now. But then, a sound came from behind, making Zeke flinch and turn his head to look. From a distance, someone slowly approached, sighed softly, and said, "What a hassle." I sensed a fierce and formidable aura, but then it vanished like magic, so I came to check it out. He appeared like a phantom, slowly drawing nearer. He said coldly, "So an uninvited guest has arrived." Zeke turned and looked at him, studying the armor he wore for a moment, thinking, "This armor looks like her Zion, a magical armor granted to the red-mounted knights of the Roman Empire. It's one of the treasures. Her Zion contains all kinds of auxiliary magics, from weight-reducing spells to self-repair magic. But his Her Zion has some differences from the Empire's Her Zion." Then he asked aloud, "Who are you? The armor you're wearing looks a lot like Her Zion. Could you be a red-mounted knight of the Empire?" He didn't answer, but immediately drew his sword and swung it at Zeke, leaving him stunned. As soon as he realized, Zeke summoned his sword and raised it to parry the attack. For eyes met, murderous intent surging. They exchanged blows for a few moments. Then Zeke was knocked back, slamming hard into a nearby wall. Not stopping there, the force of the blow sent him through the columns in the room before he finally came to a stop. When the dust cleared, Zeke stood ready to fight. Before he could rest, the assassin opposite him flashed and swung his blade toward him for another strike. The blow was immensely powerful, like a strike from the heavens, easily able to shatter the surrounding ground into fragments. Zeke did not dodge. He continued to raise his sword, trading blow for blow with him. Looking at him, Zeke thought, "Damn, this strength is no less than a monster." Could her Zion be further reinforced with strength-enhancing magic? The immense pressure made his body feel leaden, and he dropped to one knee. He tried to struggle, but under that overwhelming pressure, a massive explosion erupted as the man's sword slammed into the ground. When the dust cleared, Zeke had vanished from his previous position, much to his opponent's astonishment. He scanned the area, searching to determine Zeke's location. But then Zeke suddenly appeared behind him. "Activate elemental sword skill, metallic field." As the system announcement ended, countless metal pillars shot up around the assassin, like boulders enclosing him inside. The barrier was about to close, but he inside slashed repeatedly at the walls, shattering them in seconds. A gleam of killing intent flashed in his eyes. But before him was a blinding light that Zeke generated, preventing him from seeing anything around. Zeke activated the Heavenly Light bullet skill. While he was off guard, Zeke appeared right behind him, ready to deliver a slash. Seizing the moment, he struck with an extremely quick slash. Unexpectedly, the man blocked his blow. This made Zeke's eyes widen in surprise. What? He blocked even the sword aura? But the damage Zeke inflicted on the armor was restored to perfect condition within seconds. This made him startle for a moment. He immediately used the Dragonkin skill, Dragon Unicorn Armor. His body was covered in shimmering golden scales. He leapt high and evaded the man's unexpected slash. He then stepped back to maintain distance. He taunted, "So you really do have a lot of weird tricks." Then he continued, "You asked me who I am earlier, didn't you?" He sneered. "With your strength, you could at least tell me your name, right?" He introduced himself. "I am Cain Zeman Constantinus." Hearing his long name, Zeke's expression grew serious. His name includes not only Zeman, but also Constantinus. Jeffrick Salma is a surname passed down only within the Roman imperial family. Moreover, imperial middle names can only come from the electoral noble houses, those with the right to choose the emperor in the Roman Empire. So does that mean that the Zeman family, Draker's great house, is actually one of the Roman Empire's electoral noble houses? While Zeke was pondering, several streams of demonic energy appeared ahead, causing the system to react and send a notification. Demonic energy detected. If you eliminate a host of demonic energy, you will receive bonus points. Looking at the surrounding demonic energy streams, Zeke wondered, demonic energy? I don't know exactly what it is, but it's certainly very dangerous. At that moment, Cain's whole body radiated a massive aura of demonic power, accompanied by countless streams of demonic energy enveloping him. He tightened his grip on the sword and said coldly, "I didn't expect to meet a knight of equal caliber to me in this godforsaken place. Then I shall pay proper respects and give my all." As he finished speaking, He raised the sword tip high. The entire blade was shrouded by an afterimage of a colossal greatsword, 100 times the size of the one he wielded. He declared coldly, "I will grant you a glorious death." Seeing this technique, Zeke judged, "I cannot counter this with ordinary skills. Even using elemental sword against it, my level is far below his. If so, there is only one way." He stomped forcefully on the ground. Using Dragon-Slaying Sword Decision. Chapter 8, Form 2, Dragon Unicorn Pierce. But he still felt it was not enough. His opponent's defensive and strength-enhancing capabilities were so superior, they even repelled Sword Aura. As long as her Zion remained, he couldn't inflict a fatal wound on him. The prerequisite is to pull him down to the same level as me. Zeke activated the Mana Reflex skill. The moment the ability activated, Kane's armor began to show signs of reacting. This made him start muttering, "What the? Why did her Zion suddenly stop working?" Then he turned and asked, "What the hell did you do just now?" Zeke replied, "What do you mean? I don't understand what the hell you're talking about." Hearing that, Kane laughed loudly. "Haha, how amusing. If you don't want to answer, fine. Figuring out how many enemies there are yourself is part of the fun of fight." Both sides prepared to unleash their strongest moves. As soon as they were ready, the two lunged at each other like fired arrows. Two powerful attacks collided, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Countless bolts of lightning shot across the room, causing the pillars to show cracks. After a while, a tremendous explosion erupted from the two strikes. The ceiling pocked with numerous large, honeycomb-like holes. The surrounding pillars were no longer intact. Zeke now sat in a pool of blood, muttering a curse. Damn it! The system sent a notification. The concentration of demonic energy in the administrator's body has exceeded the allowable threshold. The effectiveness of the unhealed element skill has been reduced. Zeke was smeared with blood. He clutched his stomach and said, "This situation is really dangerous." After the recent attack, his opponent only had a few minor scratches on his armor, which quickly healed. Kane stepped forward and said, "Truly befitting of the Draker bloodline. Impressive." Zeke murmured, "How could you?" Kane exposed. Even if only for a moment, being able to disable Hersian's function could only be the Draker clan's sealed demonic power. Furthermore, the sword technique you use in the final strike is very similar to the dragon-slaying sword technique. Hearing that, Zeke's eyes widened in surprise. Does he know about the dragon-slaying sword technique? The dragon-cleaving sword art is the origin of the dragon-slaying sword technique, so naturally the two share many similarities. However, the Longlin thrust you just used appears only in the latter part of the dragon-slaying sword technique, which is a forbidden family secret. That an Imperial Knight, like Kane, knows this proves that the Zeman have handed the entire dragon-slaying sword technique over to the Empire. Zeke couldn't contain the nausea in his body and immediately spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Kane approached and said, "It seems demonic energy has extensively invaded your body. It must be very painful. Leaving you like this would be disrespectful to an opponent who faced me honorably." He slowly brought his sword towards Zeke's chest, preparing a final, finishing blow. He said softly, "May you rest in peace." Zeke was now nearly exhausted, his vision dimming as consciousness slipped away. After watching Zeke lie motionless for a long moment, Kane turned and left. Even as an enemy, it's been a long time since I've met a worthy opponent like that. Just as he stepped away, a small dagger suddenly shot from behind. It sliced off some hair and left a small cut on his neck. Kane glanced back and discovered Zeke had disappeared. He exclaimed in shock, "How is that possible?" Immediately, Zeke appeared behind him, his arm gripping the sword tightly, his eyes flashing a terrifying light. System: redeemed item used, highest grade recovery potion. Stamina and the user's wounds have been significantly restored. While he was momentarily off guard, he easily took the man's head with a single, effortless slash. Immediately after that strike, his body could no longer remain standing. He dropped to his knees, coughing a few times, thinking to himself, "Good thing I kept the healing potion in the hotkey slot." System: Redemption is a masterpiece created by Jabalu Ibn Hassan. The ultimate healing potion. It instantly restores fatal wounds and stamina. Note: due to its extraordinary effectiveness, the potion has no effect on previous users and may have some unknown side effects. His body began to tremble from the pain. He muttered inwardly, "I nearly died, but it seems the internal injuries caused by the radiance cannot be healed." System continuous warning. Attention. Skill overuse detected. Due to excessive skill usage, fatigue has exceeded dangerous thresholds. He told himself, if we have to repair pillars like this, then system. For safety, the administrator's consciousness will be disconnected. With only a few threads of consciousness left, he thought, no, I must recover more. He turned his gaze to the healing potion lying scattered on the ground. His voice was resolute. Right now, at all costs, I have to do this. Suddenly, the image of a dragon's head appeared in his mind. His whole body went limp like a kite with a snapped string, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy erupted outward from his body. It devoured. System. Dragonkin skill voracious consumption has been activated. Kane's entire body was being bitten and swallowed by the energy radiating from him. System. Successfully devoured the Ma being, Na corrupted by demonic energy. Stamina, spirit, and depleted mana are being replenished. The remnant pre-energies within Kane's body gradually merged into the demonic power he emitted. Then all that demonic power returned to Zeke's body, beginning to heal him. But a cracking sound echoed in the silent air. System. Absorb the design power of the devoured mob being. Passive anti-skill electrostatic level C has evolved into electric shock level A. After the healing finished, the golden demonic aura began to dissipate into the air. Suddenly, his eyes flew open and he drew ragged breaths. He slowly sat up, lightly running his hand over his wounds, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Thought I was a goner. Good thing I remembered voracious consumption. Then his gaze fell on a suit of armor floating before him, wondering, this is Kane's armor? System. Acquired the armor of the Nameless. Would you like to register as the armor's user? Zeke pondered complexly for a moment, wondering, no name displayed? Without hesitation, he selected yes on the prompt. System. Registered as the armor's user. But as soon as he completed the selection, the armor lunged forward to envelop his body. He now looked no different from Kane had moments before. System. Illusionary form can be customized according to the user's will. Of the 28 great magic arrays engraved on the armor, 3 magic arrays are currently activated. The armor looked cumbersome, but when worn it felt unusually light, making Zeke exceedingly pleased. What a fine set of armor. If I wear this, they'll spot me for sure. I'll stash it for now. Change the appearance later and use it then. More importantly, I need to get out of here right now. Then he suddenly detected a scent spreading through the air. What is that smell? He turned toward the source of the scent and exclaimed, the smell of blood and corpses? He went to investigate and discovered this was a lab performing experiments on human bodies. Right now, there were countless scientists conducting experiments here. He clenched his teeth in anger, cursing, damn imperial bastards. The moment they saw him appear, the mages shouted, intruder, seize him. At their words, numerous vials of poison in their hands were released into the air. He shouted angrily, you use people's lives for experiments. He summoned via the system. System. Detected toxin synthesized by magic. The toxin bypasses the effects of the invulnerable to 100 poisons physique. Entered poison state. The poison rapidly spread throughout his body, but he immediately pulled out an antidote vial. System. Used superior antidote. He shouted in anger. Then you should all be prepared to pay with your lives. Following his words, the entire laboratory was obliterated by him, swallowed in flames. He grabbed a stack of documents and began to examine them. I need to collect this lab's research files. Since it's the Empire's lab, it might be related to the Crimson Flower disease. While he was studying, a voice suddenly called from behind. So, it's you? You destroyed my entire laboratory. An old man stepped forward, looking at him with furious eyes. Without hesitation, he tightened his grip on his sword and lunged straight at the man, ready to strike. Seeing the light emanating from his blade, the old man let out a soft, surprised sound. A sword aura? Immediately the old man raised his hand and summoned a magic circle. But Zeke's speed at this moment was no joke. He moved extremely fast, and with a single strike easily cleaved the old man in two. A very clean severing was executed, but the man's body was like a pile of sand. After being cut in half, it regenerated in an instant. Looking at it, he deduced, judging by the golden patterns of the magic, he's a high scorpion of the desert specialized in forbidden arts. A level 6 circle officer. This guy's troublesome. I didn't expect the Empire to be collaborating with these people. System. Mana reflection skill activated. In just a few seconds his body was fully regenerated. He shouted angrily, damn. Could you be a pure-blood Draker? Upon recognizing his identity, the old man tore the summoning scroll in his hand. If that's the case, the moment the summoning paper in his hand was torn, a massive sandbank began to form behind him. In just seconds, it shaped into a colossal monster that appeared before Zeke. He guessed to himself, a synthesized chimera? The old man laughed smugly. Haha, this is my masterpiece. Not even a Draker can stand against it. The monster lunged without hesitation, swinging its claws at him. He immediately used his weapon to block its attack. The moment the two strikes clashed, the sharp ring of metal echoed non-stop. They traded attack after attack. Zeke's eyes narrowed slightly as if calculating something. Immediately after, a large amount of mana circulated beneath his feet. At the same time, the monster's claws slammed into the floor, shattering rock and earth. He had vanished from its sight. Using his agility, he slipped behind the beast and executed the whirlwind technique, shadowless step. The monster quickly realized the situation and struck at him with its scorpion tail. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and severed its tail. He thought to himself, it has no blind spot. He composed himself, dropped low to the ground, and began to calculate. I won't waste time here. If this drags on, their guards will arrive. But for now, he had no choice but to fight the monster before him. Then he glanced at the system screen, somewhat surprised. System, inherent power available, Dragonkind domination. Would you like to subdue the Dragonkind target? He doubted for a moment. Dragonkind domination? I can do that now. Without hesitation, he activated the Dragonkin skill, Dragon Might. A colossal eye appeared behind him, radiating immense authority. He shouted, submit. The sight of that eye filled the monster with terror. It behaved as if it had met its master. Its attitude shifted 180 degrees. It now looked like a stuffed toy. System. Fear from lower-tier Dragonkind awake. The effectiveness of Dragonkind domination has increased. He thought, both Dragon's Radiance and Dragonkind domination work. It seems part of the Dragon trait was mixed in when forming the Chimera. System. Activate Dragonkind domination to subdue the Dragonkind target. Do you agree? He touched the system screen. Yes, subdue it. The moment he confirmed, two golden chains suddenly appeared, moving to wrap around the monster's body, terrifying it. System. Successfully subdued lower-tier Dragonkind. Reading the notification, he exclaimed with delight, nice. He stepped forward to pet it, praising, you're as obedient as a puppy. Seeing his summoned beast suddenly friendly with Zeke, the old man hiding behind the wall was stunned. Why? Why won't the Chimera obey me anymore? He also noticed the old man and coldly ordered, bite him. A few seconds later, the old man collapsed in a pool of blood, frustration choking him. He went to collect the spoils and began to inspect. Let's see. What this guy was carrying is, looking at the documents, he exclaimed, Galabu Alamani. Seems this guy is the number 2 of the Scorpion clan. He was about to turn and ask his new pet in puzzlement, when suddenly 2 system prompts appeared, cutting off his thought. System, do you want to name the Dragonkind you have subdued? A named Dragonkind can be summoned at any time by the call of the Power Zone. Reading the notification, he was surprised. You want me to name it? For now on, I'll call you Gurov. System, registered summon pet, Gurov. The creature's expression darkened. He squinted and asked, what? Don't like it? Too bad, it's done. After finishing his work, he returned to Don Juan's mansion. Seeing him return safely, Don Juan applauded, praising, amazing, truly amazing, Zeke Murray. Zeke Murray, I didn't expect you to handle cowardly Paolo. He replied casually, I always keep my promises. Don Juan nodded in agreement. Indeed, you've proven it. I have no choice but to believe. A brave warrior deserves respect. I always love and cherish strong warriors like my own children. I want to treat you the same way. Hearing this made Zeke thoughtful for a few seconds. He recalled memories from his past life and cursed inwardly. Children? Children? You mean those children you comfortably exploit as tools? How dare you say that to me, you bastard? I'll kill you with my own hands. He stepped forward to show him something. Zeke Murray, look at this. The gift I prepared for you. Following his words, countless gift boxes were stacked, still stained with fresh blood. This made him narrow his eyes slightly, somewhat surprised. He continued, didn't you want to become my business partner? Then you need proof of trust that matches. He stepped forward and began inspecting the gift boxes. After observing for a while from the outside, he thought, sure, the size and weight match. As he spoke, he slowly opened one of the boxes. Immediately, images of syndicate members flashed through his mind, and they were the leadership of the syndicate. Seeing him silent for a long moment, Don Juan asked, "Are you satisfied?" He remained calm, not answering immediately. Then a pleased smile spread across his mouth as he replied cheerfully, "Of course, boss." He thought to himself, "Good. Everything went according to plan. This wiped out the syndicate leadership. Now it's just a matter of putting K at the top." Don Juan turned, cutting off his thoughts. "But hey, a problem has just arisen." He asked, "What problem?" Don Juan explained, "It seems Pavila discovered we were the attackers. They even babbled that I mobilized both knights and mages." He sighed, thinking, "Well, it does look that way." He continued, "So taking advantage of this, I want to decisively warn those filthy pirates. The ruler of the southern continent is Mikain." Hearing that, he thought, "So you want me to attack Pavila again?" Though he thought this, he showed no refusal outwardly. "I will do it." Don Juan was very puzzled by his sudden agreement. He explained, "I'll go to Pavila and clearly convey your will. But in return, I have one request. Grant K more power. Make her the center of a new syndicate." At his proposal, Don Juan pondered for a few seconds, then immediately agreed. "Very well. I'll take responsibility as her protector. And for you, I'll send you the best assassin along with a cartel troop." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers lightly. Instantly, 4 figures appeared around them with incredible speed. A man with an icy expression appeared behind Zeke. He stared at him, but said nothing. Don Juan explained, "He will be a great help." Seeing the man, he thought to himself, "That man is..." Cut to Paulo Santos's area, part of the Pavila cartel. The intelligence office looked utterly devastated after a bloody battle. 2 pairs of feet slowly stepped further inside. The one behind spoke. "Abel, the investigation is finished. The Imperial Intelligence has also reviewed it. There's nothing left to probe. We've already got the results." Those here included at least a squad of knights and mages. They fought fiercely. Ignoring his words, Abel bent down to examine the scene. He found a trace of residual mana on the ground. At this odd action, the man behind questioned him. Abel explained, "No, there was only one person here." This surprised the blonde youth greatly. What did you say? Only one person? There are sword marks and traces of magic bow," Abel affirmed. "At least one who must be of Scarlet Knight rank or higher. That very person cleaned out everyone here. There are signs the intelligence office hastily tidied up, meaning there's something even we aren't being told. We must find out what the Empire is hiding." These words made the man behind suddenly shiver in fear. He stepped forward to stop him. "Wait. You intend to investigate the intelligence office? What about the consequences?" In response to his worry, Abel reminded, "William, there is something here I absolutely cannot miss. My instincts tell me it's right here. You also know how much I've yearned for. The Draker Sea and the Empire, don't you?" Cut to the Pavila cartel docks. The pirates' gazes were fixed on a small boat about to dock. A man stepped out of the crowd and called, "Is a small boat? Hey, which side are you from?" Zeke didn't hesitate, gripping his blade, then sprang up with incredible speed, rushing forward to deliver a swift slash to the man who had asked, sending him to the other world. Below, Simon watched the pirate's body slowly fall into the sea. Without hesitation, he tightened his grip on the sword, a flash of determination in his eyes. Once he'd identified the target, he lunged with his sword, impaling that pirate cleanly against the wall. This decisive action made Zeke praise inwardly. Handled neatly, not a sound, fell straight into the water. After finishing, he pointed back and reminded, "Get on, Simon." He still wore an expression of utter coldness, not responding to him. Simon Zapatero. In his past life, this very man taught him southern techniques and assassination arts. Even within the McCain cartel, full of scoundrels, he's the only one he can trust. Moreover, even after aggression, his combat coordination remains excellent. It would be wonderful if he could be recruited to our side. All over the city, soldiers were moving about. Zeke remarked, "Soldiers are stationed throughout the city." Simon asked, "Is there any way to infiltrate the central district?" He replied, "Of course. This used to be territory of the Azure Empire, so there must be sewers built from that era." The other questioned, "Going through the sewers? That's ridiculous. How do you find your way through a maze-like sewer system?" He put his hands in his pockets and answered confidently, "Just watch. There's a way for everything." The system sent a notification, guiding route to Mateo's sewer room in progress. Glancing at the mini-map before him, he moved without hesitation, thinking, The minimap's navigation feature. With this, a maze is no problem. There seem to be many soldiers posted ahead, so we'll have to take a detour. And it seems those of Scarlet Knight rank and above aren't shown separately. So be careful. That's also why he ran into Kane last time. After moving for a while, he turned and warned everyone. We're almost there. From here we'll split up. Plant bombs in as many places as you can. I'll deal with target number 2, Mateo. The group answered in unison. Understood. After dividing the tasks, he turned and headed off in one direction. This time he chose the city's central dump as his destination. He slowly moved onto the sewer pipes, climbing while thinking, if I kill Mateo, Pavila's boss will go berserk. Then McCain will go to war with Pavila. He gave a tug and pried the iron grate at the sewer entrance's side, easily slipping inside. As he went, he continued thinking, does Don Juan really want this and sent me? A man cautious enough to personally eliminate risks because he's afraid of destabilizing the organization? No way. On the contrary, he probably hopes those sent here never return. He intends to use this raid as a warning to Pavila, and a flaunt that such sacrifices mean nothing to him. But things won't go as you want, Don Juan, because I will truly kill Mateo. Reaching the end of the tunnel, he immediately flipped open the manhole. Outside, the soldiers cried out in alarm. Who's there? Without hesitation, he dropped down and moved like a gust of wind, delivering each a clean slash to the chest. After dealing with a few small fry, he sensed something odd, strange. Pavila has teamed up with the Empire. Why aren't there any Imperial troops here? The minimap shows no reaction. No sooner had the thought finished than a blinding flash appeared ahead, obstructing his view. As his sight cleared, numerous Imperial knights and mages had appeared around him, shouting, "Capture him alive!" 3 soldiers lunged at him, preparing to attack. He immediately swung his arm and grabbed one, using that momentum to leap into the air, then spun and kicked with great force. The blade pierced through another soldier's head, sending him flying. A mage behind ordered, "Mages, fire at once." The system notification arrived. Speed skill activated. His speed multiplied, easily evading the mage's recent attack. He surged toward them, his hand gripping the sword he had just retrieved from storage. Used the skill Elemental Sword, Gale Force. With a single, simple move, he easily wiped out the mages. He thought inwardly, they're weaker than those from the Purple Empire, sending these scraps and bragging you deploy troops. Looking at the remaining mages, he said coldly, I'll give you one chance. His body was now wrapped in an aura and blinding golden light. The system notified. Dragon Talisman skill has been activated. He ordered coldly, kneel now, and I'll spare your life. If not, charge forward with the determination to die. The threat sent shivers through the mages, filling them with fear. After dealing with the soldiers, a thought flashed through his mind. What exactly is the Empire doing all the way down here in the south? He noticed a stream of dark mana heading toward him. Above, a mage coldly said, an eel obstructing the great cause? The sudden appearance surprised Zeke. How long has this guy been here? I didn't sense any breath earlier. He turned and asked, who are you? He didn't answer, but extended his arm. From the ring on his finger, a stream of dark mana poured out, rushing toward the soldier Zeke had just killed. After a few seconds, the soldier suddenly sprang up and became undead. He ordered, seize him for obstructing the great cause. I'll personally extract your soul. Looking at the undead before him, he muttered inwardly, zombies. Can he resurrect this many at once? Is he a high-level dark mage? But aren't most dark mages of that level Scorpion clan? Why doesn't this guy have talismans or a circle? A glint of gilded light flashed in his eyes. Then he quickened his pace to wipe out the scraps. A bunch of nuisances. The system notified. Polluted magic zombie eliminated. Received 10 karma points. Seeing the system message, he was a little surprised. Then the corner of his mouth curled into an amused smile. Points? Nice. And thus a karma point farming session began. For a while after that, the system repeatedly sent notifications of receiving 10 karma points. He swung his sword and killed the last zombie. Then looked back at the system screen. So that was the last one, huh? The dark mage, standing above watching the fight, remained silent. Moments later, his body began to dissolve into the air and vanished without a trace. Looking up, he exclaimed, what? Already gone. He turned and left, thinking to himself, I'll have to make that spot a farming point later. Anyway, this side is clear. A bit further from here is Mateo's office, so it's almost time. His steps were suddenly halted by something. He calmly faced it and gently said, "I've been waiting for you, Simon." He maintained the same attitude as before, looking at him with an icy gaze. Zeke looked at him and smiled. "I didn't expect you'd come all the way here. Did Don Juan send you?" And he ditched the man meant to kill me before things got more complicated. He couldn't answer Zeke's question. Instead, he tightened his grip on the knife's hilt, then transferred it to his other hand. He pressed the blade to Zeke's throat once more and threatened, "The boss intends to wipe out the cartel Pavila. There's no room for outsiders like you in this." Zeke asked, "Without me, wouldn't the distribution network already have been seized by Pavila?" He answered, "The syndicate will keep using someone like K. In other words, it's fine without you." He sneered, "Is that so?" A notification immediately appeared. "Administrator request confirmed." Pausing the elemental healing skill plan, his voice grew firmer. "Then why don't you just kill me, shadowless demon?" As he spoke, he reached for the blade and drove it toward his own throat. The sudden move surprised Simon. "You? How do you know my name from when I was an outlaw?" He continued, "Simon Sapatero. I know your whole past and why you're under Don Juan's command." He still tried to deny it. "What nonsense are you talking about?" He went on. "To protect the last bloodline of the kingdom of Cusco. Isn't that right?" Being hit at the core caused his murderous intent to erupt outward. He ground his teeth and shouted, "You? How could you know that?" But then Zeke stepped back as if realizing something. "They're here." He immediately summoned a sword and reached out to grasp it. His blade shot forward to intercept the weapon Simon was swinging. His expression turned deadly serious. Simon continued to demand, "You bastard, how much do you actually know? What the hell are you?" He smiled and replied, "My identity? Fine, I'll tell you. I am one of the true bloodline of the Draker family." Zeke Draker. The name struck him like lightning, causing him to abruptly halt his actions. He thought to himself, could he be the youngest ever promoted to Blue Knight in legend? If the Draker family intervenes, the entire southern continent would be affected. Before he could finish the thought, Zeke cut him off. "No, this has nothing to do with the family. I'm acting on my own, so you don't need to worry about that." He asked again, "Then why did you so easily reveal your real name? You could have hidden it to the end." As they spoke, the two exchanged blows once more. Then Simon's blade was effortlessly knocked aside by Zeke. He shouted, "Don't be loyal to Don Juan any longer. Pledge that loyalty to me. I'll not only protect Cusco's bloodline, I'll help you rebuild the kingdom." The unexpected offer startled him. "What?" Zeke continued. "I know it will be hard for you to believe right away, but haven't you figured it out? That clinging to McCain holds no hope at all. Think about it. If you kill me now on orders, then what will you do about the Pavila forces approaching? Has Don Juan ever sent reinforcements for you and your subordinates?" Hearing this, he finally remembered. "No, everything has been on my own." He continued to explain. "Moreover, after the kingdom of Cusco fell, Kenwood seized that land. Who else but the cartel? Don Juan even hoped that former royal knights like you would disappear so he could be free of trouble, because then he could sell the lone remaining princess to the rebels for a high price. 10 years ago, when the kingdom of Cusco collapsed, Simon fled to the border carrying the newborn princess. The reason he became an outlaw, there was to accumulate power, so that one day he could drive out the rebels and return the princess to her rightful place. Joining under Don Juan and becoming an assassin was for the same purpose. But Don Juan learned of Simon's past. In the end, in a previous life, Don Juan regarded him as an unstable element and had him eliminated. The princess was also sold to the rebels. Before dying, Simon entrusted the princess to me. But when I found her, there was nothing left. So I must get you out of McCain. After a few seconds of thought, Simon spoke. "There's no time, so I won't ask how you knew those things. But fine. McCain, which seemed invulnerable, is now shaken. It's all because of you alone. From a boss's birthday to the Pavila crew getting involved. The situation suddenly turned strange. What is your goal, Zeke Draker?" He sighed. "You said earlier there's no room for outsiders like me. Whatever. For now, I want the two cartels to slaughter each other. When it's over, I'll go to McCain." The declaration stunned him. "Your real target is Don Juan?" Zeke continued. "I'm serious, Simon, and I want you to come with me." He immediately interrupted. "Then promise me 2 things. Not just for me, but for my men as well. That you will get us all out safely, and that you will protect the bloodline of Cusco and help me rebuild the kingdom. You must keep your word." Without hesitation, he struck his chest and said, "I swear it on my knighthood." Then he dropped to one knee before him. "Captain of Cusco's guard, Simon Sapatero greets you, Lord Zeke Draker. Zeke replied, "Good, Simon. No need for formalities. Stand up. We'll discuss details after we get out. Where are your subordinates?" He answered, "When I give the signal, they'll trigger the explosive scrolls and regroup to escape." Zeke proposed, "Then give the signal now. Call all your other ships to the hidden gate entrance." He nodded and replied, "Yes. The target Mateo has been tied up inside already." This pleased Zeke greatly. "Good. We'll meet again later." Inside a room, pitiful screams now echoed. Mateo was tied to the ground, screaming, "You bastard, do you think McCain will remain safe after this?" Zeke leaned close to him and threatened, "Of course not. When war breaks out between the two sides, no one will be safe. It's all thanks to you." "Thank you, Mateo." Then he shoved a piece of paper in his mouth. "Here, bite this. Rest in peace, you who dared point a sword at McCain." After that, he sent him to the other world decisive. When he finished, he stepped outside, thinking to himself, "I've also taken all of Pavila's secret ledgers. Now it's time." No sooner had he stepped out than Simon ran over to report, "Boss, I've given the signal to the men." But Zeke immediately pulled him behind his back, summoned a weapon, and shouted, "Simon, behind me!" Then the sword's sheath instantly transformed into a shield, intercepting countless arrows streaking toward them. Seeing the ambushers, Simon's men shouted, "Intruders! Capture them!" At that moment, he also used the flame element sword technique, then charged forward alone to confront the enemy. After dealing with them, the group gathered at the hidden gate. Simon looked down at the soldiers below and reminded them, "Bow and salute. This is our new master." Hearing this, the men answered in unison, "We present ourselves to our new lord." He got to the point, "We'll talk later. Move now. Pursuers will come soon." Immediately the group followed the sewer and fled. Then he turned and instructed, "Stop. We'll split up here. I'll draw them away. You lead the men and retreat first. Once outside, rendezvous with Kay at the syndicate. Just say my name and he'll understand." This bold move surprised Simon, who asked, "But the princess is still in cartel McCain's hands." He countered, "Do you think I didn't anticipate that? Everything is part of my plan. Earlier, I gave orders to the subordinate. Did you read the operational plan attached to the trust letter carefully?" He replied, "Of course. Use the chaos on action day to rescue the girl imprisoned in McCain." Zeke nodded with pleasure. "Good. You have it down." The corner of his mouth lifted. "I've already rescued the princess." Cut to the southern continent, at Don Juan's villa. He shouted angrily, "Do you think this is reasonable? It's been a month since we struck Cartel Pavila. Yet over that entire month, we've been attacked by them countless times already. Half of Cartel McCain's managers are dead. Half, do you hear me?" He wearily sank into a chair, clutching his head and lamenting, "Damn it, they're too dangerous. That's why I assigned a difficult mission this time to deal with them." But unexpectedly, they provoked successfully and stirred Cartel Pavila up too much. A young man turned to report, "Boss." He snapped angrily, "What is it?" The man asked, "Do you want to temporarily leave Cartel McCain?" He angrily replied, "You want me to flee?" The man explained, "Not that. Those berserk pirates are blindly driven by revenge. They don't know restraint and will soon attack Cartel McCain. We'll take advantage of that." He continued, "Lure them here and then wipe them out." The other nodded in confirmation, "Yes, and you will command from the Tawani villa." These words greatly pleased him. "Very good. As you know, crisis always makes us stronger. This time will be the same, right?" The others stood up and replied in unison, "Yes, boss." After everyone else left, only the blonde remained. He was about to turn and leave when, suddenly, Zeke appeared behind him, as if from nowhere. He lunged forward, pressing his sword to the man's throat, threatening, "You talk a good game." The man stammered an explanation. "I did as you said. I lured the boss to Tawani. Please spare my life." But Zeke wasted no hesitation and sent him to the other world at once. "You've suffered enough. Those who I can now enjoy as the main course." Cut to Don Juan's Tawani mansion. He stepped down from the carriage, sighed, and thought to himself, "You dare lure me here? I will sweep those pirates clean." Cut to nighttime. The villas still glow with light. Don Juan calmly sipped a glass of wine by the window, admiring the view outside. Then suddenly the door opened and a figure stepped in. He admonished, "I didn't call for servants. Get out of here." There was no reply to his words. He spun around in anger. "I told you to get out." But the person who appeared was not a servant, but Zeke himself. A murderous aura emanated from him. He slowly removed his face covering and said, "You're leisurely enjoying your respite, Don Juan, even though things have turned quite bad." Startled, he blurted, "Zeke Murray." He froze for a few seconds, then asked, "Do you think I rose to this position without facing threats like this?" He calmly poured another glass of wine and sneered, "What a cheap farce." But Zeke slashed the glass in half with his sword and warned, "Good. I feared you'd end up begging me for mercy, Don Juan, because that would make revenge far less satisfying." At this threat, the old man sprang up in rage, shouting, "Impudent brat! How dare you? Guards, drag this wretch here to kneel before me at once." Zeke cut him off. "No one is coming." He recoiled in surprise. "What did you say?" Zeke explained, "Because I've killed them all. In my past life, I didn't have enough time to make you truly suffer, and that's been my regret. Lately, I've often dreamed such dreams, of the years I survived under your command like a dog, of the countless people I was forced to kill by your orders." His words left the man bewildered. What? Don't spout nonsense. I never forced you to do those things," Zeke demanded. "Do you know what they pleaded with me for in those dreams?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zeke lunged and pinned him against the window, continuing, "Please save me, please save me, please save me from those who revel in fame and fortune built on their blood. They beg like that." He tried to explain, "And no, that's not it. I am the savior chosen by the gods. Thanks to me, the poor." Before he could finish, Zeke cut him off. "Shut up." Following that, Zeke swung his sword and sliced off one of the man's ears, eliciting screams of pain. Wiping the blood from his face, he continued, "Fine. Then you can slowly die, with the same kinds of pains." Cut to the next day at the Tawani mansion. The hallway was now strewn with countless bloody footprints. He slowly descended the stairs, lightly wiping the cloak smudged with rank blood. Down below, Kay and Simon were already waiting. She asked, "Is everything over?" He nodded in confirmation, "Yes." "What about the syndicate?" She replied, "Oh, you mean the thing I trusted you with?" "Everything went according to your plan. The managers who were dealt with were killed by Don Juan while trying to defect to Pavila. As for the day-to-day operations, I was already handling those, so they concluded without any special penalties." He praised, "Good. Syndicate, take over this operation from now on." As he spoke, he produced a stack of Don Juan's documents. She asked curiously, "What is this?" She began flipping through the pages. "Reinhardt, a merchant guild contract?" He continued, "I heard the guild is setting up a pharmaceutical company against us. We will produce high-quality soma and distribute it to them. If spring blossom is processed correctly, it can be turned into many kinds of medicines. We'll leave transportation to you." This startled Kay. "What? Where will production take place? How will it operate? We can't transport it openly under our name." He stepped toward the door and explained, "After assisting the Kingdom of Cusco, I'll receive a cultivation permit from them." He sighed, "And I already have plans for the rest. But I don't have time to explain it all now, so we'll leave it for later." This made her a bit angry. "We're allies, you know." He ventured alone deeper into the forest, thinking, "All right, then let's deal with this." As he spoke, he took a letter from his pocket. It was an invitation from Prince Karis Nerva Constantinus. According to Decker, the prince hadn't returned after the banquet and was still staying in Atlas. But it would take at least several days to reach the Continental Center from here. If I arrive late, the prince or someone close to him might become suspicious, and they'd figure out why I'm delayed now. The reason he considered was that Zeke Draker might be involved in McCain's collapse, or the prince may already suspect me and summon me back for that reason, though it's only a guess. In any case, caution is wise. Create an alibi. He inspected the bulletin board, then smiled. "This is the place." At that moment, a magic circle appeared. The system sent a notification. "Please designate the destination to move to." Destination designated, Atlas Ruins. Atlas Ruins required points, 600. Immediately after selecting it, he was teleported away. He thought, with the system's teleport gate function, I can travel anywhere. The system notified, 600 points have been used. Cut to the upper hall of the Atlas Hotel. Seeing him arrive, someone called out, "Oh, look, Zeke is here." He waved, "Hey, Zeke." He looked toward the voice, thinking, as expected, it's them. Karis, and, of course, he's here too. The person he meant was his brother, Abel. Abel turned back and smiled warmly. "You're here, Zeke." Upon entering, he bowed in salute. Zeke Draker, summoned to attend. He asked, "Does your highness require my presence for something?" Karis replied cheerfully, You're called here because of a matter of great importance. That is, he stepped forward, put a hand on his shoulder, and called out. Here we go. Abel and William are both very capable workers, but they can't hold their liquor. But isn't Zeke famously generous? That's why I summoned you. This reminded him of the scene at the mansion. He frowned and thought, did I really make that kind of impression? Anyway, he had noticed Abel's look directed at him. Putting that aside, Prince Karras, Abel, and William, he could already roughly guess what they had been discussing. Moreover, it seemed Abel also had something personal he wanted to tell him. Karras poured a glass of wine and brought it to him. Now, no need for formalities. Have a drink. He felt a little embarrassed. All right. Then he spent a pleasant time drinking with him. Glass drained. After some socializing, Karras was completely drunk. As for him, thanks to the system, he remained unaffected. The system displayed a notification. Alcohol detect. Effect of the 100 poisons, impenetrable physique activated. Neutralizing detected toxin. He continued thinking, this is a bit much. I'm the only sober one, so I feel guilty. After Karras fell asleep, Abel came over. Sorry about that. I heard you were in seclusion training. I disturbed you. He smiled and replied, it's fine. Actually, I'm frustrated by my lack of progress. Abel answered, then that's lucky. Sit here. Let's have a drink together. This move made him pause for a few seconds. I didn't expect Abel to create an atmosphere like this. It seemed he intended to tell him something rather important. Just as he took up the glass, Abel asked, Zeke, what do you think of the Draker family? This question surprised him. Abel continued, and regarding him, one day I will finish off the Draker line. This threatening remark made Zeke flinch and stand up. Abel quickly reassured him. You give off the exact same scent as I do. Blood and battle. The stench of death and even victory. But the things a pure-blooded killer must possess. And you exude the scent of a predator who has all of them. As fellow predators, I think you'll understand what I mean. He thought to himself, damn, that bloodline rhetoric again. After a few seconds' thought, he replied, so your closeness with the Empire is also meant to overthrow the family? Abel didn't answer immediately. He drained his glass in one gulp, then set it down and continued. Many call Atlas the foremost continent. But my view is different. You can't be content with one city. To claim supremacy, you must be stronger still. Look at the Rom Empire. They're constantly building routes, aren't they? From north to south. They're even trying to connect the eastern continent into one. Roads, culture, resources. The moment all trade links with Rom, the world will truly be far better than it is now. He clenched his fist, voice filled with determination. An ideal land where all are united as one. But Zeke interrupted. That's a story only an emperor of an empire can tell. Hearing that, he thought of a name. Cain Siemens Constantinus. That middle name Siemens. It's also the foreign house backing it. Moreover, after hearing this, it was clear, Abel, the Siemens house, and the empire all have ties. He continued, Zeke, our bloodline. You believe talent should receive its due reward. If it's you, I can offer you the brightest treasure I will possess in the future. Come under my banner, Zeke. This proposal made him fall into thought for a few seconds. You mean to make me a Draker figure within your faction? After thinking a moment, he placed a hand on his chest and said, thank you for the offer. However, I've already chosen my own path, so that's unlikely. Having said that, he turned and left. This made Abel ask with some curiosity, you won't regret it, will you? He replied bluntly, I won't regret it. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he ground his teeth in anger. He thought to himself, does he think I'll become a slaughterer like him? A while later, William entered the office. He turned and asked, Abel, why are you alone? Where's Zeke? He fell silent for a moment. Then his whole body burned with rage. That blood relative of ours refuses to follow me. Says he'll choose a different path. Well then, William, do we simply crush that sprout in the egg? Killer intent surged from Abel, causing William some fear. He continued, I clearly already gave him one last chance. Cut to the front of Headmaster Valhalla's office. Zeke was now there. He thought, I'm already 17, a second-year Valhalla student. Of course, I don't intend to finish the year before graduate. Application for early graduation. Having become an official knight, I wish to contribute to my family sooner. However, since I remain a student, it's heartbreaking that I can't join prominent activities. Therefore, I respectfully request your assistance, dear headmaster. After reading the letter he had just written, he clenched his fist confidently. Present it like that, and I'll schedule the early graduation interview right away. Then from afar, someone approached and called out, "Yo, bro, you here for the headmaster too?" Seeing him arrive with another, Zeke greeted, "Oh, Diego." He then looked at the person beside him and wondered, "And who is that?" He thought, "A face I've never seen before. Who could he be?" The blond youth was now yawning heavily from fatigue. When the three had assembled, the headmaster spoke. "You're just in time. Zeke, Diego, and Aster's well. It's been nearly a week since I last saw Aster, hasn't it?" Hearing that name, Zeke was slightly startled. Aster? Could it be the Mirror Knight, Aster Elidov? A 5-star knight before reincarnation with no information disclosed. He hadn't expected to meet such a prominent figure here. Aster scratched his head and replied, Sorry, headmaster. I have insomnia, so I have trouble attending class." Looking at him, Zeke thought, "Seems like serious insomnia." Diego worriedly asked, "Bro, need a lullaby to help you sleep?" She waved him off. "Sorry, my head is pounding, so keep it down, please." The one beside him continued analyzing. In his previous life, Aster served the Empire. If that's the case, might as well recruit him to our side like we did Diego. The headmaster returned to the main topic. "Now, the reason I called you here today is that the three of you all applied for early graduation, so I summoned you at once. Other professors say you meet the graduation conditions, so I've decided to assess your abilities through this mission." Holding the paper in his hand, he thought, "Is this Del Poa's cooperation communique?" The headmaster continued, "Have you heard of the Black Knight demon?" The other two didn't know, so Zeke answered, "As far as I know, that's a continental public enemy, born from lawlessness." A public enemy refers to those the entire continent regards as enemies to be eliminated. Tak Zone is one of those public enemies. Recently, he has started residing in Del Poa. The headmaster explained, "Our duty is to cooperate with the Del Poa Knight Corps to suppress him." The headmaster continued, "Lawless ones are those who awakened aura for the purpose of slaughter. Their fighting style is fundamentally different from our knights, so they've requested that only those of violet tier and above be sent. This mission will be extremely brutal. Anyone who wants to withdraw should tell me now." After considering the mission, Diego asked, "How many rounds does this test have in total?" The headmaster replied, "There are 3 rounds in total, and this is round 1. He nodded. "So there are 3 more times." The headmaster turned to the other two. "Any other questions?" No one had questions, and the headmaster chuckled. "Then I'll assume everyone will participate. Go home and prepare thoroughly." Leaving the headmaster's office, Aster held his head and stepped outside, moaning, "My head hurts so much." Leaving the headmaster's office, Aster held his head and stepped outside, moaning, "My head hurts so much." This made him startle, turn around, and look at him with a scrutinizing gaze. He smiled and asked, "Do you need a remedy for insomnia?" Aster turned back, puzzled. "A remedy for insomnia?" He reached into his shirt and pulled something out. "Exactly. By chance I have an extremely good remedy here." He looked at him incredulously and waved his hand. "Thanks, but no. I've tried all the so-called good medicines, and none work." He persisted. "All right, just try this first. If you like it, sign a contract with me. I'll keep supplying it to you in the future." His eyes narrowed slightly as he refused. "No, it's useless anyway." The moment the scent from Zeke's pouch hit his nose, his whole body went limp like a kite with a cut string. He fell straight back and fell asleep instantly. After experiencing it, he was ecstatic. "I've signed everything, Chairman." He wore a look of disbelief. "You signed immediately? This is a master-servant contract. Did you read it carefully?" He smiled. "As long as I sleep well, I don't care about anything else." He frowned. "Is that so?" Looking at the contract, he thought with satisfaction, "Asterisk having a shop system is really lucky. It's incredibly convenient. As long as you have points, you can easily buy rare relics. Asterisk what I gave Aster was an extremely strong sleeping drug called Sandman Sleep Sand. With this, Aster will remain on my side after graduation. A bit. Probably only Reina is normal. Asterisk." Gazing at the sky upon waking, Aster exclaimed with delight, "The future looks so bright. Is this Valhalla?" He continued thinking, "Asterisk, this is a little regrettable. While we're here, let's test his strength a bit. Asterisk." With that, he proposed, "Aster." The sudden call startled him. "Huh? Ah, yes, Chairman." He drew the sword from his back and said, "Before heading out on the mission, show me a bit of your strength." Completely at once he followed suit. He drew his weapon and thrust it hard into the ground. Then he spun the spear a few times to warm up and assumed a stance preparing to attack. Watching that, he assessed, picking up the spear changes his aura completely. He said, "Attack with everything you've got. Use aura if you must." He dashed forward, replying, "Then I won't be polite." Then the two of them launched into a bout of combat. He felt inwardly, because it's a spear, the reaction range is very wide. He parried his sword well too. More defensive than offensive, it seems, A faint smile tugged at his lips, then used the flower shadow technique. With his swift speed, he easily dodged the attack. Then he moved swiftly to the rear. His plan was to ambush from behind. The moment his blade descended, the youth remained calm. Then he spun his spear, splitting it into two pieces. One half was used for defense, the spearhead for offense. He easily knocked aside the attack. Immediately, he turned and struck with the spear tip. Zeke quickly planted his sword into the ground, then sprang into the air to dodge the direct thrust. He thought, the spear splits and transforms unpredictably. This kind of attack is usually seen only from lawless criminals. He's interesting. Then he drew another sword and immediately threw it at him like a hidden blade. With intense focus, the youth reassembled his weapon and struck away the thrown sword. Zeke then vanished from his spot. He began circling Aster to find an opening. Aster tried to separate his spear again, causing him to pause for a beat. Again, this time he resolved to seize the initiative and lunged forward, thinking, but this move can't be defended against that way. Dragon's Sword Technique, Chapter 2, Section 1, Heurtran/*. Aster also realized the problem. He immediately spun his spear, using the Elidov counter technique. Reverse current spear. He swept the spear to stop Zeke's advance. The instant the two weapons collided, the surrounding space seemed about to shatter. Cut to a moment later. Seeing his arm trembling violently, Aster exclaimed, "Is the chairman a monster?" He scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm a recognized genius. How could I be defeated so easily?" Zeke replied, "Living in praise as a genius has dulled your spear point." A lethal glint flashed in his eyes as he sneered. "You're still far behind. From now until graduation, I'll give you special training." Seeing that look, Aster felt a bit afraid. "I have a bad feeling about this." He then returned to the dormitory. As soon as he arrived, Decker bowed in greeting. "Welcome back, young Master Zeke." Zeke nodded in response. He continued, "There's a guest waiting for you." The guest Decker referred to as Gel Lion. He was walking the corridor, glancing around and marveling. "Your manner is truly magnificent." Zeke approached and greeted, "Long time no see, Gel Lion. I called you here because I have something I want you to look at." He was startled and blurted, "Me? Is the black sword damaged?" "It was forged in a magic smithy. It's hard to scratch." Hearing that, he thought, Aster's come to think of it. Julian's name must be spreading lately. Thanks to the magic forge I made in my previous life, he's been crafting weapons better than expected. Sooner or later, I need to make him my exclusive smith so others can I him. He explained, Bahamut has no issues. But the problem is, he summoned Kane's armor, which made the youth slightly startled. He continued, "I have obtained this." Julian's eyes widened in surprise. He shouted, "Oh my God! Oh my God! What is this, my lord?" He shook his head and replied, "I don't know either. I called you here to investigate it. This is an item I don't want to probe publicly, so could you examine it for me thoroughly?" He took the armor and nodded. "Yes, of course." A while later, in the drawing room, Gel Lion scratched his head. "Sorry, my lord. Among the modern relics I'm familiar with, there's nothing like this. Do I have any features to help deduce its material?" He stood there in thought for a few seconds, then thought, "Now that I remember when clashing with Kane," he began to recount. That armor even rejected an aura sword. Upon hearing this, Gel Lion sprang up startled. "What? Aura sword? There's only one metal in the world that can do that. That metal is called the Metal of the Gods. It is Orichalcon." Gel Lion was still astonished, unable to believe it. "I never expected in my lifetime to see Orichalcon with my own eyes." He asked, "Is this metal really that rare?" He answered, "More than rare, my lord. Haven't people said Orichalcon is the perfect substance forged by the gods? It possesses mana-conducting properties far superior to any other metal, so far more magic formulas can be inscribed on it." He marveled, "I see. Then how many large-scale magic arrays can be inscribed on ordinary metal armor at most?" He replied, "What do you mean by how many? Ordinary metal can't even be engraved with any large-scale magic arrays at all. Hearing that, he stroked his chin and thought, I already thought it was extraordinary, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. He continued asking, can this armor be reshaped into another form? Lion started and exclaimed, huh? You mean Awakens? Absolutely not. Even a godly sword can be worked. But the problem is this armor is already in a finished state. If someone carelessly tampers with it and damages the magic arrays, it's very likely the armor will become worthless. Of course, if it were my master, that would be different. He added, you mean the famous General Gollin? He answered, yes. If it's my master, he could change its shape without affecting any of its functions. He continued, do you know where Gollin is right now? The youth replied, he's probably in Amonas, as usual. Hearing that place name made him flinch slightly. Lion continued, perhaps you don't know where Himonas is? It's a region way up north. He added, it's territory of the Northern Grand Duchy. His words made the youth start and exclaim, huh? How do you know? People in the Continental Center aren't usually familiar with the Northern Grand Duchy. He replied, I just happened to learn about it. At that, he suddenly remembered the face of an old acquaintance. Then he stood up and said, anyway, thank you very much, Lion. If you want to study the metal further while you're at the manor, feel free to examine it. He was a bit startled. Oh, thank you very much, my lord. As he stepped outside, he thought, Himonas, why would he suddenly be there? There's still plenty of time. Deal with the matters at hand first and leave later. It won't be late. At that moment, as if remembering something, he resolved inwardly, right, this must be done. Cut to the Re-Enter Trade Guild. Cleef, and Melissa began discussing the main business. He spoke. The manufacture of pharmaceuticals, as Mr. Zeke mentioned, can probably proceed without major issues. However, at least within the central continent, building a factory to process Soma raw materials is very difficult. Hearing that, he thought, of course, if rumors spread that the princess supports Soma processing, reputation would suffer. He continued, so what if it's already processed? Cleef replied, if that's the case, it will be considered a pharmaceutical. As long as it's safety certified by the Magic University first, there shouldn't be a problem. He made a decision. Very well. We'll build the production plant on the southern continent, then import and distribute through the Re-Enter Trade Guild. Melissa questioned, Lord Zeke, forgive my frankness, but we don't currently have enough resources to build a large-scale factory on another continent. Just constructing a plant to produce the scarlet flower disease medicine would be a major effort. So regarding building a factory, we should consider other options. He reassured them, don't worry about that. I'll fund the factory construction. In return, please handle obtaining permits from the Magic Tower for the goods circulation. Melissa was startled. You, Lord Zeke? Could the Draker family be directly? He explained, it has nothing to do with the family. All costs will be covered by my private funds. Then he produced a letter and began. And this is the main issue for today. Please read this. The moment Melissa opened the letter, her eyes widened in shock. My God, the Empire has partnered with the Scorpion clan to conduct synthetic biological toxin experiments. He continued, if the scarlet flower disease is indeed an artificial disease created by magic, then this is likely the clinical trial the Empire conducted on the people of Valencia. Melissa trembled with anger and clenched her fists. I suspected as much. I didn't expect they'd do this to their own people. He added, Your Majesty, the reason I gave you this document is that for now, we must keep the Empire's crime secret. Melissa's emotions were at a breaking point. She sprang to her feet in fury. What are you saying, Lord Zeke? We must expose the Empire's crimes immediately, so they cannot happen again. He calmly replied, I understand your feelings, Your Majesty. But this is not yet decisive proof we can use diplomatically. The Empire has deftly shifted the experiment subject to the Scorpion clan. They are a notorious cabal of dark mages, so human experimentation isn't exactly shocking news. Thus, as the Empire, they can simply deny ties to the Guild and express regret, and the matter will be settled. And more importantly, it's more advantageous for us to hold this document for now. Melissa asked, What do you mean? He answered, The Empire doesn't know we have discovered the truth. Moreover, they're conducting large-scale experiments. So somewhere there will surely be evidence directly linking them. Understanding his meaning, she exclaimed, You mean we should seize that evidence when the opportunity arises? To exert absolute pressure on the Empire? He nodded exactly. Still, The reason I showed you this document first is to prepare our response. She asked further. Prepare? He explained. If they've conducted clinical trials of the scarlet flower disease in the disputed Alencia region, it's likely other synthetic toxins will be tested there. Before that happens, we must develop antidotes for those poisons. She thought. If these weapons are used in the disputed area, Alencia's forces will be fighting while poisoned without even realizing it. However, if we prepare the antidotes in advance, we will not only minimize losses, but also be able to strike the Empire a lethal blow from behind. Her eyes flashed with determination. Yes, my choice was indeed right. Bringing Lord Zeke into the Trade Guild was an extremely wise decision. He stood and said, I may not be able to attend meetings for a while. My schedule at Valhalla is quite busy. Melissa replied, I see. If there's an opportunity later, I'd very much like to invite you to visit Alencia, Lord Zeke. He cheerfully, Alencia? It's a place with many beautiful mountains and lakes. Hearing that, she exclaimed, You been to Alencia? He smiled. I've only often heard people say it's a wonderful place. If I have the chance to visit, please take me to see those sights. Melissa replied happily, Yes, certainly, Lord Z. Then the two of them bowed and said, We wish you a safe journey. After finishing, he returned to his training duties. After a struggle, his two friends lay collapsed on the ground. Diego complained, Zeke, I'll die before completing the mission. He, showing no weariness, scolded, Don't whine like that. Instead of wasting time complaining, swing your sword one more time. He sprang up angrily and shouted, Zeke, you're a demon. The Draker blood really shows through. Following that remark, he lunged at him to attack once more. He smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, hitting that nerve is what sparks interest in training. Under his guidance, Diego and Aster were gradually becoming synchronized after a week of training. Especially Diego. Unlike his previously carefree demeanor, after training together a few times, he became noticeably more obedient and disciplined. While they were training, someone entered from outside and praised, You're all so diligent. Surprised to see someone, Diego was taken aback. The visitor was none other than Andre. He called out, Oh, hello, Professor. He also stopped training and asked, Professor Andre, what brings you here? The man replied, I'm here to inform you three of something. He asked, What is it? The man explained, You three will be dispatched to participate in the continent's campaign against our enemies. Of course, we can't send only the students, so I will accompany you as well. After several days of training, they finally departed on the royal ship. Andre's voice rang out. I didn't expect you to join the Black Knight demon mission this time. As I said before, I can't send only the students. Besides, I have a few things to explain further. Then he looked at the three and asked, Do you know what Delpoa is like? He sitting opposite replied, We covered it briefly in theory. We've heard that unlike other places, the mages there are superiors. Andre nodded in affirmation. That's right. That place operates under a rather special system. The technicians at Delpoa primarily use shields, unlike elsewhere. And when the knights push the enemy from the front with their shields, the mages unleash attacks from behind to finish them off. Hearing this, Aster raised his hand and asked, So won't our close combat troops suffer heavy losses? Andre praised. Good question. He explained, That's why Delpoa technicians often train to run with their shields rather than fight. That's why the Delpoa Knight Corps isn't popular with Valhalla graduates. Diego also asked, So does that mean this Knight Corps only serves the mages? Like, they don't regard us at all? Looking out the window, Andre answered, That's exactly right. So don't be too surprised when you arrive at Delpoa, because the mages there are arrogantly disgusting. As soon as they disembarked, someone came to greet them. Andre said, A pleasure to meet you. I am Andre Draker, assistant instructor of Valhalla. On the other side, a polite man replied, We didn't expect the Draker family to send someone personally. It's an honor for us. He scratched his head and introduced himself. I'm Jorge Outer, commander of Delpoa's 8th Night Regiment. Andre glanced at the three of them and introduced. The trainees accompanying me are outstanding talents for Valhalla. There will be no obstacles on the mission, so please do not worry. He smiled. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. He pointed toward the inside of the carriage. The commander is in the carriage. Hearing this, Diego was very puzzled. The commander? Wasn't that bearded man just the commander? The man beside him coldly admonished, Be quiet, Diego. He continued, This is Delpoa, so of course, the moment the door opened, They were confronted by a blond man with a terribly unpleasant expression, who cast a cold glance at Diego exclaimed, "Well, that's an ugly face to see." He again reminded him, "I told you to keep order, Diego." He thought to himself, Asterisk, is it the commander of Del Poa's mage division? To make the Knight Regiment commander bow like that? Asterisk. Jorge stammered an explanation. The thing is, the commander said he wanted to travel separately. You will probably need to find another carriage. Diego reacted further. What the fuck? Watching the carriage drive away, he shouted, "What the hell is going on here? He treated us like trash and just left. No matter what, that's unacceptable. We came all this way for this cooperative mission." Before he could finish, the other man kicked him hard in the leg, causing Diego to yelp, "AAA." He clutched his leg and complained, "Zeke, you devil. Why didn't even Professor Andre say anything?" Andre was silent for a few seconds, then said, "After you graduate and work as knights, you'll encounter situations like this. Remember well what you're about to experience from now on." Cut to night. In a room, a mocking laugh rang out, While his two friends slept soundly, Zeke was still awake. He sighed, "What a world of difference. Our lodging is shabby, as if it were prepared last minute. Meanwhile, the mage's facilities we saw along the way spend money like water. I didn't expect anything lavish, but still, after thinking, he sat up. I'll go out for some fresh air." Walking down the corridor, he thought, Asterisk, I don't care much about these poor accommodations. In my previous life, I endured far worse things than this. But what I really worry about is that doomed Black Knight demon mission, Asterisk. Asterisk in the tactical meeting, from Commander Jorge to the Knights. Everyone fell silent the moment the mage spoke. I predicted it, but not to that extent, Asterisk. As he sighed, a figure approached and asked him, "What are you doing here all alone?" He glanced at the speaker, thinking to himself, "Is this the mage commander from earlier?" He continued to look at him with contempt. "Well, I have something to say. Lucky I found you here," he sneered. "From Valhalla, you lot won't accomplish anything. So don't meddle with magic and cause trouble. Or just shut up and go back." Hearing this, he visibly bristled, thinking, Asterisk, then why bother asking for cooperation? Can't punch his face either, Asterisk. Then the man noticed his glove and assessed. "That glove? Are you a pure-blood awakener of the Draker family?" He replied coldly, "Yes." "Is there a problem?" His words angered the man. "What's with that insolent attitude? Segment. You'd better not take that glove off here, if you want to finish the mission alive and return." Saying that, he turned away angrily, leaving him standing there in thought. Asterisk, he's really touchy. Makes sense. Purebloods possess mana-blocking power. Asterisk. Then someone else stepped forward, called his name, and made him start and turn around. This person continued, "Is that Zeke?" He turned toward the caller, a bit bewildered. After a few seconds, he blurted out, "Professor Payne?" Payne smiled. "Haha, it's you. Long time no see. How have you been?" He replied, "I'm fine, sir. But why are you here?" He scratched his head and answered, "There's no better place for a mage to gain experience. I think research alone isn't enough, so I volunteered to enlist." "What brings you here, Zeke?" He answered, "I'm here for the Black Knight demon mission." Hearing that, Payne exclaimed, "What?" Then he added, "Zeke, come here a moment." This startled him. "Yes? Why are you suddenly? Do you have something to tell me, Professor Payne?" Payne grabbed his hand tightly and said, "Zeke, about tomorrow's mission, do not participate under any circumstances." He asked, puzzled, "What do you mean by that?" Payne explained, "It's a mission that's been set up to fail. So absolutely don't go." Those words frightened him, and he froze for a few seconds. When he returned to the room, he heard Diego moaning, Ugh, damn it." He still remembered the meeting from earlier. Professor Payne had said he couldn't reveal more. Asterisk, what does a mission doomed to fail mean? In this case, two possibilities arise, asterisk. Either the leaders of the expedition force are corrupt, or they have a clandestine deal with the very target they're meant to punish. Whether there's corruption or a secret deal with the target. Even though Del Poa is a place where mages often abuse power, the interior probably isn't rotten enough for military corruption. If there's wrongdoing, a collusion with the expedition's target sounds more plausible. If so, then indeed, we must be wary of the second scenario. At that moment, everyone was on a mountainside. The commander began assigning tasks. Teams 1 through 3 will move up along the ridge. Teams 4 through 6 will attack directly. He turned to Jorge and asked, "Any objections, Jorge?" He replied, "None, sir. Then he turned to everyone. So the rest of you? Before he could finish, the man spoke coldly. I have one question. What are we supposed to do here? He was angry at the question and shouted. Didn't I tell you yesterday to sit tight? I already told you. He continued. I'm a blue knight, and Diego and Aster are purple knights. A combat force of this size was sent to support. Are you just going to leave us sitting around? Hearing that, he was startled and exclaimed, You're a blue knight? Those around them shared the same question. Asterisk, so young and already a blue knight? And with 2 purple knights, Valhalla really is different. Asterisk. He ground his teeth in anger. Jorge assigned them the reconnaissance task. He stammered in reply, Yes, yes. From behind, Andre asked, Why did you do that, Zeke? You're not the type to provoke the commander for no reason. He answered, I find several aspects of this mission suspicious. Andre asked back, What aspects? He explained, I suspect a collusion between the expedition force and the Black Knight demon. Those words made Andre slightly startled. He thought for a few seconds, then replied, I see. If you say that, then you've likely calculated this carefully. Then he stepped forward and announced loudly, From now on we'll conduct reconnaissance on the Black Knight demon's camp. All members prepare to move. For the vanguard and squad leader position, he glanced at Zeke and said, Zeke Draker, you'll take the role. After assigning tasks, the groups began to move out. One group was scouting through the forest. At that moment, the Scarface man spotted something and immediately called out, Everyone, stop. There are trolls nearby. Move carefully. Watch your footsteps. If we're detected, it'll be troublesome. As he was speaking, a sword suddenly flew out from somewhere. His face suddenly went pale, and he cried out in pain as the sword had plunged into his thigh. Above in the trees, the trolls began to move. They lunged down and attacked the group frantically. The soldiers panicked and scattered, shouting, Help me! From behind, Diego and Aster leapt forward to assault the monsters. With a single strike, they easily finished them off. The monsters were taken care of in an instant. Zeke then appeared and asked, Are you the Black Knight Demon's patrol? The soldiers dare not answer. Seeing this, his expression turned serious. All right then, spit it out. Where's the Black Knight Demon? After obtaining the information, the group arrived near a fortress deep inside the mountain. Aster remarked, The fortress is built for natural stone and is very sturdy. It doesn't look easy to breach. He turned back and asked, Jorge, where are the mages? It's hard for us alone to break this place. He turned his face away and stammered, About that. After we clear the area around the fortress, they'll begin supporting us from behind. Hearing that, he was very puzzled. What do you mean by that? You're planning to use this many people to clear the fortress? You're sending everyone to their deaths. Diego suddenly spotted something in the sky. When he realized what it was, his eyes widened, and he cried out in alarm, Well, what's flying this way? Hearing that, he also turned around in shock. What? Those are cannonballs. He immediately ordered everyone, Scatter. Get as far away as you can. But it was too late. The cannonballs struck and exploded among them. Piercing screams rose nonstop. Jorge just stood there, stunned, and muttered, My God, what on earth is this? While he was still in shock, Zeke stepped forward and shouted, Jorge, snap out of it. Are you trying to kill all your subordinates? He stammered in reply, No, it's not. He gritted his teeth in anger. Asterisk, how did they know our position? There must be a spy among us. Asterisk. Then his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had noticed something. From the forest came a group of soldiers with bloodshot eyes charging toward them. He ground his teeth and cursed. Damn it. I didn't expect they'd come at us like this. But then he paused for a few seconds. Wait a moment. Those bastards, there's something off about their state. Looking into their hollow, blood-red eyes, he seemed to realize something. This is beyond saving. No mistake about it. Those bastards are all Soma addicts. Soma had originally been trafficked by southern gangs deep into the interior. Eventually, it spread into every corner of the continent. Wizards typically used a small amount to temporarily boost their mana, but the real threat came from the mercenaries. Those men treated life as worthless and death as a game, so their rampant abuse of Soma beyond safe limits was commonplace. He shouted, Those are the Black Knight Demon's mercenaries. Be careful not to let them ambush us. Seeing them rush in like moths to a flame, Diego ground his teeth. Are these people completely insane? Beside him, Aster added, Damn it, their reinforcements are too many. He warned, Diego Aster, conserve as much mana as you can. Don't burn yourselves out too early. He thought to himself, Asterisk with the enemy attacking so crazily. The cavalry alone will struggle to hold them. What should we do now? Asterisk. Asterisk, forget that mission. Or should we just level the entire fortress instead? Asterisk. Then from behind, a loud explosion rang out, snapping him out of his thoughts. Magic, this surge of power, it finally decided to show itself. Asterisk. It was the Delpoa Mage Corps. And their leader was that bastard command. He shouted. The Mage Corps has arrived to reinforce. Everyone fall back. Watching from the side, he assessed, Asterisk putting aside their lateness. The mana they radiate is truly terrifying. If we rode this momentum to attack, Asterisk, just as they were about to act, the commander stepped forward and called out, Stop right there. His face darkened. He judged. Are you going to let such a prime opportunity slip? His voice was cold. Hey, you there? You're Zeke Draker, aren't you? Because of you, this whole plan has been completely ruined. He shouted angrily. Do you realize what you just caused? He still didn't know what was happening and was extremely puzzled. He gritted his teeth in anger. What the hell are you doing, you bastard? He scolded. I tasked you with reconnaissance, not to show yourself and provoke the enemy. Then he turned to Andre and ordered, Get the trainees out of here immediately. I'll deal with Valhalla directly on this matter. He clenched his fists and said, So can we consider our cooperation with the Delpoa Corps terminated here? This made the commander very puzzled. What? He continued. If that's the case, we no longer have the standing to intervene, nor must we follow the commander's orders. From now on, we'll act independently to complete this mission. He angrily barked. This falls under the jurisdiction of the Delpoa Corps. What right does a brat like you have to make decisions on your own? From the rear, Andre interrupted. The Black Knight demon has been listed as a common enemy of the entire continent. That means, as legitimate knights of the Draker family, Zeke and I have full authority to act under the principle of strike first, report later. He was furious, but could do nothing. Then he immediately turned and left. Do as you wish with the mission, but you'll bear all the consequences. Jorge was startled, thinking to himself, I didn't expect the Mage Corps to withdraw so easily. So how are we supposed to eliminate the enemy now? He then turned to the commander and asked, Commander Jorge, I have a question. The commander replied, What do you want to ask? He said, Do you truly intend to capture the Black Knight demon gang? The commander answered, We too carry the blood of knights. We don't want any knight to turn their back while villains run rampant before their eyes. Realizing his intent, he replied, I see. I understand that mindset of yours. If that's the case, my nephew has a favor to ask of you. Inside the fortress, a few guards noticed something and were slightly startled. In front of them, Jorge's men formed two lines and began to make a scene. You lot, stop hiding in there. Come out and fight a proper battle. Seeing that, the two guards immediately raised their bows, preparing to attack. Have those people gone mad? Arrows were continuously loosed downward. Below, Jorge ordered, Hold your positions. Withstand their assault. How can we be so strong? Observing from above, the blond man sneered. Truly ridiculous. Those are just your futile efforts. Then suddenly his face darkened, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A voice from behind called, Are you sure about that? His voice was cold. Just be patient and watch the show. Hearing the sound of hooves, he was slightly startled and glanced down, muttering, What that man? In this situation, he rode out alone. Could he really be planning to? It was exactly so. His appearance matched completely with descriptions of the Black Knight demon. He said, I'll chase after that guy. Everyone else stay and harass the enemy. Once the main gate is open, fire the signal. Andre nodded in acknowledgement. All right, understood. He immediately dashed off in pursuit of him. His voice turned cold. Come out, Bucephalus. No sooner had he spoken than his warhorse appeared in all its splendor. Could I possibly catch someone of his caliber? Bucephalus sped like the wind. In seconds he closed in on the Black Knight demon, who gasped, What terrifying speed is this? A faint approving smile curved his lips. Not bad. He immediately vaulted off his horse and lunged up over his head. A loud explosion followed, but with his agility the man quickly stepped back to avoid the slash. He was not surprised by that reaction. He advanced, taunting, Where are you rushing off to at this dead hour, Black Knight demon? A few drops of sweat fell from his brow. He looked somewhat frightened. The two then engaged in a fierce duel. Just as their swords were about to clash again, the Black Knight demon spoke, his voice not quite like a Delpoa member's. Who exactly are you? He smiled and replied, Would knowing change anything? They exchanged moves once more, then both fell back, keeping their distance. At that moment, he produced something blue and hurled it straight at him. The system displayed a notification. Detected desert scorpion toxin. Thanks to the 100 venom immunity trait, you are unaffected by the toxin. Looking at what was flying toward him, he thought, desert scorpion poison? How lawless. Resorting to petty tricks. Seeing his attack fail, the man wondered, surprised. It had no effect at all? Where are you from? He guessed. From the desert? Or the southern border? He asked in return, You're awfully curious, aren't you? Then he drew 4 throwing darts, held them upside. Fine, whatever. You're going to die here anyway. With that, he hurled the 4 darts at him and lunged forward to attack again. With his agility, he easily deflected the incoming projectiles. The system notified. Activated dragon lineage skill, dragon lion armor. He thought to himself, Ho ho, this attack's quite decent. Then suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. That is, looking at the sword glowing in his hand, he judged. An aura blade? So you've been hiding your skill. He laughed loudly and charged. Let me finish you. But his attack was easily parried by the other's blade, leaving him frustrated. He said, Judging by your swordplay, you seem to be from the Empire. And you're resisting an Intelligence Bureau agent as well. Startled at being exposed, the Black Knight demon blurted, How do you know? But then a sudden, violent pain swept through him, causing him to cry out in agony. He collapsed to the ground. He stepped forward and exclaimed, Well then, now it's my turn to ask. Why are agents from the Intelligence Bureau wreaking havoc in Delpoa? He was now a little frightened, gritting his teeth, thinking to himself, I must find a way to kill myself. But realizing his intent, he sneered, It's pointless. He poured a bluish liquid into his mouth and began to explain, I already know how stubborn you Imperial intelligence agents are. The system sent a notification. Used recovery flask. If you reveal information that satisfies me, I'll allow you to die. This decisive action of his made the man somewhat angry. After a round of loving punches, the Black Knight demon now breathed heavily. He asked again, Are you ready to talk now? Only then did the man submit. What do you want to know? He continued, About your identity and what you've been doing here. The man began to explain. I'm an operative from Department 13 of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau. He asked in surprise, Department 13? I thought they only went up to Department 12. So there really are people like you. His words startled the man. How did you know about Department 12? Before he could finish, he cut him off coldly. I'm the one asking the questions. So what did you do here? He stammered in reply. Carried out experiments. Experiments on an awakening drug. He asked further, An awakening drug? Do you mean those mercenaries? Aren't they just addicted to soma? The man nodded in confirmation. Yes, it's made from components of soma. He pressed on an interrogation. Then why create that drug? The man answered, To create warriors who don't know pain or fear. Hearing that, he thought, Is this another human experiment conducted by the Empire? You both depleted Delpoa's forces and observed how the test subjects fought. That the Black Knight demon could hold out in the fortress for 3 years while absorbing bandits and mercenaries to expand the organization. It was all possible thanks to Imperial back. Those damned people of the Empire. What on earth are you planning to do across the continent? Thinking that, he continued, You do realize that at this rate the Empire will kill you first, right? He did not evade. Yes. I've answered everything. So just kill me. He posed the question, What if there's a way to survive? What would you do? The man answered, No matter what, you can't escape the Imperial Intelligence Bureau. He continued, What if House Draker uses its power to protect you? The man was startled. Draker? What do you mean? He didn't answer. Instead, he reached out and began generating red energy threads that enveloped the man's body. Feeling the power surrounding him, the man exclaimed, Are you a pure-blood awakener of House Draker? He nodded, yes. He thought to himself, Of course I don't want to die here. I've done so many dirty deeds that I have little patriotism left. Even if I return to the Empire alive, they'll surely kill me to silence me. If so, becoming a witness under House Draker's protection is the better option. Thinking that, he asked, Can you guarantee you'll completely change my identity? He replied, There's an even better option. I will find you a new job. If you're from the Imperial Intelligence Bureau, there are plenty of places that could use you. After finishing, he immediately returned to the others. As he walked, he thought, The fortress still hasn't fallen? A fortress without the Black Knight demon should have been controllable by Andre's group alone. What happened? First, we must return to the Night Corps camp. After some travel, he had now returned near the camp. At that point, his gaze suddenly caught something. He wondered, what are those mages gathering for? The moment they saw him appear, the mages immediately summoned weapons and aimed them at him, without any hesitation. This left him somewhat stunned. He ground his teeth in anger. What the hell are you doing? Why are you targeting our allies? From afar, someone stepped forward and called out. Zeke Draker, the commander angrily said. Because of you, the Black Knight demon was captured and escaped. So to hold someone accountable for this grave mistake, I will escort you back to the camp immediately. Hearing this, he froze for a few seconds. Then he ground his teeth in anger and swore. That bastard's acting up again. He asked in confusion. What do you mean? It's my fault that the Black Knight demon escaped, Ingrid accused. Of course it's because of your clumsy ambush plan. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have lost a prey already in our grasp like the Black Knight demon. He countered. So you've confirmed the Black Knight demon was in the fortress? If so, the fortress defenses were still too solid. No sooner had he spoken than the commander shouted, Shut up. I already confirmed it. Someone hastily left the fortress. He began to analyze. It's also possible there was just a messenger leaving to call for reinforcements. On what basis do you assert it was the Black Knight demon? Those words made him grit his teeth in anger. On his side, his eyes flashed with resolve as he thought. It's clear now. That bastard warned the Black Knight demon to flee. Clearly, he was an accomplice colluding with the enemy for 3 years. He probably didn't realize his actions aided the Empire's experiments. Regardless, the fact he is trash doesn't change. Ingrid's face darkened, and he said coldly, Enough talk. Come with me. Then he turned and left. I will fully report your crimes to our superiors. He sighed in frustration, thinking, Suit yourself. After that, he followed them back to the fortress. At that moment, his eyes narrowed, and he exclaimed in surprise, Those people are, looking at the people tied and kneeling on the ground. He said, Is that Jorge? He angrily turned and demanded, What's going on here? Why are they tied up? The man replied coldly, Shut up. Don't meddle in matters that aren't your concern. Jorge now shouted, Knight, we do not regret helping you. We also want to become honorable knights. As soon as he said that, bolts of lightning shot straight into them, causing them to cry out in pain. He turned and asked, Isn't this treatment of allies excessive? Even prisoners aren't treated like this. He ground his teeth and repeated, I told you to shut up. Then he shouted angrily, One more word, and I'll execute you on the spot. But as soon as he said that, a loud explosion erupted behind them, taking both by surprise. Andre approached from afar and called out, Commander of Delpoa's 8th Magic Division, Ingrid Haxon. The statement just made could be considered a threat to kill Zeke Draker. Therefore, from this moment, House Draker declares it will shift into wartime response mode against Delpoa. The atmosphere immediately became extremely tense. Ingrid's face turned fearful as she thought. This is a direct warning from House Draker itself, not from anywhere else. But aimed at all of Delpoa, he asked again, Hey, this reaction is a bit excessive. This is basically a declaration of war. Joking like this is going too far. Andre continued. Ingrid Haxon, listen carefully. The name Draker is absolutely not to be taken lightly. He began to realize the situation and stammered an explanation. Wait, I misspoke just now. The nerves are a bit frayed from the fighting. Don't misunderstand. I only wanted to bring a few people back to camp for a more precise investigation. Someone behind spoke up. Could I speak with my teammates for a moment first? Though angry, he had to yield. I'll give you 20 minutes. The four then returned to their sleeping quarters. He reached out and formed a layer of magical protection that enveloped the room. This should be enough to neutralize the nearby magical devices. Andre asked curiously, Ranger, didn't you say you had something to tell us? He answered, I've captured the Black Knight demon. This surprised Andre. You mean you faced the Black Knight demon alone? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, I lured him into inattention and captured him alive before the battle prolonged. Andre thought to himself, capturing that enemy alone, one even experienced knights struggled with, truly lives up to Zeke. He continued, after interrogation, it seems he's quite involved with Commander Ingrid. Handling this could become rather complicated. Andre asked, So what do you plan to do now? He began outlining his plan. Delpoa's affairs are best left to Delpoa to handle. But for now, I'll do what I can. They moved to another room ahead, where 2 guards stood watch. There was only a single chair in the room. He sat on it, staring straight ahead. He thought to himself, The moment has come for that person to arrive. No sooner had he finished thinking than a knock sounded from outside the door. Payne opened the door and entered, calling Zeke. He replied, "You're here, Professor Payne?" The professor asked, "So what's going on here?" He explained, perhaps the consequence of not heeding the professor's warning. The man rubbed his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh my God." He observed him and thought, Payne already knew about Commander Ingrid's corrupt behavior. Perhaps the senior magic officers were also quietly aware. To elevate a Delpoa mage to a high position, they must have military experience. However, now, I have no choice but to propose a way to end that career. With that in mind, he offered, "I have something to tell you, Professor." Payne asked, "What is it?" His voice turned serious. "Professor, are you aware of the Empire's awakening drug experiments?" He recounted to Professor Payne the truths he had uncovered related to the Black Knight demon. Now he would have to weigh two choices. Either expose the internal misconduct he knows about, or look the other way to preserve his own reputation. Then he continued with a request. "Professor, I have something I want to ask of you. Could you stand with me and publicly denounce these wrongdoings?" Ingrid's men remained standing outside, waiting. One of them stepped forward from the back and called, "Commander Ingrid." Seeing this, he turned and asked, "All right, what's the situation?" The man replied, "I heard Professor Payne refuse Zeke Draker's proposal." This pleased Ingrid greatly. "Is that true?" "Indeed, position matters much more than conviction. How could one be convinced just by that?" He turned back to his subordinates and said, "Then we can start, little by little. Anyone who causes a stir a few times and then backs down, just fake it." The other nodded. "Understood." Immediately they thrust their staves forward. All prepared to attack. "Fire!" No sooner had the words left than countless magical orbs hurled straight toward the room ahead. "Don't watch," Ingrid thought. "Just pin the failed redemption responsibility on Jorge, and it's done." But something was very strange. Why hadn't they responded yet? They should have pretended to counterattack. What on earth are they trying to do? At that moment the door suddenly opened, startling all of them. Ingrid thought. Opening the gate wasn't part of the plan. Seeing the people step out, he cried in some fear, "You? Why are you?" He spoke coldly. "What's the matter, Commander Ingrid? What? Did you see things you shouldn't have?" Returning to the conversation with Payne, he produced a magical scroll and explained, "I've used an anti-eavesdropping magic scroll. For now, and our conversation won't be overheard by it. So your words about wanting to cooperate are sincere, right, Professor Payne?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes. The stimulant drug experiments. I cannot stand idly by on this." He continued, "But if we do this, it will be difficult for you to continue your career at Delpoa." He shook his head. "It's fine, Zeke. Rather than build a career shamefully, I'd rather give it up." Hearing that, he smiled and replied, "Thank you, Professor. Then let's get out of here quickly. We need to give that commander a painful lesson." Seeing Payne leave with them, Ingrid shouted, "Payne, you worthless man, dare to betray me? You think you'll get away with this?" He said coldly, "Ingrid Haxon, I'm bringing you in to investigate your collusion with the mainland enemy, as well as a host of other corruption charges. So obediently accept being arrested." Seeing the men standing behind Zeke, Ingrid's eyes widened in astonishment. "Those people are... It can't be wrong. That's Delpoa's inspection team." He quickly explained, "Ms. Misunderstanding, I never colluded with anyone. It's all set up to frame me by that man." The inspector replied, "We have collected enough evidence inside the fortress. So drop any intention of denying it." Ingrid gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, "Damn it, did you think I'd die alone? With all my connections, one word from me and you'd all be dead. Not just the division, Delpoa itself would be shaken." Not wanting him to make any more noise, he sprang from behind and delivered a punch to his face that brought him to his senses. He clutched his face in anger. "I warned you. How dare you touch me?" He sneered. "Many connections, huh? Go ahead and use them. I am a direct bloodline of House Draker, a pure-blooded awakening and the sole heir of the former Black Knight, Duke Draker. Let's bet once for fun. Let's see who really has more connections." Hearing this, his tone changed. I was wrong. I'm truly wrong. Please spare me." He paid no mind to his pleas. "Don't beg me. Go beg the knights who died for him, you filthy bastard." At that moment, Jorge stepped forward and said, "Sir Knight." He put his hand to his chest, deeply grateful. "We are immensely grateful to you. Thanks to you, our names have been cleared." Watching them, he thought, "They were removed from the inspection list because I testified they weren't involved. But if the 8th Magic Division disappears, the Knight unit attached to it cannot survive. So if other magic divisions won't take them in, Knight Company 8 will be forced to disband. He turned and asked, "You have no regrets?" Jorge answered, "How could we? We only feel guilty for the comrades who suffered injustice recently. It was just because we had a terrible commander." He cut in, "As for me, if you don't mind, I'd like to offer you a new job." This surprised Jorge slightly. "A job, sir?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes." Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a letter, handing it to them. "Read this for more details." As soon as Jorge opened the letter, he exclaimed, "Sir Knight, the terms are excellent. Did you perhaps write the currency amount wrong?" He laughed and replied, "Ha. Working with me comes with that pay. I've just established a trade guild, and I want you to handle escort duties there." Jorge was ecstatic. To serve alongside the knight. He turned and asked again, "What, you don't want it?" Their eyes were full of excitement. "How can we not want it? We swear fealty." Then he turned to the subordinates still standing there. "What are you waiting for? Salute your lord." Having handled another matter, he called, "Professor Payne, when the situation at Del Poa is settled, come to Atlas. We have many things to do together in the future." Payne put his hand to his chest and replied, "I understand." He was pleased with how things were unfolding, quietly delighted. "Father, I, the professor, and the student have become master and servant again. Living long really reveals strange things. In any case, the outcome of the mission had gone in an unexpected direction. How else could one judge it if unaware?" Then he declared decisively, "So what? This matter can be considered settled. Everything will be fine." Scene shifts to Midland, where Baron Draker, captain of the Black Veil unit, breaks the silence. "I apologize for disturbing everyone during a busy time. Regarding the recent incident, I believe we need a discussion with the core members of the Black Veil unit." He sat upright between two trusted subordinates, his face hardening with seriousness. "Let's not waste time. Let's get straight to the point." The Baron began revealing the shocking information. Recently, developments in the southern continental region have shown many abnormal signs. At this, a core member with a weathered appearance expressed skepticism. "But sir, the South has always been a den of criminals, mostly small-time smugglers. Is it really worth our concern?" The atmosphere tightened like a drawn bowstring, as if a major event was about to explode. Baron Draker immediately rejected that complacency. "It's not so simple. Don Juan of Mikian monopolized the South through soma trafficking. He's a monster with immense amassed wealth. If someone like him stirs trouble, the consequences would be utterly unforeseeable." He turned to the tense deputy captain. "Deputy, you oversee the intelligence network and knew nothing? Don Juan is dead." The deputy captain exclaimed in alarm. "What?" He stammered, unable to believe his ears. "That can't be. Current reports say Don Juan is in hiding to avoid Favela's manhunt." Baron Draker continued coldly. "Since Don Juan disappeared, the cartel Mikian has fractured into pieces. Favela on the opposing side has suffered similarly, as most of its leaders have been eliminated. In this chaotic context, he has simply gone silent." Immediately, the Baron activated a secretly recorded tape from both cartels from the previous month. A burst of blue light flared, displaying images of the unknown figures. Both factions acknowledged the appearance of masked strangers. Most notable was the leader of those men. Baron Draker stated plainly, "We assess that this figure has been covertly manipulating and stabbing both organizations in the back to decapitate the cartels. Yet to this day, no one has been able to uncover his identity." He looked directly at his subordinates, his eyes burning with determination. "Our objective now is to hunt that man down. We must find out who he really is and why he's targeting the southern gangs. Every shadow of this matter must be brought to light." Cut to the other side. Zeke blurted in bewilderment. He stood in the lavish office, facing the imposing back of the chief, and asked, "Sir Chief, what did you just mention?" The chief turned, holding a dossier, and smiling with satisfaction over the recent Suppress the Black Serpent campaign. "You performed outstandingly." He noted that Professor Andre had recorded every detail carefully, and Del Poa's inspection team even sent documents and warm congratulations to the Academy. The chief flipped through the file and said thoughtfully, "I had expected this mission would hardly yield a positive report. On the battlefield, absolute obedience to superior orders is of course the natural rule. It's surprising to be recorded so favorably." He sighed lightly with regret. "However, there is one unfortunate detail. The Black Serpent's death while being escorted was truly regrettable. The key witness was stunned. Zeke could only force a smile and reply, "Haha." But in truth, deep inside, he was hiding a staggering secret. In fact, he had spared the Black Serpent's life. Zeke had deliberately reported that the man was dead to turn that outlaw into a wild card. The documents about the Empire's human experimentations collected in the South. The sole living witness to the Awakening drug project is the Black Knight demon. All of this will be strategic leverage for Zeke to pressure the Empire in the future. Back in the present, the chief looked at Zeke with expectant eyes. "Zeke, based on the abilities you demonstrated in the recent mission, the Academy Council has decided to institute a new examination format called Beast Extermination." The chief explained solemnly. "Of course, this is not an ordinary extermination hunt, but an unsolved, perplexing case. The responsibility to resolve it falls squarely on you." Zeke's expression hardened when he heard how difficult the upcoming task would be. Unlike ordinary monsters, magical beasts do not belong to fixed species. Therefore, grasping their habits or traits is extremely arduous. Moreover, some mighty beasts possess superior intellect, making their thought processes very difficult to anticipate. The chief's assessment cast a hush over the room. Zeke immediately took the measure of the situation and asked, "Where did this incident occur, sir?" The answer was the territory of the Duchy of Troy. The chief added, "Troy is the ancestral land of House Draker, the origin of many legends. Yet if even such a venerable place cannot quell the disturbance, then the troublemaker is certainly not an ordinary beast." He made a weighty offer. "Therefore, if you complete this exam, you will be exempted from all remaining tests." In other words, this case alone is sufficient for graduation. Faced with the great opportunity, Zeke did not hesitate. He placed a hand on his chest and declared firmly, "I swear on the honor of a knight that I will resolve this matter promptly. Furthermore, I will not let you down." Shortly after, in the Academy Hall, a young man with black hair and a composed demeanor approached Zeke. He bowed with full respect. "Lord Zeke, it is a great honor to meet you." The young man introduced himself as the guide assigned to assist Zeke on this trip. His name was Felix Valencia. Though Zeke smiled outwardly and replied, "All right, glad to have you accompany me." Inwardly, he felt extreme suspicion. Zeke searched his memory. Felix Valencia, a completely unfamiliar name, both in this life and the previous one. Zeke's eyes hardened as he studied the man closely. He noticed something very strange. There seemed to be an abnormal flow of mana fluctuating in his body. Zeke judged silently. It is odd for a young knight without Draker bloodline to have reached this level. To probe, Zeke asked, "Are you from the Duchy of Troy?" Felix calmly answered that he was raised there, joined the Sword Guild as a child, and currently served in the Atlas Guard. Zeke nodded. "Thank you for the information." But he still reminded himself. Outwardly, he seems ordinary, but one can never be sure. Best to remain cautious. Wasting no more time, Zeke decisively ordered, "In that case, let us depart for the Duchy of Troy." At the city gate, a group had already gathered to receive him. They courteously welcomed him. "Welcome, sir. Welcome, Lord Zeke. We have been notified of your visit." Before a bite was taken, the reception was like for a VIP. A local official stepped forward to shake Zeke's hand warmly. "A pure-blood awakened coming here in person is a great honor for us." Zeke remained modest and replied courteously, "I am the one honored to share the burden with you." Upon arrival, Zeke got straight to the point and asked the local official, "Could you recount the details of the incident now?" The man paused in thought for a moment, then began to recount with a worried expression. "Everything began a few weeks ago. It started with the region's livestock vanishing without a trace. Later, even those who went up the mountain disappeared mysteriously. The roving old vagabond recalled the terror of the abductions, starting with children, then women, and later strong young men. It seemed the monster was gradually selecting larger targets over time. So, were there any clues left at the scene?" Felix quickly led the way. "This way, sir." From the farm where the livestock disappeared up to the trail leading to the mountain peak. Those are the most important locations. When they arrived, Zeke carefully examined the dark red bloodstains on the old wooden planks, sensing that something unusual was hidden. Zeke immediately activated his energy to thoroughly scan the surrounding area. His eyes flared with the golden sheen of the Lulai eye, sweeping every corner of the scene. Instantly, enormous glowing footprints appeared on the ground, startling Zeke. These giant footprints. He bent down to analyze the strange traces left behind, with enough weight to sink so deeply into the soil like this, yet able to spring lightly over fences with ease. This is absolutely not the behavior of ordinary magical beasts. Zeke looked toward the misty mountain summit, his eyes cold and vigilant. Perhaps this challenge will be tougher than we thought. Night fell, and around the crackling campfire, a hush settled over the forest. Zeke glanced at his companion, who was fast asleep, and softly said, "You look exhausted." He told himself this was only natural, since they had been tracking the monster's trail late into the night before resting. Earlier, they had followed the creature's tracks along a mountainside path. Before long, they entered a dense, wild forest untouched by human footprints. And in this remote, secluded spot, the most important clue revealed itself. What struck their eyes was a horrifying scene. A corpse drained of blood, withered like a mummy, yet showing no external wounds at all. Sitting by the fire, Zeke pondered the events solemnly. He realized a glaring inconsistency. If it's the magical beast I suspect, then those prints in the village certainly aren't its doing. Suddenly, a loud explosion ripped through the night, making Zeke start in shock. His companion woke in alarm and asked, "Lord Zeke, what was that sound?" Zeke immediately pinpointed the location. It came from about 2 kilometers to the west. He gave a decisive order. "Stay here and wait for me. I will return before dawn." With that, Zeke shot off like a lightning bolt. He left his still-dazed companion behind. Zeke pushed his speed to the maximum. He silently affirmed, "In such a wild place, a loud noise like that could only mean the monster." Clearly, it was prowling somewhere nearby. Before Zeke stood a gigantic creature with blazing red hair and bulging muscles, roaring mad. It hefted a massive, ancient tree trunk on its shoulder like a weapon, then swung it in a powerful horizontal arc. The blow created a fierce gale that swept away everything in its path. After all the speculation, the real boss finally appeared. "What the hell is that? Who is that guy?" Zeke stood frozen at the scene. He could hardly believe his eyes, seeing the man swinging a huge tree while wielding an unbelievably light sword. His strength was absurdly beyond reason, prompting Zeke's astonished exclamation. Surveying that wild appearance, he guessed inwardly, could he be a savage? And the one fighting that savage was a pitch-black creature with glaring red, evil eyes. Zeke narrowed his eyes to observe, and then affirmed, "Just as I suspected. Found it." He had identified the creature. They were the ancient parasitic species known as Gaguk. His master had warned him that the perpetrators of these incidents were ancient parasitic magical beasts, and had told him to be extremely wary of. Gaguk possesses agile, monkey-like skills and extreme vigilance, making them very difficult to approach. But most terrifying of all is its method of attack. Gaguk whips out its purple tail like a tentacle, killing its victims in the blink of an eye. Based on what's happening, Zeke quickly analyzed. If that's the case, it's likely the ally is a savage, while the Gaguk is the one truly behind the abductions. At that moment, a heart-rending scream rang out. "Hey!" Zeke startled. He saw the savage had been struck. The monster's dark purple tail coiled tightly around the man's body, beginning to drain his life. The savage writhed in agony, issuing choked, gurgling moans. The Gaguk gaped its mouth full of sharp teeth, ready to finish off its prey immediately. Unable to stand by, Zeke dashed out like a lightning bolt. Zeke intervened quickly, but the monster slipped into the darkness at terrifying speed. Landing on the ground, Zeke clicked his tongue in irritation. TCH, its movement speed is truly annoying. Beneath him, the red-haired savage writhed in pain, emitting weak groans. Zeke squinted at the spreading purple bruises on the man's skin and inwardly judged. Has he been poisoned by the Gaguk? Looking at the dying hunter, Zeke hesitated briefly. "I'm not exactly eager to save a cattle thief, but consider it a small good deed to avert greater calamity on the road." He took out a restorative potion and gave it to the man, but his condition did not improve. Zeke pondered. The restorative potion has no effect? Perhaps his body is not that of a normal human. Seeing the savage fading, Zeke decided to use a stronger measure. If so, let's see if this method works. He placed his glowing hand on the man's powerful chest. The system immediately announced, "Wide area support skill activated. Instantly, un masterful élémental et ligne technique érupted." A deep green energy surged forth, enveloping them both. When the light faded, the savage gradually regained consciousness, mumbling, "Ooh." Upon opening his eyes and seeing Zeke right before him, the man startled in terror. He sprang up, took a defensive step back, and growled in his strange tone. Faced with that aggressive stance, Zeke calmly raised his hand. "Hey, calm down. I just saved your life." Realizing the man meant no hostility, the savage showed a brief panic, then stammered in a trembling voice. "Thank you." Zeke smiled softly, thinking to himself, "Thankfully, I understand the language of the savage people." This young savage's name was Vong Wen. Although only 16, his strength far exceeded that of the tribe's warriors. Therefore, to perform a coming-of-age ritual befitting Vong Wen, the challenge set was to hunt down a Gaguk, the strongest magical beast in the savage people's land. Those of other tribes are still kin. The world is our home. The savage hunter sighed wearily. "Hunting is too difficult. This time I'll probably fail." Seeing that, Zeke casually offered, "Hunt with me." The unexpected words made the hunter ask in surprise, "Really?" Zeke smiled confidently and gave a thumbs up. "Trust me." At that moment, Felix Valencia appeared with a worried expression. Seeing the strange man beside him, Felix cried out in alarm. "Hey, isn't that a savage?" Zeke replied casually, "Yes. I've decided to travel with him on this hunt for the magical beast." The hunter looked at Felix curiously and asked Zeke, "Who is this guy?" Zeke answered briefly, "He's my subordinate." Felix froze, sweat beading down his face. "Subordinate? What do you mean? What are they talking about?" "Present, but not understanding a word. It's like not being there at all." Felix privately assessed the new teammate. It was the first time he'd seen a savage who didn't draw his blade to attack humans, but stood motionless like that. To keep so calm, he must have undergone extremely harsh training. He studied the hunter's aura and thought to himself, "TCH, if you don't consider the aura he gives off, he just looks like an ordinary guide. Or am I being overly sensitive?" Suddenly, the savage hunter halted. His cold eyes stared into the distance. "Big brother Zeke, there's a smell. That name earlier, that's the scent of him." Zeke immediately became alert. He narrowed his eyes into the deep darkness and asked inwardly, "Where is it?" They soon found themselves at the mouth of the cave. He thought to himself, as expected, it's a cavern. Zeke stood before the gloomy entrance, recalling his master's warnings. Gaguk preferred dark, damp places. Looking up at the sky beginning to brighten, he assessed, "The sun's about to rise. Chances are high it's in here." Zeke turned to the savage hunter and called, "Wang Jumiak, any way to catch it?" In response to Zeke's expectation, Wang Jumiak only smirked confidently and began repeatedly punching the air. Zeke could only stand frozen, silently thinking, no wonder it keeps getting away. No plan in sight, just muscles. Realizing he couldn't rely on the hunter's intellect, Zeke called again in a lower voice, "Wang Jumiak." He looked straight into the man's cold eyes and began outlining the attack plan. "You drive the prey down below. I'll coordinate an attack from above." "Understand." Wang Jumiak gave a sly grin and replied decisively, "Understood." The two proceeded deeper into the dark lair of the monster. Zeke snorted softly, narrowing his eyes as he inspected the ruined piles at his feet. "Looks like its lair." Bones of all kinds of animals littered the place. The air was thick with the smell of death and dampness. Confirming this was the domain of an ancient predator. Zeke suddenly froze, sensing a wave of killing intent closing in. He immediately warned, "Wang Jumiak, we're entering its territory. Be careful." Before he finished speaking, from the high cliff wall the Gaguk leaped down like a black phantom, its red eyes blazing and claws razor-sharp. Wang Jumiak startled, his eyes widening in shock at the monster's sudden pounce. No warning needed, diving hot. As the Gaguk lunged, Wang Jumiak spun to dodge the powerful attack. A charging punch slammed into the ground, producing a terrifying blast that sent dust billowing throughout the cave. A charging punch slammed into the ground, producing a terrifying blast that sent dust billowing throughout the cave. He thought to himself, knew it wouldn't be that easy to catch. The reason that even in my previous life, despite teaming up with my master, we couldn't catch the Gaguk was because it can hide in the darkness. This monster likes the trick of bite quick, hit, and vanish. Suddenly, the creature dropped from the cave, ceiling aiming straight for Wang Jumiak. Immediately, Zeke swung his arm and unleashed a technique. Stream water force. A powerful stream of magical water erupted, striking directly at the spot where the Gaguk was hiding. Hit by the unexpected blow, the monster howled in pain. Seizing the golden opportunity as the prey was exposed, Zeke shouted, "Wang Jumiak, now's the time." Wang Jumiak dashed forward like an arrow. The Guardian's hands clamped down on the monster's neck and forelimb. The Gaguk writhed wildly, hissing strange cries and struggling, but it could not break free from the iron grip. Wang Jumiak braced and subdued the beast, growling from the strain. Zeke swung his sword. The blade gleamed as it pierced the Gaguk's body, drawing only agonized groans from it. Immediately, he commanded, "Activate Ravaging Skill." A golden energy like a peerless beast surged forth, engulfing the Gaguk completely. The system rang out shocking notifications in succession. Ancient species fully dominated. Zadoa has been invaded by evil energy. Thanks to the Ravaging Skill, Zeke's stamina, spirit, and mana were all fully restored in an instant. Moreover, he successfully absorbed the bloodline of this magical beast and gained an active skill, Stealth Grade A. Zeke turned and called to the hunter panting behind him. "Hey, Wang Jumiak." The savage looked back dazed. "What the?" Before I could even transform, the boss disappeared. Zeke held up a sharp claw at the beast and said, "This is proof of the hunt." He smiled faintly, pocketed the claw decisively, and declared, "Custom dictates, one finger belongs to me." Overwhelmed with gratitude for his benefactor's help, Wang Jumiak burst into tears and rushed to embrace Zeke. "Boo-hoo, Lord Zeke is the best. Lord Zeke is number one. Thank you." Held tight by the Guardian, Zeke could only grimace and endure. When parting, Wang Jumiak stood at a distance, waving enthusiastically. "Lord Zeke, you must visit our tribe next time." Zeke called back indifferently, "All right, which tribe are you from?" The savage answered in a booming voice, "The mighty Rock Slab tribe. Very mighty." The tribe's name carried instant prestige. The name left Zeke stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. Rock Slab tribe? Isn't that the greatest power among the savages? Zeke froze, watching the hunters retreating back, while Wang Jumiak still shouted enthusiastically, "Lord Zeke, you absolutely must come to our village." "Yes, I'll definitely come next time." Zeke waved goodbye into the silent night before departing. Soon after, the atmosphere at a tavern in the village became live. Chanting rang out, "To the knight who protected our village, bottoms up." The villagers praised without cease. "Truly thank you. Because of you, we can live in peace now." Zeke only smiled modestly in response. "I'm glad I could help." However, amid the celebration, Zeke kept his eyes on Felix. He thought to himself, something still feels off. Zeke recalled that after dealing with the Gaguk and returning to the lair, Felix had been nowhere to be seen. He only returned later looking disheveled, claiming he had fallen. Zeke grew suspicious. Could he have been spying on the fight between me and Wang Jumiak? During the intense battle, he couldn't sense someone far away, so it's likely Felix hid nearby to observe. Zeke told himself, for now, keep watching. Better to kill mistakenly than to miss one. Assume suspicion first to be safe. Late at night, as he was leisurely heading back to his resting place, Zeke suddenly froze when he saw a figure waiting under the dim streetlight. He squinted and recognized. "Huh, Felix?" Zeke asked curiously. "Why are you standing here waiting for me? Isn't your room in the other direction?" Faced with his master's suspicion, Felix appeared flustered and stammered. "About that." Suddenly, Felix dropped to one knee. "Lord Zeke, please accept me as your attendant." Zeke froze in astonishment. "An attendant? What do you mean?" Without rushing to explain, Felix lowered his voice. "First, please look at this." He drew his sword from its sheath. Zeke was stunned as the truth dawned on him. Looking at the swordsmanship strokes he had been swinging, it was the inherited sword technique of the Holy Knight of the Holy Kingdom. After a flurry of sword swings, Felix lowered his stance and let out a tired breath. "Phew, that's enough." Zeke stared straight at him and asked, "You clearly said you graduated in chemistry from the Swordsmanship Guild. So how do you know the Paladin's inherited sword technique? Even in the Holy Kingdom, those with the strictest limitations on outside contact who belong directly to the Holy Knights are the Paladins. Their inherited sword techniques are passed down only among them. Even if someone can perform it like this, it's certainly very rare." On the other side, Felix scratched his head awkwardly. "I thought if it were you, Zeke, you'd definitely recognize this swordsmanship. So hiding it from you wouldn't accomplish anything. Hey, can you take a look at this?" he said as he produced a badge, surprising Zeke a little. This is the badge of an official paladin. Felix admitted frankly. Yes, my grandfather used to be a paladin, but in the past he was caught up in the Holy Kingdom's internal power struggles, was framed, and ultimately expelled. This information made Zeke's eyes widen in surprise. What? He kept calculating in his head. This was getting complicated. On the other side, Felix continued to explain, my grandfather risked his life fighting enemies within to expose the kingdom's crimes, but he couldn't avoid the arrows aimed at him. Expulsion wasn't enough. He even faced the threat of execution in prison, but with the help of comrades, he barely escaped the Holy Kingdom. Since then, he concealed his identity and lived in the Duchy of Troy until now. As time passed, before he died, he told me everything and passed this sword technique on to me. Hearing this, something suddenly clicked in Zeke's mind. Passed on? Could that also mean? He quickly asked Felix. Before he died, did your grandfather try to transfer his radiance to you? Felix looked puzzled at that. What do you mean by transferring radiance? Before he could ask more, Zeke ordered directly, put your hand out. So the protagonist grabbed his hand tightly, and from the sensation, sure enough, as predicted, his radiance conduction rate was much higher than his apparent strength, and his radiance meridians had been completely opened. Seeing Zeke's serious expression, Felix anxiously asked, Sir Zeke, is something wrong? Zeke said with a hint of envy. On the contrary, Felix, you should be grateful to your late grandfather. Your grandfather must have been a great holy knight. To put it simply, he was on par with a dark knight. Hearing this, Felix was overjoyed. Is that true? He asked. Zeke nodded firmly. Yes, the great holy knights of the Holy Kingdom have a unique technique passed down since the Empire, which is the transfer of radiance. It's a technique that helps radiance achieve results faster than normal. But your grandfather did more than that. He opened your meridians to also increase the radiance conduction rate in your body. The more the protagonist spoke, the less Felix seemed to understand. How is that possible? I had no idea at all. Ignoring his bewildered expression, Zeke put on a very serious face and said coldly, Felix, you wanted to become my attendant to avenge your grandfather, right? Felix's expression darkened slightly, but he nodded in acknowledgement. That's certainly part of the reason. But after watching your battle in the last mission, I've sincerely wanted to serve at your side. If you allow me, you won't regret it. Felix's voice was full of resolve, but Zeke was still weighing the matter in his mind. If he were a common spy, keep him close to find out who the enemy is. If not, consider him a promising attendant and tentatively agree. Following me won't be easy. We'll set out for Atlas tomorrow, so be prepared. Felix's face flushed with excitement. He hurriedly replied, Thank you so much, Sir Zeke. I will be wholeheartedly loyal. Time flew. Zeke had returned to the academy and was reporting the mission to the headmaster, who praised him. Kumain, this report is truly astonishing. You treated injured tribal people and then helped defeat the beast fiends together. Keeping a talent like you here would be a loss for the continent. Despite the praise, Zeke remained calm. I was just lucky. His modesty pleased the headmaster even more. Haha, you're too modest. Now accept this. He pushed a rolled document towards Zeke, piquing his curiosity. The headmaster explained, This is a temporary graduation certificate. Since the term hasn't ended, certifying graduation now is difficult, but with this you won't face inconveniences in your future plans. Zeke smiled and accepted the reward. Thank you, headmaster. The headmaster asked further, Have you decided your path after graduation? Will you return to serve your family? Zeke nodded and shared his plan. Yes, for now I want to gain experience as a knight of the family. The headmaster smiled with expectation. Good. We will look forward to your future growth, Zeke. At that moment, there was a sudden knock at the door from outside. Andrew then entered the room. Permission to enter. There's a request from Four Seasons City to bring Zeke into the city. Hearing this, the headmaster exclaimed, It seems the housemaster already knows you graduated. He's always quick to act. Zeke merely smiled wryly. Then I'll take my leave. The headmaster beamed. Yes, remember to visit often. After leaving the room, Zeke asked Andrew, Do you know the specific reason for the summons to the city? Andrew replied, I'm not sure. It's probably just a congratulatory invitation for your graduation. Zeke didn't agree with that and snorted. Congratulatory? Considering the housemaster's usual temperament, that's hard to imagine. Andrew offered another explanation. You achieved the feat of graduating in only 2 years. so that's quite possible. But before we came to the headmaster's office, I saw some of your friends. They looked terrible. Could something have happened to them? He said this while glancing slightly at Zeke behind him. Upon hearing it, Zeke's expression became matter of fact. I heard they had to clear snow non-stop with the northern border guards before returning here. There's a saying that snow can be more terrifying than beast fiends. It's understandable. Then go on and now. Saying this, the two of them moved to the housemaster's door. After thanking Andrew for guiding him, Zeke stepped inside. His father was waiting there. Oh, you're here, Congratulations on graduating from Valhalla Academy. Arthur continued. Yes. Come sit and make yourself comfortable. By now you must be wondering why I called you here, right? Zeke, I'm planning to enter you in the Draker clan's martial tournament this time, and I want you to be the one who takes the championship there. Hearing this, Zeke's face showed no emotion, as if he were assessing the request. The Draker martial tournament is an event held by the Draker family. Any young knight of the clan who has advanced to the rank of full knight within 5 years may participate. In essence, it's a contest to find new recruits of the next generation to lead the continent. Understanding this, Zeke replied calmly. His confident attitude surprised Arthur slightly. Arthur asked again, You say you'll win the championship? Zeke affirmed, Yes, that's right. As the housemaster wishes, I will win the Draker martial tournament. At this, Arthur broke into a broad smile. Good. I hope to present the medal to you on the final day of the tournament. Also, I have prepared a graduation gift for you. Open it and see. He said this as he pushed a box forward. When Zeke opened it, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was a medal, token, and documents. Wasn't it a certificate of land ownership? Realizing this, he hurriedly asked, Are you saying you're granting this territory to me? Arthur nodded gently and added, Yes, it's the territory in the north of the Duchy of Troy, the place where you just exterminated the beast fiends. Zeke could hardly believe his graduation gift was land. He quickly vowed, I'll do my best not to disappoint the housemaster's expectations. Very well, I'll wait and see. I'll soon send a steward to manage the territory, so listen to his detailed report. You may take your leave now. Zeke. He said this while looking at the young man with a meaningful gaze. Arthur left Zeke seeming thoughtful, but he could only thank him and quickly exit the room. Walking down the corridor, his mind was full of thoughts. Even in the Draker family, only high-ranking knights normally receive their own territory, and he'd just become a full knight. This reward was unprecedented. While he was lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly called from behind. Hey, Zeke. Turning around, he recognized the visitor as his Uncle Duke, his master. He greeted cheerfully, Master. Duke nodded. Right, my busy disciple, long time no see. Zeke asked him, What are you doing here? Duke answered, I intended to come to your place to relax, but Arthur put me to work. Although I've retired from knighthood, my status in the Draker family remains. Zeke glanced at him and teased, You've been partying for 10 years, so what's wrong with doing a little work? Duke laughed heartily. That mouthiness, definitely Arthur's son. Anyway, for now, let's head home before those leeching freeloaders catch us. Saying that, his uncle leapt straight out the window, leaving Zeke to sigh, Really, that man. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the family's manor. Duke let out a comfortable exhale. Phew, now I finally feel alive. Home really is the best, isn't it, Zeke? Zeke reminded his uncle, But this is my home. Seeing that, Duke complained, You're so stingy. Your disciple's things are also his master's. Zeke didn't know how to reply. After a few seconds, Duke returned to the main topic. So why did that Arthur summon you? It can't be just to congratulate your graduation, can it? Zeke replied, I've already received my graduation gift. Duke waved his hand as if the gift meant little. Oh, what did he give you? A sword or armor? Zeke said that he had been granted a territory. Those words seemed to wake Duke up. He sprang up like a corpse. What? You received what? He asked again, and Zeke shrugged. I was given a territory in the north of the Duchy of Troy. At this, even Duke fell silent for several seconds before he could utter a groan. Oh my, just becoming an adult and already getting land. Arthur must be very pleased. Moreover, if it's in the Duchy of N, even the northern taxes won't be bad. Zeke nodded in agreement. Coincidentally, it's the place where I carried out this mission. The people there are all very good. Duke could only rue Zeke's luck. In any case, this is good. Being a lord is far better than just being a knight. On this side, Zeke remembered something and added, Oh, there's one more thing. I've been ordered to win the championship at the Draker martial tournament. For some reason, Duke's expression suddenly changed after hearing that. He asked the Draker martial tournament. Noticing the shift in his expression, Zeke asked quietly, "What's wrong, Master? Is the tournament really that difficult?" Duke began to speak in an extremely serious tone. "Zeke, judging solely by your strength, winning the championship wouldn't be difficult. But that's only if victory is decided purely by combat ability. Zeke, have you ever watched the Draker martial tournament?" Zeke had only heard that it's a tournament held once a year. Duke glared and warned him. "I'll say it again. The Draker martial tournament is not just a competition. It's a battlefield between clans cloaked as a tournament." Hearing this, Zeke seemed to grasp a few things. "Do you mean there's cheating in the tournament?" Duke dismissed that notion. "On the contrary, there's no concept of cheating there at all. All interventions by powers are allowed to be mobilized, and the champion is decided based on all those factors." After hearing this, Zeke fell into thought. He had assumed defeating everyone would be enough, but if even Master Duke wore that expression, the matter was certainly not simple. Turning to Duke, the latter spoke plainly. "Zeke, I'll be direct. If you don't have the backing of a clan, you absolutely cannot win the championship at that tournament. Even I'm unfamiliar with political matters, but there's still some time, so I'll try reaching out to a few clans I know." Zeke pondered what his master said. He's weak in political affairs before he departs anyway. Damn it, is there truly no other way? At that moment, the steward Decker's voice sounded. He turned and replied, "Decker, what's the matter?" The man said respectfully, "I have some important words to tell you. I just overheard your conversation with Master Duke. You're going to participate in the Draker martial tournament." Zeke wasn't paying much attention to him, but admitted, "Yes, but Master said that without a clan's backing it will be very difficult." After a few seconds of thought, Decker suddenly continued, "Young Master, please look at this." As he spoke, he drew a sword from its sheath. A layer of blue blood gleamed on the blade. This made Zeke unable to hide his astonishment. "Decker, are you a holy knight?" Decker quietly said, "I knew you had already noticed." Zeke nodded awkwardly, inwardly admiring Decker's perceptiveness. Then the steward said, "Young Master, actually I am a knight directly affiliated with the Draker family, and I am also the knight guard who protects your lady mother." Once again Zeke was surprised and exclaimed, "My mother?" The steward began to lead into the story. "Young Master, in the Draker family no one mentions the lady. Do you know why? You might be a bit curious as to the reason." He answered, "That is because the lady's family of origin is the Agamemnon clan." At the mention of that name, Zeke was genuinely stunned. Agamemnon. This is the first time I've heard that name. What kind of place is it? The steward's face turned very grave. He began to speak of what he knew. The Agamemnon clan was often the strongest power among the blood nobles, even surpassing Thurn or Seaman today. The more he spoke, the more puzzled Zeke became. That powerful? But why have I never heard of that clan? Decker sighed. Because everyone shuns them and calls the Agamemnon clan the cursed clan. The women of that clan suffer miscarriages, and the few children born alive often die before they reach 5 years old. But there was only one who survived and grew up, the young master's mother, the lady. Hearing this, Zeke understood what Decker was getting at. "Decker, you want me to use that curse-ridden clan as my backing?" The old steward nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, they were once the most powerful force in the central region, and moreover you are the only one qualified to become an heir of that clan." After hearing that, Zeke only replied for the moment, "All right, I'll consider it." As for Decker, he had said his piece and did not wish to add more. "I understand. Thank you for listening. And, young master, though you know I am a holy knight, thank you for trusting me without doubt." Zeke gave a very confident smile. "It's nothing." Cut to the Mycenae district. Zeke and Felix were now in the center of the city. "My goodness, young master, it's like we're entering the Holy Empire era. So Mycenae is a city like this." Ignoring his words, Zeke instead observed the surroundings and pondered. "Indeed, it's better to see it for yourself. Mycenae is one of the central cities supported by the Draker family. According to Decker, the Agamemnon clan were the nobles who long governed Mycenae and the surrounding territories. About 50 years ago, misfortune befell the clan. Rumors of a cursed family spread widely, and Mycenae was isolated. That is why the name has become rare within the Draker circle." The two of them walked up to a tavern. Zeke suggested Felix first get something to eat, so the two quickly stepped inside the restaurant. The old owner greeted them warmly. "Welcome, guests." Zeke looked at him and ordered, "Boss, bring us the best dish you have here." The owner laughed heartily. I'll bring you the house specialty soup. While waiting for the food, Zeke took the time to observe the people inside the tavern. Overall, people were quite relaxed and security seemed fine. The city itself wasn't bad. Sitting nearby, a bald fellow suddenly smiled and started a conversation. Are you travelers? If you haven't eaten, let us treat you to a plate of grilled beef ribs. On the other side, a red-haired man chimed in. Exactly. If you're in Mycenae, you have to try this. Zeke glanced at the man beside him and smiled. Thank you. The people of Mycenae are really friendly. Boss, please bring each of these guests a mug of beer. The owner replied, right away. The red-haired man turned and smiled at the protagonist. Oh, come on. No need to be so formal. The protagonist said he only wanted to show a little courtesy. Then he also chatted to learn more about the situation. So have you all lived here long? They answered, yes, we're locals of Mycenae. Ask us anything. At this point, Zeke revealed his purpose. Then tell me, who is the mayor of Mycenae? I looked around earlier and didn't see any building that looked like a town hall. What? As soon as the question was asked, the man's expression abruptly changed. Not only him, the entire tavern suddenly fell completely silent. This left Felix somewhat confused. He didn't understand why the atmosphere had become like that. The red-haired man suddenly stood up, as if not wanting any more to do with the protagonist. I think I talked too much. Forget the beer. You two just enjoy your meal. With that, he left. From his attitude, Zeke could guess somewhat. Just mentioning the Mycenae clan made them become cold. Do they hate that cursed place so much they won't even speak of it? There was no time to ponder. Zeke wanted to investigate immediately. Felix, I'll go look around a bit. Stay here and rest. Another upscale bar. While the bartender was polishing some glasses, he saw Zeke approaching and complained. What is this? Kid, this place isn't for children. Zeke didn't explain much. He simply took out the VIP card in his hand and reminded him. Let's see. Now that you've seen this, do you still dare say that? The moment the bartender saw the card, his face flushed with embarrassment and he immediately apologized. Sorry, I must have been blind not to recognize you. Zeke requested. I want to see the branch manager. Meanwhile, the protagonist maintained his serious expression. He thought this item had been verified within the syndicate because someone had given it to him. This card would prove quite useful later. With that, Zeke began to walk down a corridor. From ahead came the sound of hurried footsteps. A blond man ran up and then dropped to his knees, clearly terrified. Sorry, I didn't realize a noble was here and was rude. Zeke looked at him. Do you know who I am? The blonde bowed his head to the ground and answered, I don't know exactly, but I've been told you are someone one must never be rude to. Zeke continued. How long have you been in Mycenae? The man, sweating from tension, slowly said, about 20 years now. The length of time surprised Zeke a little. Oh, that long. Okay, then you must know the situation in Mycenae well, right? The man nodded vigorously. Yes, Mycenae's black market has grown because of its outskirts. If you're interested in that side, I can. Before he could finish, Zeke cut him off. Unfortunately, that's not what I'm interested in. Do you know anything about the Lord of Mycenae? As before, when the name Mycenae was spoken, the man's face went rigid and his body trembled. Do you mean? Zeke prompted him. You really don't know, and that's why you're asking? It's the Agamemnon clan. After saying this, Zeke watched the man's expression and inwardly sighed. Honestly, how widely have these rumors spread that everyone is so terrified? The next question seemed to be that mentioning that clan's name was taboo. Is there a reason? The man stammered, sweat pouring from his face. Sir, that clan is cursed. Zeke said coldly. I already know about that, but I've heard the curse causes any children born to die. The man panicked and interjected. Not all of them. Zeke, what? Then what exactly is the curse? The man said in a strained voice, anyone who sets foot in that clan's castle will die. Upon hearing this, Zeke could no longer hide his astonishment. After a few seconds to regain his composure, Zeke asked again, so you mean, according to you, anyone who approaches the Agamemnon castle will perish, right? The man nodded emphatically. Yes, and not only that, just saying their name too often is very dangerous. Zeke considered his words. There seems to be something off here. Superstition grows stronger the more people believe in it. That means the curse's existence is highly likely. With that thought, he asked on, has anyone actually died after going to that castle? The man stammered, yes, that's true. All those who went there decades ago reportedly perished because of the infamous curse. Therefore, to this day, The people of Mycenae still dare not set foot near the castle. At this, Zeke offered a cold smile. Now I understand somewhat. This curse is a rumor intentionally spread by the Agamemnon side. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the front of the Agamemnon clan's castle. Zeke and Felix were now there. Felix said fearfully, "Young master, are we really going to investigate this place? The gloomy atmosphere here is really suspicious. Or should we turn back now and heed that kid's warning?" Zeke opened his mouth and shouted with commanding force, awakening the Draker pure-blood facade. The officially promoted knight, the youngest on the continent, Zeke Draker, has come to visit the Agamemnon clan. After this authoritative announcement, the castle gates slowly opened. From inside, an old maid stepped out to greet them. "You say you're the knight, Zeke Draker?" Zeke nodded and replied, "Yes, I wish to see the head of the Agamemnon clan." The old woman suddenly let out a strangely delighted laugh. "Hee, welcome. Now please come inside." She said this while pointing toward the interior of the castle. Thus, Zeke and his retainer quickly entered. As they walked, he took the chance to observe around. This was an extremely ancient castle, seemingly at least 1,000 years old. From behind, Felix seemed to notice something, and suddenly his face went completely pale. "Young master, look, it's a wisp. There are more than one of them." Before him sat the Agamemnon clan members who had been waiting in the reception area. Zeke casually smacked his little retainer on the head and reminded him, "Be quiet for a moment." Then he turned his gaze to the old man seated in the center. His eyes had no sparkle at all, looking like a sleepwalker. "Is that old man in the middle of the clan head?" He stepped forward and offered a greeting. "Greetings to the elders of the Agamemnon clan, lords of Mycenae. As a direct bloodline of the Draker family, I hope you will lend your support to me." Zeke went straight to the point. The elderly clan head, upon hearing this, also rose to his feet. He slowly walked toward the wall and tilted his head to look upward. Zeke guessed there was some painting over there and ordered Felix, "Shine a lamp on that wall." Felix quickly directed the lamp toward the wall. Very quickly, the image on the painting became clear. He exclaimed, "What is this? What kind of demonic painting is that?" Zeke also watched the painting gloomily. There were two paintings the clan head was looking at. One depicted countless people coughing up blood and dying. The other showed bodies being thrown onto the lakeshore. Beside them, the clan head's cold voice continued, The clan's symbol is gone. Cursed, unfit to inherit. The curse in this place, all will die." Zeke, unfazed, asked back, "You mean because the symbol is lost, they no longer have the right to inherit, correct?" The old man silently nodded, as if agreeing. Felix could only stare at his young master in disbelief. How on earth did he deduce that from those words? Unaware of those thoughts, Zeke stroked his chin and calculated quietly. "The clan's symbol and the lake?" Zeke turned to the maid from before and asked, "Let me ask, did the clan's symbol sink to the bottom of the lake?" She silently nodded. Zeke then requested, "Then lead us to that lake." Zeke then requested, "Then lead us to that lake." Felix observed for a moment and exclaimed, "Oh, this is the first time I've seen such a large lake, and the water is so murky it will be hard to find anything." Disagreeing, Zeke considered the details in the painting and inferred that someone had been holding something and jumped to the bottom of the lake. "That's the only clue we have right now. I need to dive to the bottom myself and investigate directly." Whale breath. This is an item that lets me breathe underwater. Without much thought, he drank the potion and then turned to instruct Felix. "Felix, I'll go down into the lake for a bit and come up. It might take some time. Wait for me." Felix was about to offer more advice, but Zeke had already dived into the water. He dove down as fast as he could. Very quickly, Zeke noticed something. It was a large mass of white bones like a tomb. So the scene in the painting was entirely true. But what was that? Before him lay a mask emitting a shimmering golden light. He quickly swam over, picked it up, and examined it closely. The finely crafted golden mask bore a pattern resembling a rare emblem of the holy nation. Before Zeke could think further, a roar suddenly rang out and jolted him awake. "What is this? What was that roar? Where on earth did that thing come from?" Somehow, the system announced, detected ancient draconic WIRM being corrupted by dark chi. A fierce CWIRM had silently closed in on Zeke. The dragon opened its huge maw and prepared to lunge at him. Zeke immediately turned to dodge, cursing inwardly. An ancient draconic species? Why would it suddenly appear here? Damn it. If that's the case, there's no other choice. He summoned his weapon and used his water element sword skill, 3-blade slash. The entire attack was extremely powerful, channeling the water's natural energy straight at the dragon, causing it to emit screams of intense pain. Its cry also generated a heavy pressure that struck toward him. The water pressure is terrifying. At this rate, it's a major disadvantage. Then he suddenly noticed something. Wait, I still have that. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned the Herzion armor. The moment the armor donned him, the suppressed sensations in his body were completely released. He tightened his grip on the hilt. All right then, bring it on. Dragon Slaying Technique, Dragon Cutting Swartar Chapter 8, Versant, Dragon Lion Sauvé. It struck straight at the dragon's body, but did not inflict very large damage. The system then sent a notification. Fear the ancient draconic line corrupted by dark chi activate. The unique authority over the draconic line has been activated. Do you wish to subdue this draconic target? This message surprised him a little. What? This thing can be tamed too. Anyway, doing something is better than nothing. He decided to attempt the subjugation. No sooner had he spoken than countless gilded chains shot out from all directions and wrapped around the dragon. Within seconds, it was completely subdued. The system sent a notification. Ancient draconic line subdued. Its eyes glowered and stared fixedly at him. This made Zeke a bit uneasy. What is this? Immediately, a dazzling light burst forth from it, causing him to step back several paces. The system continued with, the dark chi corrupting the ancient draconic line has been purified, restoring its former divinity. After the dark chi was fully cleansed, the dragon's body revealed a new appearance. This pleased Zeke. It looked like a monster earlier, but freed from the dark chi, it looks noble. The dragon let out a few low growls, as if performing some act. The system now sent, do you want to give a name to the draconic you just subdued? He suddenly remembered. The small map had labeled the lake Nawell. Immediately he spoke. Nawell. The system continued. Summon beast Nawell subdued. Seeing its name bestowed, the dragon happily approached and paid homage to its master. The system further notified. Summon beast Nawell can only be summoned in locations with water. Then a series of information windows appear before him. Summon beast. Name, Nawell. Type, ancient draconic line. Traits, carries a noble water aura. Unique ability to manipulate water. Status, corrupted by dark chi just before evolving into a divine beast. Can evolve into a divine beast if certain conditions are met. Reading this information pleased Zeke. Huh. It can evolve into a divine beast? I don't know the conditions, but I'll figure them out later. He then looked at the divine beast, and it looked back. All right, then help me out in the future now. Above the surface of the lake, Felix was still standing there waiting for him. He stroked his chin and thought, he's been down there quite a while. I wonder if he's okay. The lake was already so murky. Then the calm surface suddenly rippled. A gigantic dragon head slowly rose from the water, startling Felix. Something shot up from the water, causing Felix to jerk back and fall, crying out in fear. Zeke's voice rang out. Sorry to keep you waiting, Felix. Seeing what appeared before him made Felix a little frightened. Master, what is that? Zeke dismissed the summoned dragon and landed, explaining. That was a demonic beast from the lake. Now that the curse has been lifted, it's taken this form. Felix understood the situation. So that's what happened. Zeke stared at the golden mask in his hand, a little puzzled. But first, what exactly is the true identity of this treasure? I noticed it earlier too. This sun motif is far too similar to the Holy Nation's emblem. It might even be similar to Terrakin's relic from before. Let me pump a bit of ether into it and see. The moment he infused mana into the mask, it immediately transformed. The system sent a notification. Obtain the mask of the nameless. He thought to himself, tonight I get a name slapped on it, just like the first time I got her Zion. According to Gel Lion, who investigated her Zion, that thing was at least made before the Golden Age. So this mask with similar characteristics is probably an artifact created in the same era. The system continued. Do you want to register as the mask's user? He agreed to register without hesitation. The system sent successive notifications. You have been registered as the mask's user. Do you want to activate the mask functions? More notifications made him pause. What is all this now? Without hesitation, he nodded to activate. The mask in his hand emitted a blinding light. The system announced, The mask of the nameless functions will be activated, linking functions with the mid-level administrator system. Confirming profession. Immortal. The purification skill will be activated. Purification combined with the immortal profession will transform into the profession unique skill. Unique. Great purification. He wondered inwardly. A profession unique skill for a unique profession? The system continued, expanding the range of great purification. A stream of golden light surrounded the mask. It then released energy shot straight into the sky. The system notified, commencing purification of the dark chi that has corroded the land. The energy blasted into the sky and detonated, scattering outward like rain falling. The system sent, accessing the nameless management system, changing the nameless mode, disabling emergency defensive mode. In just seconds, the space around the two of them had completely changed. I can't believe my eyes. No way. Has everything around us really changed? Felix couldn't believe what he was seeing either. Master, what on earth is going on? A familiar voice sounded. The prophecy has been fulfilled. He saw the members of the Agamemnon clan approaching. Felix jumped, drew his weapon, and prepared to fight. Damn, who are those people now? Zeke stepped forward to reassure him. Felix, calm down. They're not enemies. Felix asked, puzzled, what? And who are these people? He explained, we already met and greeted them early. Felix then recognized who they were. Huh, if that's the case then, could those people be the ghosts from earlier? He calmly dismounted his horse and stepped onto the lush green grass. Rabus walked forward, continuing the story in a low, somber voice. The prophecy has come true. The dark-eyed child has brought the clan back to its former glory. He stood there dazed for a moment after taking in this information. Behind him, the crowd chanted in unison, the dark-eyed child, the true successor of the clan's spirit. Standing behind him, Felix asked in confusion, how could those who used to be ghosts? Zeke explained to him, they weren't ghosts. Their condition just worsened because of the curse. Now that the curse has been lifted, everyone is returned to their original forms. Rabus interrupted. Zeke Draker, my dark-eyed grandson, you have broken the curse and saved our clan. He smirked and replied, yes, grandfather. It is a true blessing to be able to meet and greet you like this. The scene shifts to a massive, majestic castle towering over the entire region. Inside, Felix was a bit taken aback by the sight before his eyes. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. How could the city's appearance change this much in just one single night? The more I look at it, the more unfamiliar it feels. Beside him, Zeke pondered and deduced. When the surrounding scenery changed, it clearly announced that the emergency defense mode was deactivated, right? He gripped his badge so tightly his hands trembled. If it's linked to the system, just like the Dragon Slayer title or the Kaiser's resting place. In conclusion, it seems the system's power is indeed related to the ancient dragon's holy relic. The butler, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. Young master, was the meal to your liking? It has been 50 years since I last showcased my skills. I'm truly glad you enjoyed your food. A bit surprised, he turned to look at her. Felix shared the exact same expression as Zeke. Could she be the person who guided us yesterday? The butler covered her mouth with a chuckle and confirmed, that is correct. Rabus, who had been silent until now, spoke up to explain. During all this time, because of the curse, we couldn't see the sun, nor could we eat or drink properly to sustain our lives. As time went on, the illness grew worse and worse, until eventually, even speaking became incredibly difficult. Zeke pulled out the mask, then turned to speak to him. Grandfather, I have something I want to show you. This is the mask I found at the bottom of the lake earlier. Seeing the mask on the table, Rabus exclaimed in awe, good heavens, the golden mask of Agamemnon. To think the symbol of our clan has finally returned. A bit curious, he asked, could you tell me what on earth happened? Caressing the mask, he nodded in agreement. Very well, you have every right to know all the secrets of our clan. A bit curious, he asked, could you tell me what on earth happened? Caressing the mask, he nodded in agreement. Very well, you have every right to know all the secrets of our clan. Back then, our Agamemnon clan did everything we could to stop the plague from spreading outside the city. The clan elders quarantined the sick and brought the remaining citizens into the city to make thorough preparations. But even so, we couldn't stop its horrific rate of transmission. Once a high fever and red rashes hit, Most would vomit blood and die within 3 days. Pursing his lips slightly, many thoughts raced through his mind. Could that plague be the red flower disease? The time from onset to death is a bit different, but the symptoms are strikingly similar to the red flower disease. In the quiet space, his voice continued in a steady tone, but the real problem started when the sun went down. Those who had died from the plague stood right back up and attacked the living. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Zeke deduced, "You mean they turned into zombies?" Rabus didn't nod, but he continued, "But they were a bit different from the corpses controlled by dark mages. And when a dead person bit a living soul, that person would turn and attack others as well." He nodded along and offered his input. "It's as if this was the transmission of a contagious disease." He nodded along and offered his input. "It's as if this was the transmission of a contagious disease. Afterward, we turned the entire castle into a fortress along with the survivors, doing nothing but waiting for the plague to die down. However, without a definitive cure, the number of corpses would only keep growing day by day." He looked at Zeke. "Zeke, this mask has been passed down from the earliest ancestors of our clan." Zeke looked at him inquisitively. "Then do you happen to know who created this mask, grandfather?" Rabus let out a heavy sigh and said, "I'm not sure about that, since most records before the Golden Age have completely vanished." Zeke looked at him inquisitively. "Then do you happen to know who created this mask, grandfather?" Rabus let out a heavy sigh and said, "I'm not sure about that, since most records before the Golden Age have completely vanished." Zeke looked at him inquisitively. "Then do you happen to know who created this mask, grandfather?" Rabus let out a heavy sigh and said, "I am not sure about that, since most records before the Golden Age have completely vanished." Zeke looked at him inquisitively. "Then do you happen to know who created this mask, grandfather?" Rabus let out a heavy sigh and said, "I am not sure about that, since most records before the Golden Age have completely vanished." Rabus stopped in front of the paintings hanging on the wall. And so, the clan head at the time finally made a decision. The clan head himself, along with the elders, volunteered to act as bait. They lured the dead into the sacred lake to cleanse the filth. But as you can see, a problem arose. The foul energy blackened the entire holy lake, causing the guardian deity of that place to turn into a monster as well. Hearing this, a slight smirk played on Zeke's lips, as if he had found his answer. So that's why the divine beast Nahuan was turned into a demonic beast. As he observed the paintings, he continued to share. No matter how long it would take, it was a decision made for the city and its people. But tragically, no one could have anticipated that it would create yet another disaster. Zeke walked up next to Rabus and asked, "You spreading the rumor about the curse was also to protect the citizens, wasn't it?" He immediately nodded in confirmation. "Exactly, because the remnants of that foul power could cause the plague to break out all over again." He continued to voice his doubts. Was the premature death of the children also caused by the curse of that foul power? Rabus lowered his eyes and replied in a low voice, "Most likely. Fragile children are naturally highly susceptible to its influence." Out of nowhere, Zeke made an unexpected request. "Grandfather, I want to hear stories about my mother too." He was a bit taken aback when he said that. "Did Arthur never tell you about your mother?" Zeke recounted seriously. "Because everyone in the Draker clan considers it taboo to mention her. I haven't even been able to find out my own mother's name all this time." Hearing this, Rabus couldn't hold back his anger, gritting his teeth as he cursed. "That brat Arthur! I knew I should have stopped Laura from marrying that bastard." He froze for a moment, thinking to himself, "Laura Agamemnon, this is the first time I've ever known my mother's name." Zeke continued to share. "I once heard that there was a time when the Agamemnon clan possessed power far superior to any other bloodline clan." Rabus glanced at him and let out a sigh. "Listen, originally, the Draker clan was merely an allied clan to our Agamemnon." He cried out in confusion, "What?" As soon as those words left his mouth, he shouted furiously. "During the era when the Holy City became an empire, Draker was nothing more than an obscure backwater knight clan. Without our help, they couldn't have even dreamed of entering the central continent. However, taking advantage of Mycenae's collapse due to the plague, they swallowed up other clans and expanded their influence, which is how the Draker clan we see today came to be." Stunned for a moment upon hearing this, he said, "Makes sense. Those scheming, Deceitful Drakers would definitely pull a stunt like that. Then he shared his own thoughts. My mother must have been well aware of the Draker's true nature. But why did she marry Arthur Draker in the first place? Rabus shook his head wearily. I don't know either, because right from the moment she overcame the foul forces to be born, Laura was an incredibly unpredictable child. As if remembering something, he wondered, why was my mother the only one who managed to survive? Holding his head, he replied in a low voice, everything happens for a reason. Zeke, your mother was of the healer class. His eyes suddenly widened as he muttered in pure shock. Mother was a healer? Classes. Those with a talent for the sword would walk the path of the swordsman. Those with a talent for the bow would walk the path of the archer. And those with a talent for the spear would become spearmen. And those with a talent for the spear would become spearmen. Zeke's mother, Laura Agamemnon, was a member of the healer class who possessed the ability to defeat evil forces. Rabus clasped his hands behind his back and recounted calmly. It is said that in ancient times, classes were systemized to maximize one's talent. But ever since the age of knights arrived as it is today, they have been simply divided into swordsmen and mages, rendering the true meaning of a class virtually obsolete. By the way, most of the Draker bloodline awakens the swordsman class. Zeke finally understood a few things. He thought to himself, being born into a clan like that, no wonder he had to endure so much suffering in the past. Wait a minute. If Mother was a healer, Zeke raised a serious question. Did Arthur Draker know about Mother's class? Without hiding anything, Rabus lowered his eyes and confirmed, yes, he knew about it a long time ago. After hearing this, countless doubts flooded Zeke's mind. If that was the case, he must have known I had a talent other than swordsmanship, right? Why on earth did Arthur kick me out of the clan in my past life? Zeke continued with his questions. Does the healer class often appear in the Agamemnon clan? Rabus answered without hesitation. It is incredibly rare, of course. However, the position of clan head from generation to generation has always been held by someone with healing talent. But Laura left this place for the Divine Kingdom even before she reached adulthood, leaving behind only a message saying she was going to find a way to save the clan. With a grim look, he made a deduction. Could it be that Mother went to the Divine Kingdom to learn more about the healer class? To find a way to single-handedly purify the demonic energy that was eroding the clan. And ultimately, the truth about his mother was something only his father, Arthur Draker, knew best. He pulled out an item and held it out in front of Zeke. Zeke, take this. Zeke accepted it curiously. Grandfather, what is this? The woman appearing in this portrait, Rabus replied, is a portrait of your mother. One day, Laura actually returned to this castle. Do you know what your mother said back then? A dark-eyed child will bring the clan back to its former glory. Zeke offered his input seriously. Could it be that Mother made a prophecy? There is no way to know for sure if it's true or false. But then again, Laura was a regular anomaly. Considering her extraordinary talents ever since she was a child, it's highly possible that's what happened. Caressing the portrait in his hands, he muttered, an anomaly. As if remembering something, Rabus asked, you mentioned before that you needed the backing of the clan, right? But since you are Laura's son and the one who saved our Agamemnon clan, from this moment on, Zeke, you are the sole successor of this Agamemnon clan. Under the clear blue sky, a thunderous shout shattered the peaceful silence. Don't pivot right there. Keep your course steady. In contrast to Felix, who was panting heavily from exhaustion, Rabus only let out a critical scoff. Geez, are you even paying attention? Grip that sword properly. Turning around with a pale face, he cried out for help. Master, save me. However, Zeke merely remarked casually, still lacking. Train harder. Felix, who was also the clan head, had begun initiating various procedures to officially establish Zeke as the legitimate successor. And since there was still some time before the martial arts tournament began, he decided to stay in the city for a while longer. While training his retainer Felix, Zeke had also learned the golden swordsmanship, the secret tradition of the Agamemnon family. He assessed with a serious look that the golden swordsmanship was a combat style utilizing a combination of both sword and shield, so it shared quite a few similarities with the inherited swordsmanship of paladins or the imperial-style swordsmanship. It felt as though all three styles originated from the exact same root. He lowered his eyes, lost in thought. By the way, when activating Herson and attaching Bahamut to Golan's shield, Zeke was highly impressed by its superb stability when executing the golden swordsmanship. But Han couldn't be used properly, all because of those damn Imperials. I want to see Golan soon to get it upgraded. Suddenly, Rubus walked over and called out, interrupting his train of thought. Zeke turned to greet him. Lord Clanhead, Rubus complained wearily. It's been ages since I last dealt with a pile of paperwork like this. It's giving me a massive headache. There's something we need to discuss, so let's take a short walk. Walking closely behind Rubus, he asked out of curiosity, come to think of it, how have you been running the city all this time? He shared calmly, I entrusted it to reliable representatives outside the territory. We usually pass important decisions within the clan and then send letters to relay them. That is exactly why I called you here today. Agamemnon, as the protector of Maine, has guarded this place for a very long time, and the three subordinate clans who once swore a solemn oath have always stood by our side to help. Zeke spoke his mind. Are you referring to the vassals? Rubus confirmed, exactly. To become the official successor, you also need to be recognized by them. With a serious face, he requested, even if you hadn't brought it up, I actually have a request for the clan head regarding that matter. Rubus reminded him, go ahead, speak freely. Zeke looked him dead in the eye and said, including those three clans, please invite every single clan head related to Agamemnon to this castle. In front of the magnificent castle, a crowd was gathering animatedly in a space filled with the sounds of discussion. Unbelievable! Agamemnon's castle has actually regained its flawless, pristine appearance, just like the old days. Could it be that the curse of the Agamemnon clan has truly been broken? After the gates swung open, a familiar voice rang out. Rubus announced with absolute majesty, thank you all for making the arduous journey here. To make up for the Agamemnon clan's long absence, I would like to extend our deepest, most sincere gratitude to our blood-allied clans. Hearing this, the crowd quickly rushed over to flatter him. Oh heavens, Lord Clanhead, seeing you healthy again like this, I truly cannot believe my eyes. Over on this side, a man thought to himself with a hint of dissatisfaction. Could the overlord of the central continent be on the verge of resurrection? Rubus continued his speech. The reason I invited you all here today is to announce that the Agamemnon clan has broken free from the curse and has officially returned. And taking this opportunity, I will introduce Agamemnon's successor to all the blood allies present here. Seeing the person who had just stepped out, the man leading the pack cried out in surprise. Wait, is that guy Zeke Draker? The one who promoted to the youngest knight on the continent, and the genius who just graduated from Cloud in record time not long ago. As soon as those words were spoken, Eo stepped out from behind the crowd and initiated, respected Rubus Agamemnon as a longtime friend and a loyal vassal. May I express a few words? Rubus nodded his permission. My oldest friend, Arnold Achilles, go right ahead. Placing his hand on his chest, he shared respectfully, finding the official successor of the Agamemnon clan is indeed incredibly wonderful news. However, according to the rules of the representatives, the Achilles clan is obligated to verify the qualifications of the Agamemnon family successor. Arnold walked even closer toward him as he spoke, and the same goes for both the Hector clan and the Aegis clan. Rubus furrowed his brows slightly and asked, so, it's been a long time since we last had to follow the old tradition, hasn't it? He didn't hesitate to make a decision. Very well. As you wish, we will verify the successor's qualifications through a knight's duel. In the next scene, we see the nobles gathering around a training area. One of them said that this entire event was even better than what he had expected. He said that he never thought they would be able to witness a sword fight between such outstanding knights. A man standing next to him agreed. He can't believe Zeke is participating as the challenger. Our boy is wearing a different set of armor and is holding his giant sword. The armor and shield are temporary defensive gear prepared by his family for today's match. Zeke believes this armor is enough. He knows that he cannot use Herson here. A knight steps up and asks our boy, are you the knight chosen as the heir of Agamemnon? He takes a stance and tells Zeke that he will personally test his worth as the great warrior of the Hector clan. With a smile on his face, the man tells Zeke to attack him. Give it everything you've got. Before he could say anything more, Zeke rushed forward and knocked him out with a single strike. Someone announces that Zeke has won the match. The clan head of the Hector clan cannot believe that his great warrior collapsed so quickly. The clan head of the Aegis clan orders his warrior to step out, show everyone the capability of our clan. The knight immediately rushes at Zeke. He enters the ring. Before he can even touch Zeke, he swings his sword and slashes toward him. The attack strikes the man's head and sends him flying backward. Zeke quickly rushes forward. He thrusts his sword through the knight's armor. The man coughs violently. He recalls hearing that Zeke is only 17 years old. He cannot believe our boy is already this strong. Before he can do anything, Zeke says, "That's enough." The man is surprised to hear this. Our boy says that it is time to end the match. A minute later, we see the knight lying unconscious on the ground. Someone announces that Zeke won. Everyone is completely astonished to witness this. Our boy realizes that he has one final opponent left. The exact moment he thinks about it, someone announces that the final great warrior is entering the ring. He introduces the blonde warrior as the reigning champion of traditional swordsmanship. This giant blonde man is Farrell Archelius. Farrell stands in front of Zeke. He greets him and introduces himself. Our boy also introduces himself to the man. He can tell that Farrell is different from the previous two warriors. He notices that this man's energy does not waver at all, and his mental stamina is incredibly strong. Our boy carefully takes his stance. He decides to test the man's capabilities. He charges at Farrell and swings his sword to slash as he approaches. Farrell manages to block the attack with a shield. He raises his sword and swings it towards Zeke. Our boy easily blocks it with a shield. He is impressed with Farrell's attack. He can tell that this man's fundamentals are rock solid, and he has a ton of practical combat experience. Zeke quickly jumps backward. One noble remarked that he didn't think there was any knight who could go toe-to-toe with Farrell. The head of the Hector clan mentioned he was quite surprised to see Zeke matching pace with the reigning Central Continent swordsmanship champion. Rabus smiled upon hearing this, quietly telling himself that he had absolute faith in his grandson. He wanted Zeke to prove to everyone that he was the true heir of the Agamemnon clan. Right at that moment, Farrell ramped up his attack speed, using the momentum to force Zeke back. Even though Zeke was being pushed back, he still managed to block Farrell's onslaught, leaving the man astonished by our boy's sheer strength as he realized the rumors about Zeke were entirely true. Despite growing tired, Zeke didn't waver for a second, forcing Farrell to realize he needed to switch up his technique as he unleashed a massive swing to force Zeke back. He coated his blade in energy, deciding to stake everything on this single strike. He executed the famous Archelius-style shield and spear technique known as ultimate charge. Layering it with another technique called Black Spear's Fury, he lunged at Zeke with ferocious speed. Our boy smirked when he saw this, realizing Farrell was no longer holding back, and decided it was time to test the swordsmanship he inherited from the Agamemnon clan. Zeke unleashed the Agamemnon Golden Swordsmanship, the ultimate counterattack known as Golden Sword Dignity, causing his blade to radiate a brilliant golden light as the technique activated. He took his stance and used the technique to cleanly block Farrell's incoming strike. When the two swords collided, they triggered a massive explosion, sending a thick cloud of dust billowing into the air. The nobles were completely blown away by what had just unfolded, anxiously wondering who had emerged victorious. As the dust cloud settled, the nobles saw that both Zeke and Farrell were still standing on their feet. They noticed that both of their shields had shattered to pieces, leaving everyone wondering if the two would continue to fight. Right at that moment, Rabus spoke up loudly, calling for Zeke and Farrell to halt. The match will be declared a draw. He stated that trying to determine a winner between two such outstanding warriors was utterly pointless. Arnold bowed his head and informed the clan head that his family officially recognized Zeke's right of succession. Arnold bowed his head and informed the clan head that his family officially recognized Zeke's right of succession. Rabus smiled upon hearing this. Blessing shall be upon the new heir of the Agamemnon clan. The nobles erupted into cheers the moment they heard his words. Zeke told Farrell that it was an incredible match, adding, "If we had kept fighting, I would have been the one to lose." Farrell disagreed with Zeke, stating that he would have been the loser instead. "You could have easily shattered my shield and countered with that final technique if you wanted to." He then thanked Zeke for holding back and letting him save face. Our boy was surprised to hear this. not expecting the knight to have actually noticed. Regardless, it didn't really matter much to him since he had successfully secured his position as the heir. Now, he could finally begin preparing for the martial arts tournament. In the next scene, we find Zeke in a different room alongside Felix. The man told Zeke that his match was mind-blowing. "I can't believe my master tied with the tournament champion. Farrell has a massive fan base back in Atlas, you know." Zeke told Felix to stop making such a fuss. "Farrell was pulling his punches with me because he was being mindful of my honor." Felix never expected to hear this, asking his master what exactly he meant by that. Zeke explained that the Archelius clan is famous for their spear technique, not their swordsmanship, yet Farrell chose to fight him using a sword. Felix was shocked to hear this, revealing to his master that Farrell had always used a sword in all of his matches. Zeke said, "That is exactly why he is a magnificent knight. Felix, watch and learn from him." Right after he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. The person asked our boy if he could come in, and Zeke granted him permission to enter. The visitor turned out to be Farrell, and the knight bowed to Zeke, thanking him. "I'm sure you must be exhausted by now. Please forgive my rudeness for requesting an audience at such an hour." Zeke stood up and told him it was no problem at all. "I feel honored that a magnificent knight like you came to find me." He then invited Farrell to take a seat. Farrell sat down and stated that he had a request, to which our boy told him to just speak his mind. Farrell confessed that he knew he still fell short compared to him, and asked Zeke if he would allow him to offer his assistance. Our boy asked if he was talking about the Draker martial arts tournament. Farrell explained to Zeke that the tournament was basically a battlefield, reiterating that he wanted to assist him, which prompted Zeke to reveal that his master had once described the competition the exact same way, before asking if there was a specific reason for it. Farrell stated that the Draker martial arts tournament is notorious for its bizarre rules. The reality is that the events and regulations constantly shift without any prior warning. Zeke couldn't believe what he was hearing, so Farrell explained that the ones who dictate the tournament policies are the members of the preparation committee, most of whom happen to be elders from the most powerful clans on the Central Continent. Consequently, they can easily manufacture or manipulate the rules to favor the candidates they support, leading to battles of an appalling scale, which is precisely what makes this tournament so uniquely brutal. Farrell told Zeke that a prime example of such a rule would be completely banning opponents from utilizing aura during a match. Zeke never expected the tournament to be run like this, having no clue about it since he had been kicked out of the clan so early on in his past life. Now he finally understood why his master had told him that winning would be an uphill battle without a sponsoring clan. No matter how powerful a candidate might be, if the match is manipulated with disadvantageous conditions, there's still a high chance of getting knocked out right in the preliminary rounds. Farrell grabbed Zeke's hands, begging him to let him help prepare for the tournament, leaving Zeke completely stunned as he struggled to understand why the man was acting this way. He began to grow anxious, wondering if he should actually accept this offer, remembering how many people had stabbed him in the back in this exact same manner before. He found it difficult to trust the man, but our boy quickly changed his mind when he looked into Farrell's eyes and saw the pure passion burning within him, ultimately deciding to accept the offer. He stated that he would be highly honored to have his help, to which Farrell replied that they had 1 month left before the tournament kicked off, though there was still one thing he hadn't secured yet, prompting Zeke to ask what it was. Farrell told him it was a broker, leaving our boy quite surprised as he asked Farrell what exactly he meant by that. The knight explained that they needed an incredibly influential noble who would firmly take their side. He mentioned that one of those people was the Duchess of the Graham Duchy, stating that Zeke absolutely had a win over Catherine Graham. The scene shifts to a city called Pantis. We see Zeke, Farrell, and Felix walking down the street, with Felix looking around and telling his master that he had never seen a city with such a diverse mix of races. He noticed that there were snake-like Nagas, dwarves, and birdmen all coexisting here, remarking that it was a completely different world compared to Atlas. He noticed that there were snake-like Nagas, dwarves, and birdmen all coexisting here, remarking that it was a completely different world compared to Atlas. Another characteristic of this place was the abundance of beautiful women, alongside the fact that the locals never engaged in any unprofitable business dealings. The scene changes to show Farrell talking to someone inside a mansion. Zeke and Felix stood right behind him as the man looked at them nervously, before turning around to apologize to Zeke. The Duchess is currently occupied because there are so many people lined up to make their debut. Our boy understood that meeting the Duchess wasn't going to be easy, so he stated that he would speak for himself now. He stepped closer to the butler, who then asked if he required something. Zeke stated that he wished to see the Duke, prompting the butler to ask if he could provide a reason for wanting an audience. Zeke told him to inform the Duke that he was interested in investing in the Mithril mine, a statement that caught the butler completely off guard. Zeke explained that the Graham family had been surveying this mine for 3 years without any results, before asking him if the family had almost entirely exhausted their initial investment funds. The butler told Zeke that his information network was truly exceptional, before inquiring about how much he wished to invest, noting that they currently weren't accepting small-scale investments. Zeke pulled out a piece of paper and asked if this amount would suffice. It's 500,000 gold. The man was left completely speechless upon hearing that staggering figure. In the next scene, we see a man apologizing to Zeke for keeping him waiting. The man introduced himself as Brian Graham. Zeke decided to cut straight to the chase. "Brian, have you verified the check yet?" Brian confirmed that he had. "I am incredibly grateful for your willingness to invest. If you're interested in any other ventures, I would be glad to assist you." Brian confirmed that he had. "I am incredibly grateful for your willingness to invest. If you're interested in any other ventures, I would be glad to assist you." Brian agreed with him. The martial arts tournament is the dream stage for talented young knights. I will provide you with something absolutely perfect to back you up for the competition. Zeke asked if he was being serious, and the Duke confirmed that he was. "I will arrange a meeting with my wife." The scene changes to show Zeke sitting in the exact same room as Catherine Graham. The woman told our boy that she had heard a great deal about him. "I know you are the knight that the entire continent currently has its eyes on." Zeke said she was overpraising him. "I still have a lot to learn. That is why I want to participate in the upcoming tournament to gain more experience." Catherine asked Zeke if he knew what the theme of the first match in the tournament would be based on, to which Zeke replied that he didn't. "I don't listen to rumors." The Duchess decided to tell Zeke what she had caught wind of. Our boy cut her off. "This isn't the information I came here to listen to. I want you to personally back me." The Duchess set her teacup down on the table and noted that it was getting late. "I've really enjoyed our chat." Our boy stated that he wanted to make a deal. "If I can cure your daughter's illness, will you accept my proposal?" Catherine clenched her fists in sheer anger upon hearing this. Zeke noticed her reaction, recalling how he had heard that Angelina Graham was considered the continent's greatest future beauty when she was younger. Yet even after passing the age of 16, the age she was supposed to make her high society debut, Angelina had never once appeared in public, leading people to whisper that the girl wasn't actually beautiful, and some even claiming her face had become hideously deformed. Catherine told Zeke that he was being incredibly rude. "I don't know where you picked up those rumors, but I cannot listen to you say another word. Please leave my castle." Zeke told the Duchess that her daughter's condition would soon cross the point of no return if she continued to turn a blind eye, leaving Catherine completely stunned as she muttered, "You speak as if you know exactly what is wrong with Angelina." Our boy stated that he didn't know. "Your daughter isn't suffering from an illness. It is actually a curse." Catherine was dumbfounded by this revelation. So Zeke asked her if Angelina had been breaking out in numerous blisters all over her body while her skin slowly began to rot away over time. Terrified, Catherine anxiously demanded to know how Zeke could possibly know this. Zeke explained that while her daughter appeared to be sick, it was impossible to cure her with conventional medicine because it was actually a malicious curse cast through forbidden magic. Zeke then asked Catherine if she had ever heard of the curse of the Agamemnon clan. The Duchess confirmed that she had. "I heard that the curse was recently lifted." The moment the words left her mouth, the Duchess put the pieces together and realized that Zeke was the new heir of the Agamemnon clan. Our boy stated that he was able to lift the curse thanks to the grace of the God of Radiance. Catherine grabbed his hands and desperately asked if he could break the curse for Angelina as well. Our boy stated that everything would unfold according to the will of God. Added, "The only thing I am certain of is that the curse will only grow heavier with each passing moment. Please take me to see Angelina immediately." As Catherine led Zeke to the top of the tower, she revealed that they had removed all mana-powered devices because they had heard that mana was detrimental to her condition. Zeke now understood why there weren't any standard mana lamps around. finding the place incredibly dark. The exact moment the thought crossed his mind, a loud shriek echoed through the corridor. Someone was screaming in absolute agony as Zeke and Catherine stood right outside Angelina's door, prompting our boy to ask the Duchess if that was Angelina's voice, to which Catherine confirmed that it was. The situation was far more critical than he had initially anticipated. Zeke told the Duchess that he would enter the room alone. Please wait outside for a moment. Catherine had no choice but to comply with his request. When our boy stepped into the room, he saw Angelina covered in bloody bandages. He was utterly appalled by her severe condition. He couldn't believe that a girl who was supposed to be so beautiful had been reduced to this state, all because of a curse. The girl was chained to the wall, prompting Zeke to ask Angelina if she could hear his voice. The girl seemed startled to hear another human voice. With tears streaming down her face, she begged Zeke to just kill her. Zeke told himself that he couldn't let her die, pulling out the golden mask. As he muttered that he was going to need Angelina for what lay ahead in the future, he put on the mask, resolved to save the girl no matter what it took. The moment he made that vow to himself, our boy activated the mask, causing a brilliant golden light to radiate from his body. The system then notified him that he had successfully synced the mask's functions with. Zeke stood quietly, reminiscing about the painful memories of his past life, already knowing all too well the cruel curse that was torturing Angelina. In that lifetime, following his master's orders, he had relentlessly hunted down the evil mage who specialized in using ancient curses, and Zeke had finally captured him, a criminal holding the darkest secrets. But during the interrogation, an unexpected truth gradually came to light through strange lines of ancient script. The man wrapped tightly in bandages was the very culprit who had brought disaster upon Angelina. Yet, by the time Zeke found his way there, it was already too late, as she had drawn her last breath long ago. It was a brutal, forbidden curse, one with almost no way to dispel at the time. Bitterly enough, the more beautiful the victim was, the more horrific the pain caused by the curse would be. Back to the present, Angelina was chained up and wrapped in bandages in the dark room, and Zeke stood opposite her, ready to change destiny. Zeke's hands began to radiate mystical beams of light, determined not to let the tragedy repeat itself this time. Zeke put on the golden mask to begin the great purification ritual, his eyes flashing through the slits of the mask. The system immediately notified him of the successful connection with the special function of the mask. A notification line confirmed that Zeke could now use the highest level of purification skill. He confidently asserted that there was no curse in this world that couldn't be dispelled. Angelina began to writhe in pain, muffled groans escaping from beneath the white bandages. She screamed violently as the purifying power clashed directly with the evil energy inside her body. Standing outside the door, Lady Catherine frantically banged on it, calling out Zeke's name in fear that her daughter wouldn't survive. Inside, Zeke still stood firm amidst the exploding energy, light from the mask illuminating the entire room, as he told himself it would all be over in just a little bit. A thick, dense cloud of black smoke escaped from Angelina's body, like a monster struggling desperately before being destroyed. The ancient curse manifested into a dark entity, roaring threateningly right in front of Zeke. Zeke smiled faintly through his mask, finding this pile of evil energy to be absolutely nothing to him. In that case, I shall return the favor in kind, Zeke coldly declared as the aura around him surged powerfully. The system activated the ultimate skill of the dragon race, gluttony. The entire black smoke was completely sucked into his body. A loud explosion rang out, shaking the entire mansion and leaving everyone outside startled and terrified. Lady Catherine's face turned pale, her breathing rapid with anxiety for her daughter's life. Broken pieces of bandages fell scattered across the floor, and Zeke walked slowly through the remaining smoke. He took off his mask, looking down at Angelina, who now lay completely still, as Catherine walked in with a look of pure disbelief. Zeke stood quietly for a moment, turning his eyes toward the door. He softly called out to Lady Catherine in his usual calm voice. "Thank you for your patience." Zeke smiled gently, dispelling the tense atmosphere in the room. Everyone gathered in the main hall, where brilliant sunlight streamed through the large windows. Lady Catherine hurriedly asked if the curse on Angelina had truly been lifted. Zeke nodded in confirmation, humbly replying that all this success was thanks to the will of the sun god. Catherine was still in a state of shock, staring at her family's savior with eyes full of deep admiration. She choked out her thanks, knowing in her heart that this debt of gratitude could hardly ever be repaid. Zeke took the opportunity to ask if she could support him in the upcoming tournament as promised. Regaining her aristocratic elegance, Catherine affirmed that the Graham family would do everything in their power to help him with whatever he needed. Just then, a gentle voice rang out from behind, welcoming everyone. Pharrell and everyone present were stunned to see a familiar yet completely transformed figure. A breathtakingly beautiful young woman stepped out, her graceful demeanor making everyone hold their breath. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Angelina Graham." She smiled radiantly, her clear purple eyes shining after a full recovery. Farrell and his subordinates froze at Angelina's ethereal beauty, unable to believe someone this gorgeous actually existed in the world. Angelina stepped closer, offering her most sincere gratitude to Zeke for saving her life, glad that she could now stand strong and healthy. Farrell secretly admired Zeke's composure, seeing how his face didn't change a bit in front of such a top-tier beauty, which was truly the grit of a real knight. Farrell even had a bizarre thought, wondering if his master had some emotional issues to be so completely indifferent. Zeke didn't care about such trivial matters and asked directly if Angelina suspected anyone of poisoning her. "I mean, the person who placed the curse on you, milady." Angelina was flustered by the direct question, but her mind began to wander in a completely different, dreamy direction. She felt secretly grateful, thinking that Zeke was angry because he worried about her, which was just the perfect vibe for a savior. However, Angelina brushed it off and thought everything was in the past, no longer wanting to bother with taking revenge on that person. The young lady even boldly suggested they go have tea together in private, leaving Zeke completely speechless at the carefree nature of this heiress who had almost lost her life. The conversation continued in the luxurious drawing room of the Graham mansion. Farrell spoke up to reconfirm the crucial information he had just received regarding the upcoming martial arts tournament. Zeke wondered why the content of this year's preliminary round had suddenly changed to long-range javelin throwing. He felt that choosing such an unfamiliar discipline right from the first round was highly unusual. Pharrell also admitted he found it strange because the event sounded a bit too simple for a major tournament of this scale. Lady Catherine calmly took a sip of her tea and asserted that this challenge was not nearly as easy as they imagined. She revealed a shocking detail. The target boards would be placed all the way on the other side of a mountain. With such an unimaginably far distance, without absolute strength and precision, the javelin wouldn't even make it there, let alone hit the target. Farrell pondered the situation, starting to guess who had a hand in changing the tournament rules this time. "It's highly likely the Siemens family," Pharrell stated with certainty based on his deduction, as Siemens was a family renowned for using spears and lances as their weapon of choice for generations. Zeke nodded in agreement, noting that choosing javelin throwing was clearly a deliberate setup to give the Siemens kids an advantage. A meaningful smile appeared on Zeke's lips as he realized the opponents had started playing dirty right from the very first steps. Farrell worried that those who got the inside scoop beforehand must have been practicing tirelessly all this time. "If that's the case, we need to hurry up too." Zeke stood up, leaving Farrell utterly bewildered, not knowing what he intended to do. Zeke decided not to waste any more time and started preparing for the preliminary round immediately, excitedly declaring that he needed to practice hard, just like everyone else, and couldn't afford to lose due to carelessness. Zeke stood motionless, gripping his spear tightly. The air around the training grounds grew abnormally tense, as if even the wind were waiting for his next move. His eyes narrowed, locked onto the distant target at the edge of the field. For a brief moment, absolute silence fell over the entire area. Then, without warning, Zeke whipped his arm forward and launched the spear in one fluid motion. The force behind the throw was so immense that it sent visible ripples through the air. Dust rose lightly from the ground as the weapon flew straight toward the target in the distance. Felix instinctively held his breath as he watched the spear fly, However, it missed the target by a hair and slammed hard into the dirt nearby. Felix spoke up immediately, his voice filled with excitement. That was so close. Just a little bit further, and you would have hit it. Sir Farrell nodded in agreement, adding in an inspiring tone, "That's more than enough to prepare for the preliminaries." Zeke, however, didn't even bother glossaying at him. His face remained calm and unreadable. He lowered his hand slightly and asked, "What's his class?" Farrell frowned a bit at the sudden question and replied, "What do you mean?" Zeke turned around slowly to look at him, his sharp eyes flashing with calculation. "If he repaired the spear beforehand and prepared like that," Zeke said calmly, "would they be able to fight under conditions better suited for the event?" Sir Farrell crossed his arms, mulling the idea over. After a moment, he replied, "It's a good point. Still, the other families will eventually reach the same conclusion. In the end, the key would lie in who could prepare the better weapon." Hearing that, Zeke quietly turned his gaze toward Lady Catherine. His expression softened slightly as he spoke up. "Lady Catherine, I have a favor to ask." Lady Catherine smiled gracefully and answered without hesitation, "You can ask me for anything." Felix and Farrell looked at the two of them in shock as Zeke and Catherine began discussing strategy for the tournament. Their conversation grew increasingly detailed, far exceeding what Felix had expected. Zeke calmly laid out his thoughts, talking about weapon structure, balance, and the advantages certain modifications could bring during the preliminary round. After listening to Zeke's explanation, Lady Catherine blinked in surprise and asked, "Do you really want to modify it into that shape?" A faint smile appeared on her face as she continued, "I don't know much about weapons, but if it's what Zeke wants, there must be a good reason for it." Without asking any further questions, she accepted his request. Zeke quietly tightened his fist. In his mind, countless calculations had already begun to turn. With that, all preparations for the preliminaries were complete. A cold smirk flashed through his thoughts as he cursed the Seaman's family under his breath. No matter how much they struggled, they would end up in the palm of his hand in the end. The scene shifted to the Valhalla Academy dormitory. Sir Farrell looked around the room with nostalgic eyes and said, "It's been a long time since I last came here after graduating from Valhalla." Zeke was a bit surprised and asked, "You studied at Valhalla Academy too?" Sir Farrell nodded in confirmation. "I really admired Sir Flobert," he answered honestly. "That's why I wanted so badly to study there." Hearing that, Zeke smiled faintly. Deep down, he thought that Flobert was a knight respected even by the central nobility. Very few people could earn that level of admiration and recognition. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the hallway outside. Someone walked in and greeted Zeke respectfully. Everyone turned toward the door. It was Liam. Liam bowed slightly and sincerely thanked Zeke for his help, saying it was thanks to him that he had passed his graduation exam safe. Zeke walked over to Liam and asked, "I heard you were promoted to a purple knight." Liam nodded quietly. Zeke continued, "I also heard you received a recommendation letter to Valhalla along with Reyna, but turned it down. What was the reason?" Liam answered without hesitation, "I wanted to be by your side and support you as soon as possible." For a brief moment, the whole room fell silent. Zeke then patted Liam's shoulder lightly and asked, "Have you heard any news about your other cousins?" Liam nodded in confirmation and began to explain, "My cousin Leon finally requested an indefinite leave of absence from the academy. Owen Seaman skipped a grade, but failed the graduation exam. Reyna Dreeker will graduate this time and enter Valhalla, while Zakin Baltek couldn't skip a grade and is acting like a king among his classmates." After listening to it all, Zeke said calmly, "Looks like Leon has finally lost all his spirit." Liam nodded slightly and replied, "Leon brought it on himself." Just then, the door opened again. Decker entered the room carrying a box and said, "I brought what you asked for." Zeke turned to him immediately and said, "Hand me the box." Decker handed over the box without asking any questions. Then, to everyone's surprise, Zeke walked straight over to Liam and handed the box to him. "This is your promotion gift," Zeke said calmly. Liam hesitated right away. His eyes widened slightly as he shook his head. "What you've given me up to now is already more than enough." Zeke frowned slightly and replied, "Stop nagging and just take it." Unable to refuse any longer, Liam carefully opened the box. The moment he looked inside, His expression froze completely. His eyes went wide with shock. Zeke asked calmly, "Do you like the gift?" Liam squeezed his hands together in excitement and answered, "Of course I like it." Inside the box was a custom-crafted set of armor. The craftsmanship was extraordinarily fine. The armor had an exquisite structure, balancing mobility and defense. Even Felix looked at it with obvious envy. Liam quickly tried it on, and after a slight adjustment, he was once again amazed. "It fits perfectly," he said in disbelief. He immediately thanked Zeke sincerely for the gift. Meanwhile, Zeke quietly thought to himself that in his past life, he had used the Spear King's armor as a reference. This time, he had specially ordered it for Liam from Jillian. That was why he was confident Liam would like it. Zeke then said to Liam, "Keep pushing yourself, all right?" Then, Zeke slowly turned his gaze toward Felix. He said calmly, "Liam is the first subordinate to swear loyalty to me, and he's a reserve knight." Zeke then gave Felix a direct order. "Treat Liam as your senior." Felix was completely shocked. "Why am I below him?" he asked instinctively, his competitive spirit flaring up immediately in his head. Zeke asked calmly, "Got a problem with that?" Felix lowered his head instantly and answered in the negative. "No, I was just asking." Zeke closed his eyes slowly and said, "I'll give you a chance. If you can beat Liam, I'll change the hierarchy." The air immediately grew heavy. A sudden surge of killing intent spread through the room as Felix raised his head and declared, "Then there's no turning back, Master." Liam also looked at Felix with an annoyed expression. The scene then shifted to the training grounds. Heavy breathing echoed across the field. Felix cursed nonstop as he struggled desperately, completely left behind. He looked pathetic. His face was covered in bruises, and his eyes were dazed from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Liam stood firm across from him. The gap between the two was becoming clearer and clearer. Finally, Felix collapsed to the ground and passed out. Zeke calmly declared the winner. Just then, Sir Farrell approached from behind, holding a stack of papers in his hand. Zeke turned to him and asked, "What's that?" Sir Farrell handed him the documents and replied, "You should read these." He then added, "The details say Raina Draker will be joining the tournament." The moment he heard that name, Zeke was taken aback. A chilling silence enveloped his surroundings. "Raina, eh?" Sir Farrell continued. "Anyone at the Purple Knight rank or above can join the tournament. Looks like the Turon family rushed her registration." Zeke's eyes turned cold instantly. He slowly looked over at Liam and asked, "Did you hear that?" Liam stiffened slightly. Zeke then told him calmly, "You should enter the tournament too." Liam was surprised. Zeke continued, "Your goal is to beat Raina." Sir Farrell immediately objected. "Raina Draker is a pure-blood awakener, just like him. Even though she's young, she's one of the strongest contenders for the championship." But Zeke simply replied, "That's exactly why I'm giving this to Liam." His voice carried absolute confidence. "If Liam is a subordinate who swore loyalty to me," Zeke said firmly, "then he should at least be able to face a championship contender." Sir Farrell secretly praised Zeke in his heart. His way of thinking was entirely different from ordinary people. While others focused on limitations, Zeke only aimed for results and growth. Meanwhile, Liam was completely stunned by the trust Zeke placed in him. Zeke then looked Liam dead in the eye and said, "You need to push yourself even harder now. You have to face Raina Draker in the tournament." Liam straightened his posture immediately and answered firmly, "I'll get my all." As their conversation went on, Felix slowly came on the ground. His whole body ached horribly. As he stared blankly up at the sky, he quietly regretted his choices. Temporary camps had been set up near the base of the mountain. Rows of tents stretched across the open terrain, flags fluttering gently in the mountain wind. Contestants gathered from all over, filling the area with noise and an electric buzz of excitement. Warriors, nobles, guards, and spectators moved about everywhere, everyone getting ready for the upcoming martial arts competition. Suddenly, a group of people entered the camp, drawing everyone's attention. The chatter gradually died down as countless eyes landed on them. It was the Torn family. Representing them was Raina. She walked forward calmly, radiating the noble aura of a high-ranking noble representative. Her knights and guards followed closely behind, creating a commanding presence. Almost at the same time, Another group entered the camp. It was the Zeemans family. Owen Zeemans was representing them, also flanked by knights and guards. The two groups eventually stopped in front of each other, creating a tense, silent atmosphere. Owen glared at Reyna and gritted his teeth. "Long time no see," he said. A smug smirk appeared on his face as he continued. "Too bad, though. The Zeemans family is taking the win in this upcoming tournament." Reyna looked at him with an expressionless face. She showed neither anger nor joy. "Don't get cocky," she replied coldly. "And he's participating in this tournament too." Owen frowned. He asked, "Who are you talking about?" Before Reyna could answer, a voice suddenly called out to her. "Reyna." The voice was friendly and familiar. It was Zeke. He approached them, greeted her, and asked how she was doing. The moment Owen saw Zeke, his face instantly turned pale. His expression twisted as anger and frustration welled up inside him. His hands clenched tight, his body trembling slightly. Owen gritted his teeth hard. Even though Zeke had been persistent, Owen had comforted himself with one thought. No matter how talented Zeke was, without a family backing him, he couldn't do much. So Owen had been secretly gloating, believing victory was already in his hands. However, that confidence was shattered almost instantly. A large group suddenly appeared, riding in on horseback with a huge formation of infantry following on foot. The ground seemed to shake beneath the horses' hooves as the group drew near. Owen looked toward them. His eyes went wide. It was a full reconnaissance squad backing Zeke. The leader of the group immediately called out to Zeke with clear respect. "By the order of Lord Zeke Draco, heir of Agamemnon, the Achilles, Hector, and Aegis families have assembled," the scout declared loudly. Furthermore, Lady Angelina of the Graham family had also sent guards to assist. The surrounding crowd went wild. Many contestants looked at Zeke in total shock. Owen could feel the veins bulging on his forehead. He cursed inwardly as fury consumed him. Just a moment ago, he was certain of his victory, but now multiple high-influence families were publicly declaring their support for Zeke. Before Owen could say anything, a booming voice suddenly echoed across the entire area. "Attention!" The powerful voice cut through all the chatter. Everyone present turned toward the source of the sound, wondering who could possibly project such an overwhelming shout. Standing off in the distance was the scarred knight, Gareth Draker. The moment Zeke saw him, he recognized him instantly. Gareth Draker led one of the 3-knight order units of the Draker family, the Black Wolf Knights. In Zeke's past life, during the Third Continental War, Gareth had fought on the front lines and built a terrifying reputation. That was why Zeke recognized him at first glance. Gareth Draker stepped forward and announced the start of the tournament's preliminary round. His voice was full of authority as he spoke to the contestants. "The preliminaries have officially begun. Contestants, choose your weapons and step forward." As the contestants started getting ready, Felix leaned in close to Zeke and lowered his voice. "Looks like everyone modified their weapons for spear throwing," Felix whispered. He looked around carefully before continuing. "Normally they just use standard spears, but these ones are wrapped in cloth." That means the rumors were true. Zeke, however, didn't pay much attention to his words. Instead, he casually handed Felix a cloth-wrapped spear. Felix blinked in confusion. "What's this?" he asked. Zeke looked at him with annoyance. "What else?" he replied. "It's the weapon you're using to compete." Felix froze. Then Zeke dropped another bomb. "I secretly signed you up for the competition, too." For a moment, Felix's mind went completely blank. "What?" he yelled out. "Why would you do that? You didn't even consult me." However, before he could whine any further, everyone's attention was drawn to the large carts being pushed into the arena. The focus of the entire area shifted over there. Gareth Draker spoke up once more. "You must all be curious about the main content of this round. The more iron plates a contestant pierces through, the higher their score." As soon as he finished explaining, numerous soldiers pushed carts loaded with massive iron plates to the front. The thick metal sheets looked incredibly sturdy. Seeing this, a contestant asked nervously, "Is it hard to pierce through those things?" Another contestant chimed in right away. "Just channeling enough power into the spear is tough enough as it is." Felix started to panic. "I thought this was a long-distance throw," he cried out. Zeke looked at him calmly. "Don't panic. Look at your spear. Felix finally examined his weapon carefully. That was when he realized something crucial. This wasn't a javelin. It was a sharp-bladed spear specially designed for piercing. Felix turned back to look at Zeke. Did you know the contents of the preliminary round in advance? He asked. Zeke nodded. The Zeman's family doesn't like javelins, he replied. They chose spear throwing for the preliminary round. So if it were a long-distance throw, why would that make sense? Felix understood immediately. The first contestant was Owen Zeemans. He stepped forward confidently, spear in hand. An arrogant smirk spread across his face as he looked around at his competitors. Take a good look, Owen declared proud. He spun his spear around once and took his stance. I will far surpass all of you. At that moment, he thrust his spear forward with terrifying power. Boom! The sound of the impact echoed across the arena. The massive iron plates ripped apart as his spear pierced through 6 of them in a row. The crowd reacted in total shock. Owen turned his head slowly, looking straight at Zeke with a triumphant smirk. He was clearly very pleased with his result. However, Zeke ignored him completely. That only served to make Owen even more irritated. Meanwhile, Felix was still grumbling. I don't feel confident at all, he muttered. Stop making a scene, Zeke replied. Felix finally stepped up. Taking a deep breath, he thrust his spear with all his might. The attack pierced through 3.5 iron plates. Felix looked a little relieved. Right after him, Liam stepped up and pierced through 3 iron plates. Next was Raina Draker's turn. She thrust her weapon with considerable power, piercing through 4 iron plates. Afterward, however, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Her spear wasn't specialized for piercing, so its effectiveness was limited. When she was done, she looked over toward Zeke. It was finally his turn. Zeke walked up calmly. The weapon in his hand caught everyone's attention immediately. It looked like a sword attached to a spear shaft. The handle was extended like a spear, while the blade resembled a sword. Owen looked at it in confusion. Is that a sword attached to a spear handle? He asked. Zeke just smiled faintly and stepped forward. Seeing the strange weapon, even the instructor grew curious. Are you really using that spear to compete? He asked. Zeke nodded yes. He then channeled mana into the weapon. A brilliant blue light immediately radiated from its surface. The air shifted. Many spectators stared with wide eyes. Zeke slowly took a stance. The blue light flared brighter and brighter around the weapon. Then he moved. Long slaying arts, true dragon sword play. In an instant, the spear shot forward like a flash of light tearing through the darkness. The attack was impossibly fast. The spear pierced through the iron plates as if they weren't even there. 1-2. The metal offered no resistance at all. The weapon kept driving forward relentlessly, smashing through plate after plate. Owen's eyes went wide with horror, while Felix stood tall with a proud smile on his face as he watched his master perform. Raina was also stunned by the sheer display of power. Even the surrounding contestants stared in utter disbelief. A temporary silence fell over the arena. The instructor stared blankly at the shattered iron plates. His hands were trembling. Even he couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. After a moment, he finally announced the result in a shaky voice: 10 iron plates. The crowd erupted into an uproar. The instructor swallowed hard and repeated, Zeke pierced through 10 iron plates. The surrounding area exploded with shock. Many couldn't bring themselves to believe the score. Even Zeke was satisfied with his performance. The result had met his expectations. However, while the crowd was still reacting to his achievement, his attention suddenly shifted elsewhere. His gaze landed on a certain figure. The person had performed at almost the exact same time as him. She was wearing a red cloak that completely covered her face, making her impossible to identify. Even so, her score had caught Zeke's attention. She had pierced through 8 iron plates, not with a spear, but with a sword. Realizing that made Zeke narrow his eyes. Someone who could achieve a result like that with a sword was definitely no ordinary person. He kept staring at the mysterious woman beneath the red cloak. Where is she from? The question kept lingering in his mind as the preliminary round continued around them. As he kept watching, the instructor suddenly called out her name. Ellen Sabrina, score 8. Hearing the announcement, Zeke thought to himself that he had never heard this name before. It sounded completely unfamiliar. However, As the cloaked figure revealed most of her face while leaving the testing area, a sudden flash of realization struck Zeke's mind. Suddenly, he recognized her. His eyes went wide with shock. The person standing right in front of him was none other than Helen Draker, his older sister, the woman known across the entire empire as the Steel Knight. For a moment, Zeke could only stare at her in disbelief. Memories from his past life came rushing back. In his past life, Zeke remembered clearly what happened after the Platinum Knight Carly Draker died at the hands of the Pirate King in the Southern Seas. Following her death, the Draker family fell into absolute chaos. Internal conflicts broke out everywhere as factions scrambled for influence and power. Before Abel became the family head, the Draker family had been split into two major factions. At the center of one of those factions was Helen Draker. Later on, she wanted to stop Abel. Once he became the family head, Abel began mobilizing opposing forces to consolidate his power. Unwilling to accept his rise, Helen set up a barricade in the Duchy of Troy and prepared to stand her ground. Fate, however, was not on her side. In the end, during a clash with the Imperial Army, she fell in battle. The memories gradually faded as Zeke slowly returned to the present. After leaving the tournament arena, he went back to his camp. Sitting on the sofa, he leaned back and sank deep into thought. In his past life, right up to her final breath, Helen had remained a traditional knight. She always fought valiantly, honorably, and without hesitation. She never cared for fame or political games. That was precisely why Zeke felt so puzzled. What had brought her here? Why had Helen Draker decided to enter the martial arts tournament? The questions kept running through his mind. Before he could think any further, Lady Catherine's voice pulled him back to reality. She gave a light smile and praised Zeke for accurately predicting the Zeman's family's tendencies. She noted that he had correctly guessed they would choose a spear event focused on piercing techniques. Zeke bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your help," he said sincerely. "Without your support, I wouldn't have been able to prepare the spears for the competition." He paused for a brief moment before continuing. "And thanks to you, the three of us made it to the main round." Lady Catherine seemed very pleased with the praise. "Thank you," she replied. Then her expression turned more serious. "I've managed to get some solid information about the first match of the main round." Everyone in the room immediately focused their attention on her. "The first event will be a run." Felix blinked repeatedly. "A run?" he asked in shock. "In a martial arts competition?" Before he could finish his sentence, Sir Farrell cut in. His face was rarely this serious. "What they call a run here is the Draker family's survival run." The air in the room instantly grew heavy. Sir Farrell crossed his arms and continued explaining, "This isn't a normal race where you just run to the finish line." His voice grew colder and colder. "This is a match where contestants can be ambushed by their opponents. They can openly engage in combat if necessary." The whole room fell dead silent. "Without a backing family," Sir Farrell added, "you will just get eliminated." The weight of those words sank in immediately. Both Liam and Felix turned pale. Now they understood. This wasn't just a simple martial arts competition. This was a battlefield where political forces fought each other through their representatives. While the others were worrying about the upcoming challenge, Zeke's thoughts drifted elsewhere. He was still thinking about Helen Draker. Why did she enter the tournament? What on earth was she after? No matter how much he pondered, he couldn't find an answer. However, there was one thing he was absolutely sure of. Helen was not on the Zeman's family side. Inside her tent, Helen was practicing her swordplay. The blade sliced through the air repeatedly as she trained in silence. Just then, Carly Draker walked into the room. "Helen," Carly called out. Helen stopped immediately and turned around. "Sister Carly," she answered respectfully. Carly smiled helplessly. "Don't be so formal when it's just the two of us," she said. "Just call me sister." Helen nodded quietly. After a moment of silence, Carly asked about someone unexpected. "What do you think of Zeke?" Hearing that name, Helen's hand trembled slightly, not out of fear, but out of excitement. Carly noticed the reaction right away. Her lips curled into a faint smile. "You want to fight him, don't you?" she asked. Helen didn't answer right away. Instead, her thoughts drifted back to the competition. She recalled the technique Zeke had used: long slaying arts, dragon scale pierce. That image was still fresh in her mind. It was an extraordinary strike. Helen quietly marveled at the technique in her heart. Then she whispered almost to herself. Zeke's dragon scale pierce was more alive, as if he could actually catch a dragon. The whole room fell briefly silent. Carly then snapped out her thoughts and stepped closer. Placing a hand on Helen's shoulder, she said seriously, "Zeke will be a massive help to us." She looked straight into Helen's eyes. "Keep challenging him until you recognize him." Helen remained silent. She said nothing. However, deep down, she felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The more she thought about Zeke's potential, the more intrigued she became. The scene shifts to the day the official round begins. Countless contestants gather in the starting area. A cold wind sweeps across the land as everyone readies themselves. Standing before the crowd is Gareth Draco. He looks over the contestants and asks aloud, "Are you ready?" His voice echoes throughout the area. After receiving a response from the contestants, he begins explaining the rules. There is nothing special about this round. As he speaks, he points to the massive snow-capped mountain behind him. You just need to reach Atlas Summit within the next 48 hours. Many contestants look toward the mountain. Its snow-covered peak disappears into the clouds. The challenge looks far more difficult than what Gareth described. Without further delay, Gareth signals the start of the competition. In another location, Owen Zeemans reveals a villainous smile. He is supremely confident, absolutely sure of himself. In this round, he is definitely going to crush Zeke. However, Zeke completely ignores him. Instead, he turns back to look at Felix. "Go inside the cave," Zeke orders. Felix blinks. "What's inside the cave?" he asks. Zeke immediately shoots him a glare. "Do you really not want to go in?" Felix quickly forces an awkward smile to diffuse the tension. "I'm going." He slowly walks into the cave. Silence fills the air. A few seconds pass. Suddenly, help! A terrified scream echoes from inside the cave. Everyone startles. The next moment, Felix charges back outside in utter desperation, running for his life while yelling for help. Right behind him are 3 massive polar bears in hot pursuit. The gigantic beasts roar in fury. Seeing the situation, Zeke calmly turns to Liam. "Draw your sword." Liam looks at him with disbelief. He is visibly panicking. "What are you telling me to do?" Liam asks anxiously. Zeke simply smiles. "The fur on these bears will come in very handy for us." Meanwhile, Reyna and her group are moving through a snowy forest. As the leader, Reyna walks in front. Behind her, her subordinates tremble uncontrollably. The cold weather is ruthless. Even though most remain silent, they keep complaining internally as they endure the freezing temperature. Suddenly, Reyna senses that something is wrong. A strange feeling runs down her spine. She stops immediately. Then she turns her head back to look. In that instant, her eyes widen. A pack of massive creatures is following them. Yetis. Several giant yetis are moving through the forest behind them. Reyna is stunned. Normally, yetis rarely show up in front of humans. Their appearance makes no sense at all. Then she realizes it right away. Her face darkens. "This was caused by the Zeemans family," she mutters. The answer becomes clear. The Zeemans family must have used some method to lure the Yeti pack toward them. Reyna grits her teeth in anger and curses them under her breath as she grasps what is happening. The competition has barely just begun, but the hidden political war has already bared its fangs. A Yeti rushes forward to attack Reyna. The massive creature moves at a frightening speed despite its huge body. Its gigantic arms swing through the freezing air, carrying enough power to crush a human in an instant. Reyna pivots in time to dodge at the very last second. However, even though the hit doesn't land directly, the shockwave from the Yeti's swing still hits her body hard. Reyna gets knocked back, sliding across the snow-covered ground. She quickly adjusts her posture in midair, and the second her feet touch the ground, she springs back, minimizing the impact force as much as possible. Even so, a small drop of blood still trickles from the corner of her mouth. Reyna's expression hardens. At this moment, she thinks to herself that at such a high altitude and sub-zero temperature, even a small movement consumes a terrifying amount of energy. Every breath feels heavier than usual. The freezing wind cuts like a knife into her skin, and the harsh cold relentlessly eats away at her strength. Reyna shifts her eyes toward her team. She immediately grasps the situation. Even if she herself can try to endure this battle, her subordinates cannot. Their condition is already deteriorating rapidly due to the extreme environment, while the enemy before them is far too strong, especially in such horrifying numbers. Dozens of Yetis stand before them, their tall bodies surrounding the area like a demonic army. Their roars echo through the snow-capped forest, making the heavy atmosphere even more suffocating. Realizing what needs to be done, Reyna steps forward and stands in front of the whole group as a shield. She grips her weapon tightly, turns to her subordinates, and orders decisively, "All of you get out of here now. I'll hold them off." Her subordinates freeze instantly. No one moves. Instead of retreating, they remain right where they are, refusing to abandon their leader. Seeing this, Reyna's face turns dark with anger. "What are you doing?" she shouts. "Are you disobeying my orders?" Her commanding voice instantly shuts everyone up. Her subordinates stand dazed for a moment, torn in an internal struggle. Every single one of them wants to stay and fight by her side, but they also clearly understand their leader's intentions. Every single one of them wants to stay and fight by her side, but they also clearly understand their leader's intentions. The Yetis instantly spot the retreating group. A few of them roar and move to chase after them, but Reyna steps in to block their path. She stands right in the middle of the trail, steadfast like an unshakable fortress wall. The Yetis stop and glare at her. Reyna grips her sword tight, her gaze resolute. Even if she has to die here, she will absolutely not step back. To save the people who followed the Thurn family and entrusted their lives to her, she is willing to sacrifice herself without hesitation. The cold wind sweeps through the snow-capped forest. The air is taut as a bowstring. Suddenly, a figure appears in the middle of the mountains. The mysterious person charges over at a mind-boggling speed. Before Reyna can even react, the figure leaps over her head and lunges straight into the Yeti horde. The newcomer wears bare skin covering his face, making him hard to recognize right away. The Yetis barely have time to react. With a swift and clean sword strike, the figure swings his blade. A flash of light gleams. A Yeti's head gets sliced off its neck, rolling down the snow. The battlefield falls dead silent for a moment, as a mysterious figure stands in front of Reyna. Saving her from the rushing monsters, she wonders to herself who it could be. Then she takes a closer look. Her eyes open slightly wider. It's Zeke Draker. Shortly after, two more figures charge through the snow. It's Liam and Felix, Zeke's two subordinates. "Master," they call out loudly as they run up. Felix immediately throws a spear toward Zeke. The spear spins through the air. Zeke reaches out his hand, catching it precisely without a single mistake. Without hesitating for a single second, Zeke instantly gets into position, his muscles tensing, putting all his strength into it. He hurls the spear hard toward the Yeti pack. The spear flies like a bolt of lightning, piercing through several Yetis in a row. Fresh red blood dyes the white snow. Seeing their opponent so terrifyingly strong, the remaining Yetis hesitate. Fear shows in their eyes. Just a moment later, they turn around and flee deep into the snowy forest. The battlefield finally becomes quiet again. Zeke shifts his gaze to Reyna, looking straight at her and asking, "The Thurn family has never forgotten a favor, right?" Reyna nods. "That's right. What do you want?" Zeke looks off toward the distant mountain peak. "Not much. And it's not a difficult request either." Afterward, he suggests that they should hurry up to reach the destination. Meanwhile, on the mountain peak, Gareth Draker is waiting for the contestants to arrive. Beside him, an instructor reports the results. As of now, a total of 30 contestants have passed. Gareth Draker nods. The end time for this round is drawing near. Next to him, Owen Zeemans wears a smug smile. In his heart, he thinks that his plan to use the Yetis to block Reyna was truly the right call. Everything is going strictly according to plan, or so he thinks. Just as Gareth Draker is about to announce the end of time, a voice calls out from a distance. "Wait a moment." Everyone turns around. A group of people is approaching. It is Reyna alongside Zeke's group. Owen Zeemans' face changes instantly, shocked to see them make it right on time. Zeke says casually, "Looks like we made it in time too." Gareth Draker looks at them and nods. That was close. He then officially announces that with them being the last contestants to arrive, the first round of the official tournament has concluded. He instructs everyone to rest up and prepare for the second round tomorrow. The contestants begin whispering among themselves. At this moment, someone walks over and calls out to Zeke. Zeke turns around. It's Helen Draker. She looks at him calmly and says, "You broke through all of the Siemens family's obstacles." Zeke looks her straight in the eyes. "What are you trying to say?" Helen shows no particular reaction. "I have no interest in those childish games. I only want to test where your limits and abilities truly lie." After saying that, she turns around to walk away. Without looking back, she continues, "Don't disappoint me. I'll be keeping an eye on you until the tournament ends." Zeke quietly watches her departing back. He thinks to himself that since she's monitoring him so closely, she must have taken Lady Callie's side. She truly lives up to the title of the Steel Knight. Right then, a familiar voice interrupts his train of thought. "Zeke," Raina calls out to him. She approaches and says sincerely, "I owe you my life. What do you want?" Zeke smiles. Seeing how things stand, he seizes the opportunity. "Then how about we cooperate in the second round?" The corner of his mouth turns up. There's no doubt those Siemens bastards will pull more tricks. Owen Siemens glare at them from afar, his eyes full of hatred, yet he can't say anything. Raina thinks for a moment, and then nods. Cooperating is indeed a logical choice. She accepts the offer. Then she looks at Zeke and continues, "Since we're in the same boat now, I'll tell you something special." Zeke is curious. Raina suddenly turns serious. "The next round, the second round of the official tournament. I know what it entails." Zeke, Liam, and Felix are all astonished. Seeing their reaction, Raina continues, "As expected, you guys didn't know." She says that obtaining this piece of information was by no means easy. The atmosphere immediately turns tense. Then Raina reveals the secret. The second round is tightrope wrestling. That single line leaves Zeke, Liam, and Felix staring at her in silence, trying to digest the unexpected news about the upcoming event. After hearing Raina detail the upcoming event, Zeke and Sir Farrell sit down together to discuss the tricks the Siemens family might pull. The atmosphere in the room is heavy, filled with intense concentration. The two sit around the table while Felix and Liam stand nearby in silence, listening closely to every word exchanged. Sir Farrell is deep in thought, his eyebrows knit tightly together as he tries to guess what kind of trickery the Siemens family could prepare for an event like tightrope wrestling. The more he thinks about it, the harder it is to find a clear answer. Noticing his expression, Zeke asks, "Is there a problem?" Farrell slowly shakes his head. "The problem doesn't lie with the event itself." He pauses for a second before continuing. "What worries me is the fact that the Siemens family chose this event in the first place." Zeke goes quiet after hearing that. He leans back, organizing his thoughts. In his mind, tightrope wrestling is an event that is very hard to interfere with using dirty tricks, as it relies heavily on balance and individual strength. Exactly because of this, the Siemens family's confidence in picking it is what makes it so suspicious. Before the discussion can continue, the door to the room suddenly opens. Lady Catherine steps in and says, "Splendid. Everyone is present." Her unexpected arrival snaps everyone back to attention. All eyes turn toward her. Getting straight to the point, Lady Catherine proudly announces that she has uncovered the contents of the second round. Zeke quickly stands up to thank her sincerely. "Thank you for your hard work, my lady." But he immediately follows up. "Even so, Raina already told me." Lady Catherine smiles faintly. News travels fast indeed. She continues, "However, I have new information." Zeke is instantly intrigued. "What do you mean?" Lady Catherine approaches the table, pulls out a detailed blueprint of the event, and lays it out in front of everyone. "This time, tightrope wrestling will be a team competition," she explains. Everyone bends down to examine the blueprint carefully. On the drawing are multiple parallel ropes stretched across the arena. The contestants from each faction will start from the same end of the ropes. After studying it, Sir Farrell immediately realizes the implication. The more people you have, the greater the advantage. He narrows his eyes. If it were a one-on-one, they would have a hard time beating Zeke. The Zeman's family must have quickly changed the competition format after realizing that. Zeke stares at the blueprint, briefly stunned. Though surprised, he can't help but admire the opponent's quick thinking. The Zeman's family adapted far faster than he had anticipated. Seeing his reaction, Lady Catherine says confidently, "There is no need to worry." Zeke looks at her. "You already have a plan?" A mysterious smile appears on Lady Catherine's face. "Sponsoring families exist precisely to support you at times like this." Her confidence instantly lightens the mood in the room. The scene cuts to the day of the event. The arena is packed with spectators. The air is filled with excitement as everyone gathers to watch the special competition. Multiple long, parallel ropes are tightly stretched across the stage, forming the battlefield for the contestants. Gareth Draker stands in the center of the stage, raising his voice to explain the rules. "I will now clarify the rules of the event." The crowd gradually falls quiet. Gareth continues. "If a contestant falls off the rope, they will be eliminated immediately." He chuckles softly. "However, while standing on the rope, you can do whatever you want. Handle it in your own way." Whispers spread among the contestants. Hearing the rules, Felix covertly tries to sneak away. "I think I'll just forfeit right here." Unfortunately for him, Zeke gets the hint right away. Zeke's face darkens. He slowly turns to Felix and Liam, glaring at both of them. "If Liam or Felix gets eliminated here, you two will undergo a year of solitary training." The threat is extremely heavy. Both Felix and Liam freeze on the spot, the color draining completely from their faces. The thought of having to undergo solitary training for an entire year is enough to make them drop all ideas of slacking off. A moment later, the instructor officially starts the match. Instantly, contestants from various factions jump onto the ropes. Owen Zeemans lands on a rope with supreme confidence. A smug grin appears on his face. This was originally a secret training method of the Zeemans family. He has been practicing walking on ropes since he was 5 years old. Nobody present here can compete with him in this environment. Owen glances over at Zeke's group, thinking to himself that it's a pity his family had to expose their secret training technique. Nobody present here can compete with him in this environment. Owen glances over at Zeke's group, thinking to himself that it's a pity his family had to expose their secret training technique. His subordinates immediately charge forward full of energy. But in the very next second, Owen watches in horror as his men fall off the ropes one after another. One falls, then another, and then the next. The scene unfolds so quickly that Owen doesn't even have time to understand what is happening. His face turns pale as he watches his men get eliminated in droves. What the hell is going on? They were all elite personnel. There's no reason they should be falling like that. At this point, Zeke realizes the truth right away. This was Lady Catherine's doing. He knew she was rich, but he didn't expect her to use money to bribe even the Zeemans family's own people. A confident smile appears on Zeke's face. The leftover stragglers have been dealt with. There's no need to hold back anymore. Now they can start the real offensive. Reyna is the first to act. She grips her sword tightly and instantly executes her subduing dragon sword technique. She charges forward like a piercing bullet. The rope under her feet vibrates violently as she moves forward. Any opponent blocking her path is eliminated instantly. Meanwhile, Liam slowly bends down to grab the rope beneath his feet. For a second, no one understands what he is doing. Suddenly, he yanks the rope hard with all his might. A powerful wave travels down the rope. His opponents instantly lose their balance and fall off en masse. On the other side, Felix is making full use of his nimble speed, cursing at every single one of them. He hops continuously between the ropes. His form becomes a blur. Opponents are eliminated repeatedly before they can even react. Zeke glances back. Seeing his subordinate's performance, he is extremely satisfied. Everything is playing out just as he wanted. He then turns to Owen Zeemans, calling out loudly, "Owen Zeemans!" Owen glares back. Zeke points his sword at him. "Let's settle this with a proper one-on-one, knight style, without dragging your remnant goons into it." Pure hatred is evident on Owen's face. However, he replies, "Do you think I'll fall for such a cheap provocation?" Before Owen can say anything more, Zeke suddenly leaps high off the rope, holding his sword overhead, preparing to slash down. "If you won't come over, Then I'm coming to you. But before the strike can reach Owen, another figure unexpectedly blocks it. Helen Draker appears. She blocks Zeke's attack head-on. The two swords clash violently, sparks flying in all directions. Owen stands there dazed in confusion. Helen isn't even on his side, so why did she stop Zeke? After the impact, both Helen and Zeke land back on the ropes. The ropes sway beneath their feet, maintaining perfect balance. Zeke looks at Helen and asks, "Are you siding with the Siemens family, Helen?" Helen shakes her head slightly. "I just want to test your strength." Zeke glances at his hand. Even now, his hand is still numb from the collision. The power behind Helen's previous strike was terrifyingly formidable. He quickly realizes that without the behemoth's sword, he might not have been able to withstand. A smile gradually appears on Zeke's face. "Is this the test you mentioned last time?" Helen replies leisurely, "That's right." Hearing her response, Zeke nods. "Since things have come to this, I'll play along with you." His face slowly turns serious. He takes a stance. Mana begins to gather around his blade. As the energy flows into the sword, the air around the rope suddenly becomes heavy. The real battle is about to begin. Zeke and Helen swing their swords with all their power at the same time. The moment the two blades clash, sparks fly wildly into the air, scattering like thousands of fireflies all across the arena. A powerful shockwave sweeps through the battlefield, causing the tightropes under their feet to quiver slightly. The crowd holds its breath as the sound of the collision echoes throughout the arena. In the audience, a certain figure is watching the match with extreme intent. His eyes do not leave the two fighters, observing every movement with deep concentration. In his mind, he thinks that just as expected of Zeke Draker, he truly deserves to be called the greatest genius on the continent. Every movement, every step, and every sword strike reflects an extraordinary level of mastery. At the same time, he is also impressed by Helen's performance. As he watches her exchange blows with Zeke, he tries to recall her alias, Aaron Sabrina. The name pops up in his memory, and he narrows his eyes in thought. He thinks to himself that he has never known a female knight so skilled other than Raina Draker. Yet here Helen is standing toe-to-toe with Zeke on a narrow rope suspended high in the air. It is a sight that exceeds his expectations. On the rope, Zeke is also deep in thought. Helen's skills are astounding. Every attack she unleashes is precise, and every defense is executed flawlessly. He realizes she wasn't boasting when she told him to try his hand against her. His expression gradually turns serious. Since it has come to this, he will take it seriously as well. His resolve grows stronger. Without hesitation, Zeke pours mana into his sword. The blade begins to hum softly as mana gathers around it. He activates his dragon-slaying art, preparing to release a powerful strike. However, before he can release the technique, the instructor suddenly steps forward and loudly announces that the second round of the competition has concluded. The announcement brings the match to an immediate halt. Both Zeke and Helen stop, standing in silence for a moment. The tension that once filled the arena slowly dissipates as the two combatants lower their weapons. The instructor then announces that the third round of the competition will proceed with the remaining participants. Zeke sighs and looks toward Helen. "Since the round is over, we'll see each other in the next round," he says calmly. Helen stands silently listening to Zeke's words. For a moment, she just looks at him. Then Zeke suddenly says Helen's real name, Helen Draker. The instant those words leave his mouth, Helen's expression changes immediately. Her eyes widen in shock. She realizes Zeke knew her identity from the very beginning. Seeing her reaction, Zeke waves his hand nonchalantly and says that since they are still siblings, he should at least know her face. However, in his heart, he thinks otherwise. Just like everyone else, he normally wouldn't know her face either. The only reason he recognized her was because he had seen her portrait in his past life. Helen remains silent. Having her disguise exposed by Zeke leaves her temporarily speechless. Lowering her gaze, she slowly turns around. Then Helen softly tells Zeke that she will see him in the next round. Without another word, she leaves the arena. After the second round ends, Zeke, Sir Farrell, and Lady Catherine sit around a table discussing the next round of the competition. Meanwhile, Felix and Liam stand nearby in silence, listening intently to the conversation without interrupting. After discussing a bit further, Zeke finally says that in summary, the third round will be conducted in a tournament format. Lady Catherine smiles and nods in agreement. Since the public will be watching from the third round onward, she says, increasing the number of matches in a tournament format will be very good for publicity. Sir Farrell nods and adds his opinion. And I will directly decide the final champion. So it's perfect, he says with confidence. He then grins broadly. Besides, no one can beat Zeke in a one-on-one match anyway. The victory is basically his. However, hearing those words, Lady Catherine immediately warned him not to get careless. There is one important rule for that match, she said. Her expression turned serious. The use of aura is banned in the next round. The atmosphere around the table shifted instantly. In other words, Lady Catherine continued, Zeke will have to fight using pure physical strength alone. Hearing that, Sir Farrell jumped out of his chair. What? He yelled. He looked at Catherine in utter disbelief and asked again if that was really true. That's an extreme rule. As for Zeke, he remained calm. He told Sir Farrell to calm down and said it was fine. A faint smile appeared on his face. Even if I can't use aura, Zeke said confidently, the swordsmanship I've trained in for so long is still within me. His eyes reflected steadfast confidence. So I will win. Sir Farrell looked at him with worried eyes. Even though Zeke sounded confident, he couldn't help but worry. Right after that, Sir Farrell suddenly grabbed Zeke's hand. I will help you train even more until the tournament, he declared enthusiastically. Leave the rest to me. Zeke nodded awkwardly in agreement. However, he thought to himself that he still wasn't used to Sir Farrell getting fired up like this out of nowhere. Afterward, Zeke headed toward a pharmaceutical company. Before long, he arrived at the building and stepped inside. Inside was his master, Fannin. As soon as they saw each other, both Fannin and Zeke greeted one another. Zeke then asked if he had gotten used to the new environment yet. Fannin nodded. I was a bit surprised to suddenly take on such a big role, he admitted honestly. But I've been learning and working hard so as not to become a burden. Fannin had become the president of the pharmaceutical company Zeke was setting up. However, that role only focused on external affairs, while someone else handled the actual work in the shadows. As Zeke's eyes swept across the room, they finally landed on a figure lying lazily on a desk. That person was none other than the guild's new boss, Kay. She was sprawling on the desk, as if it were her personal bed. Noticing Zeke, she greeted him while yawning. Kay then asked Zeke how he had time to come here when he was surely busy with a martial arts competition. Zeke immediately shot back that she was the one who told him it was urgent. Then he asked why she had sent him an emergency message in the first place. It can't just be because there's a lot of paperwork to handle, he added. Kay nodded. That's also a problem, she admitted. But I called you for another reason. Zeke immediately asked if there was trouble on the cartel's end. Kay shook her head. It's not that. Then she pointed her finger straight at Zeke. You are the problem. Zeke froze for a moment. Kay began to explain. The Imperial Intelligence Bureau and the Darker Order of the Black Knights are both investigating the South. Her expression grew even more serious. The Intelligence Bureau is investigating the party that destroyed the Paybella cartel's camp, while the Darker Order of the Black Knights is looking for the person who killed Don Juan. Hearing this, Zeke sank into thought. He already had an idea why the Imperial Intelligence Bureau was looking for him. He guessed it might be because of Cain Zeman's Constantinus. After all, he had killed him and taken the magic armor. That alone was reason enough for them to hunt him down. At the same time, he wondered what the Darker Order of the Black Knights was up to. Seeing him deep in thought, Kay waved her hand. You don't need to overthink why the Order of the Black Knights is after you, she said. That's simply the kind of organization they are. Then Kay casually asked if she should tell Simon to kill every single angle leaking information if he was really that worried. The casual way she talked about killing made Fannin visibly shiver. He looked terrified just hearing a discussion like that. Zeke immediately shook his head. We're not a cartel, he said. We don't need to kill everyone who's investigating us. Kay shrugged. Afterward, Zeke changed the subject. What about Blackickshaw? He asked. Is he adapting well to the South? Kay nodded. Actually, he was the one who provided us with this information. She continued. Perhaps because he used to be a member of the Intelligence Bureau, He's very sensitive to the Empire's movements. A faint smile appeared on her face. And Simon likes him because he works very well. Hearing that, Zeke thought it was a relief he hadn't killed him back then. Kay then stretched lightly and continued. There's one more problem. Zeke immediately asked what it was. Kay replied that there had been some trouble with the newly hired alchemists. Zeke frowned, not understanding what the issue was. Before Kay could go on, Fannin stepped forward and explained, "We asked them to create a new medicine using soma." Fannin said, then sighed. But a short while ago, they suddenly went on strike and stopped their research. Zeke blinked. Is there any way to persuade them to get back to work? Fannin shook his head. We already tried. His expression clearly showed disappointment. But those two are just too difficult to deal with. Suddenly, something flashed in Zeke's memory. His eyes widened slightly. Then he looked at Fannin and asked, by any chance, are those alchemist twins? Fannin looked genuinely surprised. How did you know? He asked. A slow smile spread across Zeke's face. In his heart, he thought that it really was them. The troublesome geniuses he remembered, the genius twin alchemist brothers, Al and Jeff. When a rose plague began spreading across the continent in Zeke's past life, countless people lost their lives. Entire regions fell in a panic as the mysterious disease relentlessly claimed victim after victim. Families were shattered, cities plunged into chaos, and fear spread faster than the disease itself. With no cure in sight and no one capable of developing one, the whole continent was gradually thrown into turmoil. The greatest physicians, scholars, and alchemists all tried to resolve the crisis, but every single effort ended in failure. Then, at the very moment when hope seemed completely lost, two genius alchemist brothers suddenly emerged before the world. Those twin alchemist brothers, Alan and Jeff, possessed a talent on a completely different level from anything anyone had ever witnessed. Thanks to their extraordinary brilliance and relentless research, they succeeded in developing a cure for the rose plague. Because of Alan and Jeff, the disease was no longer considered incurable. Their achievement became one of the greatest miracles of that era, saving countless lives and preventing the continent from sinking deeper into despair. At present, Zeke was surprised to hear the names of those two brothers. For a brief moment, his thoughts drifted back to the memories of his past life. What surprised him even more was not just that the twin brothers had created a cure, but that Alan and Jeff had released the recipe for the medicine completely for free. They didn't hoard their discovery for wealth or fame. Instead, they made it freely available to everyone. That was the sole reason Zeke was able to teach Melissa that prescription. Recalling that, Zeke felt a touch of admiration for the brothers. However, he quickly snapped out of his thoughts and refocused on the matter at hand. Looking toward Fannin, he asked, "What are their demands for the strike?" Fannin answered right away. They posted a list of requested alchemy materials. He paused briefly before continuing. But most of them are completely unrelated to the new drug research and are obscenely expensive. His expression darkened as he explained further. So I cut their procurement budget, and they went on strike immediately. Hearing that explanation, Zeke didn't hesitate. Provide them with everything they requested, he ordered. Fannin blinked in surprise. Are you sure? He asked. The materials are really expensive. Zeke turned to look straight at him. I'm sure, he answered decisively. Provide them with everything you can for now. His tone left no room for argument. Then Zeke added another instruction. Also, pass along a message. Tell them to finish the new medicine using soma as soon as possible. As Zeke was about to leave, he suddenly paused. The air around him seemed to grow heavier. He slowly turned around to look at Fannin and Kay. Then, in a menacing tone that made them both shudder, he said, Tell them that if they still can't produce satisfactory results, I will personally come find them. The words were simple, but the pressure behind them was overwhelming. Hearing Zeke's warning, both Fannin and Kay grew visibly anxious. They immediately accepted the order. Yes, understood. The scene then shifted to a massive arena packed with spectators. The stands were filled with people from all over the kingdom. Excited chatter echoed throughout the stadium as everyone eagerly waited for the next matches to begin. The atmosphere was both bustling and tense. In the middle of the arena stood the remaining 8 participants of the third round. All of them had proven their abilities by advancing to this stage of the competition. Standing before them was Gareth Draker. His imposing figure instantly commanded everyone's attention. Looking at the contestants, Gareth asked, "Is everyone ready?" Receiving no objections, he continued, "This round will consist of tournament-style matches among the 8 knights." The audience erupted into cheers. Then Gareth raised his voice and announced, "The first match will be between Felix Balanka and Morton Heroes." As the announcement echoed across the arena, Felix stepped forward. Trying to boost Felix's morale, Zeke looked at him and said, "If you lose, you'll have to enter solitary training." Hearing this, Felix immediately tried to act tough. "I got it, master." Though he pretended to be fearless, the threat of solitary training clearly motivated him. Felix then shifted his attention to his opponent. As he observed Morton, he thought the man looked tough. Judging by his appearance and demeanor, Felix was certain Morton was a vassal of the Zeman's family. Meanwhile, Morton was also observing Felix. However, unlike Felix, he looked perplexed. He had never heard the name Felix Balanka before. How could someone he'd never heard of make it all the way to the quarterfinals? That thought kept bugging his mind. Then, out of nowhere, the instructor announced the start of the match. The instant the signal was given, Morton charged straight toward Felix. Swinging his sword aggressively, he shouted, "I'll end this quickly." His blade cut through the air with terrifying force. However, Felix easily dodged the attack at the very last second. Morton's eyes widened. He was shocked. He couldn't believe Felix had dodged the attack without even taking a step back. The crowd also reacted in surprise. Morton's expression darkened. He became enraged and far more serious. Right then, he realized Felix actually possessed some genuine skill. Wasting no time, Morton began swinging his sword frantically. One attack followed another in a relentless barrage. His sword flashed continuously as he tried to overwhelm Felix through sheer aggression. Yet every single time, Felix dodged at the exact last second. He moved with mind-boggling precision. Not a single drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. Not a single movement was wasted. Watching the relentless attacks fail time and time again, Felix smirked. "I was worried over nothing," he said. Then he looked at Morton and mocked, "You're pretty terrible." Morton's face immediately flushed red with anger. The audience could almost see steam rising from his head. Before Morton could do anything to respond, Felix suddenly moved. He stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick straight into Morton's stomach. "I'm wrapping this up," Felix said. Boom! The force behind the kick was overwhelming. Morton was sent flying backward like a cannonball. His body slammed hard into the arena wall with terrifying force. Dust and debris exploded into the air, veiling the surrounding area. Cracks spread across the wall behind him. The entire arena fell silent for a moment. Then the instructor loudly announced, "Morton Heroes has left the ring. The winner is Felix Balanka." The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Felix smiled brightly. "Looks like I won't have to go into solitary training after all." His relieved expression instantly made several spectators laugh. After a brief pause, Gareth Draker stepped forward once again. The next match will be between Liam Stone and Raina Draker. Both contestants entered the arena. As they faced each other, Liam offered a polite smile. "Good luck," he said. Raina simply took her stance. The match started as soon as the signal was given. Raina lunged toward Liam, her speed exploding. Liam quickly raised his sword to block the incoming attack. Clang! Sparks flew from the collision of their blades. The impact force was so strong that Liam was pushed backward. Raina didn't give him any chance to recover. She pressed her attack relentlessly. One sword strike followed, right after another. Liam blocked and dodged every strike he could, but he was clearly struggling to keep up. Seeing an opening, Liam suddenly swung his sword with all his strength. However, Raina easily parried it. Standing in the corner of the arena, Zeke watched the match intently. He thought to himself that in this competition, contestants had to wield their swords using pure physical strength alone since aura was banned. Liam possessed long reach and excellent flexibility, allowing him to throw out unconditional attacks from various angles. Meanwhile, Raina attacked by utilizing the elasticity of her body. As Zeke observed more closely, he realized something important. Although the match appeared even on the surface, it actually wasn't. He could clearly see that Reina's practical techniques were gradually being set up. Everything she was doing had a purpose. Every movement was building toward something. Then Reina charged toward Liam once again at tremendous speed. Even Liam was shocked by her sudden acceleration. The next moment, her attack struck. A massive cloud of dust exploded across the arena. The spectators immediately leaned forward in anticipation. Slowly, the dust began to clear. As vision returned, everyone could finally see the result. Liam was kneeling on the ground. Reina's sword was resting against his neck. The result was clear. The winner is Reina Draker, the instructor announced. Cheers echoed throughout the stadium. Seeing the outcome, Zeke smiled. In the end, the Thunder Knight Reina was still a true genius. Before he could think any further, Felix suddenly rushed over to him. "Master," Felix called out excitedly. "Since Liam lost, does that mean he has to go into solitary training?" The next moment, whack. Felix found himself sitting flat on the ground, clutching his head. A large bump had formed on it. Nearby spectators couldn't help but chuckle. Ignoring Felix's complaints, the instructor announced the third match. The next match will be between Zeke Draker and Owen Zeemans. Excitement immediately swept through the arena. Both combatants stepped onto the battlefield. As they faced off, Owen spoke first, so we finally meet in the arena. A confident smirk appeared on his face. Then he continued, "I'll show you that brute force means nothing in the face of strategy." Hearing those words, Zeke's face darkened. He looked straight at Owen and asked, "Are you talking about banning others from using aura while secretly carrying a magic spear yourself?" The instant those words left Zeke's mouth, Owen froze. His eyes widened. His secret had just been exposed in front of the entire public. Shock and humiliation showed on his face simultaneously. He couldn't comprehend how Zeke knew about the magic spear. The audience immediately began whispering among themselves. The atmosphere turned strange. Owen desperately tried to process what had just happened. However, Zeke didn't give him time to respond. "It doesn't matter," Zeke said calmly. His voice was steady and full of confidence. "Because I'm going to win anyway." Then Zeke slowly raised his hand. With a simple gesture, he publicly taunted Owen. "Come at me," he said, his eyes locked onto his opponent. "So I can destroy you." The arrogant challenge echoed across the arena, causing many spectators to exchange surprised looks. Hearing those words, Owen gritted his teeth in fury and cursed Zeke. His face contorted with rage, and his fingers tightened around the shaft of his spear. But despite his outward anger, his mind was racing. He wondered how Zeke could possibly know about his modified spear. It was a secret he had carefully kept hidden, one that even the tournament officials hadn't detected despite their authority and experience. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He even started suspecting that Zeke might have used the same kind of trick himself. Otherwise, how could he have uncovered the truth so easily? Seeing him hesitate to attack, Zeke asked what he was doing standing there frozen. With a mocking expression, he asked if Owen had finally turned into an idiot who could no longer understand words. The insult struck a raw nerve. Owen finally snapped. The veins on his face bulged with anger as he began cursing Zeke once more. His patience was completely exhausted. With a furious roar, he lunged forward, thrusting the tip of his spear straight at Zeke with lightning speed. The weapon cut through the air like a flash of lightning as it shot towards target. Yet Zeke stood there completely unfazed. As the spearhead drew closer to his face, Zeke calmly swung his sword and casually deflected the attack. The movement was so simple and natural that it looked like he barely used any effort at all. Seeing that display of strength, Owen was shocked. A drop of sweat rolled down his face as disbelief flooded his eyes. Zeke smiled and told him that at this rate, it was no different from using aura. His tone sounded almost disappointed, as if Owen's secret trick had failed to meet his expectations. Then, without wasting another second, Zeke swung his sword toward Owen. Although Owen managed to block the blow with his spear, the force behind the strike was overwhelming. His entire body shook violently, and he was blasted backward across the arena. Fear consumed Owen's heart. His eyes widened as he wondered what kind of absurd power this was. He had expected a tough match, but this was far beyond anything he had ever imagined. Bang! The sound of the impact reverberated through the arena. Owen was thrown onto the ground, sliding backward from the sheer force. Dust kicked up around him as his body scraped against the earth. Pain exploded across his body, and his vision blurred. Before he could even get up, a shadow fell over him. Looking up, Owen saw Zeke standing above him. Zeke told him that today was a really bad day to pick a fight with him, and he slowly cracked his knuckles. That sound alone was enough to turn Owen's face pale. In a threatening voice, Zeke said that in front of all these people, he would show everyone exactly how pathetic Owen was. A sinister smile slowly spread across Zeke's face as he asked if that was a fair price to pay for trying to play dirty. Owen's face went completely pale under Zeke's terrifying glare. In that moment, he finally understood that he had made a horrific mistake. A short while later, Owen was carried out of the arena on a stretcher. His face had been beaten, swollen, and bruised by Zeke, and foam was bubbling from his mouth. The sight was utterly pathetic. The same man who had entered the arena full of confidence was now utterly broken. On the other side, the crowd erupted into cheers. Spectators chanted Zeke's name again and again. Many had expected a fierce battle, but no one imagined such a one-sided outcome. As he stepped off the arena, Zeke wondered why Owen had bothered with all those dirty tricks when he never had a chance of winning in the first place. However, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Zeke's gaze fell upon something, and he was slightly taken aback. Not far away, he saw his two subordinates sitting on a bench. Both Liam and Felix looked unusually gloomy. Zeke said he understood why Liam was acting like that since he had lost his match, but he couldn't comprehend what was wrong with Felix. So he asked directly. With a sigh, Felix replied that his next opponent was Ellen Sabrina. The moment he uttered her name, his shoulders seemed to slump even lower. Looking down, Felix asked how he could possibly defeat someone who had fought on equal terms with Zeke. The memory of that clash was still vivid in everyone's minds. To him, that gap felt impossible to overcome. Hearing this, Zeke tried to encourage him. He asked why Felix was worrying so much. Then he tried to inspire him, telling him to go out there and show what he had. Zeke said that if Felix held back just because he thought he would lose, Zeke would throw him straight into closed-door training. Hearing that response from his master, Felix immediately asked why that was the case. When Liam lost, Zeke hadn't thrown him in a closed-door training, yet somehow it was different for him. Felix asked if Zeke was being biased. The accusation made Liam look away awkwardly. Zeke simply turned around and started walking away. Without looking back, he waved his hand and said he would see Felix in the semifinals. A large bump appeared on Felix's head. He clenched his fists and wished Zeke's departing figure good luck, though his expression clearly showed he was still disgruntled by his master's unfair treatment. Time passed, and before long, the tournament reached the semifinals. Zeke's opponent was Reina Adrade. The moment the matchup was announced, excitement rippled through the audience. Everyone knew this match would be one of the highlights of the tournament. Zeke stepped onto the arena while Reina was already waiting for him there. Everyone was cheering for Reina. Waves of support rose continuously from the crowd, yet despite the overwhelming cheers, Reina's face remained completely expressionless. A gentle breeze blew across the arena as the two opponents faced each other. For a moment, neither said a word. They simply stared at each other in silence. Then Zeke broke the silence. He asked if this was their first match since the internal assessment. Reina gave a slight nod and replied that this time would be different. There was no hesitation in her voice, only sheer determination. Reina then got into position. Gripping her sword, she said with resolve that she had prepared thoroughly for this exact moment. For a long time, she had been waiting for another chance to face Zeke. Zeke also took hold of his sword and smiled. He said he would also do his best. Their eyes met. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. Both were ready for a decisive duel. Then they moved. The instant their blades collided, a powerful wave of energy exploded across the arena. Sparks burst forth from the impact, scattering through the air like countless stars. The force of the clash left many spectators gasping. After exchanging blows, Zeke was shocked. He wondered what was going on with her today. Her eyes were completely different from when he had fought Liam. There was a burning intensity inside them, a determination that seemed capable of overcoming any obstacle. Reina said she had been waiting for the day to face Zeke once again, and this time she was determined to beat him. Right after speaking, Reina swung her blade. Zeke blocked the attack, but even though his defense succeeded, he was pushed back several meters by the force. The ground cracked beneath his feet as he slid backward. However, instead of being alarmed, an excited grin broke out on Zeke's face. He thought to himself that now this was a match worth fighting. Meanwhile, Gareth Draker, who was in charge of the tournament, watched the match closely from his seat. As he observed Reina, he thought she was just as he had heard, fearless, competitive, and fierce. And right now, he was confirming it all with his own eyes. Back on the arena, Reina continued to press Zeke relentlessly, giving him a hard time. Attack after attack poured toward him. For a while, Zeke was pushed around by the sheer pressure of her offense. He could only block her strikes, focusing entirely on protecting himself. Every sword strike carried terrifying power. Every movement pushed her body closer to its limits. At the same time, Reina was also pushing herself beyond her normal capabilities. In her mind, she thought that for someone hailed as the greatest talent of the next Draker generation, defeat was an unbearable humiliation. She refused to accept it. She refused to lose again. Gareth Draker's gaze then drifted toward Zeke. He thought that Reina was amazing. The problem, however, was that her opponent was Zeke Draker, a once-in-a-generation genius. No matter how extraordinary Reina was, the mountain standing before her was simply too high. As the match continued, Reina was gradually pushed to her limit. Meanwhile, Zeke's smile only grew wider. He praised Reina and said that after just a few exchanges, he could see how hard she had been training. Her progress was obvious. Her efforts were undeniable. Then he said that he hadn't been sitting idle either. The next moment, Zeke's aura changed. He immediately used his dragon-slaying technique, Gale-style Sky Cleaver. The moment he released the technique, a powerful force erupted outward and pushed Reina back. Her eyes widened as she felt the overwhelming pressure. Then both charged at each other one last time. The crowd held its breath. Their blades intersected for the final time. And in that brief second, the world seemed to stand still. Silence enveloped the arena. Then, crack, Reina's sword shattered into countless fragments. The pieces scattered through the air, glinting under the sunlight before falling to the ground. Zeke lowered his sword and calmly said it was a good match. For a moment, no one spoke. Then the crowd erupted with excitement. Cheers echoed like thunder across the arena. Kneeling on the ground, Reina tightly clutched the hilt of her broken sword. She hardened her resolve and declared that next time she would never lose. Zeke smiled. Then he told her he would look forward to it. Afterward, Zeke looked toward the adjacent arena where Felix and Ellen Sabrina were fighting. Even though he couldn't see the match clearly anymore, he could tell from the loud cheers that the fight had concluded. Then an announcement echoed across the tournament grounds. The match had ended, and the winner was Ellen Sabrina. The crowd responded with another wave of applause. As attention shifted to the neighboring arena, Felix could be seen lying unconscious on the ground. Meanwhile, Ellen Sabrina stood before him. Her posture was calm and composed. Then her gaze slowly shifted toward Zeke's arena. Her crimson eyes locked onto him from a distance. In those eyes was anticipation. She was already looking forward to the finals. After the match, Felix was receiving treatment in the medical room. Bandages were wrapped around many parts of his body, and even though he had regained consciousness, signs of exhaustion were still clear on his face. The battle had pushed him far beyond his limits, and the aftereffects were still evident. Zeke visited and asked if he was okay. Felix lowered his head and apologized to Zeke, saying he had lost completely. Zeke smiled and thought to himself that he was being overly humble. Zeke heard about the match from Liam, who had watched the entire fight up close and witnessed every exchange from start to finish. According to Liam, it was a total defeat for Felix, and he had even lost consciousness before the match even ended. But regardless of the outcome, everyone who watched the semifinals agreed on one thing. Felix had fought so well in the semifinals that even Helen Draker's sword shook after the match. Many who witnessed the battle said that even though Helen won, Felix pushed her far harder than anyone had expected. His determination, grit, and refusal to give up left a deep impression on everyone present. And then, standing in the arena before the massive crowd, she revealed that her name wasn't actually Alan Sabrina. The moment those words left her mouth, the entire arena fell dead silent, and she then announced her true name was Helen Draker. She was a direct descendant of the Draker family and a pure-blood Awakened, one of the family's Azure Knights. Hearing her true identity, the crowd went wild, unable to believe their ears. The audience immediately started whispering among themselves as shock spread through the arena. Someone shouted that she was the Iron Knight who had wiped out all the criminals in the central region, while another gasped that the warrior who had never shown her face had actually entered the tournament. Many found it hard to believe that the mysterious knight whose fame had spread across the continent had been fighting right before their eyes this whole time. Helen then declared that she, Helen Draker, intended to fight at full power in the finals. Her voice echoed across the arena without a shred of hesitation in her declaration. Helen then asked the organizers to reconsider the rule banning aura, and hearing this, the crowd erupted into cheers, instantly backing her request. They wanted to witness a match where both finalists could fight without holding back, eager to see the strongest versions of the two warriors standing at the top of the tournament. Hearing about the events unfolding in the arena, Zeke figured that due to overwhelming public opinion, Aura had been permitted for the final match. The organizers had ultimately caved to the pressure of the massive audience. Zeke had thought the Iron Knight was just a rigid warrior, but she turned out to have a surprisingly political side to her. With just a few words, she had successfully won over the crowd and gotten the exact outcome she wanted. As Zeke was deep in thought, Felix called out to his master. Felix cried out in frustration, asking if Zeke was really not going to make him undergo closed-door training. Hearing those words, Zeke wondered if he should start treating him a little better, as the disappointment on Felix's face was so painfully obvious it almost made him laugh. Before long, though, the day of the finals arrived, and the atmosphere across the city grew hotter than ever. Countless people gathered around the arena from early morning, everyone eager to witness the final showdown. On the day of the finals, Zeke and Helen stood facing each other inside the arena. The referee then announced the start of the tournament finals, his voice echoing across the massive venue. The cheers of the audience gradually died down as everyone's attention locked onto the arena. Gareth Draker then stepped onto a high platform and announced that since today was the final match, a very special guest had arrived to attend, instantly sparking the crowd's curiosity as many turned their heads toward the entrance. Gareth Draker then glanced to the side as a figure stepped out from the arena entrance. The moment the man appeared, a heavy atmosphere washed over the entire venue. Gareth Draker then announced that the man was the patriarch of the Draker family, Arthur Draker, causing the crowd to instantly explode into a frenzy as numerous spectators stood up from their seats. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief that a man who usually stayed hidden from the public had personally come to watch the finals. Seeing Arthur, Zeke's grandfather showed clear hostility toward him while others tried to calm him down, his expression instantly darkening as the people beside him quickly tried to hold him back before he could make a scene. Arthur Draker then said he would introduce the finalists: the youngest Azure Knight on the continent, Zeke Draker, and the Iron Knight, Helen Draker. The crowd erupted into wild cheers. Both of them stared at each other while ratcheting up the pressure around them, neither intending to back down or look away. Their eyes locked in the center of the arena as an invisible tension flared between them. Seeing the sword Helen was carrying, a few people recognized it, someone asking if that wasn't the Iron Knight's famous sword, the Dragon Buster. It was the famous sword that Arthur Draker had personally bestowed upon Helen when she became an Azure Knight. The moment the sword's identity was revealed, the excitement in the crowd shot through the roof, as the Dragon Buster was famous across the entire continent. It was a weapon tied to countless achievements and victories. On the arena floor, Helen called out to Zeke, mentioning she had heard the guy who fought her in the semifinals was his attendant. Helen then praised him, saying he was so impressive that it made her curious about the true strength of the master he served. Zeke thanked her for the compliment. Helen then raised her sword high above her head and released her aura, a deep blue flame enveloping the blade as she declared that she would win today's final match. Flames danced around the blade as powerful energy rippled outward. In response to her declaration, Zeke casually replied that things wouldn't go the way she expected. Arthur Draker then told both sides to get ready. He then kicked off the finals, and the instant his declaration echoed across the arena, the air violently exploded. As the match began, both Zeke and Helen charged straight at each other. Neither hesitated for a split second, their bodies shooting forward like arrows as their blades collided, sending sparks flying everywhere. A deafening metallic clash echoed across the arena. They then poured their aura into their blades, and under the sheer pressure, the arena floor began to crack, massive fissures rapidly spreading beneath their feet. Everyone present was stunned by the force of the impact, unable to believe their eyes, as many spectators unconsciously stood up from their seats, some even wondering how on earth they could release that kind of pressure. The force generated from a single collision went far beyond what anyone had expected from Azure Knights. Reyna thought to herself that if she wanted to surpass the person standing in front of her, she couldn't lose focus on the match for even a single second, her eyes remaining locked on the arena as she intently watched every movement, refusing to miss even the smallest detail. On the arena floor, both Helen and Zeke were pushed back by the force of the impact, the ground beneath their feet shattering as they slid backward. Zeke quickly regained his stance and swung his sword. He deployed the dragon-slaying art, true dragon sword technique. Sword energy swept across the arena and surged toward Helen, the attack ripping through the air with overwhelming momentum. Helen then calmly sliced through the attack with a single strike, her movement simple, direct, and efficient as the incoming sword energy split apart and vanished instantly. But right as the sword energy dissipated, Helen was caught off guard. She saw multiple clones of Zeke rushing straight at her, the arena suddenly filled with identical figures. Unable to distinguish the real one from the illusions, Helen spun her blade at blinding speed upon seeing Zeke rely on tricks. The deep blue aura surrounding her weapon expanded violently as Helen swung her sword, blasting sword energy toward Zeke and his clones while declaring that such tricks wouldn't work on her. A powerful wave swept across the battlefield, several clones instantly vanishing upon getting hit. Seeing their overwhelming power, the crowd went momentarily silent, but the very next second, they erupted into roaring cheers. The audience could barely contain their excitement, having never seen such a display of power from Azure Knights before. Every single exchange exceeded their wildest expectations, each collision generating enough pressure to shake the entire arena. Amid the crowd sat one man in total silence, Duke Dooku. Unlike the excited spectators around him, the Duke intently watched the match, remarking to himself what quite a commotion it was. His gaze then shifted toward Arthur as he recalled the events of the previous night. He remembered asking Arthur about tomorrow's match, and Arthur's reply had been that predicting the winner was meaningless. In the end, only the victor mattered. Duke Draco thought to himself that despite saying those words, Arthur couldn't hide a smile while watching the match. And by the way, it seemed Zeke had indeed found the right sponsor family. The changes in Zeke's swordsmanship were obvious, and Duke Draco also realized that the sword style he was currently using was not the dragon-slaying art. The techniques Zeke was displaying clearly belonged to something else entirely. On the arena floor, Zeke was gathering his aura and taking a stance, his posture unmistakably belonging to a different sword style. The aura surrounding him gradually concentrated around his blade, his stance completely different from before, as Zeke said with a serious face that Helen's defense was rock solid, so he was going to shake it up a bit. Helen asked him what he was planning to do this time, adding that she had never seen that swordsmanship before. She then asked if he had learned a different sword style aside from the dragon-slaying art, to which Zeke smiled and gave an affirmative answer. Zeke mentioned it was a sword style he had learned from his trustworthy sponsor family. A slight smile appeared on Helen's face. Zeke then called out Helen's name and said that things were about to get interesting from here on out, to which Helen smiled back in response. She replied that she would also fight him with everything she had, and both of them poured in all their aura before charging at each other. A massive pressure instantly swept across the arena, the air itself seeming to tremble from the unleashed force as everyone watching instinctively held their breath, even the cheers completely fading away into a dead silence under their overwhelming pressure. Zeke then lunged at Helen, swinging his sword with terrifying power as he closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Yet Helen somehow managed to deflect the attack at the very last second, redirecting his blade just in time before it could land a clean hit. Retracting his sword without wasting a single second, Zeke attacked again with a rapid thrust, aiming straight for Helen without giving her any chance to recover. Helen blocked the attack once more, refusing to yield an inch even under the overwhelming pressure. The two swords collided violently, bright sparks flying in every direction as the sharp clang of steel against steel echoed through the arena, while both continued to test each other's limits. Helen was clearly struggling against Zeke, and it became increasingly obvious with every exchange that she was being pushed closer to her limit. Then both of them leaped back after exchanging a heavy blow, creating a small distance between them as they regained their footing. They glared at each other for a brief moment, neither lowering their guard for even a fraction of a second. Helen realized right then that taking a direct hit would be fatal, able to tell just from the pressure emanating from Zeke's sword that a single clean hit would instantly decide the match. Her gaze turned even more serious as she couldn't wrap her head around how Zeke had reached that level before her, unable to believe no matter how hard she tried that someone once considered inferior had grown to such an astonishing degree. In the end, she had to admit that Zeke was strong, leaving no room left to deny. Meanwhile, Zeke rested his sword on his shoulder and kept his eyes fixed on Helen, calmly awaiting her counterattack without taking the initiative to strike first, his expression remaining completely composed as if he had already anticipated what she would do next. Helen knew that if the match dragged out into a contest of stamina, she would lose at this rate, as every collision drained more of her strength, while Zeke looked like he could keep going for much longer. Thus, she decided to finish the match with a decisive blow before her remaining energy was completely spent. And with that thought, Helen poured all her remaining mana into her sword, the blade glowing with a thick blue light that rapidly enveloped the entire metal, while black lightning crackled around the weapon as fierce surges of mana rippled across the arena. Zeke was stunned when he saw her use that move. For a brief moment, genuine surprise washed over his face as he recognized the exact technique Helen had chosen. But the next second, that shock turned into a smirk. Instead of tensing up, he seemed almost thrilled, telling Helen that he understood she wanted to end things here. He could tell she had resolved to settle everything with one final blow, and the gaze in Helen's eyes grew fiercer as she declared that here she came, the sheer determination in her expression showing she was all in. Therakin Draker, the very first Draker, was said in a famous legend to have split a massive castle wall in two with a single slice of his sword. That story had been passed down through generations as one of the greatest feats ever accomplished by a member of the Draker family, and right now, everyone watching Helen's sword attack was reminded of that exact moment. The overwhelming amount of mana enveloping her blade and the sheer destructive force it carried reminded every spectator of that legendary tale. As Helen then struck, swinging her sword with every ounce of strength she had left using the city-slaying art. The instant the attack was unleashed, a colossal wave of force surged forward, her attack ripping through the ground as it tore toward Zeke, splitting the arena floor in two and sending chunks of rock flying into the air while the destructive slash pressed on without losing a bit of momentum. Yet Zeke stood perfectly still, praising her power and keeping a calm expression even in the face of such a terrifying attack, acknowledging just how formidable Helen's final blow truly was. Then he poured his own mana into his sword as well, saying it was his turn to show her what he had, a powerful surge of mana instantly gathering around his blade as he concentrated every remaining scrap of his strength into a single strike. He then held his sword straight above his head, and Zeke's blade began to glow brilliantly. It looked as though the surrounding energy from the air was being drawn straight into the weapon, streams of mana converging from all directions onto the glowing blade, and even the audience could clearly feel the unusual shift in the air as the mana around the arena seemed to be swallowed up by Zeke's sword. Zeke repeated the exact same words Helen had used, saying, "Here I come." Zeke then unleashed his true dragon sword style, ultimate 3 slashes, swinging his sword with all the remaining strength he possessed. The moment he launched his attack, a massive wave of sword energy exploded forward. As the strike charged ahead, it took the form of a giant water bird, the magnificent silhouette soaring across the arena with overwhelming power, its body seemingly made entirely of condensed water and mana as its massive wings spread wide, flying straight into Helen's attack. Seeing the attack, Helen was utterly shocked, her eyes widening in complete disbelief as she watched the massive water bird rush toward her. She couldn't believe Zeke could unleash a blow of that caliber, the scale and pure quality of the technique far exceeding anything she had ever imagined he was capable of. At that moment, Helen recalled the words of Carly Draker, who had once said that Zeke's sword could truly kill a dragon. Back then, Helen had heard those words, but now she finally understood exactly what Carly had meant. And she could feel it right now, seeing it with her own eyes, as the terrifying pressure emanating from Zeke's sword left no room to doubt those words anymore. Zeke instantly closed the distance as his blade thrust toward Helen, his figure appearing right before her almost faster than her eyes could track. Yet in Helen's mind, she was thinking that Zeke would be a tremendous asset to them, unable to help but realize, even in the face of defeat, how invaluable someone with this level of talent would be in the future. As their 2 swords were about to clash, Zeke said in a solemn voice that it was over, there being no arrogance in his tone, only absolute confidence in the outcome of the collision. Helen could only stare at him in stunned helplessness, looking into Zeke's unwavering eyes and realizing there was nothing left she could do. Then the 2 swords finally collided, triggering a colossal explosion that deafened the entire venue as the impact of both ultimate techniques unleashed a violent shockwave in every direction. The ground shook violently under everyone's feet while countless cracks shattered the arena floor, dust and debris blasting into the air and completely obscuring both Zeke and Helen from sight, leaving the arena blanketed in smoke, so no one could immediately tell who had emerged victorious. After a brief moment, the dust began to clear as the thick clouds slowly settled onto the ruined arena floor. The crowd watching the match waited with bated breath for the final result, every spectator staring silently toward the center of the arena in tense anticipation. But the outcome left many utterly dumbfounded as they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Zeke had won the match. He had defeated the Iron Knight, Helen Draker. As the remaining dust completely cleared, Zeke was standing in the middle of the arena with his sword still in hand, while Helen was kneeling on the ground in total defeat. The contrast between the two was now undeniable, and Helen then accepted her defeat, admitting out loud that she had lost. There was no hesitation in her voice as she openly acknowledged the result of the match, adding that Zeke was incredible and that she really couldn't beat him, having experienced his power firsthand and leaving no doubt in her mind that he had surpassed her. Zeke smiled back and replied that he was just lucky, to which Helen shakily stood up, remarking that Zeke was humble to a fault, refusing to brag about his achievement even after winning such an incredible match. She then said in a serious tone that Carly Draker had something to tell him and would come find him soon, so Zeke should wait for her. Her expression made it clear that this was an important matter, and Zeke smiled, saying he understood. Helen then turned around and departed, congratulating Zeke on his victory before slowly walking off the arena floor. Standing up high, Arthur Draker, the patriarch of the Draker family, announced that the winner of this year's martial arts tournament final had been decided. His booming voice echoed across the entire arena, instantly drawing everyone's attention toward him as he declared the ultimate winner to be Zeke Draker. His announcement immediately followed by a thunderous wave of cheers from every corner of the venue as the crowd celebrated the birth of this year's champion. Arthur then added that Zeke would receive his medal directly from him, the patriarch. Zeke also looked up toward his father from the arena floor, calmly waiting as Arthur prepared to step down. Then Arthur finally stepped down into the arena, and placed the medal on Zeke with his own hands. The crowd erupted into wild cheers as Zeke stood in the center of the arena. Countless voices echoed throughout the stadium, while everyone celebrated the champion who had overcome every opponent standing in his way. Arthur then remarked that Zeke had performed his duty remarkably well, to which Zeke replied that he was simply following orders. Hearing that, Arthur smiled and mentioned that the winner of the Draker martial arts tournament receives several benefits. He said he would let him know about those later, but first, he wanted to give his son a gift as a proud father, Arthur's expression softening slightly as he looked at Zeke before asking if there was anything Zeke wanted. Zeke remained silent for a moment, carefully considering his answer before finally replying that Arthur should teach him about his mother. Hearing that, Arthur's face turned pale, and the air in the arena instantly grew noticeably heavy. He then turned to look toward the Agamemnon family and asked if Zeke had heard something from them. Zeke replied that there were still many things he hadn't heard, which was precisely why he wanted to ask Arthur directly, wanting to know the truth that only his father could tell him. Arthur then asked why Zeke wanted that above all else. Out of all the rewards and benefits he could have asked for after becoming the champion, Arthur couldn't understand why Zeke chose that exact question, to which Zeke simply uttered, "Irregular." It was just a single word, but the shock on the patriarch's face was undeniable, Arthur's expression instantly freezing the moment the word escaped Zeke's lips, while Zeke's face turned equally serious as he said he wanted to know about the prophecy made by his mother, who was an irregular, his steadfast eyes remaining locked onto Arthur as he waited for the answer that had been hidden from him for so many years.